after that Nitro play where he wins the round with the CZ after picking up the AK and getting that 3K, they didn't lose a round except for that last round, I believe, right? I think that was at 5-3 that happened, was 6-3 after that round, and ended 11-4 with them winning that very last round. So it was looking good for Misfits. You figure they're going to win that round. It's going to be 5-4 at that point, and then both teams are buying. They have a chance to put Liquid on eco with probably 2 gun rounds in a row if they win that round cleanly, and all of a sudden they could have a really good half. But when you lose rounds like that, it just crushes anything you're trying to do. It crushes your momentum, crushes your economy, builds up the other team's economy. It's one of those rounds that you're going to look back and you're going to say, we lost the half because of that round.
So what were your thoughts overall, like actually just looking strategically at what we saw from Misfits in the first half? It started off like good on T side with like the drop split plays on A, but then after that it seemed to become extremely repetitive, just going for pretty basic executes from that point forward.
Well, they just have that team as a whole has an issue with nobody willing to just sack up and sacrifice their lives. Like it's how it is. Shazam's not going to do it. He's their operator. He's always playing very, very passively. He's always looking to trade kill, be last alive in the rounds. But all of them are looking to do that. Sick is probably their biggest guy who would take an entry frag type of situation, but he's not willing to take an entry frag situation where he doesn't have a clean battle, right? So he's not willing to take one where he's going to jump through a smoke, throw a flash behind him, and try to just barrel, bulldoze through somewhere and have like a 30% chance to get in a kill. None of them are willing to do that, and that is the big problem with this team.
Well, we are getting into it here now, ladies and gentlemen. Team Liquid on their T side. We'll see if they can just roll right through it and be able to claim 16-4 as a victory, but that's not going to be the best start to it. Shazam going back up the suicide steps, finds Nitro on the way back there and retreats to the site as well, calling for reinforcements. Liquid seem a little bit lost, even though they've gotten themselves over to the top, moving in for quick control. Stan and JDM both picking up quick kills, and that should clear things out for now. They actually didn't even fully rotate. I believe it was Sick Over just said he's stuck inside in the event that this was going to be a big fake, but definitely not the case. Now he's grouping up. Relic's first point of contact to move back in, and he's going to go hunting for Pimp, but he actually finds Elige walking right out in front of his crosshair there. Does not check his angles. Pimp looking around frantically right now as Sean Garrett picks up another kill. JDM trades, but now Pimp is lost, so it's all on JDM, but he's not going to be able to survive either. Relics claims another one, gets himself a 3K on the round, and the Misfits will claim control of the pistol.
Yeah, great retake by them. I felt like Shazam did a good job over at A, getting that initial frag, staying alive for a very, very long time. It seemed like for 15, 20 seconds, he was kind of just running around the wood wall, waiting for the rotate. It looked like post-plant Liquid was going to take that round, but then confusion there during that post-plant. Shazam hits a banger out there. Danger. A little bit of confusion. Elige not realizing that they're out the rat hole or the doorway, and Relics just shoots him in the side of the head, gets a nice 3K on that retake, and all of a sudden Misfits, they pick up the pistol, and they really a much needed pistol if they want to get back into this game.
Misfits with almost an identical scoreline across all 5 players. I think everybody except for one is sitting at 8 kills right now. Twist is the only difference up at 9, but everybody's either 8 and 12 or 8 and 13 beyond that, excluding the assists, of course. Going into this second round, though, now we see Team Liquid actually not aggressively buying into this one at all. They just P250 upgrade. Stan will add a smoke and a flashbang to it, but beyond this, they are actually not going to prioritize. They're not going to prioritize buys in this one at all. So more than likely saving up for that third round. Misfits, on the other hand, have gone for a bit more of a varied buy. Heavy on the rifles, with 2 of them being picked up, and a Tech 9 just being, I'm assuming, carried in from the previous round on Sick there. But now, as they do push back in, it's already Sean with the first tag. They did manage to bring Shazam down to 20 in the process of this, but Twist with another one. Shazam tagging in for one there too. They're really struggling to get up this T ramp right now. Elige finds that kill on Twist. JDM tries to go sneaky inside of the doorway there, but they spot that, and pretty quickly, with the exception of Twist going down, it's another round for the Misfits.
Yeah, so only 1 death onto Twist. Liquid definitely going to buy here. They got that bomb plant first round, so they weren't expecting to win that second round. They're planning on taking this round. They got 3 smoke grenades, a few flashbangs to work with. So not any Molotovs or anything like that. Nobody sacrifices to get like a Tech 9 and full nades. And they line up in pretty much like a default type strat. Elige watching the A push with another player, 3 player towards B. So they're just going to deny any type of info and pushes that the CTs can get and see if they can punish any type of peeks like that. But Sick, very smartly, I love when people do this. They save on that second round. You know, he only had a Tech 9 into that second round, and then he buys an op to third round. He knows they're not going to have an op, punishes them, but then Stan, very, very sneaky, runs through the smokes, evens it up, and puts it into a 4v4, and now all of a sudden that's advantage Liquid all day.
Sneaking himself in there, indeed. He takes down Sick, and now, again, pulling off all pressure from the B-bomb side and shifting it into the mid-connector, and more than likely leading this into the A site. Now it's caused a full rotate already from the Misfit side, as everybody's pulled into B except for Shazam. So he has to go big, and he only has a scout right now working with it. The op is currently in the hands of Relics back over there. And it doesn't look like they're going to have any signs of a rotate anytime soon. They're all preparing for some sort of late drop play to come in here. Thankfully, Shazam up on top of the shed here. He is going to spot some of this early on. Shot really not connecting here, so as he backs up, they already know where he's going to be positioned at. No way he could have crossed in time. Flashbangs are good, but he misses this guy that swung out from the alleyway completely. It's a free kill for Nitro, and he's going to chain it into his second one before finally going down. Pimp finding the third. It's just Relics now, and with the up, he may want to choose to save here. Moving in, trying to see if he can find anybody for free. He spotted that peek from Elige, but I think the reverse is true as well. So in a moment, he'll have to give this one up, and Team Liquid will just chain together a 12th.
Yeah, Relic's going to just look to save this op. Pretty much an impossible task from Shazam there to try to hold that site by himself with a scout. It's basically just a calculated risk by Misfits to overplay the B site there, but Shazam, you know, they want him to get an earlier call, but the only way he's going to get an earlier call is if that they go at middle before they really go out the long A. And that's not going to happen from Liquid. You know, they send one guy middle, they're already pushing up long by the time the middle guy's, you know, spotted at all. So really difficult task for Shazam. Not much he can do there. With a scout with 4 guys pushing him, he really need to make a miracle happen if he wanted to win that round.
So Stan, unfortunately, is not able to move back in there and find the kill against the op from Relics. He will be able to carry this one in, but a bit of replay. You can see Sick, as you mentioned before, sneaking in there aggressively because of the fact that he saves in the last round, or the second round, I should say. Does not purchase anything. He's able to get it going in this one, but he drops it really quickly after that due to Stan being sneaky and being able to move in through that smoke to trade him back out. We do go back into another investment, however, for Misfits GG, as they are able to get themselves back on the buy. Everybody except for Sick on either a rifle or an op right now. But Team Liquid being very front-facing this time with their aggression. They're moving in. Sick is spotted on the corner, but Nitro realizes it far too late. He gets the kill with the CZ, falls back over here. There's Molotovs and whatnot covering it, but he's able to hop over those pretty easily. Pimp now leaping in, but leaps into his death, unfortunately, as Shazam finds that kill. Elige with the trade. They know they have Relic sitting on the back plat there somewhere. Twist, however, dipping in for yet another kill. These last two just tag teaming it, moving together, but the flashbang forces them into the open, and Relics is just going to destroy both of them as the Misfits trade once again, getting themselves a 7th.
Yeah, and Sick did a really good job there of getting that initial entry and then actually getting away. And the thing about it is he gets away here, but the fact that he had a CZ close, look at that. Pimp's looking underneath him. They're all looking around there for Sick after that initial entry happens. He just books it. And they're all just looking for him. It makes it so easy on his teammates to get the follow-up kills. And now Liquid going to be on a save, so most likely it'll end 12 to 8. That's a really cool animation, whatever we just saw right there.
Yeah, that's weird. So now we've got Stan trying to play this out very, very front-facing here by pushing towards the broken wall that early on. But unfortunately, it doesn't lead to much. He's shut out pretty fast. Now Sean going to do work with the AK more than likely. 1-2. He does not watch his backside, so Elige will find the trade kill. And JDM trying to hide as well. All these attempts to get super aggressive and sneak in kills later on just aren't playing out. Shazam is going to take down Elige through the alley wall there, and we see Misfits with the 8th, as you predicted.
Yeah, and Liquid is in a pretty good spot, though, in regards to this entire game, but they need to start getting something going on their T side. The fast strat that by that B, Stan just went out here and gave his whole team just like 30 seconds to hit A with only one player there. And they offer another eco, so their buys have been very, very conservative throughout this game. Not really trying to push the pressure economically, you know, with continued force buys or anything like that. They want to play it very conservative. They're fine with giving Misfits 9 rounds, and I don't think that's a bad idea at all. I mean, I think when you're on T side of Cobble, I still think Cobble is favored, despite some really good CT side performances by a lot of teams lately. And I think it's a smart move.
Well, we've got Sean peeking out there, but doesn't get full realization as to just how heavy of a peak that was going to be until it's too late. Pimp will catch the trade, and Relics here will bait it into spraying out there, so they're able to time that very well. Nitro gets the kill onto Relics, and now this goes into the advantage of Team Liquid. 4v3. Obviously, gunpower still a little bit in the favor of Misfits, but they've retrieved both of those rifles to work with here as well. One of them going into the hands of an armored player. They didn't give that second one to Pimp. He's at lower HP, so I'm going to assume that's why right now. But beyond this, they actually pull off all of the pressure from A and are now shifting their way over here into the B halls. They're holding in between them right now to see if anybody else from Misfits tries to push out against them.
Yeah, and Sick has a tough job if they go B. It looks like they're going to cancel. And I think the reason they canceled is because they heard the pop flash happen in mid and Twist clear it. And that's why they're canceling and going back to A. Shazam spots him again, misses that shot from the back of the site. We'll see if he could have a difference in performance here from middle. He gets Molotov'd out, and this is going to be very difficult for him.
Molly won't spread, so he can still hide in the corner, but he's getting pushed from the left side now, trying to swing in. Twist is here for support now, but not being able to find the shot on the Pimp is going to lead to his death. This goes even now. It's 2v2. Pimp taking a moment to be able to pick that back up. Keep in mind, only 8 seconds to get this bomb on the ground. They'll have the time to do it right now, but look at Six sneaking in from behind the APC. Only 3 seconds now. They can't plant. He needs to get this kill, and Six smart. He's not going to take that battle, and then he swings out after the timer is expired. Kills Pimp, destroys. Misfits with the ninth.
Yeah, questionable decision making by Pimp to not cover the planter. I think if he just, stayed up there and, just literally meat shield for Nitro, I think they have a much better chance of winning that round instead of just assuming that he's going to be able to get the bomb down safely. He had nowhere to go to plant safe. He didn't have enough time, right? So he can't really run around and get into that corner because that guy could be at APC. So Pimp, a little bit of a blunder there, I think, in that 2v1.
So he does still have enough cash, thankfully, to be able to buy into it. Gets himself the AK with armor sitting behind it. And as for the rest of Misfits here now on...
Yeah, at the end of the day, that was an eco. Yeah. So, I mean, you get 4 kills and, damage their economy a lot on a round that you maybe invested $2,500 in. So it's a win, it's a victory. Like, even though you lost the round, it goes a long way towards winning this match.
They're giving, again, though, you mentioned it before about how often they were choosing to save already in the 7th round here, and this is one of the first times that they're really going for this big of an investment now because it's been so chaotic at the start. And we can see Shazam playing it very forward with the op, but the guys on Liquid are smart. They bait out the shot just to confirm that he's there with that, and they don't decide to go forward with that one. They're going to fall back into the B halls here now that they know where one of the ops is. What they probably don't realize yet, however, is that the CTs have gone for a double op setup this time. Sick wielding the second one back by the chicken coop, the usual position on the B bomb site. Which means if these guys go out haphazardly, not looking to control that situation, then it could do some big damage. But it does turn itself into a fairly standard B execute. 2 going down and drop through a Molotov. We should mention Pimp doesn't seem to care that there's fire on the ground. Well, Twist will put a stop to him pretty quickly as he peeks into the transition room. And Elige does not want to challenge that yet. That'll change as he moves in, looks for Twist, but he cannot be stopped here. And now it's Sick with that secondary up. Moves in, finds the kill. JDM will catch a trade onto that, but now he's alone in a 1v4. Again, time very low, 15 seconds. He's being pushed from the right side. He's able to dodge the initial peek, grabs that kill on a Relic's really just looking for damage at this point, as there's no way he's going to be able to clutch this out with the time that he has left. 5 seconds, they're letting him run down, but actually no, Sean peeks right out and finishes the job. Gives him the courtesy of giving him that losing bonus, of course, but it is still going to be a round here once more for Misfits GG.
Yeah, double up setup now for Misfits, and it's looking like their T side is really, really strong. Really not the best take from Liquid there. They had a lot of time to set that up to you know, really support their teammates and pinch together from drop and B. Instead, we saw 2 players go down, drop, and die before these players even made any progress at B. So a disjointed attack really, you know, hurts their chance of winning that round. And now they're just opting for a quick A rush, and Shazam fumbling a bit on his nades and his op, backs up, leaves the connector open, but they have 4 players here right away. The rotate can't come so quickly. Sean gets a free kill there. He's hiding behind a smoke. They have no long A control, and this is falling apart very, very quickly for Liquid.
Yeah, now they're going to try to shuffle over here to the B-bomb site, but you can see the CTs rotating. Elige trying to keep as many on A as possible, but it's not going to be that many. They even are looking to box him out to reconfirm it. 6 sees them rolling in from the broken wall. They're trying to hop around the op shots, but that's not working. The second one's even here now, too. It's JDM again as the last man standing, but at the end of the day, Misfits do shut it down, and it's a team ace across the board this time. They're 1 round away from tying this up, but before they do that, they do have to get through 1 more gun round from Team Liquid.
Yeah, and this double up setup is very telling to Stanislaus. So he's going to have a plan here. He realizes that they have 2 ops right now, and he's probably going to adjust accordingly. And we see Sick does a really good job of just staying alive behind that statue. And anytime that smoke's not up to block off the rock and the connector, if the longer you stay alive at statue, the easier it is for your teammates to rotate and get really easy frags on players trying to chase him around that giant area.
Prevents a large amount of the site from being taken under control there, since they can't really successfully push past that for as long as it took to take him down. And now, again, the T's very quickly push themselves over here, but look at the aggression over on the B-bomb site. As we were talking about A second ago, it's Shazam that jumps right up onto the broken wall and already finds the opening kill against JDM. Last one to go down the last 2 rounds, and this time he's going to be the first one to be eliminated. The Misfits now focus on the majority of their defenses, starting to lean it a bit more towards A here. Twist, again, still a bit of a leaner in between both of the sites, but Sean, he's going to get flashed early. They check him really late, however, so he's able to get that trade kill, but at the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1 in the favor of Team Liquid, so they're on their way out. Twist misses his chance to cleanly get into this corner, and he's burning through that Molotov. It's an easy job for Nitro. The headshot anyway would have full killed him, and he gets a second one there. 2 1-taps in a row against Twist and Sick, and now it's just Shazam. Not a hope in the world in all reality. It does appear, though, the flashbang over. He might have tried to go for it, but there's definitely not a chance, so he'll call that off, back up, and save that up.
Yeah, those are the rounds you gotta win if you're Misfits. You make it 4v5. Shazam has full B plat control. He has vision all over B, so they can't really hit B without an early rotate coming. He's gonna see them and spot them, and then like 10 seconds later is when they're actually gonna hit the B site. So they have 3 players towards A. Misfits does, and that should always be a round 1, especially in a 4v5 scenario. Instead, a nice pop flash comes out for Nitro. He comes towards middle. He clears it very efficiently with a Liege. Ends around with a nice 3K on his part, also killing Twist underneath that heaven. You see the supporting nades. Beautiful shot on Sick. The supporting nades are very important there, right? After those initial kills and they're running up, the smoke is already there at the connector. The Molotov is already underneath heaven, stopping any type of rotation, and it makes it a lot easier to take the site in that sense.
And may yet be able to close out on this and prevent it. Keep in mind, this started down at 11-4 against the Misfits' favor, and now they are within 2 rounds of closing the gap and potentially being able to take the lead. Economy is still going to be rough here, however, and if they drop this one, they may find themselves on an eco. So 2 players positioned here on the B site, or the A site, watching out for it, and Sean is given a lot of free room currently, but they spot him. They're not going to be able to kill him, though. He's able to successfully back himself into the suicide steps and actually go all the way back outside. Amazingly survives that encounter and confirms that there's at least 2 or 3 players hiding out in this connector somewhere. Shazam, he'll go for the peek, and he finds the connection. Takes down Stanislaus. The guys from Team Liquid, they call this off, and they're going to rotate over here towards B now.
Yeah, and Misfits is getting the better of them when it comes to just taking map control. They're consistently, this is 2 rounds in a row now that they've made it 4v5 before Liquid really gets into what they want to do. Sean almost gives his life up going around through those smokes, trying to make a cheeky play happen. And now Misfits over-rotating towards B a lot, anticipating some type of a B hit, but it looks like it's going to be maybe a drop to A split as Bomb is outside of A, but the clock is going down so fast. JDM is running out drop with an AWP, and this is a very strange round.
They've been no strangers to playing the timer down, though, so it is done on purpose as they do move themselves towards this, wrapping around the APC. There's a lot of control, and immediately 2 kills for them. Shazam with the trade, jumps up on the wall for another one. He's still not dead. Gets himself down below. 8 seconds on the clock. Tries to get too crazy there, though, and that's when he's finally going to be shut down by Nitro. On top of this, Pimp found Twist, so it's sick in the 1v2. He's got himself a headshot angle for free, walking up. They didn't even see him, but he gives away his position so early, and now they can just play behind this shed and box him out, and there you go. Nitro finds a closing kill. The big 3K saves Team Liquid in this round, where again, it seemed like the timer was just going to go far too low, and it works out for them as they'll go 14-11.
Yeah, that is a very odd round. I mean, just from the start of it, where Sean's running around through the smoke, Shazam with this incredible play to get those 2 kills and stay alive. That was like defying all odds. But at the end of the day, Liquid somehow just wins the round with like 15 seconds left in these super chaotic situations. Now they group up towards B. It looks like they're going to execute very quickly onto this B site. Jumping down, Pimp gets flashed, but you know they're all attacking right now together. It is a B stack on the Misfits side, but it ends in a 2v3.
So we can expect these trades to go in, as you did see 2 of them go down, but after that one, again, considering the full save for the most part that we were seeing from Misfits there, a couple CZs and upgraded pistols with armor behind it, and I think we had 1 UMP, but that's pretty much it. As they're looking for this round here, they're going to take it all the way up to tie point. At this point, though, they have to go 4 straight. No double op set up to work with either, which was a powerhouse that was letting them round this comeback before. Their economy never really restabilized to the point where they were able to use it, so it's just been Shazam over these past few gun rounds, along with the M4s, of course. And Sean Garrett's even having to downgrade utilities, not that excellent either here. You've got your basic setups with smokes and whatnot, but in terms of like Molotovs and extra things to try and run this timer down, which has been one of the weaknesses from Team Liquid on this T side, they're really not going to be able to do that. So Team Liquid will be able to kind of have their way with whichever site they choose to go for.
Yeah, and you know, Liquid is doing all of this with Pimp at like 150, 160 ping. You know, we didn't really point that out, but he's still playing. I think he's playing from Denmark, right? I think he's at home right now.
That's where he's from, yeah, so that makes sense.
So I think he's, you know, still at home playing with like 150 ping, and he's doing, you know, holding his own, and Liquid, you know, working together as a team in order to win most of these rounds.
So Team Liquid go for the drop control here now and moving up towards it. Molotov sitting downstairs, of course, to try and burn anyone out that was close. So they don't have to risk taking the play, and they back up from it completely. They're not going to move in for this drop control at all. They fall back, and again, you can mind that those 2 players are once again shifting back from the B halls and moving over towards long A currently. The bomb is following behind it. Sean was up against the wall here on the ramp, and he's still kind of moving around from here, but it's going to be Stan that will attempt to sell it here towards B, or late push to kill rotators. It seems it's going to be the former of those 2 options, as he gets all the way to this little cubby here underneath the arch, sees the jumping player from Relics, but now they know that he's here. They know they have some pressure, but look at how heavily they're rotating upon this. They move the second guy off for May. They've realized now, but again, it's still slow from Liquid, so they're not going to be able to get out in time to take full advantage of Shazam's rotate. Sean goes down quickly, and Shazam, stuck behind the APC, misses a shot, but Twist bails him out. Elige, though, will take out that Grace before it can go any further. The trades continue, but it's in the favor fully of Liquid now, as this goes down to a 3v1. Sick in the shed will go down last, and it'll be Team Liquid that takes control of map number 1 here between these 2 teams tonight. 16-11 is going to be the scoreline, and they take control of it, continuing to push their record forward.
Yeah, a really good performance by Liquid. They won a lot of rounds that were very, you know, hectic and in hectic situations, but I got to go back if I Misfits there. I lost 6-2-11, but that round that they lost to Nitro with the CZ, I mean, imagine if they win that, they probably put together a couple more T-side rounds, you would definitely think, right? And this game is completely different, you know? So that was the big turning point right there, I'm telling you, man.
All right, well, to talk a little bit more about map number 1, we're going to send it over to our analysts. Stunna and Bach, take it away.
Thank you, Blue. Quite the game we had there. Obviously, starting off a little bit slow there on the T side for Misfits. Bach, what are some initial impressions?
I mean, in general, Misfits, that first half was back and forth, back and forth. And it seemed like for a while we were going to see that trend continue on. And then eventually Liquid just kind of took over, and Misfits kind of ran out of steam, and then they switched sides, and the same thing happened for Liquid.
What is there to say about you know, the Misfits' approach here? I mean, it kind of looked like they were just a little bit timid when it come to getting out on these sites and really fully infiltrating those sites and getting the bomb down in some places.
Like Days that touched upon it. Like some of the players maybe not as selfless, not as willing to like push out and be that lead man. So there was a couple times like they executed B and they get control of B platform, but then they just didn't move much further beyond that. So they're stuck in this awkward fight from B platform, and it gives Liquid all the time in the world to get in position. So once the smokes and flashes are gone and there's no utility left, they're set up in positions to prevent the plant.
Well, we've got round 9 loaded up for you guys at home right now. It's a Nitro 3K, and I think this is just a prime example of being caught within the choke points here. Take a look at this.
Yeah, so it seemed like Misfits was going to start tallying up some rounds. They broke the money for Liquid. This should have been an easy one, but it doesn't turn out that way. Twist dives out. Nitro gets enough time somehow. Armorless with a CZ gets the first kill. Enough time to pick up the AK, does not get hit by a single bullet, and then gets 2 more kills and solidifies the round. I mean, at that point, it's down to a 2v5, and they've gotten themselves some rifles. Shazam's working with the underpowered Galil, and they've only got one piece of utility left, just the smoke grenade. Sean Gare's holding on to that AK as well. They're going to try and get into connector to get that bomb because the bomb fell outside the window. So it was a split A strategy, but the bomb went connector, and that kind of just played right into the setup that Liquid had. And at this point, that was a swing round because after that, Liquid wins 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row after that. So they ran a total of 6 rounds off the back of that one.
I mean, right then and there where he's able to catch them jumping out of the window like that and have that time to then transition to the AK and continue mowing these guys down. At what point are you like, okay, well, the first 2 got annihilated. Let's not go out with our third guy, right?
Well, it seemed like it happened so fast. They didn't really have a chance to think about it, right? Like the first guy goes out and he kind of like Goomba stomps him. He lands on top of his head. It's awkward to aim down. But then he's got that angle where he can duck down and grab the AK, so you can't really see much of him. And Relix tries as hard as he can, doesn't hit him not even one time. He picks up the gun, kills 2 more, and basically wins the round single-handedly for Liquid.
We have these Nitro statistics loaded up for you guys at home, and I mean, 27 and 17 right here, and we didn't go to overtime. There was none of that. He did, increasingly well.
Yeah, Dazed had talked about him saying he, really good player, maybe sometimes underutilized, not grabbing that second op, but he didn't need it in this instance. With the rifle alone, he looked great, really leading the charge for Liquid, where when you look at the other side of the board, Misfits, balanced across the board. Like everyone was putting in equal input. I don't think there was really that much disparity between the top fragger and the bottom.
So, I mean, when we do break this one down just a little bit further here for the Misfits side, obviously they struggle on their T side. But overall, I want to go ahead and say that, Liquid looked like the more fluid team there in that first half.
Is that a pun?
Well, you know what? Maybe.
Yeah, Liquid looked a lot better in that first half. And then the second half came around and things started falling apart. Misfits started to have them dialed in a bit. But then Liquid realized something. Misfits is prone to over-rotating, and they started exploiting that towards the end. And they kept catching Misfits off guard by going with a fake play or a fake, like we're going to fake the rotate B, we're going to rededicate to A, and that seemed to work out for them.
Well, what did end up working out here, we got round 25 loaded up. A nice fake, Bach. What did we see here? So
they tried to go A early on, and then they catch Sean Garrison in this smoke, and now he's got all this intel. He hears all of the AK fire, so he knows there's players all around. Sean escapes with 3 HP. I don't even know how he made it out of that smoke. 3 AKs were shooting at him. So he runs, and now Liquid is in this awkward stance. Like, do we want to rededicate here? They're thinking about it. Shazam peeks out when he hears the footsteps of the man jumping around from the top of Danger Stairs, and that's a kill early for Misfits. Liquid fakes a rotate back to B. Misfits starts to think it's going to be B because they just haven't seen anything A yet. JDM goes towards the drop room, and they send 2 there. Liquid and Liege and JDM both go drop room, and then they split A, and it works out so well for them because these players on A just get completely caught off guard by the 2 players coming through the drop, and it's just so low HP on the site, and they just 1, 2, 3, they all fall. Shazam's the only one to even get a kill. He gets a second as well, but now he's got such low HP, and he's stuck on the site, and he can't stomp the bomb plant either. So it comes down to a 1 versus 2 with Sick. And it looked like Sick might win this because we saw him do this before in a similar situation where he denied the plant in the 1 versus 2. But he just couldn't line up the shot, gets flashed, and now he's stuck out with 9 bullets. Good shooting from Liquid ends the round. I mean, right then and there, if he gets that first kill while looking up into the site, it could have panned out to be a totally different round. Totally winnable after that. But he misses. Now they know where he's at. They use the limited utility they have to keep him at bay, and he just kind of gets caught out in no man's land. No, I mean, absolutely. We do have another map. We do have to, we're going to go into cash after this. And I think it's very important here that,
maybe Misfits just needed to warm up a little bit. Maybe this is, we need to break the ice off, break the rust off a little bit, and then Cash comes out. Should we expect to see a different Misfits?
I don't know, because their T side was where I expected to see them excel, and it was their CT side where they were strong. Like, if I'm looking at Sean Gare's last team in Echo Fox, that was where they really were strong, was on their T side. And when I'm looking at TSM, it was the same thing. Their T side was always their bread and butter, because they had these strong entry fraggers in Sick and Twists. So you'd think that they would have come out much stronger on a map like Cobble, where the T side has a decent, not necessarily advantage, but it's a pretty balanced map. So I would think that Cash would play to that strength as well, but after watching that first half, I'm not so sure for Misfits anymore. I kind of think that Liquid could 2-0 them here.
Well, there's definitely a chance with the way that Liquid's playing right now. It's coming together quite well for them. I mean, you want to give credit to Stanislaw, you want to give it to Nitro, whoever it might be. Whatever they're doing over there, it's working quite well. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break, but let me tell you about this guy by the name of John Wick, a retired super assassin. You might not have heard of him. I might not have said his name before. But take a look at this preview right here. We'll be right back after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code!
Two headshots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no! Phoenix has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW getting done. He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god!
right, we did just see our first matchup there between Misfits and Liquid. I do believe, and maybe I'm the only one, but I was excited to see that one. I think it panned out pretty well. What do you think, Bob?
I thought you were saying you did believe that was Misfits and Liquid.
I think so. I'm here, here's
everything just kind of blends together, right? You've been here all week. It's just a blur of matches. Yeah, that was Misfits and Liquid.
Yes, absolutely.
It was a good game. It looked like it was going to be a bit of a one-sided battle at first because Misfits didn't really do anything on their T side. Liquid was absolutely dominant from the CT side, and it all started from that one round that we highlighted in the postgame, that eco where Nitro somehow gets a 3K from Connector, and from then on it was just round after round after round, and Misfits couldn't do anything. And it was not just rounds, they were like really one-sided rounds.
Well, let's look at a map that could end up actually being very one-sided one way or the other, right? We're going to go into Cache next, which is going to be our next stop. And I mean, for this map, when I was working with Sean Gares, I'll be honest that a lot of it came down to anti-stratting and some, very much original stuff, but more so the anti-stratting stuff. And I think you could take a look at like the Envious stuff there from ESL Pro League Season 1, I think it would have been, in Cologne, which just... I highly doubt he goes back to any of that material, but
you never know.
There's an off chance.
He's got like an encyclopedia, and he's just flipping through. He's like, oh yeah, 2014. Let's go back to here and this day. You never know.
But that was a different time in Counter-Strike too. I mean, you could, in a large part, get away with the sort of just hard anti-stratting, and it was working. Obviously.
Yeah.
At the time, but now, I mean, the game is different.
So, as someone who has worked with him in the past, do you think he still does that?
I'm not answering this.
Do you think he's still anti-strats?
I believe that most of these teams, they have to have a level of anti-strat, right, to a certain level. But the game has shifted away from that. And does Sean Gares still do it? Wouldn't surprise me, but I don't think he can as heavily rely on it anymore. So he does have to branch away from that. He does have to go back to the drawing board and get creative.
I mean, something that we saw when he played with Echo Fox was like, well, is he really going to anti-strat? They played a season in Premier, so he wasn't going to anti-strat Premier opponents that he has nothing to go off of. So he was going to have to build up his own strategy book. He couldn't just rely on that ability to just basically play the opposite of their opponents.
Well, we're going to flip over to the other side now and take a look at Liquid's Cache. And to do that, we've got the Bears. Take it away, Eric.
Thanks, Donna. And we're back for who's going to win this round. We got Team Liquid against Immortals, but what I like to point out is Team Liquid is going to be doing a Ninjas in Pajama strat, which really focuses on throwing smokes over this A wall into the left side of A bomb site. But there's a little twist to it. It's the Ninja in Pajamas fake, where they toss their smokes. You see Elite and Nitro lined up for these smokes. They got a couple people. We got one person in the A halls. And then now they swing back towards the mid. They're going to be boosting up and trying to take over this mid highway fast. And what this does is once the other team sees the smokes, as you pause right here, you can see that Team Liquid have 4 people towards this mid area kind of where Nitro is a little bit more of a support, but they have 3 people running towards highway. It forces Immortals to play more of outside the smokes, kind of pushes them back a little bit, and so they're expecting them to come through the bomb site, but this is going to have a little punch, it's going to have a little surprise, and it catches Bolts off guard. You could resume now that as they're running up the highway, Elite gets a nice pick on Bolts. He barely even sees him in the smoke. Luckily for Immortals, FNX gives 2 big, huge kills, but it still is not enough to win the round as Team Liquid ends up winning this round. And it's back to you, Stunna.
Thank you, Eric, for your ever so much insightful wisdom. I always appreciate you. We're going to look now, and actually we're going to get back into this match very shortly, but Bach, give me some quick predictions going into this one on Cache.
I still have faith in Misfits. I thought that first map probably could have played out a little bit better for them. I'm going to say Misfits take this one.
All right, well, you heard it there. I'm going to pull for Misfits. Keep it between us. But take it away, Blue and Dazed.
And the analysis desk are fanboys.
Yeah, I mean, I think Misfits has a good chance of winning. I don't think it's very Liquid-sided, like 80-20 or anything like that. But I do think Liquid probably beats Misfits on this map like 7 out of 10 times. I think the Misfits kind of needs a couple of those 50-50 rounds, maybe going their way, maybe winning both pistols or something like that. I think in general, Liquid is just a better team, a more organized team. They just have better idea of how to play the map. You see when a team like Liquid takes map control, for instance, and then sets up before they even get in a strategy, they're above a lot of these NA teams, and I think that puts them on just another level.
So let's talk a little bit about the CT side of this one. The T side is often talked about a lot because it tends to be very basic, and we always harp on how these teams need to innovate beyond that. But what is it that makes a CT team a little bit more successful on this map compared to, you know, just your average bar the line team?
Well, I think overbuying flashbangs, not utilizing too many HE grenades. I think the rotates are in a really good position where you could flash for your teammates. So quick rotates with really good communication from that third guy, the third rotator, right? So say you're playing a standard 2-1-2. Right? Say you have a guy around highway, you have 2 guys towards A, you have 2 guys towards B or something like that, right? The rotates need to be in a way where that third guy is throwing really good flashes for like the other 2 and things of that nature. So that's the most important thing, I think, on CT side cash, because there's really devastating flashes you could throw if you're going towards B over heaven, and timing that with your teammates. As we are getting live into this pistol round, Liquid starting on the CT side, Sean Gears with nade, flash, smoke. So it looks like they're going just pretty much a standard default here. 1 watching the B push, 3 around middle, 1 A main, or 2 around middle, 1 A main, and 1 into the door. So they're kind of seeing if Liquid gives them anything that they can go off of, get any reads, but in general are gonna, you know, be able to do whatever they want. But Liquid is pushing 2 towards B, and Pimp spots Twist. So Twist has to give that up, and that gives a lot of information, not only to Misfits, but to Liquid as well. So we'll see how they react off of that.
Misfits, for the time being, seem to play right into that, too. They just rotate right over here outside of A main since they had been spotted, at least that one player, and had been pushed back from the B halls. They know that that's going to be a danger area now, even though Team Liquid does not stay aggressive. Stanislaw, though, just being able to find Shazam peeked up on top there, even though he didn't fully move out yet. So he's going to catch the first kill there. There's one more that he will have to deal with, assuming he sticks around here, but he grabs it. Stan now with another pickup. He's able to take down Sick, and he'll look for the third back over here, but very quickly they're going to get crunched on now by Pimp, who had remained in these B halls after they had already seen the commitment work its way in towards A. Now Twist down at 1 HP. Pimp is going to finish the job he started about 30 to 40 seconds ago, and it all falls down to Sean, who was trying to support with utility, but is now going to have to try to pull off a miracle 1v5 if he wants to start his team off with a pistol victory.
Yeah, and with no armor, this is almost an impossible task. He gets spotted by JDM right there. He does have the bomb, so he might be able to just hightail it to B and get a plant.
Oh!
But Pimp hits a nice shot on the jumping Sean Gears. A little bit of interp there, Blue, because of that 150 ping. But he is able to land that one. And now Liquid picks up that pistol. Not one kill going to the sides of Misfits, so they're not going to be able to pick up a scout that Shazam really likes to pick up, even if he's, you know, scouting on T side. A lot of time it could be pretty devastating. Stan gets a freebie on Shazam. He's crouched down. He doesn't think he's visible, but Shazam Stanislaw smartly jumps on top of the box and is able to see him.
Legacy coming in at the end there with the 150 ping to be able to pick up the kill, but nonetheless, it is a nice one. Mid-air headshot against his opponent. And now Misfits, well, they do try to get very fast control of A main, but the CTs wanted the reverse of that, and unfortunately for the Ts, they have a lot more utility and much better guns to play with. So initially, they're going to be given what they want. They'll be allowed to push in. They'll be allowed to control this advanced area of the map. And for the Misfits, they do have to basically just fall back and obey this until the smokes and whatnot fade away. If they go into A main, it'll be a bit of a trap, as you still have that guy in the locker rooms waiting for them. And it's not just here that they have pressure as well. Back over in mid behind the white box, Stan is waiting, playing towards highway from this position. They did rotate Twist out of the B halls again, so not really being fans of that. Not trying to deploy towards this in these early rounds here. We'll probably see a bit more of that later on, but right now 100% favoring this into an A swing as Elige again sits in those locker rooms and basically just waits for this push to come back in. Spots it. The guys from Misfits obviously know that he's going to be here, but a good flashbang actually goes in. However, he's not able to get the kill. Twist will trade it. This goes down to a 4v4. They'll pick up an SMG on their route into the site, but oh, Stan taps the headshot up on a Twist, destroys him. Sick is actually allowed to run his way up highway there. He's going to find one kill, but is then traded, but it goes back again. Relic's finding another pickup against Nitro. This finds its way into a 2 versus 2 with the SMG being picked up by Shazam. And Relic's down at 23 HP, but still having the Tech 9, a very capable gun to work with. Team Liquid playing it slowly. They've got a Molotov to burn Relic's outside of that position. He's not going to take any damage from it, but he does get pushed from quad, and JDM checks it. He goes down very quickly. Shazam trying to clutch this, an instant headshot on the JDM. Now we're in a 1v1, and he knows exactly where Pimp is playing from. Still plays it passively, though. Does not go out aggressively to get the kill just yet, but with his pop flash, he might. It swings out. It's going to be a complete miss, and now Pimp knows he's back by quad with the Deagle, brings him down to 13 HP, and now he's just wasting time. He'll finish the job, and it'll be Misfits that throw this game into chaos once again, taking us 1 for 1.
Yeah, really just hard split onto the A site. They take the locker room control and are able to trade it with 3 people, and then I believe it was 1 outdoor, 1 highway. Bringing inside 2v2, Shazam ends up winning, this 2v1 in a very nice fashion with that 1 dig. One thing I want to point out though is when Elysia's in the locker room, he takes contact, then the pop flash comes behind him from A site. They're actually really lucky that Elysia didn't connect on that second kill, because that was a very nice setup by the guys from Liquid.
Stan sees his A rush coming in. Molotov will hold them off for a moment, but smoke gets deployed by the CTs to cover them off directly after that. They called this off initially after they were kind of tunneling their way through here to just try and rush outside. Relics even took a peek outside of the squeaky door there, but Sean finds Stan when he tries to push his way inside of A main for the repeak there. They'll get their man advantage once again here, but Nitro also being able to trade from inside of Squeaky. He takes down Relics in that position, and this goes back down once more, just like the last round here, into a 4v4 an even scenario. Where now we're going to see Misfits going for on a much slower approach up to this site. Twist trying to take highway control, but he was just spotted by a player on the box behind the site there. Shazam finds the kill onto Elysia, though, which opens up A main yet again. And Nitro has got to do big work with just a measly little CZ, and he's already used some of the ammo. Swings out too wide. He'll find himself dead really quickly. Pimp finding 1 kill, but Twist tapping away with that UMP, grabs the headshot to return the frag. All that's left is JDM now at a 1v3. Well, he will retrieve this from Moss. He doesn't have armor. He doesn't have any additional utility. And he's going to be smoked out from essentially all angles here as well.
Yeah, going to be very tough for him to really get anything going, and maybe he can get an exit or 2. But he shot, gave away a spot. Now he's just going to smartly run away. And I would like to see the money onto Liquid. Look at our observers. See how JDM saved there so that he can end up buying an op when everybody else is rifling after they save these this next round. So he ends up with 1750. He can keep this from Moss. Maybe they could do something with it in this next round, try to hurt their economy a bit more. But Misfits, after losing that pistol, coming out winning these next 2 rounds, really sets them up in this half to do some good work, especially if they can win this round clean. But this is another round. We saw them lose a very similar round to this on Cobble, and it spelled disaster for them for the rest of the half. So for Misfits' sake, they need to win this round. They need to be more methodical about it, understanding that it's a full eco, and, making sure you minimize your losses.
We've got Team Liquid with an even split of players. We are going to see a lighter amount of pressure being applied over there into the B bomb set initially. But Misfits aren't going to waste any time either with their play out here on towards A. Already pushing up to the door on A main, but JDM is allowed to grab the kill over here by the forklift. He picks up 6, tries to fall back. Nitro is found peeking out from the truck angle in the meantime here, and Shazam just taking these duels from super long range, doing massive damage right now. JDM was brought down to 3 HP. Pimp is still down at 23. They actually call off this A pressure for the time being, just to swing it in another direction and hopefully get these guys off the site a little bit. And are going to go in to take some mid-control too. So it gets a little bit easier. It adds another angle. They know that they're only working with the pistols, but they want to take minimal losses on this round so that they can try to build up a bit of an economy here.
Yeah, so a double boost comes out. Twist watching the A main push, trying to just reset them, and Liquid's kind of falling into this trap, right? There's no way they win this round, most likely. Just playing like a 1-1-1-1 type setup. So I think it's smarter if they just gamble, stack a site, or it looks like they're going to do some type of a mid-control here.
They boost up on top of the Z control there, but Stan finds one of the players. We do see the 2 that are still stacked up there actually being able to maintain. Stan actually finding a second as well here, doing some good damage. Sean, though, trades out to JDM, and that opens up the A-bomb site here. He's looking for more. Elysia trading on a twist, so it's okay. Elysia pushes in, and somehow Team Liquid wins that round.
But do you see what Liquid did there? They did take a risk, right? I thought they were just going to set up in like a 2B site, looking at the mini-map, and then like 1 towards middle, 1 towards A. But instead, they go and they fight middle with, I think it was three or 4 people, and they're able to get those kills. And that's the risk that they took, right? They boosted above the Z smoke, 1 peeking from highway. And that was really, really smart of them and really intelligent, because you're not going to win that round with like USBs just, not taking risks like that.
That second kill from Stan, beautiful as well.
Yeah, that was ridiculous, man. He's a beast at highway box. And Misfits again, man. That's one of those rounds that you lose, and it's a game changer. It's devastating.
Misfits now split. They do have enough cash to invest to a certain degree. 2 AKs and 3 Tech 9s and very, very low amounts of utilities. And we've already lost one of the AK. Shazam will be able to trade back out, come up on boost. He's going for another one, but he just got dinked down at 14 HP. Has to fall back now, give up his position up there. Does not want to take the risk on losing the AK and limiting these guys to just Tech 9s. And it's not only that, too. He still has a somewhat decent amount of utility to work with, considering what the rest of the team have anyway. He just tosses it back down into the hands of Twist, as he also has armor sitting behind his buy. But there's no one watching out for a B-Hall's flank right now. So this is letting, I believe it's JDM, go all the way around for free. He's going to hold a huge position against these guys, just camping in useless room right now. In the event they do, well, exactly this. Shazam is caught moving in. He spots the second one, and there he goes. 2 quick and easy kills. Twist with a fast trade at least, but now Twist has lost his only other teammate. But he finds a second. He's making the best of what could prove to be a very, very bad situation. Taking down Nitro, clearing out middle, and now retrieving the bomb. He's going to go the only place he can with this low amount of time on the timer. Pushes directly over here into the B-bomb. It's easy going to check the one and done corner, though. He's trying to check everything, but he does not check the place or Pimp hides out at. He'll finish the job, and Liquid will retake control of the lead here.
Yeah, nice shot by Pimp to get in that position where most likely not going to be checked by Twist there. In a very chaotic, hectic situation, especially after, you know, he kills the guy towards B. You're not going to expect somebody that pushed up and that close. Good trigger discipline by JDM, gets those 2 kills. Great shot. I'm not sure who killed him. Was that Twist that killed him?
In mid?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Twist that gets those 2 kills.
That was a nice shot.
So Twist is able to find some impact there. He added what was basically just a 1v4, and he brings it down to a 1v2 at the very least. And again, the thing that kills it is not checking for Pimp in that corner position there. Nitro, though, creative use of the smoke. Moves in, spots Shazam just on the edge of it. Shazam doesn't expect that at all, and even swings back and kills a guy that tries to rotate back in through the squeaky to trade him out very quickly. That's not going to pan out. And again, these guys have a huge advantage right at the beginning of the round. Sean, Twist, and Sick, again, really don't have a whole lot of firepower. They're trying to creep their way up towards B, but JDM is waiting over here inside of Checkers, and as soon as they spot this direct play, he's going to be able to shut it all down. There's one, there's the second, he gets flashed for the third, and Sean's really just trying to push his way up to the site. Nice shot from him. He actually should be able to secure the plant. They're going to move in to kill him as quickly as they can, but he does, no, he actually doesn't get it onto the ground, so they're going to be denied of that cash. They just barely get it. It had to be less than a second left, but still, another round for Liquid, and they crushed that eco with no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, and one thing you'll notice from Liquid is almost on all their anti-ecos, they take A main pressure. They push A main a lot of the time, molly behind the box, smoke deep, and you know, pop flash in, and really stop any type of like an A execute or like a door execute or anything like that.
Yeah, that's JDM shutting things down once more. An angle not being checked there, and it allows for a Team Liquid player to rip the entire push to shreds. Well, what was left of it at least. But now this takes us on to a real round for the Misfits players here. 5 AKs, very limited utility investment, and you can see that they had a couple Molotovs, but those have already been used, so they're down to 3 smokes, 1 more Molotov sitting on relics, and various amounts of flashbangs spread across the players. That's about it. So they're going to be very, very limited here now in terms of what they can actually try to do to get themselves onto a bomb site. Still split up, still indecisive, still kind of in that default split pattern. They tried to go up to mid to play aggressively, and it has worked to a certain degree. They've gotten the control, but Team Liquid hasn't really taken a whole lot of damage in response to it. They have sort of given this to them and fallen back. Relics even being cautious to creep over here towards the squeaky halt, with good reason, of course, since Nitro is pushed in and is hiding in that corner right now, but it's basically just a standoff here. Misfits with the mid control, but not wanting to move out and go anywhere else just yet.
Yeah, and this door pressure is a very, very big deal. Relics is going to be able to allow these A players to not have to worry about that. They only have to worry about that A main and also the highway. And again, if they take A or anything and don't put anybody through door, he's going to shoot some people in the back pretty easily. So I'm surprised they're not leaned a little bit more towards B. JDM and Pimp holding the site. Limited nades by them, just JDM with a Molotov flash and a nade. So we'll see what they can get done here with this B-hold.
They drop back in, but they're already going to have to stand on the flank. JDM missing the first shot, though. That's going to let them out. The re-peek into Shazam, though. He'll take him down, looking for the lower shot here onto the generator entrance. Can't find it. Pimp's still blind as a bat. So all of these defenders are going to get knocked out. It's still even, however, still into a 2v2. They will be able to plant the bomb despite this low timer here. And both of the CTs are sitting at the edge for a retake already. There's one. Sneaks in. Nitro from the B-halls there is able to do that job. Twist waiting for him around the corner. They know where he's positioned on this site now. He's trying to isolate these into separate 1v1s, but the Liquid players are smart. They box him out there and make him take them both on at the same time, and they will be able to pick up a 5th.
Yeah, and that rotate was so fast. I mean, as Misfits is hitting that site, there's like 4 or 5 people there. Elise coming from the heavens, Stan flanking the vents, Nitro on a very fast big flank. Look at this. by the time they push JDM out of the site, they basically have 4 people there. So even though JDM dies, Stanislaw gets a kill from the vents. Pimp definitely should have been able to get a kill at the oranges. Unfortunately for him, I think he might have gotten team flashed. But that should have been an even easier hold than what happened and what occurred. So Liquid just one step ahead with their rotates and just looking like the stronger team throughout this game.
Another investment coming in, but Twist getting shuffled out there a little bit as he tries to hop around. It's enough to save his life, as Liquid are a bit skittish with those B-halls, poking here and there, but never really fully committing in the really early round. So Twist will survive, but takes half of the damage. But again, almost going back to the pistol round like we had here, this early aggression is controlling Misfits. They're not really doing a whole lot to fight back against that. They're out towards mid, but Team Liquid realized this already, and they're going to know how to play against this. The first battle, though, does go into the favor of Misfits. Shazam finding at least a catch Pimp with a nade in his hand here. Stanislaw is going to try to go out aggressively, but Sean continues to tear them apart here. Now Nitro going for the spray, but he took so long to find that kill that Shazam was able to get into a position to trade that one back out, and now it goes down to JDM trying to clutch 1v4. Ultimately, it seems Team Liquid took the bite on that mid play far too much and just weren't able to find any kills here.
Yeah, and JDM's probably going to look to save this op. I think the guy probably just heard him scope the relics right next to him, so it's going to be a tough save for him. Gets the one kill. Shazam posted up, though. Hits a nice headshot on him and ends the round with a 4K. And I know Liquid lost that round, Blue, but that was a round that they... That was really, really, really well played by them. I mean, Misfits does a mid-take. All 4 players are there in position to fight. Look at this. They have 2 players around Z, 2 highway, and 1 sandbags. Or, sorry, 1 Z, 2 highway, 1 sandbags, I believe. Kills didn't go their way. They didn't time their flashes together as well. But at the end of the day, if they, tighten that up a bit, they're in position to win that round, and a really nice read by them. So I thought that was really impressive, even though they did lose the round.
Well, now they do get to go on to another bye here, Misfits, and they finally have a chance to build up some semblance of an economy and potentially break Team Liquid's as well. Despite the fact that they finally got themselves a lead going here, they never were really able to build up a huge bank. So after this bye, they're going to be fairly limited. But again, aggressive control is how they're going to choose to play the early round here. Tossing nades into A main here, even sort of peeking it to a certain degree.
Nitro using that smoke almost as a one-way when he gets up onto the boost box, before we used to call it toxic, before you get up into the shroud boost, and he's really utilizing that very well, and that's a new look. I haven't really seen many players do that before, where you utilize the smoke that much. He kind of puts it more on the CT edge and one-ways it around there, so it's really interesting to see. JDM holding B behind this box, gets a perfect pop flash in his face, though.
No one's going to be able to follow that up that quickly, and while they're still walking into Sunroom, they do not expect the CT to be hanging out behind this box. He gives himself the smoke, but he's being chased, so he's got to be careful. Tosses his own flash out. He's able to retreat. Pimp has been displaced. They double molly Team main on the way out here, and JDM is trying to go back behind that trip stack, but is not going to find himself in that position anytime soon. CTs will smoke it. He has an edge, but ends up peeking directly into Sean Garris there. Stan spraying through, though, is going to find a trade on the stick, and now Pimp in the corner. Well, Relic second-guessed himself, and he loses his life. But again, there is Sean to counter trade. as he's already done 2 times in a row here. He's picked up the frags. They are still uneven, and again, the rotations are coming in very, very quickly. Team Liquid are already in positions to move back in and start this retake, but they are going to wait a few moments here to really set this one up and let the Vents player, Nitro this is right now, get into position to try to drop back down. Sean and Shazam both playing in the site, neither really given time or really the positioning here to be able to fall back into checkers or outside of that T-Hall. So they're going to play this both up on top of the platform. That will limit their capability to defend against this retake here and gives Liquid partial room to get back in. But they find the first kill, traded back, so now it's on Shazam in a 1v2, and Stan's already given control of the platform. He tries to get a close-up shot with the op, but it's not going to work, and Team Liquid will claim another one here, 6-3. They trade out another round against Misfits and reset their losing bonus.
Yeah, and I mean, JDM just gets a nice pick, is able to go back to site. If you ask him, he's telling you, I should have had 3. I should have had 3, man. You know, misses that second kill, could have hid behind the smoke had he gotten it. You know, and that would have allowed Pimp to probably get 1 or maybe even more than that. So, but the real story is, like, Liquid's rotate so fast. JDM sees him. He throws a smoke down. He's able to get back to site. By the time they're actually hitting the site, it's 10 seconds, 12 seconds after he gets that first initial frag. And, you know, yeah, it ends up in a 3v2, but all the Liquid players are set up for the retake right away. So it's really difficult to win the round when Misfits is just telegraphing all of their plays.
Team Liquid continue to just do a standard 3-2 split. They actually shied away, and this Molly's doing so much. The Misfits just get completely destroyed on this push, and it's a full 5-man alive round for Team Liquid, where they don't take a single point of damage. The Misfits try to brute force, and again, just get decimated.
Yeah, that wasn't even close, man. I mean, I don't even think Liquid took more than like 10 points of damage there. They're just, none of them even had a chance of getting a kill. They're trying to go through the same main smoke. There's Molotovs down that they're running into. They're running through a smoke right into people's crosshairs that aren't even flashed. And that was just a mess.
So they're going to wipe that one off and just head into the next round here. And well, even in this next one, it's not going to be having the potential to do too great, as the only guns they really even buy up are these 2 P250s. 0 investment at all from the Misfits on this round. They will try to go for mid control here, but Stan can easily take these duels. We've already been seeing how confidently he's been able to take duels back over here behind the white box, even that aggressively supposed to jump directly on top. He counters that out. They now have no mid control whatsoever, and the remaining players for the most part are just heading inside of A main. There's one still outside watching for a flank, but he's going to rejoin them. Doesn't matter, though. Regardless of how many players they push out, there's still a 3-man stack from Team Liquid on this site. Nitro got dinked down at 20, so he mollies it off just to make sure they can't round the corner and finish the job against him. There's 1, 2. Shazam's the third. He's really trying to finish the job on Nitro, but it's just not meant to be. Stan rejoins with the main bulking force here on the A site and finishes the job.
Yeah, and this is really impressive by Liquid. Their rotates are very, very strong. A lot of the rounds they've even lost on these gun rounds, I felt like they were in, you know, a great position to win, like on that mid control. And they're playing really, really good CS right now. And it's the little things, man. It's these small rotates, these small little pushes, these small advantages that they're getting from these Misfit guys, and they're able to leverage those really small advantages into round wins time and time again.
Stan swinging out a Liege. Again, look at this. The Misfits just try to brute force out with minimal smoke coverage, and they're getting absolutely destroyed. Liquid with the reads as well. Prioritize mid presence, and it pays off in huge dividends. They're down to 2, and what's even worse is look where the bomb is. It's stuck in mid right now. They have to regress into mid to get that back under their control. We can see Shazam is trying to sneak towards it now, but Molotovs and HEs being tossed over. Thankfully, those are missing, as it seems. No damage done to either of them. Shazam gets his first kill. Finally, we see consistent damage to be able to drop one of these guys, but now they also need to try to get Twists out here, too. He spotted a second target. This is some good stuff from Shazam, though. He may actually be able to bring this back now with that kill against Elish. He knows there's a third behind the white box somewhere, but they can't find Stan, and now, as he attempts to commit to the spray against Nitro, he'll finish the job, and it is now going to be the 9th round for Team Liquid.
Stanislaw 18-5, and around this middle area, I mean, they sense some type of a mid take is going to come, and what do? They put 2 there. Stan does a great job of just dodging that first guy. Sean Garrett doesn't even check him, and Elish on the other end of the smoke, you know, they're dodging flashes really well, and one step ahead. I mean, what do they say? They said, hey, they're going A, it's not working. They're going B, it's not working. What do you think they're going to do next? Probably going to do some type of mid take, and they overplay it and just smash them.
So with Liquid destroying them on gun rounds, eco rounds, and every round in between, they are going to call a pause. The Misfits are right here, needing to take that tactical. Looking to another player right now and just checking out his stats is Nitro with 9-5 record, 106 ADR. I would worry to see what Stanislaus is at currently with the amount of impact he's been having. He's been essentially unstoppable at mid, and it's been causing a real amount of trouble as the Misfits have been wanting to prioritize mid control, but have really been struggling with it as they've constantly had to either just try to basically just push Stanislaus back, and he continues to trade. There you go, 151 ADR from him, as he's pretty much just shutting things down in mid on his own in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, and what was it that sparked this just surge of Liquid rounds? It was when they had 4 USPs and a FAMAS with no armor, and they win the round and just put Misfits into a terrible situation that they just cannot seem to recover from. Whether it's just mentally, like they're just all just so mentally out of it, after that round happens or whatever, but it just takes all the wind out of them. And they just can't seem to recover.
Yeah, so needing to take a moment to re-strategize. And again, this falls to the T side to see what exactly else they can bring to the table. We didn't get to talk about this in the pregame because, like I said, it does get brought up quite a bit. But like, what are your thoughts on the T side here? Do you think it is somewhat limited in terms of what you can do strategically?
No, I think T-side on Cash, you have a lot of options. You can go 5 towards the site early. You could wait out smokes and then do like any type of Molotov take. You could split sites from middle. You could do fakes. We saw SK yesterday do a ton of fakes where, they always had somebody hitting one of the other sites when 4 or 3 were grouped up somewhere else. I think you have a ton of options on this map. I think it's a really, really well-made map and one of the best maps in CS right now.
Well, JDM chiming in for the first one, but oh my god, JDM with the double no-scope destroys Twist and Sean as they try to flush their way in. Relic's now the last man standing, but it's all over. Liquid are unstoppable right now. 10-3. What does Misfits do to respond to that?
I mean, they're even in a good position to kill JDM, right? 2 guys coming through the fence. He's out in the open. He's completely stuck. That's just brutal when you're Misfits, and nothing can go their way, man.
They line right up, and he destroys them all. So JDM is feeling it, Stanislaus is feeling it, and the Misfits, well, they're not feeling it, unfortunately. As we do go into the last couple rounds of the half, they have a bye going for them. Keep in mind, of course, shutting down just a half-bye round there, but the impressive shot certainly deems the hype behind it, as we see the Misfits now try to split up. They're still in this pretty much an opening default here, but it's JDM aggressive again, waiting for this. He gets flashbang, but he's able to back behind the box before he's spotted by Shazam here. And he's currently watching for a peek from the other side. He sees it though, but it is through the wall, so it's not going to be the full kill. Only brings him down to 11 HP. He's prioritizing his own life now. Down to 10, hit for 1 damage somehow there, but is allowed to cross back safely here to put himself up on the site instead.
Yeah, so he gets out of there very luckily. Shazam was posted up, does about, legs him or whatever. And not much worse for wear, though. I mean, you're an op with 10 HP. You could play headshot angle with B or something like that. And now they're back into more of a default setup. Stan with an interesting spot here in middle, anticipating any type of a boost. He's going to be able to see their heads and get a cheeky kill there, as it looks like Misfits is going to opt for an A take. And you know what? This is more of an A retake setup. They have 2 towards highway. They're just going to try to get kills on the site cross. And the site is pretty much conceded for him.
They are going to be allowed to cross it with the bomb on the ground here, but even so, Liquid are fighting back against it anyway. 1-for-1 trade on the way in. They did overpeak a little bit, which is how they lost Liege in this process, but now they're at the gates. Again, really, really quick rotates, but Shazam, he's waiting for this truck player. If he can shut down Pimp right from the start of this, it's going to be great. We would hope now that they're going to flush guys in from highway first, but he actually gives up that position, and now Pimp swings in. He's able to find Twist. They're down to 3. Molotov's actually going to limit the potential for Shazam to play to a position here, but Relics and Shazam both get kills. Shazam with another one, and then Sean moves in to shut things down. So it seemed like Liquid actually were going to be able to find a way back in, but right at the very end there, they run into smoke, they run into utility, and they just go right into the fight where Misfits are waiting for them, and they shut that down. Good stuff from Shazam to fall back and play an A main, as that's where he certainly finds most of his capitalization in that one. Yeah,
a very nice shot onto Nitro there. He was specifically jumping like that to try to avoid that from happening. But end of the day, it's 10-4 for Liquid, and Misfits finally able to get around, going their way after what seems like it's been a while, right? Nothing has been really going for him well this half. And now JDM and Shazam might be in a duel here in just a second, as JDM is consistently op B. He hasn't really changed his spot much, and Elige getting the counter boost at middle. Might be able to make something happen there.
Elige is timing this one, very much so waiting for the appropriate moment to try and push himself through here. At the moment, nobody is going to be watching out for him in that spot. If he went for it now, it would be clear, but obviously he doesn't know that, and the rest of Misfits are spreading themselves across. It's JDM that gets up aggressively, moves in against Shazam, shuts him down. He has not realized that Twist moves in, but he doesn't really spot that either, as he's walking around with a nade in hand currently. So he's allowed to cross back freely, get himself over to the bomb site. The rest of Misfits are now moving into the B hall, since they did sort of push JDM back, but he got a kill. And now the CTs just smoke it back off. So if they commit to this, it is still going to be hesitant. And it's not only this, too. Stanislaw is allowed to push directly through. Elige got denied, so they handled that at the very least. But still, there's a lot more work to be done, and they're not accounting for potential flanks, and that's where Stan's going to move right in, take down Relics. Pimp's waiting in the one-and-done spot. They got destroyed from here before, and it's going to happen again. Pimp drops the bomb. JDM got the first contact kill, so it was very easy for Pimp to pick up this second one, and Twist is hunting for him. He doesn't know where to look. Checks the corner this time, swings in, gets that kill, and a second one. Nicely done here, but he's still got a lot more work to do in the 1v2, and JDM chimes in for his third on the round, and it puts Liquid up to 11. We repeat the scoreline as we had back on Cobblestone. They will hold a big advantage, and with some shots like this from JDM, you're not going to want to miss the second half. Stick around, guys, and we'll be right back with more of the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, guys, so we do are prepared now to move into the second half of Cash between Team Liquid and Sean Garris' new roster, formerly TSM, now the Misfits. And well, unfortunately, things have not started off very well. The first two maps, both halves going 11-4. They almost rounded the comeback back on Cobblestone, but just weren't able to close it out there. And now we go over here towards Cash, where at the moment, it's Stanislaw and JDM just styling on them round after round.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take anything away from, Liquid's performance. I think I'm really, really impressed with a lot of their setups, the very small things that they're doing, the rotates that they're making, how quickly they're rotating, and things like that, and their general overall CT side. But Misfits could put up more rounds if they just, again, man, it happened on Cobble with Nitrous 3K in the drop room, or outside the drop room, I should say. And it happened again with 4 USBs and a FAMAS, and I'm pretty sure the FAMAS only got 1 kill. So pretty much losing the full USBs. I mean, if that doesn't happen, you're looking at a completely different landscape of that half. So now they're going into the CT half with a huge hole and a very tough task. And one of the things that I've noticed about Liquid is how conservatively they're buying on the T side. That's very different than how Optic bought. So Stanislaw maybe changing up his strategy a little bit, because Optic would force buy all the time with Tech 9s. They were very, very good at those rounds as well. But now it looks like Liquid's being a little bit more conservative. It might just be because Liquid has been, in control on their T side, so that might be why they did it. But I'm curious to see. That's something I'm going to look for, is how they buy. If they buy very aggressively, or if they're going to keep a conservative strategy when they have closer games than this.
Look at how aggressively the Misfits are moving here into the mid-garage. We'll have to find out in a moment if anybody from Team Liquid is actually watching out for this. From the look of it, no. JDM is remaining in the open. Sean just missed his chance, but they still have a very, very early flank to punish upon here. They'll be smoked off for the most part in aiming, so it's a clean take. But there's Sean battling it out. JDM spots it, though, so it's not as big of a surprise. I think they would have hoped that second player is, though, but they still managed that one. Shazam trading out one kill, but then JDM lining up the final shot to take him out. Elige with the Tech 9, working things against Relics here. It's down to Twist and Sick. Twist thought he had snuck up here without being spotted, but not the case, and Sick, he gets knocked out as well. It's a quick 12 from Team Liquid, and they only lose Pimp in this pistol.
Yeah, just milliseconds there, man. If they're able to snuff out that A push a little bit earlier, they probably could take that round victory. But JDM very smartly looks to the flank immediately and is able to shut Sean Gares down. And then they were able to get that kill on Shazam. And I'm telling you, Shazam is like a top 3 pistol player in NA for sure. His pistols are ridiculously good. And he's able to not even get a frag. So Misfits have been unfortunate there. They almost had that, just a little bit too slow on that push.
Well, we do have the rest of Team Liquid now spreading out. They're not going to go for anything super aggressive into this second round since the Misfits have forced their way into it with Deagle armor purchases. Sean being able to support a little bit more with utility there as he opts down for the 5-7 and adds his own bit of flair with the HE and Flashbang too. But again, not seeing anything decisive happening for Team Liquid just yet, but they have that mid boost getting prepared. They've kept the bomb in mid, and beyond this, keeping one player in the squeaky hall and one more just outside of those B halls watching for aggression on the CT side. So things really could go either way. They want to play it by ear. If they can grab some picks to be able to get easy control into one of the sites, that's great. The good option right now, just judging from the current layout of Misfits' players, is obviously going to be to head towards B, and they've even moved Shazam away from mid. So mid's wide open right now. B is basically an open site, as they only have Twist to defend it. If he goes down, they're not going to be able to do anything about that. Thankfully, quick rotations are moving back over in the other direction here. In a moment, Shazam's going to be joining the party, and a few seconds later, we'll have Sean up here too. But he'll have to go towards Heaven. Shazam waiting for this one, though. He's looking for the crosses. There's one for him. Continuing to pop up the shots, but he lost Twist on the sight. That's his eyes. Gone to the wind now. But Sean moving in. They're not checking towards Heaven right now. A quick adjustment to be able to take him back down. But still, we're even. We're in a 3v3, and Sick and Shazam just snuck out 2 more kills. It's down to Elige now in a 1v3, and only 20 more seconds to be able to get the bomb onto the ground. They'll back up. They'll weigh the pressure away from this one for the time being, and they actually still have Relic sitting on A, so they have yet to move him back down. I'm not sure if he disconnected. Yeah, it looks like he might have lagged out. So as they move in, Elige finds the 1 kill. Shazam, however, will trade that, so thankfully the disconnect is not going to hurt them too negatively. Misfits will still be able to clutch this one out and take control of a 5th, and maybe fight back a little bit here, just like they did on Cobblestone.
Yeah, and I mean, they win a 4v5 eco round off the back of their Deagles. And you know, that's what happened last half. They were able to win that second round. So you're looking at it, and if you're Misfits, you're saying, hey, you know, they did that to us. They won, you know, a round that, you know, they were saving. Obviously, it was a little bit different because they won with USPs and they won that second round with Eagles. But, you know, that's a momentum swinging round, and that is something that they needed. If they weren't going to win that second round, it would have been just so difficult for them to come back into this half.
Yeah, and this will give them the momentum to do so here. But I imagine we will also see an aggressive buy-in from Team Liquid to counteract this. We have seen more passive buys, but I still think when it came to this, and it happened in the last map too, they did try to go against it aggressively. And we can again see the stats being pulled up here, as we are going to have to wait a moment to get Relics back into the server. But very clearly seeing Stanislaw lead the way in the server at this point with 123 ADR. Unfortunately, JDM lagged behind a little bit there, but just in terms of impact, he's definitely second for this team right now, really shutting down a lot of these B pushes back on the CT side. Still very early on in the T half, so we don't really judge that one yet, but those have been the 2 stars for me, at least looking at Team Liquid so far in this map.
Yeah, and for Misfits, you always think Sick is going to be leading the way for them, at least statistically speaking, down to 3 and 16. So not really pulling his own weight when it comes to his impact. You're looking at him to be the star of this team. I think you're definitely going to look for him to you know, be very impactful on the scoreboard, and not having a good go against this Liquid squad.
It's actually Shazam that's been showing up quite well on this map. And Twist, well, he has fallen off back on Cobblestone too. I think he was the big pushing force that was allowing them to stay in the game for as long as they did. But now falling off a little bit here on this map. We're still seeing him help out in a couple of these gun battles here and there, but certainly not as much effective as he was having on Cobble.
But those gun battles that he's winning are generally just when he's last alive in a 1v4 and he gets 2. I think that happened 2 or 3 times, right? So it was like he's not even really in a position that he's going to probably win the the round. But yeah, he ends up getting 2. That's great. But I mean, he wasn't even really damaging their economy because Liquid had so much money. So it was just like the least impactful kills possible in that scenario, you know? And that's what I'm talking about, though. When we talk about this Misfits team, it's just so many times you'll see them, 2 guys will die, 3 guys won't even try to capitalize or trade off those kills. And for me, that's the most frustrating thing. Like, I've been in that situation where I go in first, you know, and then other guys are like hovering, and I'm like, what's going on, man? I'm running out there, I'm putting my life on the line for other people, but it's not happening. Putting their life on the line in order to get that trade and open up the round for everybody else, right? So it's a very, very frustrating process, and sometimes it's a little frustrating to watch.
Well, we do have a replay to take a look at here. I believe it's the big JDM clutch for anybody that did miss it when we had it live. Not really a clutch, but just the big play from him. Just picking off these guys in their push one by one. This is the double right here, the beautiful shot, and he's able to chain together one more directly after this one as well before he finally goes down. Massive damage being done, and once again, just illustrating to how dominant he was along with Stanislaw back in that first half.
Yeah, JDM, I mean, he just opted to be like every single round. Pimp was always there to support them. The thing about their setup is 90% of their adaptation and any type of change of where people were was not JDM or Pimp. Like, they were pretty much always on that B site. One time they got aggressive, they did like 60 damage to Twist, and then they fell back, but almost everything was off of, you know, Stanislaw, Nitro, and Elise kind of changing their position, putting some A main control, putting some middle pressure, you know, putting Nitro in the door the one round. That's where they were really changing their setup up. But B, it was pretty static. You know, JDM was almost always up in there, and Pimp was almost always supporting them.
Well, we got Relic back, and we're going to get right into the action here for Misfits. They push very aggressively out of the B hulls. Damage to JDM, but that's about it. They'll have to pull back pretty quickly, as they do not want to stick around in those B hulls for too long in case it was a big stack. Again, Team Liquid are on a bit of a half-buy situation here, so they may just end up grouping together and trying to push into one of the sites. For now, of course, that's not the case. They're split up pretty evenly across the map currently, but we may see that in the later round when they do go for the execute, as they have bought in smokes, so they do have the capability to go for some type of an execute. We can see that now. Stanislaw and I imagine some of the others are trying to line up smokes to deploy, and in they go over the top of the roof in between mid and the site, and they'll start to flood back in here, giving these guys the room to push back in. But keep in mind, this is all a ruse. The actual take is not coming in here. It's just these two in Squeaky Hollow. They're going to try to sell it, but the guys from Misfits have read it beautifully. They haven't felt any of the pressure at A at all. They're still focusing on mid. They've got guys in B, but hold on, maybe they're shifting away. It's very indecisive right now, as we haven't seen the commitment from Team Liquid towards B yet either. They call it off. They're swinging back through mid, and they're going to head back to the original plan on A, but those smokes and whatnot have already faded, so you only have the one player that managed to sneak in through them before. Nitro sitting in this position. It's been enough, though, to force players like Sick back. He's down at 5 HP in some sort of a gun battle that I imagine happened a few seconds ago. They've still got one more smoke that they can reapply, so it's going to let them through. Shazam unloads that entire clip and is not going to be able to connect really any shots at all. Now the bomb goes on the ground. They're in full control, and this is a 5v5 retake. The Misfits have not been able to find anyone at all here in the course of Team Liquid trying to push their way into the site. They've remained very passive until up to the very end, but now Elige, he'll strike first. Sean Garris moving back in though, looking for the trade. Nitro misses his chance, but Elige comboing it with 3 frags together on the Tech 9. Relic's trading it for 1. Sean's the last man standing. He's got a 1v2. He knows where one of them's at. Elige is about to ace this if he can get this last kill right now. Wrapping around looking for it. He's down very low at 21 HP. Sean Garris denies it. Now he's got 1 more to go, but Pimp is going to waste as much time as possible. Sean doesn't have a kit. He doesn't have enough time, and he's going to fall away and yield this one to Team Liquid.
Wow. They do an A fake. Nitro goes out A, doesn't see anybody as it's just a complete A retake, and it looks like they're going to run into a B stack. I mean, all 4 players from the T side are coming towards B, and then all of a sudden, you know, they backtrack. Pimp stays alive at middle to get on any type of alert. Elige just destroys them all from that forklift, and that is crazy, man. That was a really strange round to see. Coming out of these Misfits guys, they had nobody trying to cut off the B push or anything like that, but beautiful Counter-Strike from Liquid. I mean, that was great by them, and I am very encouraged from what I'm seeing from this Liquid team, just as far as like a overall strategy mindset, and I think they're playing very good Counter-Strike right now.
Well, we can see an even split again from Team Liquid as they go essentially into the opening default. Molotov being tossed to the back box in case an Opper or another player wanted to hide in there, preventing a very fast play in through mid, like a mid to B split. From being able to punish that in the later portion of the round. They won't catch them, of course, as the Misfits are based on a full save. They haven't gamble stacked either. We can see that JDM gets brought down to 49 HP on that peak against Shazam, but ultimately still gets the kill, and now they're going to be able to regroup just outside of A main, and I'm pretty sure push directly into that bomb site. There's 2 players defending it. The rifle itself, I don't think it's positioned here yet. It's over on the B-bomb side right now. So Sean is going to have to rotate that pretty quickly if they want to have it, you know, really bring any effectiveness to the table. As beyond this, everybody from Misfits is just sitting on either the default pistol or one of the 5-7, or in the case of Sick, he's working with the Deagle here, but they're held up a little bit here. There's a good amount of utility still sitting on Sean, and he arrives in time to be able to support. When it comes time to frag, though, the Misfits guys are not on point. They've lost that rifle. Relics is hiding back in quad. A nice tap there to destroy Twist with the AK. Relics finds the 1 kill from quad, but is then destroyed after that one as Liquid continue to trudge forward, now at 14 rounds.
Yeah, 14-5, and Misfits just looks a little bit like they're falling apart here. I mean, almost no impact from Twist and Sick, who are supposed to be like their young gunners and their 2, you know, real frag players, and just really struggling against this Liquid team. And now they're on pistols again, you know, at 14-5, most likely going to be a 15-5 scoreline here.
Well, we can see Elige again testing the waters at mid very early on here, as Misfits still do not have enough cash to invest. Sick is already been spotted. He's brought down to 13 HP, trying to peek into here. It's Shazam, actually, that's still finding a somewhat decent amount of impact, and there's the kill from the Z position, despite the gun he brings to the table. Whether it's a USP, a Deagle, or an Op, he's able to usually pick up at least 1 or 2 kills here. Unfortunately, the rest of the team, that's just not really showing up right now. Stan finding Sean Garris there, again, trading out the kill. We still have Sick down at 11 from his white box peaks that were happening a few moments ago. And it's just slow play from Team Liquid. They have no reason to rush this. They're continuing to capitalize on the over-aggressiveness on the CT side from the Misfits, and slowly just whittling them down 1 by 1. Still a minute on the clock as well, so not even being pressured by the timer currently. They'll sneak in. We'll see if Twist can do any damage. Flashbang is great. He can't spot anything at all. He doesn't even get the kill. JDM combos in for another one here onto the B-bomb site. The last 2 are rotating over really quickly as Relics and Sick will try to get into a position, but odds are not looking great right now, and more than likely this is going to put Team Liquid up to match point.
That was a beautiful flash. Something you always want to time whenever you come out those vents, as Relics is able to pick off Elige and probably be able to take that AK. Sick creeping out of the heaven, looking for any type of a kill that Liquid might give him, but Stan is just too aware, man. Just sniffs it out, gets that kill, and Relics gonna hightail it out of there to try to save that AK, probably going door, I would guess. But, you know, Liquid 15-5. Misfits not putting up much of a fight.
Yeah, unfortunately not, and much like back on Cobblestone, where we did see hints of what could be a good game and a good playstyle working out from them. Ultimately, as we see rounds 1 from Liquid, which they have no business doing so, they fall apart and just never are really able to ever recover from it. And again, we can see Shazam still being able to do that damage with the USP from Z, being a consistent pain in the butt. But for the rest of these guys, again, they're They're just not really finding any impact beyond this, and now this goes up to match point. Misfits now need to win 10 straight to be able to try and take this into overtime. The investment for Misfits, of course, is there. We have one more gun round coming out from them, but it's Team Liquid all the way so far, and it's going to take some big stuff from Misfits to round this back now. Very quickly into A main as well at the beginning of this one, and already seeing Nitro on the peak. They've spotted the guy at quad. It's going to be Shazam this time, shying away from Z as he's finally got the op to work with. Finds the first kill. Nitro just out on his own, actually. There's really no one else to follow that one up. They'll smoke it to give them a bit of room to try and chain this over towards the forklift if they want to try to do that, but it's called off. They just decided to back up from A main. Now they're going to regroup around the garage here, but if they go out towards mid, you got Sean in the corner too. We have to hope that they check him now, and it's also just relics by Whitebox. Flashbangs go out. Sean's not affected by that one at all, but there's no push. This flashbang's going to hit. Pimp sees it. It's Elige that gets the kill. Relics with the trade, but he doesn't last long. A 3v3. Things have now been equalized here, but Team Liquid don't have a lot of control. Thankfully, the time is still very high. A minute left for them to play with here. They've got mid if they want to try to push towards it, and they've split up all three of the remaining CT. Shazam fully committed to A, Sick kind of backing away and hesitantly playing into both sites. And for Twist, well, he's your B player, as it does seem Liquid are going to be taking this over towards B, and Sick just watches out to see if they recommit themselves to mid.
Yeah, 3v3 and a 1-1-1 setup coming out from Misfits. So nobody has any type of map control. You know, Sick coming towards Heaven, it looks like, so they're overplaying B a little bit. And look at this read by Liquid. As soon as he goes over to B, Stanislaus calling them to go back towards A. He feels like it's too obvious that they're there. Shazam quad all alone, and all of a sudden this is looking like, unless he multi-frags, it's going to be around for Liquid.
They bait out the first shot and it misses. Flashbang from the tease actually is going to do good damage. They only have 8 seconds on the clock, but with that kill, they've been given free access to the site, and there's going to be no risk to putting this bomb down. Goes to the ground. It's a 2v3. They're not going to be able to trade any of these kills instantly as they are smoked up. Another smoke is applied. JDM with that shot out of nowhere destroys Twist. Sick will have to 1v3 this to keep them in the game. He's going to push for it, but it's not going to pan out. JDM shuts it down, and it's Team Liquid 16-5 that take map number 2.
Yeah, just an absolute dominant performance. I mean, and it really wasn't even close. I mean, I'm telling you from like an overview standpoint, Liquid was so far ahead of them just when it came to flashing for their teammates, all the little things, all the rotations, the T-side calls. We're so far ahead of these Misfits, of the Misfits team. Like, it wasn't just the kills that they were getting, it's how they were getting them. It was the overall structure. Liquid looked very, very impressive.
All right, guys. So to talk a little bit more about this, we're going to send it over to the analysis desk. Donna and Bach, your thoughts on that second map?
Thank you, Blue. As always, I do appreciate you as well. A blowout.
Yeah.
That was not, I mean, not even remotely close to, I think, what we anticipated.
I mean, I gave Misfits a fighting chance. I really thought that Misfits would come out swinging on cash. The map plays to their strengths in players like Sick and Twist. Sick just basically absent throughout that entire map. Never really seemed to catch his stride. And Stanislaw, I mean, he played out of his mind. You normally don't expect the in-game leader to pick up the number of frags that he had, but he was leading the chart for a while for Liquid.
I mean, even with Misfits on their T side, they looked, slightly disorganized, but more than that, they looked very much like, hey, we're not going to check this angle, and they're going to be punished for it. That's what ends up happening a lot of the time.
And on top of that, Liquid just had a good read on it. Like the whole game, like Dave Zeason talks about it in that very last round, they start working towards B, and Stan clearly makes a call. He says, this is too obvious. We need to go, let's go back to A. So they rededicate back to A, and it worked out beautifully. And that felt like time and time again, that was what was going to happen. Like, there was a play early on, they go for the aggression, the fast play in mid because nothing was working, and Stanislaw called for a counter. They had like 3 or 4 players in mid.
Let's take a look at a very pivotal round here in this matchup. We've got round 4 loaded up for you guys. And basically in this one, this is the point where Misfits they're setting a bad tone. Like, they're in a bad place after this round.
Very reminiscent of Kabul. It's an eco round. It should be an easy win. They work towards A initially, and they do great damage, but then they're like, okay, they're starting to stack up on A, and you can see it by the minimap. 4 players are there. So 4 players on the A site waiting for Misfits. So they think, let's go back towards mid, which is a great call. Really good read from Misfits to fall away, knowing that they had stacked the site. They send 2 players up on the boost, and they get ready to push out mid, and then all hell breaks loose. They get into mid, and At that point, Liquid has actually rotated back around. They go for this nice boost up in the Z connector over top of the smoke, and damage starts coming out. You would think, oh, it's just pistols. Like, what are they really going to do? It just works out wonderfully for them. They find a couple of kills here. Stan's going to get one. Elish has got the FAMAS. He actually falls off, but Stan gets the other player up on top of the boost. JDM's in the A site. Quickly goes down, as is to be expected. But it looks like the round could still very easily go their way. Sean Garris somehow ends up in a 1v3. Elish just carves him apart with the FAMAS.
I think the storyline here, too, on the CT side here for Liquid is they're a team that will punish you. They will get in your face. They will take the fight to you, and they're not afraid of it. And what would end up happening is they would end up capitalizing on a lot of the, just the little miscues, little mistakes there that Misfits would make, and ultimately that would end up costing them a round.
Yeah, like it wasn't terribly misplayed by Misfits at all. It wasn't like they were playing a terrible CS. It just felt like every time they made a change or made a call, Liquid made a call that countered it perfectly. Like that mid play. Nothing was working, they go fast mid. There's 4 players or whatever it was from Liquid waiting for them on the other side. That happened time and time again.
We're going to pull up the graphic now here of Stanislaw and his stats across this one. I mean, his ADR spoke for itself, I believe.
Yeah, 26-9, 25 ADR. Absolutely unreal. Not really the performance you expect from him. Sort of like a selfless player, fades into the background, willing to put himself on the line first to give his team an opportunity to win. I mean, we saw it on Cobble. There was a fake play they did one round where he goes B by himself, and the whole purpose of him going B is just to keep the other team on B while the rest of his team goes A. Kind of that selfless play style was what we saw throughout the first map, and then the second map he came to life.
Okay, we'll talk about coming to life here. We've got the clip that I think would probably be one of the fraggier highlight clips of the match. JDM around 13 right here as he does get a double no-scope into that vent. Kind of walk us through the situation that's happening that allows this to happen.
I mean, this is an eco round. Misfits is trying to go fast with a split B. They send 2 players into the vents and 3 B main. JDM hits the first shot, and let's be real, that second kill is pretty much just pure luck. He dies after picking up the 4th, but at that point, the damage has been done. It's all up to Relics, and the bomb is probably unretrievable. I'm not sure if he'd be able to jump E grab it, but just this no-scope, you couldn't repeat that if you tried. Just absolutely unreal. Just, sometimes the planets align.
It was a good shot. I mean, in the chance that he doesn't get that double kill right there, he's in a bad position, right? They're moving in on him fast. They've got these pistols. We all know how pistols are in CSGO.
Yeah.
He's in a bad position. But the fact that he does get that no-scope double kill, it kind of keeps him going,
I mean, it was like a 3-player swing.
We have the JDM graphic up right here. Let's talk a little bit about him and Cash.
Well, let's say he misses that shot.
Yeah.
Then that first player kills him. Now it's 3 players versus, because all of a sudden those 3 guys he was gonna kill are now alive. So it's 4 players moving into the site. Even if he kills that first guy, realistically speaking, the second one should be able to follow it up. But JDM really came on fire on Cash. That op really took over. It was a huge piece of Liquid's defense on the CT side, and it helped solidify B round after round. Now, he had a couple rounds where he missed a few big shots, but that round kind of sealed the deal and just made a really frustrating situation for Misfits.
Okay, so we've got another matchup coming up after this one. We're going to go into Luminosity and Renegades. We're going to see them go into doubleheader here on Cobble and Dust 2. The farewell of Dust 2, might I add, in case some of you guys at home are QQing more than you normally do in your downtime. Yeah, it's going to be the last time we see Dust 2, and we definitely have, with Cobble, we've already seen it tonight. What can we anticipate between these 2 teams on Cobble?
I mean, we saw Renegades play Cobble the other night. Did not go well for them. 16-5, they got shredded by Optic. They're going to need to adjust and fix some of the problems they had last night, or it could very easily be a fast night for Luminosity.
Well, we will find out when we come back from this break. Let's go now to a nice preview of a JW highlight clip.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
ESL One is coming back to New York City in 2017. September 16th to the 17th. Get your tickets now at ESL1.com.
All right, we're back here on the Pro League. We're about to get into our second doubleheader of the night. It's going to be Luminosity. It's going to be Renegades. It's going to be Cobble. It's going to be Dust 2.
A repeat of Renegades' first match in ESL Pro League that did not go well for them.
Well, that's a common theme online. It seems to happen every now and then to just about everyone. So, with that being said, let's take a look at the rosters we've got here in front of you. And I really think a key player that steps out right here would be Yell.
Yeah, Yell being the opper for Luminosity, he's a big piece of the puzzle, but you've got Destiny, PKL, SHG, and Showtime surrounding him. Destiny's actually a very capable rifler as well, as is PKL, a strong clutch player. So in general, a lot of potential for Luminosity.
Absolutely, and we're going to switch over right away over here to the Renegades. Still looking at this JKS fella, and only because he's got that cool last name.
Yeah, we talked about it. Mr. Savage would be a much better in-game name, but you've got Azza, JKS, Ustilo, Yam, and Ricky. Azza and Yam really had a rough night last night. At one point, Azza on Cobble had 0 kills, finished the map 1-19. Not an acceptable performance. If they're going to win this map, they're going to need him to step up.
It's not too bad. Could be a lot worse.
Well, yeah, he could have finished with 0 kills.
Which
is technically, mathematically impossible. That's how much worse it is. You could not calculate the difference.
Well, to calculate this one a little bit further, let's throw it to the Bears who's standing by.
Thank you, Stunna, and welcome back to another Let's See Who's Going to Play Out this round. And what we're going to see is Team Renegades. They're going to start off with the 3-2 default. And what this really does is they send 2 people towards this A-bomb site to put pressure, to make sure the counter-terrorists don't flank them that fast, to really keep the at least 2 people towards that A-bomb site. As this is happening, Ustilo and his teammates are working the drop, they're throwing nades, they're making noise, they're trying to make the counter-terrorists, they're everywhere, they're spread out, they're doing the default, whatever. And so the magic of this strat is, though, once Ustilo gets down into this drop area, his teammates are going to start lurking towards that platform area. And so what's going to happen is if they peek on Ustilo first, the people on platform are going to hop out and try to flank him. If the people, or if TSM is looking towards platform, this is when Ustilo is going to be peeking, as you see right here. He gets an easy kill, and it's pretty much a good game for Team Renegades as they sandwich the people in the B-bomb site. A lot of communication, a lot of teamwork makes this strat work, and good job to them. Back to you, Stunna.
Thanks, Eric. As always, appreciated. All right, Bach, we're gonna get into this one really fast. So give me a quick prediction.
I look at this first map and I think LG takes it. Based on what we saw last night from Renegades, I do not have faith in their cobble. I think that LG wins this one all the way.
There's definitely always a chance. Let's go, Renegades. Let's see what you can do. But to do that, let's take it away here with Blue and Dazed.
All right, yeah, thank you very much. Then we're getting prepared to jump into yet another Cobble match. Remained flawless in that record for the entire week so far. Every single match had at least one of the 2 maps played on Cobblestone. And now this one has been interesting because it's we're in the North American League. We're in the North American studio. We have 0 North American players in this game. What is up with that?
They're taking our jobs, Blue. Taking our jobs. No. Yeah, but both teams are very, very good. Both teams are probably going to... Well, obviously, Renegades fell flat last night. They didn't play well, but I predicted both teams to be fighting for a playoff spot. You know, I think Luminosity is very, very dedicated. You'd assume Renegades would be very dedicated being in America from Australia, right? All living like a gaming house together. You'd assume so. So I figured, you know, both teams would have a good chance of at least fighting for playoffs. We'll see, though.
I mean, we saw Azure getting off to a rough start, but he was able to recover a little bit there going into the second map. Again, I don't think he really like exploded or whatnot, but we did see him obviously, you know, impacting comparatively to I think only ending last night's Cobblestone game with like 1 or 2 kills at most, and they didn't even get them until like the very last couple of rounds. So he was really struggling last night. We have to hope he shows up. Meanwhile, on the Luminosity side, again, you know, we've been seeing them in the scene for a while now. Like, who's your highlight player out of that mix, and what, like, is there any unique players I think that are on this team right now that you want to highlight specifically? This is the first time we're seeing them on the mainstream here.
Well, playing with them in Rank S, I think they all seem very, very solid, individually speaking. I haven't particularly watched them enough to really know if they're going to have like a star player carry them or anything like that. I do think Yell is very, very, you know, skilled with the op. He can make a lot of nice highlight level plays. But as a team, I'm waiting to see, you know, what we see from them. I predict good things because they put in a ton of time into the game. Their improvement from the start of Premier until now, I think, has been exponential. And I think they're going to really show people that, like, even though it's their first season of the Pro League, first season of Professional, that they could turn some heads and come out with, I think, a winning record. And I think they might even make LAN playoffs.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to find out on that one, of course. There's a lot of teams jumping into it now. A lot of change-ups, again, in North America, though, and it's sort of shifting the dynamic around among, like, who is the best here. SK, I think they're still a safe bet to make it in. Same thing for the Immortals as well, with the way that they've been able to perform consistently, especially with, you know, just online playing, being able to qualify. They do drop the ball sometimes in the online play, but, of course, there's plenty of time to discuss that later. It is now time to get into the match, and, well, we have the flags correct today as well. The Aussie flag flying high for the Renegades and the Brazilian one for Luminosity. It's back under their banner now. The legendary organization which kickstarted the previous SK, and now it is back with a new squadron here in the ESL Pro League. Showtime, Yell, Pickle, SHZ, and Destiny. We'll have to see how they can perform as they start off on the CT side. Right at the beginning, however, the Renegades kick it off really fast, but Pickle right over here on the backside. He's going to find 1 and 2 before being traded down by Yam. After this one, SHZ moves in, able to trade that back onto Yam. Ustilo and Ricky, the last 2 standing, but they're pushed outside of the mid-connector right now. LG's in full control of the situation.
Yeah, and just, again, every single time Renegade rushes on their T-Pistol, either area, they just rush. Every single time they 5-man rush. It's freaking crazy to me. It's also so cold in here, Blue. What is going on, man? I wish I had that tracksuit that the Bears had.
That was
seemingly he just wears it every day. It's pretty crazy, huh?
Just, gotta keep the clothes consistent. It's outerwear though, so it doesn't get that dirty. So
true.
You're able to wear that from day to day. We changed it up yesterday a little bit. He had the ESL hoodie. But now these last two, they're trying to push their way up to the site. SHZ waiting for it, however. Wrapped over here around the backside. Destiny actually having some trouble finding the finishing blows against these players. As SHZ was in Ricky's found another one. Ustilla's found a second. Destiny does trade out on Ustilla, so it's down to Ricky. But he's been on point with these pistols before. There's one more. Somehow this goes down to a 1v1. He's looking for Showtime. He's found him there to the left of the tree. Spotty's got him at 8 HP. And somehow the Renegades pull that one off. Ricky with the big clutch, the 3K, and they're going to control the pistol.
Wow. So from a 4v2 into a T-side pistol round win for Renegades was looking really bad for them when Pickle, who I don't even know if he wants us to call him Pickle, but we all call him Pickle in Rank S because it's a great alias, all right?
It's pretty good.
Pickle is a good alias.
The problem is if he doesn't want to be called that, we're setting the precedent now, and then I'll have to fight against that.
Who's gonna say anything about it?
I mean, he might.
He might? No, I think he likes it.
All right, well, we'll stick with it for now until someone says something in the other direction. As LG go on to their force-up round here in the second. Just the usuals. 5-7 CZs in the Deagle for SHZ. Yell buys up Lighter with just a P250 to save for the op. And it's a big 4-man stack on the B-bomb site, only leaving Yell to defend A. And obviously the Renegades not going to be doing any real rushing here. They'll just be sitting back and playing into the default, running the timer down so as not to run into any big stacks here from LG.
Yeah, but a 4-man B, overplay a little bit. They have 2 outside of drop around the E-box and the connector, and then 2 towards B. Renegades slowing it down a little bit. So usually the Renegades games that we cast, Blue, are like the fastest games possible. They play the fastest style of CS, I think, out of everybody in Pro League by far. It's pretty crazy. All 4 guys grouped up along B, 1 player towards along A for Renegades. JKS kind of scouting it out, seeing if he could see anything around here. He's going to battle Yell in just a second, so they're probably going to wait on this, and then they'll execute on B.
LG, we have an interesting situation as JKS is wrapping his way around for free onto the site, but he doesn't check behind him here, and Yell is able to catch that kill. The more of them are going to be actually falling back away from this one, which recommits the majority of the players from LG into this B bomb site when it's only Ricky trying to sell this right now. The rest of them are pushing up into A. They fall back, but they've noticed this far too late. Now Yell's going to do massive damage. Only 8 seconds, though, and he lines up for a second kill. That'll drop the bomb. They're going to push out and try to prevent this from going onto the ground. And I don't even think they're going to have time. They just try to knock out the players one by one. Thankfully, they kept Showtime behind the wall, because if he had pushed out, there was a chance they could have recovered that, but they actually don't have enough time to put the bomb on the ground, and LG wins it on the timer.
What the hell is going on, man? How are you going to hit back to A and not even give yourself enough time to plant? That is crazy. I don't even think if Yell, if Yell didn't get that kill, I don't even know if they would have been able to plant anyways.
Because they kept going, and I think the bomb, when it dropped, it immediately went into the guy next to him.
That is crazy.
So for whatever reason, they stutter on their way up to the A site, and it costs them so much time that they don't even get the bomb on the ground. Again, though, it's almost a slip-up from LG. By the virtue of the fact that they keep Showtime behind the wall, they still win that round out there. But now they control the situation. 1-for-1 trades to start things up, but Azur's still sitting behind that back box there. And in a moment, Showtime may realize that as he does end up getting flashed out, pushes, but he's too late to do so, as Azur's already fallen back into those B halls there. Again, the very standard stack from the Renegades is they're going to be moving into these B halls and actually now trying to recommit out to the broken wall platform here. But Showtime with the nade going deep. Not a lot of damage, but he has a hole on the right side of that smoke to be able to punish more of these Aussies. He takes down Azur. More are going to try to push out here since they do have the smoke to support them right now. But Shiz and some of these other ones, well, they're ready for this play. There's another one for Showtime. He's going to go for another one and almost gets the ace. Ustilla will deny it, but now he's alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, he has the stairs to work with, though, so LG, they don't want to contest him when he's on these stairs. It's very easy to win gun battles if you're still here. He is down to 45 HP, though, so they want to kill him when they cross the site, just like that. Yell hits a beautiful op shot, but the real hero of that round was Showtime. Upper B pressure, trades off the death of his teammate. I think that was Destiny at the start of the round, and then just holds strong over there. Gets another kill during the execute, calls for his teammates that the execute's coming, drops into the smoke, ends up getting 2 more after that. So beautiful hold by Showtime. very well done on this LG side in order to win that round. But Renegades, you know, economically speaking, they're going to have a really good buy coming up in this following round. So they're not in a terrible spot. Having said that, though, LG winning that ridiculous second round puts them in pretty good control because this upcoming gun round, they're going to have full utility as long as they win this, you know, 3 Glock 2 P250 round. They're going to have full utility to work with, and we'll see if they keep that type of aggression up along B.
Yell's already going to chime in for 1 kill here from the main doorway. Transitions over here towards the balcony. Shiz is able to see them pushing past this doorway and actually commits a bit late, but it works. Yell is going to miss the op shot, goes down to Ustilo, but everything is already gone for the guys on the Renegades. However, Ustilo gets that one saving grace in finding the kill against Yell, but that is it. It trades right back, and it's LG in full control there as the Renegades do try to go way too quickly up to the A site, and it is pretty easily countered out by the Brazilians.
Yeah, so first guns versus guns, 5 AKs on the Renegade side. Decent amount of utility as well. You're still leading the charge for them with 6 frags already, but LG, they have pretty good control. They have 3 rounds already. Yell looking up towards long A. They delay a little. Pickle delays the mid-smoke a little bit, and Yam just runs right through it. With 1 flash, smoke comes out behind him. Molotov gets extinguished in it. Destiny fighting you still over at the plat. So there's action going around all across the map. Blue, this is your specialty. I shouldn't be talking right now. I can't keep up.
Well, we can see the Renegade.
I don't speak fast enough. All right.
I mean, you could go at it. It just takes practice, man. I've been doing this for like 4 years now.
All right. You don't have to brag. All right.
Just saying. Anyone can do it. You just need time. And a lot of free work.
A lot of free work? What does that mean?
Means you got to do it for free a lot before you get to this point.
Oh.
Well, LG, again, stack themselves 3-2 across the map. Not going to be fully rotating and really getting a read as to what the Renegades are doing just yet either. It's a 4 stack towards A, or apologies, towards B for the Aussies right now, but they're taking a long time to execute here, running the timer down very, very low. 40 seconds on the clock. It does seem that they are finally going to start pushing forward at this 40-second marker, however. They've smoked out the window, so they will get early drop control here. It's pretty light. For the most part, the LG players are focusing on platform control instead, and we can see the final smokes getting ready to be deployed here too. JKS is going to try to settle in the direction. Well, he starts off well, but then Yell trades it out. Destiny with 1 more. We'll see Yam trading out the kill here, but Azur with that drop control is trying to impact. He can't do it. SHZ and then Showtime finalize those last 3 kills. That's almost teammates. Everybody but Pickle picks up a frag that time. And it's another one for LG as they continue to push forward 4-1 now.
Yeah, they push forward, and there you go. The beautiful blue. You heard it from him first. Work sets you free, right?
Apparently it's too fast. No.
Too fast?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've tried to slow it down. I could go way faster if I wanted to. Just got to hold it back, you know.
Yeah. I hear you.
So it's another half-buy round here for the Renegades. Still the default split, though. But Ustilo went very aggressively into this corner. The flashbang, thankfully, is going to let him get away. Destiny misses his chance to get that kill, but he still took a lot of damage, and Showtime tried to move in for the trade, and he may be able to get it. This HE grenade is actually blocking off Ustilo for a moment there, so Showtime realizes it a bit late. He only brings him down to 7, and he's just going to back away. As the rest of these Ts now get ready to move in for some type of control. Probably a drop A split from the current formation of their players. But this could develop in the other direction too, since they are just on a half-buy, well, not even really a half-buy round. They are just on an upgraded pistol round. And they will have to throw a lot of their assets in one direction here to try to get any amount of control, as LG has not been struggling at all on these anti-ecos. They've been able to control them more times than not. So as we do see the shift happening, it does still lead itself into what's more than likely going to turn itself into a drop split. There's the flashbang to allow them to get control, and the guys on ramp, well, they don't move in just yet. Drop is for free, but moving outside is where they're going to have more trouble. SHZ shutting out both of them. Pickles here now to find another one as he shuts down Azur. Looks for a second. SHZ is going to steal it from him, but he chimes in for the third with his USB, and we will see Luminosity pick up yet another round here.
Yeah, 1-5, and these Luminosity guys are looking very well drilled. Teamwork on point, you know, setups. You know, you see they have a game plan with what they're doing, and nice shot by SHZ in this drop room to get 2 of them. So 1-5, another gun round coming up for Renegades. What's your heritage, by the way, Blue? I'm curious.
I think it's like 50% German.
What? Wow.
Like
no surprise there.
It's like German and Irish, I think. Partially Hungarian.
You have no idea what's going on right now, huh?
Not really.
No?
No.
I gotcha. All right.
Fairly oblivious if you haven't
You'll see on
caught on to
Twitter.
that.
You'll see on Twitter.
So So they're going to move back in. A little weird there, but Pickle finds the kill on the JKS. Yell also waiting now for them to push back in, but smoke off, so the rest of the Renegades won't be pushing into that just yet. He gets tagged, actually, though, on a repeak. They bring him down to 7, but Pickle's still here, but he'll fall back and just wait on the site itself to see where the Renegades are going to take this. Ricky picking up that kill again, does equalize things a bit, brings it down to the 4v4. The Australians still trying to figure out exactly where they want to play this towards. But with the time getting a bit lower here, they do need to start shifting into it. Still a minute left, so nothing really pressing them. But LG also don't really have a great idea in terms of where this is going to be played towards it either. They just 2-2 split it, and they're going to try to adjust based on what they see. And unfortunately, with their current positions, well, the aggression is not going to be too great, and they're going to get this spot onto the actual A play probably pretty late, especially now that they've moved Destiny away from the steps there. He's now hiding out at Broken Wall, so he's going to get a pretty late spot onto the fact that it's one player moving in towards drop is really the only here. They move up, though, and Yell actually gets forced away from that angle where he can punch these players on the alley with Showtime. SHZ, though, finding these beautiful kills exactly where they need to. Now they've kept it even. Yustillo, though, trying to battle it back, but he's only able to get one because he swings wide. Yam, though, moves back in, finds the extra frag onto Yell, but then Showtime finalizes it. They cannot stop the Brazilian squad right now as they're pushing ahead now, and they're going to get their 6th.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, man. This Renegades team just so far this season looks like they've just taken a step back from the previous one. It's pretty crazy to see, but this LG team making their, pro debut. Is it their first matches so far in Pro League?
If they played one on the second stream, then we missed it, but this is the first one here on the main
stream.
What
was their score? The other, or not score, but the records. Bach writing it down on the cue card for me. 0-2. Who'd they lose to, Bach? He's writing more stuff on the cue card.
Immortals. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. But they're looking great against Renegades, and, Renegades just not looking strong in these upcoming, or these initial matches of this season. Just looking outplayed in a lot of aspects of the game. Just strategically, though, I mentioned it last night, are just looking outmatched by a lot of these squads.
Well, we can see LG again pushing forward here, but actually taking quite a bit of damage from what the Renegades threw at them right at the beginning of this round. Both Pickle and Yell were forced up onto the top here. Now Yell is going to place himself at the wall. Flashbangs are good, and he's given all that time to adjust for the shot into Azure. 2 more rolling out of nowhere there. Yustillo finally catching a trade, but now the 1v2, or apologies, the 2v5 they're going to have to work with is he's not really going to be potent enough as they move up. Destiny finds the kill onto Yustillo, and it's another push that's ultimately shut down fairly simplistically by the Brazilian roster. 7-1 becomes their scoreline here as we finally see a pause called from the Renegades.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not really set up for success, right? They're hitting A, there's 3 people there. They don't even have a split. It's everybody through middle. Nobody's even backstabbing towards long or anything like that. And OG just has their rotations on point. They're taking control of certain parts of the map at the right times, and playing really, really well right now. So Renegades, falling a bit flat and starting out this season very, very slow. It's not looking good for them.
It seems like they're playing this really loose style right now on the T side, but unfortunately it's never really conjoining into anything more solid in the late rounds here, letting themselves spread out. And while, again, they are able to punish some of the early aggression from LG, they're never actually killing any of them. They're only doing enough damage just to force them back onto the sites, and because they constantly let them push out and survive, they're always getting the read in terms of where their player stacks are, and they never try to change that up either.
Yeah, and Renegades, we saw it the last time they were playing. Just always grouping up, always attacking a site with no pressure on the other site. Over-rotates coming towards their way when they hit it. A lot of big rounds coming from individuals on the other team, like 4Ks, aces, and things of that nature. And we're seeing that again today where just over-rotates really hitting them hard. Now they're pistol armor, going for a quick drop split. SHZ, catches wind of this very early, and Destiny gets caught off guard, but the perfect rotations by Yell and SHZ shut it down. JKS in a 1v5 with just Tech 9, no armor. We'll see if he can even get this one kill at the rock.
Doesn't even know which way to aim, it seems, as Yell just takes him down, and yet again, they rotate into it perfectly, and the Renegades don't really seem to have a plan when they push out from that smoke there. They just rush out and get destroyed time and time again.
Yeah, so they get another buy round, though. fully bought round, right? 10 flashes, 5 smokes, 4 Molotovs, AKs, and an AWP across the board. Azure having another rough one. JKS as well, though. JKS 0-9, Azure 1-8 right now. And they start out this round with, you know, a normal default kind of setup. And this is where you really need to see Renegades utilize some type of nades, right? Use your utility, push back things, try to take it strategically and methodically. And it's just not something we've seen these past 2 days so far. So right now, Yell pushing, gets a 4v5 on Yam. And Yam out in the open while he throws that flashbang. And it's just all falling apart.
Yeah, the Renegades now are going to try to, I imagine, pushing for some drop control when the smoke starts to fade away. But they've got someone waiting over there inside of the transition room. They'll be ready to battle out for that one. It's a SHZ. He actually does get mollied out, so they'll get control there. But again, rotations are already moving in to try and stop these players. They don't have anybody trying to push in. If they were going to drop split this, it's definitely heading directly in towards that B bomb site. They're already getting prepared to move over here, and they've done nothing in terms of deploying utility. Not like they really can either. They only have 2 smokes left now, the single Molotov along with flashbangs. This is going to be a pretty raw push. They can smoke out the broken wall portion and try to get a clean cross onto that, but then they still have to get themselves out from this. And it's not just here either. It's the players that drop that are going to be going up against the same problem now as they do try to deploy. We can see the pop flash going up over top. SHG not even really hit by that one. He sees it coming. He still actually does get the first kill, but fails to account for the fact that someone could be hiding on the site side of the boost up box. Now Azure trying to make the best of bad situations. He did trade onto Destiny. They're even 3v3, but they don't have any flanks we're against. This is all just a big battle here, but they're finally impacting on these frags. Again, though, being traded out, and that's a big play from SHZ if it works. He moves in, does massive damage to one of the remaining Ts, and in fact, they both just take them down. Yell and SHZ grab the final 2, and it continues. The scoreboard here for LG, 9-1 now. Huge amounts of money for some of these players. They're winning in almost every aspect of the game, even in these clutch scenarios now where it seems like the Renegades are finally getting good amounts of control.
Yeah, and that's a 3v3. Should be a post-plant scenario. They should be able to get bombed down there. Crucial miss by Ricky onto SHZ while he goes up and peeks that platform. That was very, very big. That would have brought it into a 2v1. But Showtime getting aggressive B-plat, misses the shot, but Ricky is cornered. He gets out of there alive. Showtime doesn't realize that he left. And now he needs to just kind of get out of there. If he's going to challenge these guys out in the open with ops, he smartly backs up. But Showtime senses this. He knows that there's no opera here to challenge him, so he's getting aggressive. He's not worried about taking an op versus an AK battle, and this is very smart by him.
Showtime just waits for it too, and Ricky almost is going to bait directly into that, but no, he tucks under the op and gets the instant headshot on the Showtime. Beautiful entry work from him, and then he's going to find a second one. He even spots the third player sitting up behind the boost tree box. He's going to spin around though as he does see the pressure coming out from drop, but it doesn't matter. He can only go 1 for 1, and for the first time I think in this entire half, this may end up being a save call from Luminosity, but it's not really needed. Keep in mind how much cash they have, so they might just try to go for it. But again, unfortunately, things do not pan out. Pickle was left alone on the A-bomb site. He's completely completely boxed out. So now, yeah, in all reality, they have the cash flow to work with, but still, he's going to try to wrap around. If anything, at most, he may try to post up in those B halls to look for exits, but it does not appear as though that's going to be the case. He's falling back, and he's looking to save right now.
Yeah, if I was him, I would definitely get exits. You have enough to buy in this upcoming round. If you just get 1 or 2 kills here, it actually goes a long way into putting them on an eco if you win this following round. So, disagree with the fact that if he fully saves, but it looks like he is going to go for it a bit. He's pushing up towards their flank, gets on top of the stairwell. So he has a good angle here if any of them come, towards this crosshair.
Yeah, he waits for it here now, and it seems like the Renegades are just moving as a big unit to watch out. They don't want to lose these players. He still moves in first. Pickle misses the chance there, but there are more pushing in. Catches one. He spotted a second, but he cannot get the opportunity there, and so close to finding that second kill. But the time just runs out there, so he'll have to suffice with just the first pickup. Finally, though, entries work out here, and it comes from Ricky, who was the big player for the Renegades yesterday as well. And he's going to carry that into this match, being able to put them up to a second round on the board. And I mean, even going back to the pistol, if I remember correctly, I think he was the one that clutched it, like 1v3. So
it was. So their 2 rounds are pretty much off Ricky's back, right? The 1v3 and then the 2 entries there at B to open up the site. And now LG, but that's not a sustainable recipe for success, just relying on, going out B and getting 2 kills with no smokes, nature flashes. I mean, Showtime's very advantaged in the position he was. It's just that he didn't realize that somebody could be to his left. He thought he went all the way away. Had Showtime peeked, Ricky walked up from the back left, right? It's like a 6-second walk. Had Showtime peeked, he would have died. No questions about it. And luckily for him, Showtime didn't realize that he could be there. He thought he just booked it all the way away.
Well, now we do have LG back into the default spread here, and not really doing anything super aggressive either to try and scout out for intel. You had Yell pushed up long A, but it's still very much so a normal move to make here, and he's even already fallen back as the time has gone below the 1-minute mark where they would normally move in to try and take control. The drop play from Azur is immediately countered up by Showtime as he picks up the shot there. One more still sits inside as Ustillo is going to try to see what he can do from here. He is actually allowed out for free, and Ricky kills the guy at door, so he can worry about the rotates. There we go. All of a sudden, they're being crunched upon here, and they're going to be relying on a big play from the upper, still sitting on the site. Yell misses the first shot, and also misses the fact that Ricky was pushing him from down below him, so they'll find that kill for free. It's down to 2, and a very similar situation to the last round, but just changing up the sights a bit. SHZ gets knocked out, and for Destiny, well, he'll do what he can, but it does seem as though it's going to be a third for the Renegades, finally getting themselves with some consistency here, too. Rounding it back up to 3 now.
Yeah, Renegade's finally getting on the board a little bit. Ustillo, that was very smart by him. As soon as he kills or sees that connector kill go down, he immediately targets the rotate and gets that kill before anything else. It's very, very strong positioning by him. Anytime you're in that connector and the guys are rotating off from B, it's so difficult to kill that guy when there's that giant pole around there. I don't even know what to call it, Blue. What do you call it?
Where at?
Like right outside drop and connector. That giant, circular structure.
Oh, I don't know what that's called. It doesn't really have a name.
I think it's a load-bearing,
That's a bit long for casting vernacular.
Yeah.
And it's a bit big to call it a stripper pole, so probably can't call it that either. So we go into the pause now from
there's some big women out there. San Antonian women.
It's like... All right, well, moving on. I guess you could call it, sort of like, looks like a sand castle in a way, like just like a tower. You kind of call it tower. If you want to.
Call it tower,
yeah,
sure.
There you go. Making up a name for it right here. Well, as we get back onto more relevant topics, with LG still holding a 9-3 advantage coming off of this pause, we still see full investments for both sides, but I think this is the one where LG is actually going to run out of cash after this round. They're probably going to have to call for a save after this before fully buying into the last round one more time. So in theory, yeah, if this round goes in the favor of the Renegades as well, then they could potentially make this a 9-6 and absolutely still have a chance to round the comeback on their CT side. But back into the default style of execution, and this is actually where, for the most part, LG was shutting them down just a few rounds back.
Yeah, and now Renegades, again, they have full nades. They're taking it a lot more slowly this round. Nobody really going for any picks except for Ricky, going towards that B plot. Looking for any type of kill, any type of action that he could find. Doesn't see any, so he ends up falling back. No real sense of support from him if he does get in trouble, though. But they're kind of conceding it, and Yell getting mid-round aggression at middle. I don't think he saw that player. Smoke comes out from JKS to block his vision off, and now drop control is taken by Renegades. Luminosity have been consistently giving them drop control these past few rounds. So Flash goes out. They're set up drop. They're set up towards B. They're going back towards B, and without any mid-round aggression, this is set up for a Renegades round win.
SHZ could come in on the backside and try to screw this up, but I think he actually just got smoked out, so he's not going to be safe to move back in there. Destiny takes a risk inside of the Molotov. Azure trades it. They failed to account for the fact that they got drop control, so Showtime just leaves himself in the open, and again, continuing to take individual one-on-one battles against, well, that's not even one-on-one, it's one versus many players against the Renegades here, and they just continue to get wrecked, so it's going to be another save call, as now they're actually out of money, and the Aussies will get themselves a fourth.
Yeah, and I think on Cobble that when you let players get in that scenario where they have drop control, they pushed you back at A with 2 people, and they're going to split drop and B. If you don't do something where you take some type of control a little bit earlier than that happens, you take a battle, maybe pushing towards A, retaking drop control or something like that, it's very difficult to win the round on CD side Cobble in that case.
Yep, so it does go in their favor here now, and finding some stride for themselves. We'll have to see if LG can try to order this back to another dominant half. It was looking like they were just going to completely run over the Renegades on this map until this point, and now all of a sudden they found a bit of fight in them. Try and take this into the final rounds and make it a much closer half with those saves, though. We'll see what they actually justified to do. And again, you can see this on the opener here. Risk taken by Destiny to swing out there. Fast trades from Azure, though, and that seemed to be the story for the most part in that entire half. But LG actually does not decide to save. They go for the buy here because of those saves. And again, it's not too bad. You have 1 downgraded rifle going on to Pickle there and 2 UMPs along with the saved guns, but already losing Yell right at the start again. And that's the op gone down. Yam's just going to find Yell pushing out aggressively at long A and once again have a 4v5 here.
Yeah, 4v5 on T side of Cobble is really easy to work with, man. It's one of those maps that you should almost never lose a 4v5. JKS clearing out danger. He has some type of A control, but he's going to meet a battle here with this player from LG, Pickle. And this is going to be a very important battle that's going to take place. If Pickle can win this, you know, he might be able to bring his team back into this round. But as it is now, he's getting pinched. JKS is holding danger control. He's getting killed by Yam. So now 3v5. That A site is very vulnerable right now, and going to be really tough for LG to win this round with 2 umps and an M4.
And they're still using 2 on A, or 1 on A as well. 2 on B, in fact. SH0 around the corner just gets denied by Yam. Might have been a no-scope as well for Showtime and Destiny. Well, we'll see what they can do as Showtime just starts firing off with the UMP at range, but really not logical now, and more than likely will have to fall away. Destiny with the rifle most definitely going to be having to back out of this one. Post up to try and save that rifle for the last round, but it's going to be a 5th for the Renegades here as they continue to push through, and this is a very dominant change-up all of a sudden, too. We go back, you know, just those 3 rounds, now 4 rounds into the past here. It was LG just shutting down these pushes, not giving the Renegades any room at all. They look like a complete mess, but now it's almost gone in the other direction here. And it's Renegades getting these clean sweeps, just like on this run. Not a single player survives from the LG side, and not one goes down from the Renegades' side.
Yeah, so 9-1, and they bring it back to a 9-5, and it's going to be a very low buy on the side for LG now. So Renegades coming back in this half, they adapted really well. They recognized that they were kind of letting them do what they wanted on drop. And that was a big issue for LG in these past 4 rounds. Now Renegades doing another slow default, maybe going to just try to do more of the same, right? If you're going to give me drop control, I'm going to take it, and then I'm going to work off of that because I'm going to spread the defense around. It's going to be a lot more difficult for you to, you know, make these calculated decisions on what you want to do and where you want to take control.
Drop control this time, though, the status quo has changed up on the CT side. They have 2 players already sitting in there. One's going to move out now, but I think that's just to apply utility. We'll see in a second if he actually decides to stick with Showtime. It's Destiny that's been playing back here. But yeah, he does return to that position to play for it and wait, since this has been the favorite pushing spot for these Ts at the beginning of the round. They'll move towards it early on here now, and Showtime, again, just trying to see if he can get anybody on that walk up there, close up to the wall itself. Ricky firing his own shots, nothing happening really here on both sides of this one. But now with Molotovs going into the transition room, it'll let the Renegades come in if they want to, but even they're feeling a little bit hesitant currently. This is still a round that most certainly LG could pull off, even with these UMPs. But Problem being is that all of their utilities essentially already gone here. There's a single smoke still sitting on Yell, but beyond that, they only have flashbangs now to work with here. And Yell also just tossed his out, so they're completely gone. The good news is that they do have a 4-man stack leading into B. The bad news is one of them's kind of a floaters. There's only 3 committed into the site. One's going to be a fast rotate inside of it, though. And Azur now moving in, trying to go for these kills, but he's actually shut down. That's the first time in basically forever that they've been able to successfully deny drop control. Holding in the corner is Showtime. He's picked up a kill, goes for another one. JKS with the trade, but they're still not out from the actual platform yet. They're waiting to see if Destiny or anyone else is going to peek, and they shall. JKS finds him. Pickle waiting for these players to move back up, but JKS is being fed players one by one. SHZ with the trade. There's only 8 seconds on the clock, but the remaining 2 CTs are not going to be playing aggressive right now. They're going to hold back. Yell is getting into a position, but Yam can hear him. However, the swing out from Yell is perfect. Ricky trades, though, and now it's a UMP versus an up. Technically a P250 as Ricky opens up there, swings the missed shot that'll let Yell get a little bit closer, but he's being passive about this, not wanting to move in, and that's what's going to kill him at the end of the round. Ricky closes out on Yell, and we do see it, 6-9. A huge comeback for the Renegades at the end of the half. Guys, stick with us here for the second half, as we're going to find out if they can keep it going and potentially take the lead here on Cobblestone.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, and we are back once again here, guys. It's Luminosity Gaming taking on the Renegades here on their first map tonight. Still one more to go after this, but we're in the middle of the first here once again on Cobblestone. You think you may have seen it enough? Well, no. This is going to be the 6th time that it's played out this week. It made it into all of the matchups, including this final one here. But what a comeback from the Renegades. Let's talk about that. How exactly did that happen at the end there?
Well, I think they really adapted to LG's setup. You know, they recognized what was happening in the drop room. They were able to, and LG kind of let Renegades do whatever they wanted to do. And instead, you know, Renegades changed their strategy. It wasn't just like these brute force type strats. They started slowing it down, hitting things together, doing splits together, and that's really why they got that success. Now going to this pistol round, though, does seem like we're going to see Cobble every map. What if we just see it every single time, Blue? Like
really boring, really quickly, probably, to be honest.
Blue, you're not supposed to say that, man. You want people to tune in.
Yeah, well, I mean,
wow.
You can only be so, you know, pushy on that sort of thing before you have to be realistic about this sort of stuff.
I mean, I like Cobble. I think it's a good map. I know it gets a lot of hate, but I think it's a lot of fun to play. Having said that, Renegades on a 4B stack kind of, you know, there's 2B, 2 drop, but there's 4 players lean towards B, and even their A players kind of lean towards B a little bit, right? He's watching A from the connector itself. So he has a tough task because he needs to spot long, he needs to spot middle, and he could definitely get caught off guard, right? If he starts fighting somebody at middle, 3 guys to come out long A, you know, he's going to be in a tough spot.
Well,
he's going to be in a pickle.
That's
going to be in a bit of a pickle.
That's a low-hanging fruit right there. So LG do manage to force their way up pretty much freely to the edges of the A bomb site, where they're now going to be able to move in and execute here. Yam, well, he will be smoked off, but nicely done regardless, tapping away into this damage, catching the players on their cross positions. But nonetheless, they'll push in, and even Yell getting super aggressive here, baiting the players into pushing out from the shed. They don't really have anyone to cover for the outside of this, but they do have presence outside of the balcony. They're ripping them apart. Yam, and you still the Yam with 3 kills out of nowhere. All of a sudden, it's down to Pickle, and just like you said, he's in a bit of a pickle here now with the the 1v3. He'll have to sneak back up and try to find these headshots, but Yam gets his 4th. It's again heroics on the pistol round from an individual player that allows the Renegades to take it, and now they most certainly have their chance at a comeback and to potentially take the lead.
Man, they must have been playing on some retake servers because that was great. I mean, they completely give up the site. It's even smoked out. It's not looking like it's going their way. The first 2 kills go the way of LG, and then Yam just hits some amazing shots over by the Heaven area. Ends around with a 4K, and I mean, anytime that happens, I think that's a really difficult site to retake. So I'm a little bit surprised that they were able to do that. I think the guy able to come through the rat hole was a big mistake by LG. I think Yell pushed up there, but then he gave up the control. He got a little bit too aggressive. He just holds that tiny area. I think they have a much better much better chance of being successful in that round.
Well, we do have a swing out pretty quickly here to try and find if any of these players move in. It's a bit of a messy spray from JKS, but he still gets the job done and doesn't take a whole lot of damage himself. For the rest of these Ts, though, they're stacked up, 3 of them on top of drop currently, with 1 more leading into the outside of the broken ball approach. Showtime's actually going to get that kill against Azure, and they're forcing Yam back, too. He chooses to not directly challenge things inside of the transition room. And instead, we'll just allow LG to move in and take control here. Obviously, the more passive style that LG has to take for a moment to set themselves up for the broken wall approach allows for these quick rotates to move in from the Renegades now. They've got 2 more in the site, ready to deploy against this. Pickle trying to bait out the shots, but when are they actually going to move in to strike against this too? They're wasting a whole lot of time right now. Shiz gets you still low, but Yam, like, no problems at all here. Just picking up kills left and right. JKS chiming in, and Yam just tapping away with his USP. He got 2 beautiful kills, and now it's all been brought down to Pickle. He's alone, 1v3. He may be able to sneak the kill on the JKS if he peeks, but no, it'll be JKS himself that closes it and puts them within 1 round of tying this game.
Yeah, LG definitely going to buy here, though. I mean, for how much they invested, getting those 2 kills is actually really nice for them. A little bit of a pause here. Not sure which team it's from, but they're going to talk it out, make sure maybe each team really wants to take this round very, very seriously. This is a very pivotal round anytime you buy during this 3rd round when you're on the T side. So stats-wise, we could take a look at that. SHZ with 121 DAR, just killing anybody else, even on the Renegade side. I mean, their highest is Yam at 90.8, so he's really holding his own in regards to that. Renegades, though, Azure just seems to have a lot of struggles on Cobble these past couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is the tactical pause being called for the Renegades now, but it's a quick one. We do go right back into it since this is going to be the first kind of investment from LG, being able to get the plants, of course, and have the money to be able to invest here. They want to make sure that this round goes correctly, as this could determine the fate for the beginning of this half and potentially allow them to take control or really have to go still fighting from the backside of this one to battle back and try to take control of this first map that they're playing against them tonight. But quick movement over here out towards the broken wall approach. Again, no commitment yet. Smokes actually will go in to cut them off from the position over here, leading outside of the broken wall approach itself. But the Molotov is not going to spread on top of the box, as likely as that actually probably was in that situation. It's amazing that it doesn't do that, so he's able to sit there comfortably. And beyond this, really nothing else happens with those nades that are tossed in by the CTs. Ricky, though, holding an aggressive position just inside of the mid connector. You can waiting to see if he can catch anybody, but it is going to be Showtime that finds that first kill. Yam trying to peek in for a double there, but he overstays his welcome, so it ends up being a 2-for-1 in the favor of LG here. And Azure having some trouble grabbing the gun. Thankfully, no one else is close up that could take him down there. They would have heard his jumping, but he'll still pick it up and be able to fall back here, picking up the extra rifle to work with. And the rest of these guys here now on the CT side trying to be a little bit more aggressive, specifically out in this direction, but good patience from Yell. Just waits for that one, takes him down, and now they have a 4v2. And possibly an open bay bomb site too, as we can see. I think this is Yell just moving up to investigate.
Yeah, and if you saw what happened, they went up Dragon with 2 players, and they planned on doing a B hit with Yell maybe lurking or something like that. And Ricky hears them. He hears these 2 guys run towards Dragon. He assumes it's all of them. Yell just smartly waiting back and watching their flank. Gets a free kill onto Ricky, opens up the A bomb site, and now this is a very, very difficult retake. I wouldn't go for it if I was the members on Renegades. I would definitely opt for a save if I was them, and looks like they're thinking the same.
Yeah, so they'll be backing away from this one. And it's still at a point here, obviously, LG will probably expect something to work their way in, or really just to play it safe, expect something to work its way in that direction. So while they will start to back out of the site a little bit more here, they will still be playing it out, and they aren't going to move in directly around towards like T-spawn and into those B-halls to try and hunt down these 2 rifles. It's not worth it this early on in the half. They get to keep their lead for now, and that is going to be a reward in itself. They've only sent the 1 player out to try and hunt them down, and I don't think he's going to be met with much success, judging from their positions. Yell is still way too far away to catch either of them, so both JKS and Azure should be able to carry those M4s into the 4th round here.
Yeah, so Luminosity doesn't give up the lead. Like it was looking like they might, as Renegades won, I believe it was 7 rounds in a row before LG just won that one. So they're back on the board. They stopped that 7 round in a row streak, and now Luminosity has fully bought up AKs, mollies, double flash on everybody. So they don't go with the HE grenades. I actually like a lot more HE grenades on Cobble. I think you can nade underneath drop. You can nade the stairs at B. I think there's a lot of spots that you could throw grenades on, and I think it's a little bit more valuable than having full flashbangs on this map.
Well, LG get themselves quickly to the edge of the broken wall push here, but Ustill is going to swing in a great pop flash against Destiny. And look, he lines it up, trades to the AK while still being completely blind. Pickle's finally going to put him down, but these the massive damage that was done over here by Ustill was still enough here, as these guys haven't gotten any control. And now the remaining CTs have pushed back in. JKS has already shut down 1 more and chains it into a 2nd one on his spray there against Yell. It's just Pickle now in the 1v4 with no control to work with at all here. The Renegades have completely shut down this push, and unless Pickle comes out with a miracle here, it's going to be another round for the Renegades, and again, they bring it within 1 round's grasp of tying this up.
Yeah, just utter domination by Ustill there. He throws a little popper for himself, runs up. Destiny's completely blind as this take happens, and Ustillo just able to get those 2 kills, stop any signs of aggression from LG, and by the time the rotate comes, they can't even get past that box, right? They're just stuck on the broken wall platform. They can't move up at all. JKS spamming through the smoke, lands 2 kills, and now LG, you know, they opt to buy this round. They don't want to give up the tie yet, so it's looking like it's going to be a very close game here. Destiny gets boosted up, so he's going to try to stop any type of B pressure.
But still a big split of players here, specifically onto the B-bomb site for the Renegades. 4 stacked, ready to watch out for this. You have 2 that are able to play contact if they go in towards drop, and 2 more out on the platform itself. 1 playing close up behind the boost-up box, and another sitting over here towards the chicken coop. That should be, actually, no, they still don't have an op to work with, so it's actually still going to be working with a normal one. But we saw the effectiveness that he still was able to have and how mobile he was actually able to be in that previous round here, too. So still working with a much better arsenal overall. And for LG, you can tell the hesitance all of a sudden here. They don't move up over here to the broken wall nearly as quickly as in the last round. And Nades nicely done bouncing in there. Again, could have done a little bit more, but 20 damage getting knocked off of Destiny, certainly not going to be a bad thing. As also sending, I think this is going to be Showtime potentially. Or no, excuse me, someone else over there in the back hall is almost finding himself in a bit of an engagement with Ricky, who decided to push all the way out towards A long. But beyond this, again, they still just sit on the approach leading up to the broken wall, have yet to make any progress, and they know for a fact it's here on B. The Molly's just going to force them in, but they don't expect them to go directly through the Molotov here. Yell and SHZ grab kills has been traded. SHZ with another one, but JKS is going to put him down to the ground, down to Pickle and Destiny. But there is a flank working its way from the broken wall that they maybe don't expect yet, and maybe won't even have to worry about here as JKS chimes in for his 3rd kill. Pickle will go for the plant, but he may die before this even goes onto the ground. Ricky's out, takes him down, and the Renegades have now tied this back up.
Yeah, and JKS on that rotate around that rock is playing very, very well. If he could rotate while his teammates are still alive, it seems like he multi-frags every gets a big 3K there, and that was a very important round in this match. I believe we're in a pause of blue.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know which team took it?
I've not actually been told.
No, but
could assume LG. But
well, Renegades does tie it up here at 10-10. I think LG is going to be on a save. They invested their entire economy into that round. Renegades takes it, and now LG is going to eco most likely, and then next round, you know, buy up. But Renegades' economy isn't very good as well, so you know, who knows? Maybe they do opt to buy here. Tough to say. Tough position to be in. You know, Cobble's one of those maps where you could definitely win off a lot of force buys. Tech 9 armor with good utility usage is very, very powerful on this map. Just, you know, drop room and B, especially, you know, one good pop flash on this map could just, you know, win the round solely off that. So they have a decision to make here.
Well, we go back into it now. It was actually the pause. What is that chicken doing? They're so buggy on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand the chickens. I don't know why you have them. It
why
just doesn't make any sense.
Where did they come from? Because it's like,
well, they're on every map.
But like, why?
I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
And look, they're always running up that wall there, right to the left of Destiny. They're like stuck floating in midair.
I mean, there's operas like Kenny S who are like double scoped on something, and they're just going to react to any type of movement. And if a chicken comes across their screen, they're just going to shoot. Like, it happens all the time.
Wasn't there one occurrence where like a chicken actually saved someone's life because it ran across someone on like the mid Inferno or something like that one time? Happened a while ago, but I do remember that happening once.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, Skadoodle got a kill because he reacted to a chicken once, and because the chickens move towards like the area that you're moving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he reacted to a chicken, but somebody peeked right after. But yeah, I have no idea. I don't know why there's chickens.
You can make them follow you too, which is really weird. But anyway, on to the fight itself. 2 for 1 to start us off here. LG getting partial control of drop, but now the Renegades just push forward. They kill all the pressure towards A of what little there was just Destiny. He gets taken down pretty quickly. Azur's now found Pickle, and it's just Yell. 1v4, no gunpowder to work with, and Azur tapping away, looking for him there. He does get the frag onto Yell to finalize things, and there you have it now. After a long-fought battle, starting off at the end of the first half and continuing forward here into the second half, they have finally gotten the lead that they have been trying to come back from ever since the middle of our first half there, when they were down all the way at 9-1. They ran it back, and now they hold a lead at 11-10.
Yeah, so they finally get the lead after being down 9-1. So they've won 10 out of the last 11 rounds, and LG is kind of falling apart here a little bit. They need to adapt to what Renegades is doing. It's not happening. Ricky immediately gets a kill onto Pickle. Goes down to 15 HP. But, you know, it's 4v5. There's a lot of places that you can play on this A bomb site where you could generally get a kill, even if you do have 15 health. So Yell does take control. They molly Danger, smoke off opposite side of middle, and he's going to have free reign over here to, you know, set up whatever he wants in his team. But being a man down, this is a difficult spot for them to be in.
Well, Yell pushing in, and just as he starts to push his way up through Suicide here, the smoke does deploy at A-long to hold them back. They may actually think about just going through this, however, if not, just waiting till it expires in the next queuing anyways. They do have the 4-man stack getting ready to move back in, although all of a sudden one is moving away, trying to hold over there in the B halls and watch out for a flank. So maybe it's not as secure as we thought. They've got 50 seconds, so if they're going to rotate back over towards B, they're going to need to do it within the next 5 to 10 seconds, or they're not going to have enough time, and that also assumes that they just rush in towards B, so it won't be happening. They'll be sticking over here onto the current site, which they're pushing in towards, but the movement from Destiny, I imagine, is going to be sending him over either towards drop or out of the broken wall there to distract. Right now, making a whole lot of noise towards the broken wall, but then falling back, and I think actually just going to regroup. He's not going to use drop at all. He'll be a very late addition to this push, but they move in regardless. They fail to account for JKS sitting up on top. He drops back down. Azur's lost at the doorway here, and JKS too, he has to fall away from this one. All of a sudden, we're even, but again, keep in mind the timer. They still have a presence back over here on the balcony and sitting below it as well. But someone's going to push in to take care of that real quick. It's Yell and Destiny and find Ricky and Yusilo taking them both down. Yam's alone now in the 1v3 behind the wall. The bomb will certainly go down. He's got enough utility to try to play this out a little bit more, but the 1v3, you know, is essentially nothing about where any of the players from LG are positioned at. This is going to be a little bit too bold for him to adventure out towards, so he will fall back to save.
Yeah, and LG are going to tie it up at the real critical, you know, changing point in that round was SAG throws 2 flashes, picture perfect, around the heaven area, blinds both Renegades players. Dusty and Yell just come up, run up towards the site, get 2 freebies essentially because of it. I mean, both players are just blind, and they're very, very easy kills when they're coming out of being flashed. You're going full speed. You have the peeker's advantage. You could be up or below the APC in the site area. So great flashes by him. and a dangerous route for the bomb to take if you're Destiny there. But, you know, they're able to get both those kills and make it into a 3v1. JKS, though, this is a very critical kill as well. He gets this one, but on the deck, he gets the bomb down. If he gets this kill, the round is completely over, and Destiny takes him out right there. JKS just needed to hold strong. He needed to stay alive, and if he gets that kill, the round's over, no matter what. There's not enough time to get the bomb, and bring it back. So, you know, LG, I think, got a little bit lucky there, but after they got lucky, or, you know, a little bit lucky in getting that, you know, JKS not recognizing that if he just holds back a little bit and gets that kill, he was worried behind him too much. They throw really good pop flashes to get to the site.
Well, into the 8th round of the half we shall go, and we've already seen Pickle get shot out by the Opper here. Ricky moved himself into that mid connector, was able to just barely edge him out, not enough to get the frag, unfortunately. Hits him through a wall or something like that, so he survives the encounter for right now. But still, early damage being done, and LG, definitely no decision being made within these early couple of moments here in terms of where they are going to send their push towards. Still, the opening default here could really lean it in either direction. It does seem as though that now the play is working its way towards B, but these are some really aggressive smokes and whatnot working their way out for the CT side as well. They smoked out the room leading out to the broken wall approach, so currently it's not really safe to push out there, and even if they do, there's now 2 CTs watching for that one. They even have presence, while not actively watching for drop. There's players outside of the window, and obviously the smoke itself here inside of the transition room is going to prevent them from doing much there. But as time gets lower, and they do need to move into execute here very soon, they are seemingly going to prioritize this into drop and B. They've got one guy lurking on A and could do massive damage, but out they go, and they fail to account originally here for Usilo and Yam. They trade out these kills. It goes 2 for 2 though, and down into a 3v3, but a flank is going to work its way in. Keep that in mind for the next 20 to 30 seconds here. On the site though, the defenses are very weak itself. They let them get up over here, and Azur from behind the box peeks through, or peeks behind the smoke, where SHZ just going to destroy him regardless of that one. He spots him out, is able to trace him, finds the kill. So now just 2 CTs remain. 3 up and running for LG, and while we did have a flank working its way in from JKS, it seems that that's been called off now, and they're going to choose to save and let LG retake the lead. Just as the Renegades were starting to push ahead here, the Brazilians battle right back, and now they're the ones dominating the map at the moment.
Yeah, and they're going to retake the lead 12-11, and you know, for whatever reason, Renegades, you know, falling flat a little bit here later on into this game. After that great comeback, you know, it was 9-1 at one point. Renegades brought it to, I believe it was 11-9, right, or 11-10 maybe. Took the lead, and now LG finally getting back into it, right? So we had this huge lead by LG. Renegades stormed back, took the lead in a flurry of rounds, and now LG finally getting back into the game and adjusting themselves.
Well, we have LG splitting up a 4-1 initially here. The Renegades are essentially broken too, even with these 2 saved guns. They're not going to have enough cash to justify really being able to bring anything else except for Yam CZ. Flashes and whatnot early on here, but no aggression able to follow. They 3 stacked out through long A. But again, everyone else, with the exception of, I do believe that that's SHZ sitting outside of A long right now. Everybody else is stacked up here in the B halls currently, getting ready to push their way out towards Broken. They've even got a nice little boost up there for Yell to spot if they try to jump up on Broken Wall early there. They're being a lot more passive here, at least in those first couple of seconds. It seems that Ricky actually may want to challenge this. The flashbang's good. He fails to account for that boost up there as he's stuck down below. He sees it, but it's too late. Yell's already punished him for it. And now the guys from the T side will own the 5v4 advantage. There's only one more in that B bomb site to punish too, but it seems like with the more passive style we've been seeing from LG on the T side, they're going to run down the timer regardless. Destiny's seen one here, trying to cross his way over, but Yell nor anyone else is going to be able to punish him as he safely crosses back. PKL even spots the first guy pushing out from that A long spot. Yam goes down, and with this slow play, unfortunately the Renegades are like playing directly into their hands, and they're able to just knock them out one by one.
Yeah, patience is the key here. I mean, free kills coming across the board for LG, and AZR might be next. He hears them coming through middle though, so he might be able to make a play. We'll see how he tries to play this. JKS still has the gun, remember, so he might be able to do something here, but he is in a 1v5, so this would be a miracle if he wins this.
Chiming in for the first one, that's the first step. Finds the second one now against Pickle. He knows there's one on the ramp somewhere, tries to jump back over there, but SHZ gets the better of him in that duel there as they push back out from A long. LG now back in control, 13-11 here. Well, that round, however, with the exception of the saved guns, was essentially a full save though, so they get to buy back into this one, and they have pretty much everything they need. I think utility will be a bit light, but beyond that, they'll be looking good.
Yeah, it's kind of funny though, because that is JKS, and because he's such a good player, you kind of think he might have a chance. And he is able to get 2, and he almost got SHZ. Like, he was ready for it. Just a little bit of a millisecond off. They go and they counter this B push by boosting up. I believe that's Yell with the op on that box, which is really, really strong whenever you want to push that guy back. You could dodge flashes from there very easily. A guy that's peeking into you usually doesn't check that spot very, very well. It's tough to kind of pre-fire that, right? So 4 towards B, Ricky holding towards middle, and Renegades in a very critical round for their half right now. LG, if they take this round, is going to be in a dominating position in order to win this game. Not much utility on the Renegades side. They don't have any real A presence besides Ricky just kind of spotting the doorway, but the longer he stays there, the longer the question becomes if they walk through A halls. So pretty soon he's going to have to start worrying about that, and that's going to change a lot. So Renegades decides to get aggressive over it by drop. They feel like they need to do something here, and they do. AZR gets a nice kill onto Showtime, puts the pressure back into LG, and that kind of frees up them to go back into more of a default setup. You're going to probably see him go more towards A, because Ricky doesn't know if they're out those A halls.
The bomb is starting to move its way back, but keep in mind, too, there's another aggressive positioning of Ricky. As you said before, you're sitting back out in between, waiting for these guys to move in. He's actually going to start to fall back as well, though, pulling away from this one. 30 seconds left. They need to make a choice right now here. They ran down the timer. That may have been the Renegades, actually, in the first half. We saw an example of the timer being run down and them not having enough time to execute.
Did their internet drop or something?
I'm not sure, but they're... Oh, yeah, no one's moving.
This is just a next level strategy coming out from the LG guys. Now, I'm pretty sure their internet dropped. That guy... yeah, I think that's what's happening.
Destiny just walked into its destiny there, as Yam is going to get a pretty easy shot against him. And yeah, so the thing is, though, is that happened after someone died. So unfortunately, I think that round's probably going to stick.
Really?
Because I think that's the general rule of thumb when it comes to disconnects, is that if that happens after a player dies, then it generally still is ruled out as a fair round. And yeah, wow, everybody disconnected. So hopefully we can get them reset and back into the server pretty quickly. Obviously, the admins will need to take a look at the round itself and make a ruling on whether that round is going to be determined fair or not. But we'll get that update to you as it's fed to us. I'm just going off of what I've experienced in the past and how it generally is ruled in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why that is, right? If a kill happens and then you're able to just restart the round if it goes down 4v5, you know, maybe some people might take advantage of that. So that does make sense. Having said that, that is just such a critical round for that to happen in. That is very, very frustrating if you're Luminosity.
Yeah, so you can see everybody reconnecting now, so hopefully things should resume pretty quickly. Oh, all right. It's a nice pose for SHZ to reconnect in. But yeah, let's take another look at the stats here for LG. As we have seen again, it's once again still SHZ bringing most of the impact here for the team, leading at 22 and 13 on the scoreboard, 110 to 80 errors, gone on a little bit since our last check-in. Yell next on the board there as well in terms of fragging power, 19 and 14 with 78.8. Meanwhile, over on the Renegade side, again we've seen Ricky come up on the board here, and I think it was Yam before that we saw finding most of the impact, but Ricky was having a lot of those clutch situations, especially in the first half there. Those 2 rounds, which was, you know, allowing them to fight back even to the very small degree that they were. It wasn't really showing before. Now that they finally got some consistency and they've been able to fight back, he's really kind of upped himself a bit more in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, pretty, you know, SHZ, though, still at 110. I mean, he's keeping it going, right? He's playing very, very well for Luminosity. Are you a fan of the, like how it's not just Renegades, it's the Detroit Renegades?
Yeah, that was interesting to me, right? Because they used to be the LA Renegades when they had a Sponge on the team still.
But why were they the LA Renegades at that point?
Because they had a league team and they were based in LA.
I still don't get it.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, it was even weirder because their team house used to be like a casino in Vegas.
Really?
So they were an Australian team with the tag as the LA Renegades, but they played in Vegas.
That is very odd. Yeah, that's like why I don't really get like the tags like that. I mean, obviously it's different when you're in the NBA and you're the Los Angeles Lakers. You play half your games at home in LA, right? But isn't their owner Jonas Direkbo? Do you know who he is? He's a basketball player.
I know he's owned by some basketball player. I don't know which basketball player.
I think he might be on the... I mean, I'm guessing he's still on the Pistons, but he was on the Celtics before, I think. I don't know. He's kind of bounced around a little bit. I don't know if he's even still on the Pistons.
He's on the Celtics, according to our producer.
He's still on the Celtics?
Yeah.
Okay, then, yeah. I wasn't sure if he went from the Celtics to the Pistons or the Pistons to the Celtics. Yeah. But, yeah.
Maybe the team's getting prepped for the Overwatch League, trying to go for a bid there because all those teams have to be local.
Really?
Yeah, that's what has been described anyway for that games league, is that all the teams have to be like localized to a city.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really understand that, because are you playing the matches online or on, like, why does that matter?
I'm just representing a city, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe the owner just wants to, I don't know, bring some pride to Detroit.
Hopefully nobody has to be set up in San Antonio with those big old women, like Charles Barkley says.
All right. So we are working on setting things up here, guys, still for these players as they reconnect. So while we do wait for that, we're going to send things over to a short break. Be sure to stick with us. And as soon as we have the situation resolved with LG, we'll be right back in the match.
Welcome to Rome. How many buttons? 2. And what style?
Tactical.
Body armor, 0 penetration.
Mr. Wick, do enjoy your party.
You have no idea what's coming.
Rough night.
Rough night.
John Wick Chapter 2, rated R, in theaters Friday.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. And they spray them down. He decimates Sembo's stalled. Second bot, and they line up again. Hold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from plays. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
Oh! That was sick. He failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1
Shots in a row. Infinix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Infinix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking further. He's gonna get a hit by Headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. Coming back to you after a bit of a slip up in the internet there for LG. We had the admins look into the situation, and it has been determined that the round is going to stick as it was played live. It'll be determined that the scoreline will now be 13-12. LG lose that round, and the Renegades do get obviously a very big advantage off of that, but it's a bit tough to call since they had already lost a player earlier on in the round, and the general rule of thumb is once you do lose that player, it is considered 100% live and there's no canceling it. Thoughts?
That is, I mean, to me, that's ridiculous because first off, that means Renegades is going to be 5 alive, right? At 13-12. So they get all the money, right? You're saying Renegades wouldn't have had another death is what you're saying, you know, after that round? Like, I mean,
it's a very tough issue, like, because there are reasons to send it either way.
I don't think it's a tough issue. I think you say, hey, honor system here. We're going to replay the round. This guy's going to be dead, and then we're going to make it 4v5. And you're just going to wait for like 20 seconds, get in the spots that you were at, and then we're going to make the round live. Like, that's what I think you should do, because that's such a pivotal round.
Yeah.
And, I mean, just the fact that all the Renegades players are going to be alive, right?
Yeah.
Into when it's 13-12. That means, so you're saying LG wouldn't have gotten 1 kill after that?
Oh, yeah.
You know, they just get to save all their utility that they would have saved. Like, it's just not fair. It's really just not fair.
Yeah, I agree with you in that aspect. There is, however, that we kind of talked about in the break, the issue that could go the other way, and that there is room for that to be abused. Then in that case, if it's colossal failure, so it does follow the honor system on the Renegades a bit, but obviously we can't. That's like really dumb to allow the teams to make that decision, because then that just puts the pressure on them instead of the admins. It should be the admins that make the call.
But I think that's what the admins should say. They should say, hey, we're going to replay it. It's going to be 4v5 because you got picked off.
Yeah.
Like, you could say something like that, because that is such an important round.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't agree that. Because the economy aspect at this point in the game is arguably more important than the round itself. So if LG just gets 3 kills there and gets the bomb down or something like that, that is if you're LG almost like good enough. Because then if you buy the next coming round and you win that round, you're going to win the game. Because Renegade's going to be on $1,400 a person, you know? So you're not just playing to win the round. Like, that's not how it works. There's more implications than just the round itself.
So I think that LG how many people did they survive with at the end of that round than LG? Because LG still keeps their players too, because they had 3 or 4 lives at the end of that round.
Because the screen went away. I know Destiny his computer was lagged out, so it just held forward.
Out,
and then, you know what? That obviously wouldn't have happened, you know? So it's just not fair.
Yeah.
That's why you see them, you know, down on the ground, disappointed, depressed.
Whoever that is, I think that's...
Oh, look at that. That's how I would feel too.
Just collapsed after that upset. So it should be unpaused again, guys, in just a minute here. I think we're finalizing things to make sure everybody's clear in terms of what is going on. But yeah, that's going to probably be a big controversy regardless. But I think the admins have to go with what's in the rulebook, and they do it. They do it just based on that one there, and that's that. Like I said, it's not just like in this tournament. That's like the general rule of thumb for like every tournament, especially online ones where that happens. And obviously, like the whole team disconnecting, that's a bit of a different situation than normally where one player drops out or something like that. But I don't know if we have like alternate rule sets for when the whole team disconnects or something like that, because it seems like that the entire internet in the house went out or something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's you're saying you could get abused that way, but it's like, I don't know. I don't think any team is going to do that in the professional division. I think it's just it's such an important round that you say, hey, we're just going to restart it. It's going to be 4v5. You're going to have the same utility that you did at 4v5 because you can match medikit, right? That player could knock himself out, and then you could change the round timer from 155, you know, to like 130 or 125 or something, and just make it more fair, because it's just such a crucial round, and you got to figure out the money too. You know, why, like these guys, I don't know. It's a mess, man. When something like that happens, it really is.
Actually, this is where it gets really tough now too, because I don't think anyone gets to carry guns over, because they all disconnected, right? So they lost them.
I don't know. It just depends. It depends how it works.
This is actually a little bit trickier than it does appear.
Because I think we went to a break before the round even officially ended, right?
Yeah.
So we didn't see like who died.
Well, no, we did. Excuse me. We know that one died. No one else died when the round reset.
There? Like, can they hold tab right now and you could just see the round before how many people lived throughout it?
Yeah, can we try to get that up on the scoreboard now and see if we can pull up how many actually survived?
So
on the
you
timer?
see they won by time. And look, they all died.
They all died. Because I think they all disconnected before it actually reset. So it counted as deaths. Because we saw when it went to the next round, everybody was off the server.
I don't even know if they got money for it. You know, because it says it was a timer. So if it's a timer, they don't even get any money for it. So did Renegades see that they lagged out, waited until the round ended, and then killed them all?
No, they didn't kill them.
Or what?
I think, no, because we saw it by the time it reloaded the round, everybody got kicked off the server because their internet died. So I think what happened is they lost the round. Obviously, they don't get the losing bonus because everybody just survives. But the problem is they disconnect, so they lose all their guns and stuff that they saved too. So when they reconnect, they don't have anything else. You get that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I mean, they kind of get like double screwed over because of that.
Yeah. So we'll see how the... Who are the admins that handle this, by the way?
I don't want to put names out there right now.
I'm just curious. Prius used to be an admin. I hated him.
he was like a pug admin though. He wasn't like a league admin.
He was the worst. Because he couldn't do anything. I'd be like, I'd make a support ticket because our match would get DDoSed or something, and he'd be like answering it, and he's like, "Well, I can't do anything," and I'm like, "Well, why are you answering my ticket, DJ?"
Just want to anger few.
Yeah.
It's always the big issue.
Yeah. There was like one admin that could do anything back then. Like only one person had the power. It took forever to get anything done.
All right, guys. So I believe we're going live at any moment here. As soon as things have readied up, which they have now. So we will see if Luminosity, after this very unfortunate series of events, can try to turn it back around, playing it off the rulebook. Again, it does really suck for them, but I think based on the interpretation, they do have to play it based on that one. So now we go into it. They force the investment here, 2 AKs, 3 Tech 9s for them to play out with, very quickly pushing most of their players, with the exception of the bomb carrier over here, to the broken wall approach, and they don't seem to be wasting any time trying to set themselves up either. Molotovs go back to try and stop the CTs from pushing up in that position. Another one's going to get tossed, I think, further back over here as well towards the chicken coop to disable them from pushing back in. Now they have a chance for revenge here as they move back in. Yeah, ready, but he misses the first shot. He still is there to support. He's going to get one. He's going to get 2. JKS with a 3rd. Yam with another one, and they get completely shut down. And this will allow the Renegades to push forward.
Wow. Sucks for LG. Sucks for LG, man. Not much more to say about that. I feel for them, man. I just really feel for them right now.
Yeah, so that is going to put them on to a full eco for this one. The Renegades will be able to take the lead off of that. Essentially, by the virtue of a disconnect, they could potentially win the game now, unless they swing it back on their next buy round. So that is incredibly unfortunate, especially with the way that the whole disconnect thing happened, and they lost all their guns because of the timing of their disconnect too. It really does suck. So now we do see LG again just trying to push their way through, but it's not looking so great already. They've lost 2 players here. 3rd one goes down. Ricky going off. We can see JKS finding the kill with a nade, and now it's just SHZ stuck over here in middle now. He does actually respond with a nice little P250 kill. Mid-air headshot against JKS. And now as he pushes back out to look for one more, good damage being tapped away, but not enough to find the frag. Azur will shut it down, and the Renegades pick up a 14th and take the lead again.
Yeah, 14-13, and look at that economy on their side, man. They're going to be able to buy out pretty much for the rest of this half. Fine. LG, on the other hand, their backs are against the wall. They got a Galil 4 AK. It's pretty decent utility, though, to their name. So this is going to be... This is another big round, but LG, they're going to have to win like 3 gun rounds here in a row if they really want to win this game.
So we can see LG pushing forward here now. Again, outside of the gates of the mid connector here. Not really sending anyone anywhere else. It's very, very straightforward here now all of a sudden coming up after the reconnections happen. And they're going to rush right out. They actually do catch JKS with a knife in hand there. He tosses the nade back. There's moderate damage to 2 or 3 players there. Flashbang's holding the back a bit more. It's Ricky waiting out for it. And right now there's no presence working against Wayan from long, but he suspects it. So he falls back and waits from the side of the alleyway instead, which is going to leave a lot of this just on the players towards the platform here. Ricky just gets destroyed by Showtime as he actually does push out from A along the side. He was trying to watch out for him, but this is a great flashbang. It lets you still roll and get not 2, but 3 big kills. JKS with the 4. Showtime responding. It's down to a 1v1 as he just picks up 2 kills as well. Him versus Yam now. He'll be able to smoke off the doorway and go back up to the platform to be able to get the bomb on the ground. But actually, with a minute left on the clock, he plays it back and plays it perfectly. Showtime closes out and gets a big 4K on the round. LG, they may have lost in a huge upset disconnect scenario, but now they're back in it, and they've tied it up 14-14 again.
Wow, man. Showtime just comes up huge in a clutch situation. That was very, very impressive. Really good flashbang by Still to get out here and get these 3 kills. And you think for sure Renegades is going to win that round. But then Showtime just comes up big, man. And now, you know, hey, man, they could do it. But Renegades does have that double op setup. That's going to be difficult to navigate through. Ricky in the danger area opping. They got to make sure that these Renegades oppers aren't able to make it 4v5 at the start of this round.
We can see still the big investment here. As you mentioned, the Renegades as oppers have the power to really still shut down LG as they lost a lot of assets in that one. They're very limited on utility here. Ricky clips the shot on the Pickle, brings him down to 5 HP, but is still able to successfully move in and chase Ricky out. That's one of the 2 ops gone down to the ground now. The only one remaining on the A-bomb site is going to be JKS, just hanging out in between the alleyway and the rapid position over there from A-long. The rest of LG actually fall away from their A-long positions and now move back over, potentially to regroup in a second here, depending on how they want to play this, but going into B could just prove to be a trap, as there's still a big 3-stack for the Renegades there, and not showing any signs of rotating a second guy over to A anytime soon. Molly's start to go into drop to allow them some control there, but Yam has been allowed full control of the broken wall approach right now. If these guys peek out without utility, which again, that's a bit sparing right now, only a single flashbang sits on Showtime, so they really can't afford to waste it. Smokes will start to move in and allow them to go for control, but it ends up being a drop split instead. They won't be moving back out. Azure waits for this one. He only gets 1 though. It gets traded back out as he now wraps around the tower, moving himself up with the rest of his team pushing back in from both A-long and back over there from the T-ramp side. JKS is not able to survive. Showtime tries to hold against a very fast-swinging Ustillo, so it'll be a 2v3 retake, and they've got to go for this right now, as they could just lose this game to LG regardless. Ustillo moves in, SHZ and Yell find those kills, and it is going to be the Brazilian squad that gets to map point first.
Wow, man. They're still going to be able to scrape by with a bit of a buy here. If you're Renegades, I'm surprised AZR didn't buy an op. He had 5K. I think a glass cannon would have been better there. And LG, man, just backs against the wall. Just horrible things happening to him that they cannot control. That sounds really wrong. But at the end of the day, they bring it back, and they're strong-willed and I mean, just resilient performance by them to even bring this into, you know, match point.
Well, we can see Destiny boosted up on the box once again, waiting for extra pressure to work its way out from the side of the Renegades here. And their buy's not that great. Now, again, they've had to force into this one. They've got Yam on a Mag 7, a single SMG sitting on JKS. Only actually 1 M4 in the mix. As we also have that other SMG sitting on Azure, and beyond that, Ricky working with a FAMAS. Utilities are very, very lax right now. Only 3 smokes left that they can try to use here currently. So, at the moment, you can see LG, if they can bait the rest of these out, they'll actually have a pretty easy time getting out into the site. They will have to watch for broken wall again, as you've got Yam holding from that corner right here. But it's passive again from LG, as they take their time in trying to line up the setup before they actually go for the push and commit.
Yeah, and Yam playing up close with the Mag 7. He's going to need some support from Ustillo here. A lot of utility, though, for OG if they want to go into any type of an execute. There's 2 towards A, so Renegades isn't positioned very well to win this round. I mean, here comes the Molotovs. We're going to see if they're going to end up flashing through it. Really good positioning by Ustillo, though. Gets that kill. Pickle spamming through the smoke. Does 90 damage. Ends up getting the kill. And JKS, you know, with the holding strong around this rock. He's so good in this scenario, and at this spot gets another kill. And now all of a sudden OG hightails it out of there, goes towards the A site. They're going to see if they can get it for free. I think this is Ricky over here by Heaven reacting to it, so he's going to be in position to stop this. But this is a very winnable round for both teams.
They move up here, and Pickle's spotted. He's dinked, but he's not actually killed. 10 seconds, though. The bomb's now down. There is no time left here. Yell would have to frag out all 3. Gets that kill, but he's going to run out of time. So we're going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. The Renegades tie it up 15-all. And LG, despite the horrible occurrence that they go up against, they're still able to battle it back and tie things up at the map point, which means we're going to take this to overtime to settle it.
Wow. Sorry, I thought we would go to like some type of a break, because
no.
the players have to ready up again.
Yeah.
You know, so we're not sure how long it's going to take. But yeah, I mean, Luminosity, man, I'm happy for them that they brought it back to overtime after that happened. And, you know, I was kind of thinking about it, and your argument against, you know, doing what I said is that, well, then teams might be able to take advantage of it or something like that. But if you just make it 4v5, then it's just fair across the board, you know, if that guy knocks himself out at the start of the round. And if you're saying something like people could take advantage of it where the round gets restarted, I mean, it could work, both ways, I guess, right? If that's what you're saying.
I think the biggest issue with what happened here is that there wasn't a precedent set previously. I don't think anything has happened, so unlucky in terms of like a huge string of events in a row to allow for something like this to happen.
This has happened a lot.
Well, I mean, something like this happens.
Yeah, this happened to a ton of people.
But I don't think it happens to where like the entire team gets wiped off. They lose all their guns that they saved because no one else went down and whatnot. Basically like a huge string of events. There is something in the rulebook, I know, that says vaguely if someone dies and the round is considered live and there's no resetting it, but I don't think there's any exception to that. And that's the issue. There's no like extenuating circumstances that would allow for exceptions to that rule right now.
Right.
Because it's never happened to where, you've had a player or two disconnect, but I don't think you've ever had a whole team disconnect, and the timing of their disconnect worked out so that the 4 players or 3 players that did actually stay alive at the end of the round also lost all the AKs that they saved, and they weren't allowed to carry those into the next round, and they didn't get losing bonus money either because of the fact that they ran the timer down.
Yeah, I want to see what their money was the round before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wanted to see if they even got 1,400 apiece or what really happened there. Because I just kind of feel like they got screwed. But anyways, we are going live here. Ustillo and their Renegade side. He had a really good B-hold on that timing on the smoke. And killing them when they were coming out of that smoke was really, really nice by him.
Well, we get into it here now. LG, despite what they've gone up against here, they have been able to battle their way back, and now they still have a chance to close down the first map. We do have the big investment coming in from both sides. Not a double-up investment from the Renegades, so not pushing their investment, nothing too crazy here. And again, for anybody that is curious, since we're still kind of at the beginning of the season, it is your standard overtime rules that most of you have come to expect. MR3, 10K start money. First team to win 4 out of a sequence of 6 rounds will close out the map and take it in their favor. If they tie 3-3, it resets and goes over and over again until one team is able to win at least 4. But on the opening gambit, here are the guys from LG. Well, they're pretty much just going to push their way into A-Long to get control here. Not a whole lot of contention coming from the Renegades side. You have Ricky, who actually kind of fell back here and is now just playing around the Rap side, but he's not going to stick around there very long either. He's already started to fall back, and I imagine is going to transition over here to the doorway to prepare for a rotate into B if necessary.
Yeah, Renegades, they're giving up this drop control, it looks like. So they're just going to listen to it, but Ustillo's pushed up towards B, and this is a really good spot to almost guarantee you that first kill as long as they don't throw some type of a crazy flashbang on you. And with this upper B plat control, it's going to put a lot of pressure towards LG, and they're just going to decide to move over towards the A side of the map. Ustillo, though, has a great position to maybe flank if he wants. He can get pushed up really, really easily here. Showtime has to be careful because this could be a very pivotal part of this round. Ustillo probably hears him running away, and now the flank's going to occur because of that. And that puts LG on a timer.
JKS holding on the other side. He's going to get himself quite a few chances if they don't wrap around and immediately kill him. But no, they see him. Destiny pushes up the ramp, but he fails to account for that. 3 quick kills for the LG side, but 2 more traded out for the Renegades. Showtime with the 4th. And it falls down to Ustillo now in the 1v3. Sneaking around. They may have not spotted him yet, but also, actually, yeah, no one accounting for this. So the first kill's a walk-up. He's going to try to get as close to this as possible so as not to sound the alarms. He's spotted early, though, and that allows for SHD to adjust, and it's LG that pick up the first round here in OT.
Yeah, and that was a 4-on-5 execute. When they started executing A, there was basically 4 players there. There was 2 around the site. JKS, though, gets killed in the side. No cover from anybody around Heaven or anything like that, going towards APC and hoping middle. So they executed into 4 people there, and LG is still able to win that round. Ustillo on a big flank. If these Renegade guys just get 2-3 kills there, and put into like a 1v2 or something like that, Ustillo will probably win that round. Fortunate for them. But LG, again, moving over towards this A site. They have 5 people now, so right away, they smoke. They recognize they're playing 4 towards B at the start of the round, and Ricky's in a tough position.
Well, Ricky forced into a corner here and still completely flashed. Pickle will get the kill to initiate this push. JKS is ready for a response. The Molotov draws JKS to get 2 more. SHZ and Destiny both go down. He's still leaping in. Almost gets a monster straight transfer, but now we are seeing the Opera try to clutch, but no, it's not going to happen. Azure picks up the final kill, and the Renegades tie us up again at 16-all.
Yeah, huge play by JKS. I mean, you think that OG is going to have the sight, but no flashes coming towards Heaven. And look at this. Because of that, JKS just beautiful spray transfer. That was insane, man. But that's why you need those flashes. You need those delay flashes towards Heaven before you execute. You have to have somebody doing that, like 100%. That's their job, because it just makes this taking the site so easily. It's so easy.
And there's Yell starting us off very, very quickly by punishing an aggressive movement from the Renegades. That happened over at the very edge of A-Long. It was Ricky that tried to push all the way outside into the T courtyard there, and he was knocked out pretty swiftly by the offer over here from the T side. So they've got the early man advantage here for the Renegades, though. They're just going to split 2-2 across the map. Not really looking to try and look for revenge just yet. They'll let that happen when the actual execute comes in from LG.
Yeah, so 45, generally speaking, you're going to see somebody on Renegades try to take a risk here. Maybe try to even it up. They have 2 towards A. JKS moved over there from the B site, and they're doubled up on this long A. Pickle holding outside of here. We may see some type of a battle come out. Yam with an ump wants to get close range on any type of fight that he could take here. So he's going to take control, and we're going to see this is going to be very big.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it, but Pickle just ducks right underneath his crosshair, shuts him down with an instant headshot, eliminating him. The rest of this team pushing up to the site, and they've only got JKS to defend. Hasn't called for rotation from Azur or even Usilla for that matter. They're just now moving in, but this is happening far too late. Thankfully, flashbangs and whatnot, other reasons to hesitate here are being given to the LG players, so JKS was given time to prepare, but apparently not enough. He goes down immediately. It's Azur sitting back up on the balcony of the trades. Destiny, though, swinging in, and now it's just Usilla, as he is going to drop down here. Already, Destiny being in a position to wait for him here. It's an easy closeout for him as LG takes the advantage off of the first half in OT. 2 more to go now on the CT side to be able to take control of their first map here.
Yeah, and JKS, you saw he moves out of heaven very, very quickly, goes onto the site, but with no support. He has no flashbangs that he could really throw and make a play. Was difficult for him to get anything done there. Off a little bit on the DAR, right? Had 110 like that whole time.
Yeah, like 120 before that too.
Yeah, now down to 95, but OG's feeling good, man. You're going to be able to get a double op setup now. Showtime probably going to opt that upper B area. Yell, who knows where he's going to go. Looks like he'll probably go towards middle. That's where he usually resides, and that's going to be dangerous for these Renegades guys, right? You only have that one op on Ricky, so we'll see where he decides to go. Yell not getting too aggressive, just playing inside that connector as they play 4 towards B at the start. Excuse me, 3 towards B at the start. They still have 1 player towards long A. Ricky holding the B plat, which we've seen him do continuously this entire T side half. That seems to be his job. And now Showtime creeping up very, very slowly. Might want to get into a position where he can try to make it 4v5 here.
So we do have, again, a very passive opener from the T side of the Australians here. Really trying to make sure they don't immediately slip up and put themselves right on the edge of being pushed out of this map. Especially after the big gift that they were given at the end of regulation here. We can see LG, though, again, still in your standard 3-2 opener, also keeping Yell very, very close. And they haven't been able to see him yet, as Destiny still hides inside of that new, a little bit of a deeper cubby here. He's hoping for a peek either towards the stairwell or in that direction. Smokes are going to let Destiny move in, however. And Ricky, well, unfortunately won't spot this just yet. Destiny sitting back over here on the stairwell, spraying into it, trying to see if he can catch any of the early push from RNG, but again, not really catching wind of it. And for, all intents and purposes, Renegades have given nothing away yet. They've remained very, very quiet, and LG haven't pushed out aggressively onto A to confirm that it's here. They're just gambling on it, and thankfully this is correct. But this is free drop control out for them. Essentially free control of the transition room, too, to push back out here. Showtime's got to connect immediately. He does, but he also loses his teammate supporting him from the Platinum area back over there. It's going to be 4 quick kills for the Renegades, and there is nothing that Pickle can do about this. Beautiful take. Just very, very poor positions, I think, from LG on the site there, and they were not able to trade out appropriately, so they just got wiped for the most part, with the exception of losing Azur.
Yeah, well, they pick up right where they left off from the last T side that they were playing, and that's what they were doing. They were getting down drop for free, or a little bit of time was taken off. They just had to use a couple nades, and they would just group up and take B against 3 people. And when you get pinched like that, it's so difficult to hold as a CT. You can't let that happen. You have to make moves earlier on before that occurs on this map. You can't just let them get down drop, throw any nades they want in the B halls, and then pinch onto B. You're almost always going to lose the round. You need to either take drop control, post their drop control. You need to peek upper B. You need to over-rotate off of A. You need to do something, or else it's a very, very T-sided map. And I think most teams have adapted to that, but for whatever reason, LG is playing very, very static and letting them do whatever they want in that scenario.
Well, you can see it again here, just how quickly things got out of control in that replay. Really fast kills for the Renegades there, and it has allowed them to tie this back up. So we go to the last 2 rounds to decide it. One team is going to have to ace out these last 2 rounds and be able to take control. Otherwise, well, we reset again, and we go to double overtime, as LG are not done fighting. They will still want to claim this here, but also definitely going to want to make sure that they do not drop this round, as that could put them on essentially just forced up pistols and UMPs, where they're going to have a really rough time trying to tie that at 18 all to take us to double OT.
Yeah, but Luminosity, they still, we'll see if they adjust. That's the thing. They need to adjust. And Renegades won a lot of rounds at the back end of that T side, and it looks like on overtime they're just looking to do the same thing. LG kind of used their utility really early on that drop, and then just gives it up completely. They need to do something different.
Renegades are moving out again for basically your standard B play. Your basic platform push as well. I don't even know how heavily they're going to be using drop. They did do the usual 3-2 split last time. Late Molotov coming in for LG, however, so it holds them back for a couple of extra seconds, but the defenses are even lighter this time on B. They've got 1 guy playing back by the window and 2 really committed over towards A. 1 is going to start to rotate. They'll keep Yell in a position now, but again, they're swinging out. There's nobody watching out for drop pressure. SHZ finds the 1 kill, but that's it. The rest have been traded out. Pickle dropping in, though, and he got the bomb. So they have a chance at this, in addition to evening this back out at a 2v2. We'll see if they account for Yam boosting up on top of the tree box here. He's looking to sneak back in. He spots the player, but no, Pickle finds the return first. It's Ricky being creepy, though, sneaking around, but Yell, the counteract that inside of the drop room is going to let LG to pick up match point first. 18-17, a pause will be called. I assume it's a tactical, by the Renegades here, as they're going to go down to the wire here to potentially lose this map.
Yeah, and Yell winning that 1v1 on, what was that, Creepy Ricky?
I don't know what I said.
You called him?
I didn't want to say, because I already said sneaky once.
Really good recognition by Pickle, though, to realize that that's the play, man. Everybody does that. Whenever you have 2 players around that cube, you always boost up and really get somebody around that tree area to look for a pick. It always happens, and he recognizes that and gets that kill. That was huge, allowing Yell to get positioning on Ricky, after he does trade him off. And not only that, but he got the bomb down and really put him in position to win that round. Not sure why the bomb took that route. It definitely, they had 2 players on that statue side. Had it been on one of them, easy plant. And then obviously you put the pressure on the CT side, right? So last round here of overtime. We'll see if LG could take control of this round and win it outright, or if Renegades are going to control it and, send it into double OT.
We've got LG splitting up, and it's still 2 players pushing out immediately in towards A-Long. It is a much more split-up opener, however, also from the T side this time around, with 3 pushing to the outer courtyard and just 2 working their way into the inner halls. Both Ustillo, along with the bomb carrier Yam, are going to group up together and push their way over here towards the entrance towards A-Long. Pickle will look to resist along with Destiny. Pickle's going to get flashed out, but they don't commit just yet. Destiny swings out with just a UMP, grabs that kill. Molly's going to go on the ground. He's trying to save his teammate's life. He just barely survives that. Destiny, a single health point, keeps him up and rolling right now. JKS, however, is going to try to sneak back in and finish the job. Keep in mind, Destiny's still very weak, but they're smart about this. They smoke it out. They realize that someone could have crept down here. JKS still has a little bit of an angle to peek through here if they cross it from this corner. I think he'll be just able to spot the headshots when they go across the box here. But the problem is the bomb is down on the ground, and these T's still have to find a way to work towards it. Azure tried to get sneaky and drop, didn't work out there. Showtime was able to punish that. It's down to Ricky and JKS, and Ricky sort of creeping his way back over here. The Molotov will burn him alive, and he even gets a second one. So things could still get out of hand here, but the CTs are also counter-flanking from the other side of this one. JKS, good intuition, though. Spins around, finds SHZ, takes a lot of damage from that, but this is such a huge enigma happening right now across the map. neither of these teams really getting a huge advantage over the other one, despite LG's previous one just a few seconds ago. They've been able to retrieve the bomb. They've been able to regroup, more importantly, and now they're going to try to make a push. There's only 20 seconds left. There was not time to fall back and wrap over towards B, so they've got to move in here. They're going to trade the guns back out here. JKS is going to pick up the op, and now Yell waits for it. He's spotted them pushing in, but he's watching for the APC push, and oh, the flick from Yell destroys Ricky. There's one more. There's 8 seconds left, and Showtime is waiting for it. So LG, they face such a huge, loss in the regulation time there, as that judgment did get pushed down on them to lose that round, but they push it back. They take it to overtime, and they win it here in overtime, 19-17 as the scoreline.
Wow, man, that's a feel-good win right there when you're LG, because you get let's be honest, their backs are against the wall. They get a little bit screwed over, just by their internet dropping. They're put in such a tough situation, and they all just come together and they play really, really well to close out that half, bring it into overtime, and then to take it there. You feel really, really good about that win if you're LG.
All right, guys, so let's send it over to the analysis desk to discuss map number 1 here between these two teams. There's still a second one to come. Stunna and Bach, take it away.
Personally, I want to thank you, Blue, for the creepy Ricky insertion there. I think that was really well done. Unfortunately, not done well enough for the Renegade side, and we do see LG walk away with this one.
One of Blue's many great euphemisms that game, actually. But a really well-fought battle from LG to bounce back from what happened. Some serious resilience from the Brazilian side.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and tune right into our replays here. Let's check out round 11, where we do see Ricky. He has to show up big here.
At this point, it looked like it was going to be a repeat of last night's match for Renegades, or this week's match for Renegades against Optic. But Ricky opens it up with a huge kill on the player B platform, and he extends that push out further, and he's going to get himself a second one as well to the player close, and that makes this round all but winnable. And then in the end, caps off the 3K with the op, seals the deal for Renegades, and from that point on, they really brought it back. It was 9-1. It was 9-6 a half.
Right. It started off pretty rough there for the Renegades, and especially when you're going against a player like SHZ, or I don't want to butcher it, so SHZ it is. It was. He's a formidable opponent.
Yeah, and we can call him PKL. We don't have to call him Pickle. As much fun as I had listening to Blue call him Pickle, PKL. Another name that was butchered throughout the cast by Blue.
Well, a name that you cannot butcher is Showtime. No stranger to the spotlight. Let's check out round 28, where we do see Showtime do a little bit of work here.
Yeah, so this was at a point now where Luminosity had their backs against the wall. A loss here basically means this map's over. So they come in with very little utility to try and take this A site, and they use it all to get up. Ustillo charges through. It's a back and forth for a while. He picks up 3. It seems like this is all but over. But Showtime, over by Plywood, gets that kill, and now it's down to a 1 versus 1 between him and Yam. Yam playing by the door with the AWP, and Showtime has to go get the bomb. It's seeming like this could be the round that ends it, but instead, Showtime delivers that crushing blow to the offer, and that's what put LG in position to grab a 15th, and they actually had a chance to win the game, but Renegades brought it back in that last round.
Already, and I believe Dave said this, a feel-good game there.
Yeah.
And obviously, hats off for the perseverance there from Luminosity, able to string that together and win it out in overtime. We do have a second map that we're going to be seeing coming up from these guys. I might have lost my mind. There it is. Dust 2, excuse me. Dust 2 is going to be the next map. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break. And if you haven't seen the John Wick trailer yet, you're about to watch it again. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back here with the last map of the night, and kind of fitting, it's Dust 2. And you know what? A map that we love and love to hate at the same time. It's kind of weird like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, personally speaking, as a caster who's watched way more CS than I'd like to admit, Dust 2 has always been like one of the most boring maps for me to watch. But at the same point in time, it's kind of weird to see it go.
Okay, well, you know what? Before we see it go, we couldn't possibly do that without a proper send over to Eric de Beer Stromberg, who's standing by with Luminosity's Dust 2 broken down.
Thank you, Stunna. Coach Bears here, and I want to take a look at Team Luminosity. They're one of the newer teams in the Pro League, and I'm interested to see how they will fare up against these pro teams. As you can see, this is the first gun round, okay, of the second half, and they're rushing. They're rushing Team Liquid. I like it. It shows balls. It shows they're not scared of any team at the moment, or at least Team Liquid. And as we pause right here, as you see right there, as Showtime almost got the kill. What this really does for him to rush down the middle without being spotted, which is kind of risky. It's a very risky play, but it pays off well. If they did not get the kill in pit, or from pit to A, he would have gotten the kill. And it was a very nice strat against Team Liquid. It caught them way off guard. They did not expect an old school A split like that, because a lot of teams used to do this way back in 1.6, and now you don't see it too much. You see a lot of slow cat takes, slow mid control, and Luminosity bringing something more to the table, and I can't wait to see more of these guys in Pro League. And thank you, and back to you, Stunna.
And we actually can't wait to see more of you in that tracksuit, Eric.
Handsome
by far. I mean, we did see LG lose to Immortals last night, 22-19 on Dust 2. But is that foretelling of what's going to happen tonight?
Well, at the same point in time, Renegades had lost to Optic in their opening map, in their opening match, 19-17. Both teams went to Dust 2 in their first match for ESL Pro League. Both teams lost in overtime. The question is which one faced a harder opponent. Just based on what we saw in that first map, this could be another very close game, another potential overtime coming.
Well, just in case you're unaware at home, this is the last time you will be seeing Dust 2 this season. Inferno will be taking its place, another old school Counter-Strike map. If you haven't played it, you're also missing out on that. There's a brand new version out. Go check it out on your own time, not on ours. But for now, we're going to get in this matchup here. Luminosity and Renegades. Take it away, Blue and Dazed.
All right, thank you very much, Stunna. Yeah, it's time to jump into it now. LG recovering and being able to take control of the first map, and now they head over here onto Dust 2 to potentially make it 2-0 for the evening, but the Renegades had some fight to them as well, and we're keeping it very, very close, especially towards the end of that, and now we go to Dust 2, the map where they upset it against many, many teams in the last season, so they had the potential to up their scoreboard a little bit here before the map gets kicked out of rotation next week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still just riveted by that teleprompter segment. I've never seen that before. A fast A split, Blue, with one down fast pass to Cat. That is crazy stuff out of those LG guys. No, but I mean, I really like those two. I think it's a very entertaining map. Not too much of a fan of how Renegades played it last night, though. Just like constantly going through smokes and the B tunnel and things like that. Like 4-1-ing, a lot of the time you just get wiped out by Tarek there, if you remember, when he was opping B. Just consistent 4Ks time and time again. So I'm a fan of Dust 2. It's one of my favorite maps to play. It's one of my favorite maps to watch. I don't know. That's just me, man.
All right. Well, as we can see from the players pointing around, it is time to get live into the match now. Pistol rounds will put the Renegades on the T side with LG jumping over to the CT side. So let's get into it and take a look at which team is going to start off with the advantage here. Pistol rounds, for the most part, have been pretty back and forth. I don't think one team has absolutely dominated them back over on the last map. Even, looking at both of these teams and what we've seen from them in the past and over the season, not one or the other way here. So to open things up, a few of their players work into the tunnels.
But they didn't rush.
I've
never seen it happen. Renegades had the rush. They rush B every time on this map, and they didn't rush. I guess they just didn't have the spawn. So now they're slowing it down. Pickle gets goosed off at the start of the round, and they're in a 3-1-1, but they have long control. That's the thing. This player's out Blueman. SHZ is saying, what's going on, man? We got to push up Cat. We got to get some information out here. He's going to take any type of duels outside of long and kind of post up. He's going to hear JKS, so this might be a freebie for him. He gets it, and then the B push comes. Showtime.
Moving into it pretty quickly here. Showtime's going to try to resist, but that's too big of a stack of players to deal with here. They leap over. Yeah, he catches one with a knife out as well. He almost almost gets that second player. It's enough, however, to find Yell before Destiny trades it. Massive damage was done to Yell, and it's not just him either that's lit. It's Pickle down at 34 HP. SHZ just gets denied trying to jump up to the window. He still gets an easy frag right there. And now 2 remain as Pickle tries to swing in. He meets his match pretty quickly, and the same can be said for Destiny. The Aussies control the pistol here as they are able to push forward and actually claiming both of them on the last map too. I think they're 3 for 3. I said it was inconsistent, but that's more for LG in the past. In this match, I think the Renegades have been claiming them all so far.
Yeah, a delayed B take. No, but I'm actually a little bit surprised it went B after they saw that long A was open. LG, though, they decide on 3 deals, a scout and a 5-7. So the scouter fighting Ricky there in middle. AZR going out long, gets blind, though. Almost dies to the Deagle of Destiny, but he goes back to spawn. Gets boosted up, and now with long control, Renegades has a really good position to win this round.
You know, just waiting for them to actually initiate the push if they're going to go for it here. Flashbangs are out. There's a lot of resistance from LG, though, so this could be dangerous if they aren't able to tap away at these players from long range. SHZ with the Deagle sitting back there, and speaking of other players, it's going to be Yell up on the platform himself with the scout, and that's the bomb gone down onto the ground inside a pit, granted. So in theory, they could retrieve it and try to toss it back up, but that's not going to be safe as they can peek into that one and kill the guy that tries to retrieve the bomb, and someone's got to leap across over here to get into the pit in the first place, and you kind of got to abandon a player and fully commit. So I think they have to use a smoke to be able to get this back, smoking it off parses that they can safely leap back in and not have to worry about that scout covering up pretty much the entire cross of long, and they're going to pull away from here. 4v5 working against them with, you know, some heavily lit players when you look at Azur and Yam. We'll see where they go from here, but with 45 seconds, they're not going to have a whole lot of time to wait around in mid. It seems like they're pretty quickly just shifting this over to the upper tunnels, and are going to try to re-execute out on B.
Yeah, they'll re-execute out on B. AZR is staying towards long, so he might go up long before they actually take control of it and actually start fighting. So Showtime at the car and Pickle with the Deagle at window. So he's going to try to take contact, and then Showtime will probably try to peek, but he just misses, and that timing is terrible.
He's going...
So that's really, really tough. But Pickle takes contact. Now it's going to be up to Showtime.
And Showtime trying to hold on, but he gets pushed from 2 different angles at once. He's not able to counter that back out. It gets evened out into a 3v3. They're going to put the bomb on the ground with just about 7 seconds remaining. It works out. They're able to put that thing down. But now for LG, unfortunately, they've been completely boxed out of this site. There's no room for them to retake it all, and since they still have their next round of full eco on, they are going to decide to save, so they have a little bit of extra firepower going into it.
Yeah, and I just really disagree with the setup that they had. I think a much better setup is if PKL is around the big box or the barrels, and then he could take contact from the tunnel, and then what he could do is he could hide. Showtime could be at the car, and then when they actually fight Showtime, he could peek on the left of big box or kill anybody coming up and jumping out of the tunnel onto the boxes, which almost always happens. I think that's a way better setup than what they did. You know, they're not really utilizing the teammate aspect when they set up a B like that with Pickle outside the window and Showtime near the car, because they're going to fight Pickle, and then they're just going to die, or, you know, or Pickle's going to kill them all, but it's not really helping Showtime out. Whereas if you put in, like, the setup I said, they're going to help each other out, you know, and that's how you always want to set up in this game when you're given the opportunity.
So into that third round, and they do still have a bit of firepower with the double scouts that they found towards the end of the round there. The MAC-10 that's coming onto SHZ right now, and still in Deagle to P252. Early on here, tags from the scouts against both players. Azur being brought down to 34, Yell going down to 35. No one really getting a huge advantage here, but it is a large stack from LG on B right now, and Ricky making a face full of it. He doesn't account for a potential push. He decides to back away just at the right moment here instead of re-peeking into all that mass from the LG side. Where in the meantime, the Renegades have pushed their way out over here towards long. They're going to be able to essentially get it for free, as there's no defense on the site itself. They only have players in mid and in between here and the B-bomb site. It's just a walk-up for long, with the exception of the cross being open partially right now. As we can see, flashbangs, though. Showtime's going to miss it for that player. Misses, actually, no, yeah, he's going to miss the connection on the second one there, too. It's him that's being brought down to 25 HP. Pickle has some better luck back over here in mid as he finds Ricky, so they'll be able to swing around really quickly towards long and Cat. But still, the round itself is very much secure for the Renegades here now, as they have a 2-man setup out here towards long. Azur and Yusin have no flashbangs to counter it. That's basically impossible to push out there safely. So more than likely, this is going to be a clean up here now for the Renegades to pick up their third. Oh, never mind. Showtime just destroys Azure through the door, apparently. They know where Ustillo is now. He's going to grab a second. Destiny takes him down, and SHZ sneaking back in here. I might have to eat my words in a huge way. It's JKS alone now, 1v2. Finds it, brings it down to a 1v1. Time is also very low here, but JKS is going to finalize those kills anyway, and the Renegades will close out upon it to get their third round.
Yeah, and LG's happy with that, though, man. They got a ton of kills. Really hurt Renegade's economy a lot. So they're not sad about that round whatsoever. As Ricky, you expect him to really clean up and holding around catwalk there. A nice wall bang by Showtime on AZR outside of there. So he's disappointed about that one. But LG a good eco for them. Yo, with a nice little pop flash that's going to go towards long after that Molotov. Still, it takes a good amount of damage. 40 damage on the off chance that he gets a peek. Isn't able to get it though. Now Renegade's slowing it down.
You can see the smokes being deployed over here towards mid now from the Renegades to try and give them a bit more free rein to group up and begin their push towards either side. The Xbox smoke is the one that is tossed back out there that you saw a second ago. Upper tunnel's control still theirs as well, but for the most part just going to aggress in towards Cat early on here. Trying to see if they can push back any Opera that may have been positioned up on top, if Yell had tried to go for that, but he's playing it back to the car wrap spot there. Just waiting for an eventual play to come in, but it's not going to be happening here. It's going to be the Renegades probably going for a mid to B execute here now, keeping the guy on Cat to counter out them that try to go towards. They can try to go back towards mid here pretty quickly if they're already up on the platform. But beyond this, they're being really sneaky, very late to actually deploy the cross, if they're even going to do it. We can see them getting free reign over it. Finally, it's done. Yell just taking some pot shots, and I imagine there's another CT moving in here, Destiny, that may do the same in a second too, and he's able to successfully push through it. More flashbangs being tossed in his direction, so it's going to be a bit tough, but it's no time. Fine digging his way out of the smoke. He's going to get their first kill here. Swinging back in. Another one is found for Yell, but the battle for the site goes very much in the way of the T's here. Now Showtime trying to brute force his way in. It works. Swings over. Dinks another player down to 1 HP before finally being eliminated by Azure. The Molotov, and SHG doesn't even care. He moves in, loses his life in the process. He just wanted to bring it down to the 1v1, and apparently that was worth it. As Yell moves forward, he spots the last player and catches Azure with his back turn. It's an easy closeout for Yell, and LG will win the first gun round here.
Yeah, and that was actually really, really good by the LG guys on that retake. A lot of people, the B bomb site on Dust 2, a lot of the time, if you're in position to just go and try to retake quickly before they can get set up, it's a much better idea than to just wait for your teammates and not take advantage of that. So I think that was a really good job by OG of understanding that even if you're just going to go 1-for-1 if you're Showtime and if you're SHZ, you should do it. Definitely. And now Renegades, they're going to buy. They have 2 pistols, 2 AKs, and then AWP. So a lot of the time when this happens, it looks like they're going to go for a quick bid and B hit or something like that. But, we'll see what happens for them.
Well, we can see now the Renegades begin to line themselves up for a potential push, early push, or just the early peek out from those B tunnels right there. Everybody else, while they did have very early aggression out through the mid doors here, since there was a general lack of presence from LG early on, they have fallen back into a more normal stack now. While we still keep Ricky over here, that has the potential to shoot through if he can trace the spray correctly. Luminosity again taking those shots through the smoke to try and see if they can catch anyone on the cross, and he shall actually. As the smoke, I think, faded away a little bit, he was able to catch Showtime. So already one getting knocked out for LG here. And the rest of his team is preparing to follow suit here to go for another mid to B split. Pickle hangs on the outside, so pretty safe bet that he's going to be able to actually kill one of these guys unless he gets flashed to the face. But after that one, this is a very easily traded position, and there's no one else even close to this one, which means if it works out and they successfully push and kill him without an adequate amount of trades, more than likely a save call is going to come in for the remaining 3.
Yeah, and nobody's even crossing towards B side. They're afraid because there's no smoke on the doors, so that leaves Pickle on a complete island.
He kicks up that first kill, looking for a second, and he'll get that. Ustillo is able to finally trade, but it's left to an even battle here. And also Yam in mid, he's spotted from the backside there and doesn't realize it until it's too late. SHZ gets the kill against Yam, and that should actually, convince them to be able to go for the retake here. Ricky got really aggressive, but had second thoughts. That smoke's kind of in an awkward position that doesn't let him safely peek out with full vision, so he backs away. The nade goes out, but doesn't really do much. And the remaining 3 here now for LG do get prepared to push back in. Another nade on top. This time does better damage to players like SHZ. Brought down to 11 after this peak from Ustillo. Brings him down very low, but they're still being given room. They're able to push in. Ricky goes down, and Ustillo can't do anything about this either. It's Yell that dominates both of the retake kills. And while the time's going to be a little close, LG should definitely be able to defuse this bomb and bring themselves within 1 round of tying this up.
Yeah, now Renegades are probably going to save this round. I think they're going to get about 2,700 or something like that. But you know, the thing I want to talk about for a second is that when you have an op and you have a bunch of pistols, this is very common to see. You just let your op lead in while everybody else can kind of follow. You see he's able to get that initial entry, bring it into a 3v3 once his teammates take the site. But another thing is Renegades opts for a full buy here. They know Renegade or LG's money is low. If you notice, they waited for the long player before they went out towards CT spawn on that retake, and that allowed them to kill any type of a lurker pretty easily. So they waited for that long player. He's able to clear those doors, and then that way they're able to cross freely towards the B site, and that was very key for that round.
Well, Renegade stacking up over here outside of the Xbox and mid doors position yet again, while the rest of the team just hangs out in top mid as they prepare to see if anything from LG was going to be sent through those doors. Not the case. They played your basic standard setup, a 2-1-2 across the map, while having Destiny in a very much a wedged position, able to quickly rotate towards A if the need arises. And well, they certainly may need that in a moment here, as the rest of the team is getting ready to go for an Australian road train up through Cat on towards the A-bomb site. All of them stacked for it right now. They do get prepared to push it on, as Destiny, Yell, and I believe they also have SHZ here preparing to counter it out, but smokes and whatnot are good enough to allow them passage up to the platform. Flashbangs are great for the LG side though, and it's given Destiny that first kill basically for free. Yam with a great response off the Deagle, and the smokes are still covering it, so they're able to sneak in the plant there, and they weren't able to wrap back around to deny it. Yell is trying to sneak back up onto the platform here to find a shot. He catches him, but he unscopes a little bit too soon. Thankfully, SHZ is there to capitalize on things, but a missed shot, and again, Ricky peeks up. Showtime, no, finding another one, denying a lurk around. JKS finding yet another kill. Ricky with one on the Deagle. Showtime denies that. It goes to a 1v1. Showtime's hunting for it, jumping up and down. He knows he's behind the bots. He's wasting a lot of time, but JKS on the swing shot takes him out, and the Renegades get to maintain their lead.
Yeah, and the lurk not even working out for Renegades. But LG, you know, how many times have we seen that, Blue, where they just, you know, a team's ecoing, they get up catwalk, they throw all their nades, and they just hold off for the retake. It's just so often. Showtime has a great recognition to understand that he's getting flanked. They opt for a very conservative, economical play here. You know, they're not going dangerous like Renegades is, where they buy on that round. They save on a pretty similar round.
And they're going to waste no time just tunneling their way out here to A-long as well. Pretty quickly, we find Destiny and SHZ down to the ground. Yam back in mid can do some damage here too to pretty much finalize things. He actually does overcommit to that just a little bit there, so he's going to find himself dead. But these last two with just the default pistols here, they do pick up both actually a Deagle, I just realized, along with the Galil. So the guy with the Galil probably going to fall back to save, but I imagine the Deagle guy will post up for some exits here.
Yeah, they do get that Galil. They probably don't want to... They don't even care about bringing it into the next round too much, so they're probably going to look for exits. He's outside long A. This is a great spot that Showtime is in. I love this spot. Nobody ever checks it. It's always just free kills. As soon as I say that, they'll probably check it though, Blue. But I don't think Renegades is going to chase. They understand that they just have, you know, like a Galil, that's it, and maybe a pistol. So they don't really care too much. They're happy with just saving their guns. Now Renegades goes up to a quick 5-2 lead. They're going to have a decent amount of money after this round. So even if they lose this upcoming round, they should be able to still buy, I would assume. They'll probably, you know, spend a little bit on utility here, but... And we'll see what type of play style they play with. You know, last time we saw them on Dust 2, there was just a lot of questionable plays by them. A lot of, you know, just running through smokes unnecessarily and things like that and getting cleaned up by one person. So we'll see if they continue that. Seems like they like going on the B side a lot, though. A lot more than most teams, I'd say.
Yep, but now with the reinvestment rolling back in here for the CTs, they still are able to keep themselves at a pretty decent buy, but unfortunately there's some sacrifices that need to be made. Pickle specifically is down back on the SMG yet again with a very limited amount of utility. And the very same can be said for a majority of these players that have gone for their big gun investments on M4s and whatnot here. On the opener, again, though, it's basically what we've come to expect from these Ts. A very slow group up on top mid along with the upper tunnels, and then it shifts down with Azur leading the charge to get control around the Xbox. Then jumping this up on a Cat. This time we did see Yell, of course, get a bit aggressive here, but just to toss the smoke on and see if he can confirm their positions in mid once again. Now he'll sit back here behind the Tetris box and wait for an eventual push. If he can catch a player, that's great, but then he'll just drop back, right back down here to play to a more further back position if they follow through with the actual hit.
Yeah, and I like this by Renegades, though. I mean, we saw on Cobble, they tried a lot of like fast strats early on, and then when they slowed it down, they started winning a lot of rounds. And now they're employing the same strategy on Dust 2, but they're doing it from the start of the half. So they're taking things a lot more methodically, a lot more slowly, and really making sure that any execute they do is going to make sure, you know, They have their teammates there. They're ready to trade, and that's a really good strategy because LG is always giving them room to execute on things.
And we can see Destiny sneaking in here too. He's not able to spot anyone from the Renegades beyond the smoke just yet. He can see that one that was underhand tossed though, and he definitely sees Azur pushing back in. Now he's traded up for an AK. He's not going to be sticking around inside of the smoke anyway. He falls back beyond it and is trying to retreat before these do fade away. They've got the 5v4, but they've got to take advantage of it as another 1-for-1 trade happens with these guys trying to push out. But Pickle's patience is huge here, moving in, and he single-handedly stops any hopes of them putting that bomb on the ground before the timer runs out. And not only that, but he kills everyone along the way too. It's a nice third round for LG, and they're right back in it now.
And do you know the adjustment that LG made? It wasn't so much positionally. I know they put a decent amount of pressure on Catwalk, but they saved their utility. Simple as that. I mean, Renegades was taking a long time to take Cat control. By the time they even had any type, that's not even control. There's a smoke up there. That's 25 seconds. And then they get the smoke down in B tunnels with like 15 seconds left, and now Renegades says, screw it, we're rushing A. They go up Catwalk so freaking quickly, trades across the board. Yell and A site dose is a very dominant position. Blue gets multiple frags, and JKS all alone on the Catwalk. Not much for him to do from here.
Yeah, JKS even getting shut down. It's actually a miracle that I think it's Yell or possibly Destiny down below towards CT there initially that stays alive despite them dropping right in front. Here's a teammate that bails him out big time, and then he spins around all of a sudden realizing what's happening to grab the kill. At the end of it, it's showtime with the second up there that does pick up the kill from mid and gives Luminosity their fourth. One away now from tying this up, and it's going to happen on a save round from the Renegades, so pretty good chances of us seeing that happen right here.
Man, Renegades, they played that round so fast. I mean, I felt like I think we were watching like a replay or something, and instantly they're just up Catwalk, all 5 of them. That's crazy. They do some, they really play like a different play style than any other team that's in Pro League or even, you know, in Pro League in Europe as well. They're really not afraid to just 5-man and just go super fast if they see any opening or think they could have any opening at all. Because now they're just 5 Glocks, so probably not going to get much done this round.
Yeah, Yell's going to find Yam pretty quickly here. More of his teammates are probably actually going to follow through to try and overwhelm that up, but he's since given up the chase here and he's going to let them through, basically. He's got long-range duels now since they didn't even have a smoke to try and cross his back out. PKL's blind, but it doesn't matter. Swings out around the corner after finding JKS and takes down Ricky too. So we'll see if UCLA can hide out here, maybe get the headshot, but no, they suspected him being inside of that doorway. Does damage to, I think it's Destiny down to 26, but no kills at all. Clean one from LG, and this is what they need to get their economy back and rolling here. Double up setup. They've got enough money on pretty much everybody for a rebuy. Coming onto the gun run for the Renegades, of course, but even if they drop this one, they still have the power to buy back in for the next round.
Yeah, and it's a double up setup on CD side against 5 AKs. And with the way Renegades plays, I think this is, you know, as long as you don't get caught off with a rush, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for you to really make it 4v5 and get some kills here. Again, Showtime pushes into lower. Renegades does a long control, and this is going to be dangerous for SHZ.
Showtime just waiting for it here. He's even cautious about it himself, but still runs into the shot. And it's not only here either. SHZ finding an additional kill against Yam, with Yam and Ricky going down. They're all the Renegades have to work for at this point. Well, they have long control, but that's about it. It's not even safe to peek towards long as they have that other op sitting there. The smoke is faded away. They still have 2 more sitting in the arsenal here if they want to try to redeploy it to allow them to push back up. But in all reality here, as you mentioned previously, without the op, they're not going to be able to take that duel confidently, and SHZ will be able to call that off and allow for his for Yell to be able to rotate back in. He even just does that on his own, actually. Almost takes out the player that's trying to move himself outside of pit. For now, it's going to give them the room. As time getting a little bit lower here, they may make that movement soon. He doesn't want to peek out directly against 3 players. That'll be a bit bold. But now the Molotov rolls in there on the cross, and he spots them. So there's one pick up there. Destiny's back in here, and while JKS will trade onto Yell, and he finds the second one. Again, JKS showing up as a hero in some of these rounds, but he's got a lot more work to do. There's still 3 players up and running. He uses his smoke to safely cross back out. Cat presence is cleared, but he has got a flank coming back in from long, Cat, and still down below in CT. He's going to have to deal with all 3 angles here, and you know that LG are going to coordinate this properly. It's actually not Cat, excuse me. They pulled away from there, and it's just going to be 2 from long, 1 down from CT. He's wrapping towards Cat, expecting it, though, and this is problematic as they're getting so much control back. He goes behind the safe corner box right now, still expecting someone to work their way in from Cat. They're going to work their way up the ramp already here for free. They molly into the corner. He smokes it up, but now they know he's sitting there. Looks for the shot, though, and he gets it. They still haven't gotten to the bomb just yet, and he's wasting a whole lot of time here. Drops down, though, and before this can go any further, Pickle is going to shut it down.
Yeah, and that was a great retake. I actually don't agree with the double long as well. I think if a guy plays Catwalk, guy hides spawn, and any 3v1 at A, And I mean, you see they barely won it. That actually came down to like the very last millisecond. But then the cat player could just spot, right? And you just spot if he pushes from cat, and then you wait for the long player, and then you all peek together. I think that's the best way to take 3v1s on that A site. If you all go together cat or something like that, the guy can play A site for the round, or if you all come together from spawn or something. But yeah, you know, Luminosity coming back into the half, very, very strong. Renegades opts for like a half buy. Scout onto Yam, 4 Tech 9s, you know, armor and a half armor on Azra and Ustillo. So they maybe will try to get up Catwalk again. We'll see. But Renegades all of a sudden just came into like a brick wall from the Luminosity Gaming night. This nice pop flash comes out. Destiny is not able to get the kill. But what I was going to say is that Renegades against a double op setup, I feel like that's a really good way to like stop them, because they give you a lot of opportunities for picks. You know, they're not the most tactically sound team, and I think there's a lot of opportunities for ops to just make it 4v5 all across the map.
Ustillo was trying so hard off that sneaky tunnel play to line up the shot against Showtime, but just so that it seemed like he was going to have the headshot angle, he unfortunately kind of gets wrecked with the ob. So he's going to be taken down. Again, not really a whole lot of expectations being put on the Renegades for this round right here, since what they have brought up and just in general, again, utility is very much lacking, so they're not going to be able to contest this double op setup once again if they push the hotspots where it's posted up for. The last 3, seems like they're going to try to make a bid for Cat here. A flashbang is all they have to their name now. 40 seconds, so they've got a bit of time to work it onto the site and try to, at the very least, get the plant going for them, but in goes the flashbang, and here comes the execute. Yell actually misses the first shot, so he's going to let them in. Calls off his own high pop flash here, and again misses the shot. It's not going to be enough for a kill. They're allowed access to the site, allowed access to the platform. They'll be able to put the bomb onto the ground, and now Ricky peeks in, spots the rotating CTs. This is where it's going to get tough, unfortunately. They've accomplished the mission from the 3v5. Which is being able to get the bomb onto the ground. Now they're going to see how much damage they can do. 1 kill for themselves. There's another one still hiding further back here. And Ricky, well, he's just posting. He's trying to kill like 3 players at once, looking all around there. It destabilizes his aim, and SHZ is just going to kill him before he gets anyone.
Yeah, Luminosity 7-5. How many rounds have they won in a row right now? I feel like they're on a really good roll right now. So 5. For Luminosity, they're really getting built up on cash. I think that they adjusted very well into this double op setup as well, with Yell and Showtime really paving the way, making a lot of nice plays in order to give Luminosity a nice boost, you know, on this set.
Yep, so this is going to allow, again, for good control on the LG side, but now the Renegades have another investment coming in. It includes the op on Ricky and full utility for the rest of the team here, but still their same basic strat. There's not a whole lot of innovation in the early round here. They're still going for that usual group up, down and top mid, and down outside of those mid doors, at which point they'll turn this into either, again, more than likely, you'll see a cat take or a mid to be split following this up, but wanting to run the timer down first, if they can catch someone at mid, or if they can catch someone on a bit of an aggressive cat play, like an opper, like Yell, that would be posted up behind the Tetris box, that'd be perfect there. But with the way that LG are also positioning themselves, I highly doubt that's going to happen. They're pretty passive at the moment as well.
Yeah, very interesting setup for Luminosity. They have 3 towards B, Opera at long A, pushed up close, and then 1 player on the A ramp, which is SHZ. So they're anticipating some type of a mid B or a big B hit. Pickle is being baited for by Destiny, and if they do hit mid B, I think he's going to have a field day out here. I doubt anybody checks that spot. Not sure if they are, though, because their long players getting positioned towards long. Usually when that happens, it's going to be some type of a cat hit.
Now goes the smoke here to allow them access over towards the cat. So again, that puts the pressure on Showtime to try and stop some of this. The smokes are covering up the initial approach, but as Azure goes into the smoke, unfortunately the smoke's going to kill him. Showtime, though, expects the pop flash to do its work, but it's a little bit too late. Yam is going to be able to execute on the kill before the pop flash even affects him there. They still have SHZ close up, but I think he's actually just going to chill here and wait for his teammates to rotate over. So long as he doesn't get picked off by long, JKS is actually sitting really far committed into those long doors, so he's got a great forward position here as the rest of these teams are going to suspect that they're all trying to push their way back in from here. There's the first kill from Pickle. They've got a lot of them pushed back here, and now finally you'll see SHC move out, but they fail to account for JKS. He sneaks in a kill there. Pickle again on point with these trades, though, and now you're down to Ricky. There's 1, however, and 2. Now 1 more to go as his opponent's going to jump onto the bomb, and he's hopping through it. The missed shot, but Yell's able to trade over, and this will come down very close, but he still will definitely be able to defuse the bomb there, and we'll see another one for LG.
Yeah, great retake, man. SHZ did a really good job of getting into that A-ramp position, and if you noticed how patient he was, he waited until his teammates could come throw flashes towards Deuce, and then all of a sudden, yeah, his teammates are moving up CT spawn, but him being on that A-ramp really puts a lot of pressure on the T's, because the T's are going to be coming through that cat smoke. They're going to be elbow, they're going to be focused on CT, and then he's going to fly up that A-ramp and be at a spot that they're not even looking at.
We already see Ricky at the beginning of this one, too, getting the cross shot onto Yell. That's taken down one of the offers. There may be some fight left in the Renegades after all as we go to the last couple rounds, but it's trading back and forth, and it's Showtime having the big impact here at long. He's gotten 3 kills back to back to back, shutting down the push, which seemed to start out great. In the meantime, though, Yam was allowed to sneak into the B-bomb site for free. Pickle goes in looking, but doesn't realize how far the control has already gone in the T's favor. He's able to sneak in. He's now opened a path for the bomb carrier to rush right up here. You can see that Destiny's trying to chase him back down, and I don't think he's going to be able to successfully catch up to him in time. He's already over here inside of the tunnel now, so he'll be safe to move back in. Just being a little bit cautious at the event. They had a window peek to deal with. Not the case. Everybody else from LG is sitting pretty far back from the site here, and we do have Destiny rotating in. Same can be said for Showtime, but he's hanging back a bit more as he's at 34 HP. Doesn't want to get peeked and immediately shut down. Destiny going to use his smoke to get easier access to the site, but at the same time, Ricky's obviously going to know he's pushing in from there. He's going to be very careful the way he plays this. The nade's going to be almost perfect, brings him down to 58 HP. Doesn't actually know the trajectory of the nade, or doesn't think that he's going to be positioned back there. So Ricky gets that first kill very easily, and then follows it up into the second one. Nice stuff from him, and that's going to let the Renegades grab a 6th.
Yeah, after a great round by Showtime on that long control. Look at how well he plays this, man. Gets that kill through the smoke. Another one off him and SHZ. Another one off that JKS. So he holds very, very strong at long. But Yam with his lurk at B, he gets into the B site, is able to take control and get that kill. And now Pickle gets legged right off the bat. So we'll see maybe, you know, if he switches the op or something like that.
So that'll bring him down to 19 HP as he's tagged over to the door this time. The rest of LG still evenly split. Actually a pretty aggressive push out from A, so we have kind of 2 watching out for middle here as well on Cat, but the number 4 player here, Yell, can very easily fall back if he connects his first shot, or misses it for that matter. Does see some of the presence working its way up there, can certainly hear it, so just mollies it back off to hold them away for a few moments, and it's only really him right now that's able to defend this. SHG is very much focused on the aggressive long plays that we have been seeing over the past couple of rounds from the Renegades here now. Ricky has snuck his way in through those mid doors. Destiny awaits on the other end, but he's also focused on the B site where he's just barely going to miss a cross, but that will allow for another free peek from Destiny. He sneaks a kill in for free. Yam is available for the trade, though, taking him back down into a 4v4, but accounting for the already lit Pickle. This has given the Renegades a big advantage to try and move back in as Yell had fully rotated down the steps right now. Cat is an open book if they want to try to push towards this.
SHZ is on the flank, and that's why Pickle moves towards middle. So he's going to be able to pick up a freebie, you would think. But JKS is smartly watching it, man.
really good at catching these trades that need to come just at a moment's notice to prevent massive damage from being done. Now it's Yell, though. He was given the time to get back up on the ramp, and he's timing this perfectly. Doesn't have enough to play with this time, but the flashbang is flawless. Unfortunately, the spray is not, and he's only going to be able to get one kill onto Azur. He still trades it back out, combos it into a second one, and now it's just Showtime working his way in from long. A lot of the focus from the T's right now is on Catwalk currently, so he's going to walk back out here. They're not really paying attention to him entirely at this point in time. He sees them back behind the box there, and he's trying to get them on the cross back, but no, it's not going to work out. He still is able to jump back down over there towards the elevator, and as he swings in, if he goes for this commitment here, it's going to be really rough. The Molotov goes back over there. That's going to force him out. But actually, no, he reads this perfectly. Is able to grab Ustillo at the elevator, trade out for an M4. There's only 5 bullets left in it, so he's got to be very careful. But now he jumps in the bomb. Is JKS even going to peek this right now? He needs to swing out and get this kill. Less than a second, and he defuses the bomb and immediately goes down right after it. So it's LG that steal the round away. It's going to be a 9-6 half. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot more great CS to come, so don't change the channel. We will be right back in just a moment with more of the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, it seems our teams have brought an even amount of competition this evening, as all 4 of our maps have been, well, with the exception of the second one that we saw in our earlier set, of course, all 4 of our maps have been pretty exciting here this evening, and it's happening again back on Dust 2 for its big send-off, at least here from the ESL Pro League. Dazed, what do we see happening now in this second half between these two teams? That was pretty back and forth for most of it, to be honest.
You thought Misfits and Liquid was very exciting, Blue?
Well, the first map was all right.
What was the score?
It was like 16-11 or something like that, wasn't it?
Was it?
They came back a decent amount.
I mean, Liquid kind of crushed them.
The cash map, they kind of killed them, but
okay.
we saw it come back in the second half.
I think your definition of riveting and exciting is a little bit different than
mine.
Try
not to be mean. It's not my way.
No?
No. Not good at that. But anyway, Dust 2 here. Again, we saw the guys from LG holding pretty good control of it for most of it, but there was some great strides from the Renegades as well here, as they were controlling it for large portions of the half. But it was really back and forth. It was really kind of streaky, I think, for some of the portions of the half.
Well, Luminosity ended up winning. I think it was like 5-6 rounds in a row. You know, after it was 2-3 or whatever, and they were looking like they were taking control of that. And as soon as they got that double op set up, it was very, very difficult for Renegades to get anything going. Because once that double op happens, a lot of the time they anytime they don't have like a long spawn, it's not like they're rushing B, right? Well, I mean, they could. But anytime it was like a slowed down strat, it seemed like they just didn't really know what to do. They got killed by the timer. They got, made it 4v5 consistently in OG's favor, and it just wasn't a good performance once that double up came.
Well, we've got Yell moving out quickly for long control here. Azur trying to resist, but he gets gooshed right at the beginning of it. And now it's going to be Ustillo trying to pick up kills. Only one for him, however. He is taken back down a moment later by Yell after being able to eliminate SHG. So long control is theirs. Destiny even sneaking out really quickly over here onto Cat to prevent Ricky from falling back into CT. Yam and JKS are the last two standing, and they have no visibility here against these Ts whatsoever. whatsoever. They're even getting aggressive now, pushing out to deny them re-entry into Cat altogether. You can see that back over there as they're just going to push back out. Showtime is here along with his teammate, 3 of them moving into it. Yam found 1 kill, finds a second, but he's at 5 HP, and Yell's finally going to just drop down there and finish the job to give them the pistol round and prevent, at least here in the first round, from the Renegades being able to round the comeback. They will probably force into this, though, and this is where things could still get a little bit chaotic.
Yeah, Yell with a nice 4K, man. 19 and 7 for him. We just saw that graphic up. He had $100. You know, that first half was 15 and 7. Gets a big 4K there. Gets up AK armor. And now Renegades with a very, you know, low buy here. Not armor on any of their players. So Destiny scouting out long, sees one. Maybe waiting for this pop flash from Azure before they really want to go out and do anything. And LG taking it very, very slow.
Destiny again over here by the doors themselves, but Yustillo swings out, gets the nice Wandig against Destiny. SHZ also being able to find the trade kill for it, however. And although we see Pickle going down once more, SHZ kind of getting the better of them. He's still having to hop around a bit, but it's SHZ that falls back there and eventually re-peeks out with his Glock to finish the job. 3v2, hesitant control of the long entry point for Luminosity, but it's not good enough for them, at least right now. They're going to fall back and sort of corrugate themselves over here towards the top mid to wait down the timer just a little bit before they re-execute. I'm imagining in towards B, judging from the current movement of their players swinging around towards T-spawn.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, they have all 3 AKs. JKS sees him going towards B, so he's going to immediately hightail it over to the B site and try to meet Luminosity there. Showtime's, though, is coming in very, very quickly, but this CZ aim punch, you know, he's able to get that, but now that he has to reload, this is going to be very difficult for him.
Molly's going back, but it's going way too far back. He does actually really great damage again here to 20 HP and 3. Yam's still at full HP, so he can absolutely clutch this out, and he has to have realized he did that damage, as Yam is certainly going to come up and attempt this here. Sneaking his way, and I don't think he's actually going to wait to push to the smoke right now. Oh, nope, calls it off at the last moment. He has a smoke himself, too, to give him a bit more room to push back in, but now he's let them get the bomb down, and he's giving them a lot of time if they want to change post-plant positions here, too. If he goes in through the door, this is going to be a little bit rough as they wait at the car position right behind him here, and I think he has been spotted, so SHZ on point with his headshots, prevents disaster from happening, and it's LG the Duke to control the situation to start off the half. Absolutely now.
Yeah, JKS is just so good, man. It's like every time he's in a position where he can get gun battles, he's just so good at winning them. Consistently coming up big for his team. And I know they didn't win that round, but he put them in a position where Yam could have closed that out. I mean, killing one, dinking both of the other 2. You know, there's like 8 combined health or something like that on the OG players. Now, though, he does a lot of economic damage. Remember, they didn't put much into that round, that second round. As B's completely open, Yell just runs into the site, sees Yam out there. He's going to try to farm a little bit of money, gets 2, reloads. Azure, though, able to trade, immediately dies after. Now, Yustillo at middle, kills SHZ, so he's going to look to save this AK. Pickle with the P250, Destiny with the MAC-10 will probably try to chase. But having said that, Showtime's about to meet him right now.
And Yustillo being able to react to that when it's Showtime actually not even connecting any of his initial shots, but aim punch without the armor there is going to be a bit rough to deal with. So Showtime finishes the job, prevents the save of that AK, and does solidify the 12-6, doubling the scoreline against the Renegades here and giving them a nice cushion, even if we do see some sort of a comeback to start here for the Renegades on the first gun round.
Yeah, and since Renegade's basically full saved on that second round, they're going to be able to afford like full utility, absolute full utility for their players besides Ricky.
See Yustillo pushing up aggressively this time around. Flashbangs a 1-on flash entirely, but I think the reverse is true. Ricky saving his teammate here by shutting down Pickle, and it allows Yustillo to peek back up. That was an incredible feat of heroes in there that actually allows Yustillo to keep himself and pretty much kills most of this hit from LG at long now. They still have a guy sitting back over there behind the big blue bin. Smoke's gonna get tossed out, but he even spots SHZ now too, so he gets the second kill. And for Yell and Destiny, this is gonna be rough now to try and make anything of this. They've done 0 damage to the guys in the Renegades here. They try to take the op shot. Now they know the last 2 are pushing out here from mid in some semblance. So all they gotta do is box them in, prevent them from getting access to his site. Yam sneaking, and a good adjustment from Yell at the very least takes down Yam, but they're at the gates of B, and they're gonna try to push it in here. If they can do it quickly enough, they actually still may have a chance. And you can see Destiny looking for that shot, but just unable to find JKS. And it is again JKS, the master of winning these out when it comes to pressure situations. He will get traded, but again, it's still a 1v3. Yell gets the bomb, at the very least guarantees the extra money for his team. Now we'll have to look to clutch, though, in a very, very tense situation. He knows very little about what avenues they're going to be taking for for the retake. The molly in the tunnels is good, but they might peek against that regardless here and find him very, very quickly as they're starting to move down. He needs to check it.
You know, somewhere, but Renegade's full again, it's going to allow them to probably stop any type of fast strategy.
And again, it's fast out towards long here to prevent any aggression from LG this time around. They've split up pretty heavily across the map. There's no one in mid at all from LG. Most of their players go in towards the upper tunnels and to the A-long doors, but not goes into. That's going to split them up to a big degree here. He just waits in the corner if they try to pop flash and force their way through it, which they haven't done yet, but he also gave up the front position with the smoke fading away. Flashbang goes in, they miss it, and they assume he's way further back. He gets that kill. Thankfully, no one follows too aggressively here, but now Yell, he's going to be able to pick up a kill as one teammate tries to join. They're going to be flashed. They both line up, so it's even a team kill there as well. SHC, they jumble up inside of that doorway there, and he's going to find it. Thankfully, they're going to be able to swing back out towards long and finish the job, but now Yam takes up a position. He'll get mollied back out. They only have 8 seconds left here, and they try to drop the bomb for a second time. It doesn't even matter, though, as they're not going to be able to put that thing onto the ground, and there's still 3 up and running for the Renegades here. They're going to win it through the timer, and although they do move in, we'll see if they can drop one more of the CTs. Won't happen. They did pick up that second op, I do think, so they have that carried into the next round, but still, beautifully played by Usila, and he essentially single-handedly wins this round for these guys.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Yell made a big mistake there. As soon as he went for the no-scope and he missed, he actually should have just swung wide, and that's going to give SHZ a chance to win the round and get the kill. But, you know, he backs out and just, you know, turns into a double frag for his still. I think it might have even been a TK.
Yeah, it was, and with that, obviously, jumbling things up quite a bit. We can see LG again back down onto another Tech 9 investment. They save those ops, but that's pretty much all they're going to be able to carry in terms of big guns into this round. Armor pickups for those that did go for the Tech 9 buys. A P250 just sits on Destiny right now, so they really don't have a whole lot to try and work with beyond those ops. And for the Renegades, again, they're not changing up the game plan at all. It's been working out beautifully for them so far ever since they were able to afford their guns. And now they're basically just waiting for whatever Luminosity is going to throw at them to work its way into the sites, and they'll play it by ear.
Yeah, double up setup, so they're going to lead in towards B. JKS hiding in the Humvee. And now that they don't see anything, you know, there's no smokes on Renegades or anything like that. So they're going to have free passage to really just do whatever they want. Yell throwing a smoke there. Finally, JKS peeks and dies. So that's going to open up a lot of things for this LG side.
Destiny and the rest of this team are going to start to push their way back out. Molotovs to try and force them out behind the big box there, but it's a car position they're playing towards Yam. Able to play contact on that one. Azur moves in, but he overcommits, only gets one. It seems like his job may have been done, but no, Yell with this op along with Showtime doing work here right now. They're able to get into this B-bomb site, and they hold a man advantage too, but the Renegades aren't going to want to let them get that plant. They swing in really quickly here, and it's actually working. They get the first kill, they get the second kill. Ricky's going huge here right now with Showtime at 19 HP. He's going to try to get one more kill, but he won't. Ricky goes absolutely ginormous with his play there, steals the op from his fallen opponent, and that's going to be another round where the guys from the Renegades surprise and are really starting to make a bit of this comeback.
Yeah, and that was just a huge rotate by the Renegades team, and they got there so quickly, and that allowed them to really retake before they set up properly in that 3v2. Ricky comes in through the doors, goes straight to the left, kills the planner, and just does a lot of work around there. Now, Luminosity is going to be on a save, but you know, it should be 12-10. And on T-side Dust 2, you have to favor them for the rest of this game.
There's Ustillo already chiming in for another kill here, and what should, in theory, be a pretty simplistic round in the favor of the Renegades here. Denying Destiny and trying to move out for a long control here. Ricky waits with the op from downstairs. The nice little slingshot inside there through the door. Does light him up. He'll get the assist on it. Another one dropping into the Molotov. He misses this one, and Showtime's actually going to be able to pick up the kill. Ricky misses another one, but he's got the P250 in hand. One bullet's all you need. And it took him a bit, but he finally makes the connection. They'll lose Azur, but they're actually looking pretty good right now, so they can afford that. It's just going to be unfortunate if we do start to see Luminosity swing things back, is they'll start to eat those and really feel the economic pressure of that pretty quickly.
Yeah, Ustillo always does that, by the way. The past 2 times we've casted them on Dust 2, every anti-eco on CT side, he just peeks the doors right away. I'm surprised he hasn't been getting punished by it from a deagler, you know. It's a pretty common spot to deagle on T-side.
Well, into this next round we shall go, and it's another standard opener from LG. Nothing crazy happening here, just the usual group up that'll happen in the next 10 seconds or so. Back down outside of those mid doors, which will then transfer into their hit. The Renegades doing pretty much the same thing that they've done too. The A side itself through Cat primarily is pretty weak currently. Ricky obviously is going to pull back to the car spot and watch out for that hit. But they've got Azza that's able to pull back from CT and assist if he needs to. Flash is starting to go over here, and it does seem like it's pretty well gathered here. Already 4 of their players on LG's side getting ready to move up towards Cat, at the very least peek into the site. Smoke being prepared for those on the backside as well. In they go. They're going to make a bid at this one, at least with their smokes and whatnot, and see if Destiny can find anything on the initial push. Ricky waits for it. The smokes actually don't cover a whole lot of it, and one player did drop down into CT here. 2 of them, in fact, go down over here towards the elevator. They find Ricky. Down goes the op. Azur beautifully picking in through the smoke, but again, he's only going to be able to chime in for a singular kill. It is immediately traded out by SHZ. Yustillo back over here at Long. He's been restricted by smoke, so he's not going to be able to see anything either. And everybody else on LG, they'll get the bomb on the ground pretty clean. They'll get into their post plants, and they're not really going to give anything away to the reticking members from the CT side right now. They're going to let them flush back in and fight them close up and personal. Now, though, when they do move back in, it's showtime. That goes from the backside, picks up 1. 2 per 2 trades that move in. It's down to a 1v1 now as it's up to Yell. He's been smoked out, so he's got to push through this one. But as soon as we see Yustillo jumping onto the bomb, it's Yell with the peek and Yell with a shot to shut it down and make sure that Luminosity still keep control of their lead.
Yeah, and Yell just showing up once again, man. It seems like time and time. This LG squad is trading sites, and not only is he getting trades in very important situations, but he's also clutching out rounds. As we see, he employs the as soon as he's going to get a battle here at middle. But it's pretty common, right? And it's happening a lot. And I think Virtus Pro are the people that really made it super popular. As soon as you go to tap the bomb, you just peek as a T. As soon as they tap the bomb. And it's a really good way of winning the round.
We have a boost up, a run boost to get them across their T spawn there. And I think EM saw an inkling of it the last second. He just adjusts his position to watch out for top mid pressure as well here. But for the rest of LG, again, it's still the fairly standard opener, as we saw back in the last round here. The Renegades guys forcing into this one as much as they can. They got the up on Yen, but it's got to be a glass cannon by. A singular M4 goes on to Ricky. And for the other 3, they were working with SMGs, basically. And those are the ones that brought a lot of utility. But, I mean, a lot of utility is it's a bit subjective. When you look at what they have now, which hasn't already been used in this round, they're already down to just a single smoke and a Molotov, along with 1 more AT sitting on Yustillo right now. So they're very, very limited. And Luminosity hasn't really done anything. They haven't tried to play aggressive. They haven't really tried to poke out. So it's not like they've been wasting it. This is all just choices from the Renegades being made to use this early on.
Yeah, but OG knows that they're on catwalk, it seems like, so they just walk out of long and get control, and that's going to be very telling of how Renegades is set up right now, and that's going to give LG options. They know that, hey, the only places they could play A from are either on catwalk, in the site, or quad, right? So what do you want to do? Are you going to do any type of an A take here and then have 2 towards catwalk? Regardless, they're walking up catwalk, and this is disastrous for Renegades.
Yustillo's going to try to make the best of it. He's going to pick up 1 kill, but then gets traded out. As they're also hiding back down over here as well, trying to see if he can pick up anything. It's Ricky hiding in the safe corner that finds 1 with Yell. Trading on a beautiful shot, though. Takes Ricky right back out of the picture. They plant with 7 seconds left. somewhat plausible retake, but the issue is that they don't have anything to get back in. It's got to be blind on the retake without any flashbangs, any smokes, or anything. So I actually think they're going to pull back and save this.
Yeah, I mean, they're very lucky that Yusilo and Ricky got one apiece. Very lucky. One pop flash cat, and that guy's dead. The only other spot that they could be on the A site is quad. That honestly isn't even a kill that Ricky should get. They should be able to recognize that on LG. That setup was just... It made no sense. That setup was very, very poorly executed by Renegades. One player on catwalk with an ump, and that's it. And then a player around quad or bricks, you know, looking towards long. It just, you're not going to win the round if that's your setup and they hit A.
Well, it has allowed for LG now to push themselves forward up to round 14 for themselves. Just 2 more to go until they claim victory here and get the nice 2-0 for the evening. Meanwhile, on the Renegade side, they're still looking to round a bit of a comeback themselves, and they've been chasing this scoreline for quite some time. They buy into this again, and it's essentially a repeat of the buy we saw in the last round there. 3 UMPs, a single rifle sitting on JKS, on Ricky having the op power. So they've got the big guns in the hands of the players that matter, but it's these UMPs that still really stink about this situation. A little bit more utility being brought into the fray this time, but LG have already proven they can battle past this, and I don't think they're feeling too worried right now.
Yeah, Showtime controlling the B tunnel, and they're going slowly. They're taking map control. Again, Renegades has 3 umps, an AK, and an op, and they're in a default setup. And I think when you're really low money like this, and you don't have the firepower equivalent that your teammates has, I think you should play some type of a risk. Like I think maybe this umper and CT spawn should maybe play close mid doors, right? That way, if they go mid B, he's set up really well for success. You essentially have 3 towards mid B. Instead, he's kind of more towards like CT spawn like this, which is pretty standard. But at the end of the day, you're gonna have to come through a smoke, right? If they come mid B, it's not as strong of a setup.
Speaking of smokes, we do have the fake toss out there initially to try and bait them into the fact that they would be going for a mid to B split. That's going to pull, I believe it's Azner, out from the middle portion of this one. The bomb itself is actually going to push into B, but they haven't really pushed for anything aggressive anywhere else across the map right now. They just have 3 players waiting for the smoke in this B tunnel push to expire before they're ready to push back into this one. So they're going to run down pretty low, but they also have utility to try and throw this as a fake execute over towards A and drop back down potentially in towards CT too if they want to. Yam, though, still expects this to roll in. He's spotted very early, and Destiny takes him down. It's not just him that's eliminated either. Yell gets taken down without a trade for it, and it's once more these last 3 that have no hope of a retake, so they're going to have no choice but to fall back and save.
Well, I mean, Renegades was actually set up very, very well there. You almost never die if you're boosted on that box. Maybe they heard him jump up. I saw that they were in the B tunnel when he did jump up. They might have been able to get him off a sound cue there, and that might have been the reason why they were able to just pre-fire him and kill him like that. But having said that, you almost always get that kill. That's a very advantaged spot of people coming out of B tunnel. A lot of the time you can get more than 1 and get 2 before your teammate even gets in the fight, and then he can get that 3rd one, and then he's in a 1v1 battle that usually leads to a clean hold. Fortunately, for Renegades, he immediately gets taken out, and now they're on the hunt. LG is. They don't get 1 kill on the hunt, though, and all they end up doing is giving up a couple of AKs. So it is 15-10, though.
And we can see this replay again. Yeah, they immediately check it, so they had to have known he was up there through a sound cue or some other means. Didn't even look like he was struggling with the check there. Was 100% satisfied on doing that. So we go into what could be our final round. Of course, did drop a couple of the members from LG, but once again here now, it's a forced-up investment from the Renegades, and they're missing utility on quite a few of their players. Yusilo tries to rush towards Cap, but just gets destroyed by 2 players that push it along out of nowhere, seemingly. Ricky looking for a response to that, but they're happy with this now, just moving in and getting that cheeky 1 kill. There's still the 3 players checked in top mid that we're going to try to possibly push B tunnels or just group back up down over there towards the area outside of those mid doors. But now already they've got the man advantage, and that's gonna put a damper on the possible defense that Renegades could try to put up here. They've just fully split 2-2 across the map, and they have nothing to defend mid.
Yeah, and I don't understand it. I think good job by Ricky for getting that kill. I mean, they needed something. Positionally, they were set up so poorly there. Yam's going to get aggressive B tunnel, though, and Showtime's ready for this. Gets a freebie on him. And now they probably know that there's only 1 player on the B side. So Destiny, if he's able to hold this smoke, his teammates could definitely isolate JKS here, and he has to come up big once again for his team. Dies right away. Yeah, Azure goes through the smoke as a prayer, but that's his only hope. And now it's 1v3 on game point for Ricky with an op retake at B. This is such an impossible task for him to win. If LG plays very, very standard, I don't know how you accomplish this if you're Ricky. Well, I think it's near impossible.
Ricky's going to be let into the arena at least, as they don't put the player, the guy that's in the upper tons right now, in towards mid. So now they know where he is. They've confirmed it, so Yell can fully recommit, and I think he's watching out for this position. He's not even going to be able to get inside, though. Pickle immediately closes it out, and it is LG that shut things down here. They're going to be able to push themselves into a 2-0 record this evening against their opponents, and with that, of course, they dominate. Taking nice control here on Dust 2, has a nice little send-off.
Yeah, you know, I thought OG just looked like the better team. I felt like they looked more structured throughout those couple maps, and Renegades kind of picked up right from where we saw them before. I just think strategically speaking, I think player versus player, like the guys on Renegades are super good. They're really, really talented, especially Ricky and JKS. But I think as an overall strategy aspect, like I've literally seen this team like go worse strategically over time, I feel. You know?
Yeah.
And it's odd to see. Usually you get better, especially, you know, living in a team house, putting your life as Counter-Strike at this point, right?
They brought
coming over from a different country.
I think it's I forget how to pronounce his name properly, but it's Kassad or Kassan as well, who was coaching Mouse for a little bit. He's brought on as the coach now too. So it's not really helping out at this point, so we have to see how that is adjusted. But
I mean, it is still, at the end of the day, it's only 4 maps. You know, I mean, how long is the season? How many maps are they going to play throughout it?
They play
it's like 50.
21 or well, no, it's like 22 or something like that.
It's a very long season, so they can get it together. It's just a lot of the time their players just are not put in positions where they can succeed.
All right, guys. So we're going to send it over to our analysts to discuss that final map and close out the evening. Stunna and Bach, what are you guys' take there on Dust 2?
You know, Dust 2, a little rough there for the Renegades. Not even going to try to light it. Bach, what do you got?
I mean, we saw it the other night when they played against Optic, and we saw it again here. The other night, though, when they played it against Optic, they were able to take it back just a little bit further. They forced it to overtime where they lost. But again, we saw a similar performance from LG against Immortals in their first ESL Pro League match. They played on Dust 2. They also took it to overtime, where they unfortunately lost.
We're going to take a look at round 15, a pretty big round here. Showtime's able to pretty much get the job done. Let's see what happens in round 15.
Yeah, so this round was a pretty chaotic one, to say the least. Kills going back and forth came down to a 3-on-3. And then at one point, it'll become a 1-on-1, but we'll see what it takes to get us to that point. Yell's on the ramp, and he's got a great flash lined up. He just throws this one up into the sky. Somehow he comes up empty-handed, though. He only gets that first kill before the magazine runs a bit dry, and the recoil takes over. So now they get the bomb down, planted cat side, and it's a 2v1. And with Showtime's position, he's running all the way back around through long doors. It seems like maybe this one will work out well for Renegades, but then he spots both players on the site. Again, like your anticipation of what's going to happen in this round goes back and forth, but Showtime can't quite line up the shot, and here's where things take a turn. He moves up towards long, and he's working his way towards the site. He throws the Molotov down towards Cat. As the smoke expires, he just has this feeling that there's going to be a player elevator. He spots him, and now he's got the rifle out. Doesn't even care. He just sticks the bomb, lets the molly tick away enough, and unfortunately, JKS peaks at the last second. As the bomb gets defused, Showtime wins the round.
Yeah, man, look at that.
I mean, unreal.
Like just a very absolute possible second he could have made a difference there, and it just didn't happen that way.
Yeah, it was almost like
pros
simultaneous.
Never fake, right?
Yeah,
so,
pros don't fake.
Something like that.
Something, yeah. I mean, but it was unreal. Like the timing was almost simultaneous. As soon as the bomb finishes, he dies. Yeah. It's just unfortunate timing there for Renegades.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's right on the heels of the succession of rounds that Luminosity was able to grab all in a row there.
Yeah.
So already, you know, Renegades is kind of coming together, trying to struggle, trying to figure out what they want to do to kind of get back in this game and like still have some fight. And then obviously to close the half like that, not really how you want to lead up going to the next pistol round, but you know you have to believe. So
yeah, I mean the difference there too is huge. That 8-7 versus 9-6 puts you where you could have the lead if you win pistol, or you would be tying things up instead.
We're going to go to round 21 where we do see a little life out of the Renegades here. They come in with a fast retake over on that B side. Bach, walk us through it.
So yeah, at this point it looks like Luminosity is starting to gather up some steam, but then it gets stopped momentarily, and Renegades breaks the money for LG, and they find themselves on a bit of a save. They've still got ops brought in. So Yell and Showtime are carrying those, and they work their way in towards this B site. It's a pretty good setup, and it should be able to crush this take, but somehow the ops take over. Like, right here, Yam, realistically speaking, Yam should have killed at least one of those guys coming through, but he doesn't. So now they have a 3 versus 2 with control on the site, and Ricky's having none of it. Just throws the flashbang up over the door, and they just immediately retake, killing both players on the site, and now Showtime is isolated, misses the shot. Great play from Renegades to try and bring that one back.
Absolutely a close bout. Unfortunately, not nearly as close as the map before we did see an OT. And we're going to see Renegades fall there to Luminosity. Not such a hot start for them this season. Not the end of the world, though. But I do have something I would like to share with you all. And I do believe this should become no surprise to most of you, that this was the last streamed Dust 2 match of the season and foreseeable future. And due to that, we've prepared something a little special for you here as we do transition over that to take a look now. Dust 2 has been a pivotal part of Counter-Strike for many, many moons. Counter-Strike itself was released in 2000, the year that is, and Dust 2 was released not much further after that in 2001, in March to be exact. The grandparents of Dust 2, Min Lee, Jesse Cliff, could have had no idea that Dust 2 would have had such an impact on this game throughout over the course of a decade. But the true hero here, the creator, David Johnson birthed this and also birthed some deformities, such as long A. Not a problem. A long life Dust 2 has had, 16 years old. Some will say otherwise. Some will say it was just a little too long. A map older than most average matchmakers in your Valve matchmaking system. What we can only speculate is that the next Dust 2 iteration will most likely look like a Call of Duty version of the map. And no matter what, the community will probably disapprove. Reddit will debate. HLTV forums will most likely hate it no matter what. So, as we do take you through this walk of Dust 2, this is a somber moment for some and a joyous moment for most. We'd like to salute you, Dust 2. And I didn't mean to actually salute. But enough of that. Let's go to a John Wick commercial. We'll be right back after the break.
John Wick. You're not very good at retiring.
I'm working on it.
Welcome to Rome.
It's been a long time, Mr. Wick.
Yeah. John Wick, Chapter 2.
Got a crack in your windshield.
Let me know when it's fixed.
They'll be ready Christmas 2030.
Rated R. Starts February 10th.
A great series of matches here in the first week of ESL Season 5 Pro League. I've been your host, Stunna. This is Bach. And you know what, Bach, what are your key takeaways here? And what did you see out of this entire week of Counter-Strike? Who's going to be the people to watch out for?
Well, Liquid looked really good. Optic also looked great. In general, there were some mixed performances from some other teams. Obviously, SK came out swinging. We expected to see that. Immortals, unfortunately, weren't able to overcome them. And a lot of map trading. But in general, tonight, we saw the Renegades team again fall 0-2, struggling to start the season. And then the Liquid team come out shining strong.
Right. I mean, to further touch on tonight's matches, I mean, we did see this new Misfits roster for the first time in front of us and how they performed. Not quite, I think, what anyone anticipated. A little messy. It was not quite where it needed to be. But this is still early in the season. There's still a chance. I'm not going to sleep on them. But Liquid, definitely a team to look out for at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Stanislav's leadership. What was it going to bring to the team? And it wasn't just his leadership, it was also his individual performance. In that second map against Misfits, he looked great. He was top fragging at one point. I think he had like 120 ADR. So, yeah, he's leading the charge, but he's also putting in the numbers. A stat line that people usually say is lacking when your in-game leader, steps into that role.
Okay, so we did see 16-11 Liquid taking Misfits on Cobble. What we expected?
I could have seen that map going either way. It really came down to how much time has either team dedicated to Cobble. So I thought maybe we would see Misfits take it, but it wasn't surprising when Liquid won.
And then even on Cash, I mean, it was obvious that at that point they were just a little outplayed on a 16-5 scoreline there. Liquid also able to take that W as we do load up tonight's graphic here in front of you. displaying the scores. Now, we did see a kind of a riveting overtime there between Luminosity and Renegades. Obviously, Luminosity coming out on top.
Yeah, and we even thought we might see overtime again in that second map. Kabul was a really fantastic map. Obviously, some things happened, things transpired, but it ended up being very exciting. But that second map, too, was also equally exciting. It looked like for a second Renegades was going to bring it back, but again, they just sort of fell short.
Right, and in the past, Dust 2 has been a map Renegades they've been able to do work on, but as they said, they're looking a little rough right now. So
Kabul as well, yeah, both maps.
Right.
They've been good in the past, but just this season not starting off strong.
No, absolutely a situation where you can only hope that Renegades is able to take from tonight's losses and in the past and really kind of bring it to the table and like, hey, we're gonna re-hit the drawing board here and kind of put something better together next time.
Yeah, and hopefully they do, because if not, I can see them potentially making changes moving forward. They've had the same roster since July. Success has not necessarily come their way. So it is possible that they could be looking at some of these other Australian teams if they don't start finding success soon and start bringing in some fresh faces.
Well, speaking of fresh faces, we will be fresh faces when we come back. We're going to be going to a break for DreamHack Las Vegas. We'll be back on February 21st with the next set of matches here at the ESL Pro League Season 5. I personally want to thank you all for watching and putting up with my antics as well as this clown to my left.
Shenanigans.
For lack of better words, yes. I want to thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys have enjoyed the broadcast. I hope you guys have enjoyed the Blaze combo on the other side of the fence here. And we look forward to seeing you guys back on February 21st here at the ESL Season 5 Pro League.
Opens up the play, potential one. Kenny dropped down. Hits exist up. 1v1 spotted up. Oh, Kenny!
Once again, very quickly, they tried it before. Then they shut down time after time again. Automatic.
This AWP got two, goes for a shot. That's smart. Does get Skadoodle. Jumps up. Still a bit of time on this. It's going to be a 10-second defuse. He's got to hit the shot right now. Oh my God, Fallen!
Hello everyone and welcome to Matchday number 3 of the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division. My name's Kraft and I'm joined by Brainstorm for today, and we have some excellent matches coming up.
We do, and exciting that we have Winterfox on stream today along with a lot of other good teams, but we get to cast an Australian-New Zealand team, which is always exciting for us.
Well, now primarily New Zealand, after, well, we do have a, surprising pickup or the lineup because it hasn't been officially revealed, so hopefully finally it can be revealed. And for our second matchup, I believe it's SK Gaming up against Complexity.
Which is going to be very interesting indeed because SK, of course, that team they were the world beaters last year. They've won both the majors. They've looked so dominant. And, of course, they have made their own roster change recently. They've brought in Phelps in place of FNX. So we'll have to see how that one affects them. But certainly an incredibly dominant team. We'll have to see if Complexity can stand up to them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw FNX play yesterday, so let's see how Phelps does this time. Obviously, the two shuffling around. Let's see how Phelps incorporates himself in SK Gaming. But first, let's talk a little bit more about the CLG as well as Winterfox lineup, and let's take an overlook, I guess, at the entire schedule. On the mainstream, you have Misfits up against Team Liquid. Misfits coming off a 2-0 victory. Not the most comfortable victory against Rush, but they did the job, as well as Luminosity Gaming up against Renegade. Luminosity Gaming definitely want to take this one.
Of course. I mean, Renegades are the other Australian team in this one. If you don't know who they are, of course, they're over in North America now. But Luminosity is the other Brazilian lineup, of which I believe we have 3 in the North American region now. So it'll be interesting to see if they can take the fight to Renegades.
I mean, they pushed Immortals to the limit, so definitely possible to do. And obviously, on today's stream over here, we've got CLG versus Winterfox. We'd like to see how the Winterfox lineup does. CLG, at the same time, had a couple of problems in the last couple of days, but we'll talk more about it later. As well as later in the evening, we've got Complexity up against SK Gaming, which, should be an absolute blockbuster as well. SK Gaming, always a delight to watch.
Yeah, of course. I mean, SK, as we said, just one of those teams who are so strong. I mean, I don't think they're officially #1 in the world anymore, but they'd have to be close. I think they're still in the top 3.
They're top 5.
They're top 5, absolutely. Yeah. And they're always going to be competitive, even if it's not a map they're perhaps so good on. They've got the skill, they've got the aim, they've got the players to just really be able to take the fight to any team they play on any map.
Yeah. Okay. So let's bring it back towards, I guess, CLG and Winterfox. I mean, we're still obviously waiting to confirm the Winterfox lineup, though it's been highly touted. Who the replacement's going to be. Let's talk a little bit about CLG. Well, before talking about CLG, I guess let's talk about. Do you think CLG can make it to the finals?
I think CLG have a shot. I mean, every team here has a shot. That's the advantage of Pro League, and especially when we're so early on, because it depends on how you play over the whole league. So winning your early games is great. Losing them, not so great, but you've still got a whole season to make up for that. So I think every team has a shot here because they're all here. They all deserve to be here. So we'll have to see who turns up in their matches.
Yeah, obviously, every single team want to win their matches because they want to compete at the Dallas Finals. If you didn't catch the information below, just head over towards proleague.com/Dallas, and I believe they're competing out for a $1 million prize pool for season number 5. Absolutely huge. That's US dollars. So, that's a lot of money for, I guess, us dollary dudes. That's even more. So, yeah, a lot of stake on the line for a lot of these teams.
Absolutely. That is a massive payday, and that's something they want to be involved in. And it's great to see this growth in Counter-Strike as a whole. We're moving towards a lot of $1 million prize pools. I mean, the majors are $1 million prize pools. We're having these tournaments hosted overseas. You look at ECS, we've got leagues, we're just having everything, all with these massive prize pools. So I think this year, 2017, in Counter-Strike is going to be more competitive than ever.
Absolutely. Let's take a look towards the team lineups because we finally have them ready. And Winterfox, they will be announcing their new player. And to nobody's surprise, or to everyone's surprise, I guess, it is Raz from, I guess, old Parallax. We know him, obviously, from the Oceanic scene. Definitely towards the mid-half of 2016, had a dominating performance. Love to see how he slots in. Now, they don't have stats yet because they haven't played any matches as opposed to Counterlogic Gaming, who I guess came off a very, very rough 1-1 against Selfless Gaming. Definitely not the... I mean, sure, they got the 1 victory, but they probably wanted the 2-0 up against Selfless Gaming.
Yes, and if nothing else, they wanted to be more competitive. That second map which they lost was a 16-7 against them on Cobblestone. So even if you are going to lose, you'd think you want to be more competitive than a 16-7. You want to have at least double digits, maybe getting towards your 12 or 13 kind of mark.
Absolutely, and I think looking towards the stats there, once again, only towards the beginning of the season so far, it's not indicative of multiple trends, but Sub Rosa, as I guess the primary firepower, definitely needs to lift his game coming on towards the first map between these two teams, because if he doesn't, the riflers on the side of Winterfox, you've got EMAG, you've got Zuzi, Offner, as well as Moko or APOC, who will rip you to shreds if you're not in your A game. They will, APOC will lock down a line, and we've seen how sharp he can be with that M4.
Absolutely. And I mean, in terms of that CLG lineup, it's worth pointing out that Kusta coming over to them from old Liquid and then Enemy and then Liquid was an AWPer. He's now a rifler. But here we go. CLG versus Winterfox. Map is going to be Cage. Pistol round is already live. Looks like we've got CLG starting on the T side and some fast mid control already being taken.
Well, Apoc's just going to lock down that Z connector area. Gets the first headshot. Raz opening up onto Kusta as well. Off move though. Oh, that's an absolute dirty shot. But now the retake begins towards the B side. Ethan does well to dink a couple of players. How gets one, gets the second one towards EMAG as well. Zuzi back towards CT, does manage to get the kill. Apoc will be traded out by Cutlass, and now forcing it towards a one-on-one. Zuzi does have the kit, but no body armor. Should be able to take this B side quite easily with the 2 flashbangs, but Cutler wide peeking is going to give himself away. Zuzi so low. Cutler, one shot from taking out the clutch, and he should be able to take it because Zuzi is slowly pushing in. Zuzi, huge shot coming out. 1-0 towards Winterfox.
Yeah, he's got that kit as well, so there's plenty of time to jump on that defuse. That was a chaotic pistol round there. Fights being taken. I mean, the majority of the early damage wasn't even done on either of the bomb sites. The bomb went down on E. There was kills B. There was kills happening over towards the A side of the map and in mid, which is certainly not standard. But Winterfox, with that I believe it was a 1-on-2 won by Zuzi there, will get themselves that first round, and they'll be able to get into a bye here. They're going to be going for 2 M4s, 3 UMPs. They've got the M4s if, they need to isolate, shut down the long range. But the UMP is going to be looking to mop up the kills, get themselves the cash, and just clean up this CLG side, who are only on pistols.
Yeah, so you see Ethan and FNS. I'm not sure if FNS planted the bomb, but it would make sense if he planted the bomb and get the Tech 9 as well as a smoke and flashbang. This is they're going to try and get the bomb plant down once again. If they win the round, obviously it's a big bonus on Keish. If you're able to bust on towards the site and get close towards a core position, that Tech 9 can do, and P250s can do a ton of damage, but FNS is going to cop grenade for so much damage. Raz does well to dodge. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Quick succession. Molotov goes out. Not really in his favor, but EMAC will clean up. Does give a bit of assistance. Well, Cutler's last man left standing. Apoc cleans up very promptly. Very quick 2-0 so far towards Winterfox after Zuzi's heroics. Good stuff coming out from Raz so far. Definitely making his mark. CLG, though, this is the buy round. They're going to make things hopefully work out as Raz. He's going to pick up the AWP, and we see him do some damage. Let's see what he can do against a top-tier NA team.
Absolutely, and it's worth noting as well that there was a lot of SMG kills in that last round for Winterfox. So on Keish here, they're picking up lots of cash, raking it in with those SMGs. But as you said, we're going to have the buy round here. Raz, with that AWP, I believe, going to be playing over towards the A side with EMAG to back him up. Actually getting pop flashed into our main to go for the early peek there. Going to be no one there from CLG, though. They're just waiting around under the boost. The bomb is over towards B. 2 players there, 3 under boost, looking to take some mid control. I can only assume this is going to be a mid through vents to B split. They're going to try and get onto B that way. But Zuzi here, at the top of highway, is going to try and hold this one off. The timing could not work out in his favor, actually. He has just moved back towards the A site, and it's quite a passive hold out of Winterfox. They're just staying on their bomb sites for the moment.
Yeah, this is a smart play, because they have the 3 rifles. Normally you see, if Winterfox had a couple more UMPs, if they lost a couple more players, you'd see the aggressive play coming out of the SMGs. But because they were able to take all the guns forward, they have to play passive. They know they've got the utility to make it work. And off new. Won't be able to get a flash out. Apoc now dancing around the site. Ethan does well to hide away. Will be able to get the kill at the end of the day after, I believe it was some other member from CLG just spamming through the edge of the box, able to get a couple of tags down. So now 3-on-5. Winterfox, they may just decide to save. Won't be able to get into the site quite easily. If they get maybe 2 picks going in their favor, but no, they're just going to back straight out. See if they can get a couple of exits and damage the economy. They realize that the game is up. What Zuzi did towards mid was the correct decision. He had to back off, and unfortunately, in the B site, you've got to hold on.
Absolutely.
You have to get a couple more kills going in the favor, especially from that situation. You can't complain about mid, because if there are 3 Ts towards mid, there is no way a solo CT can hold it, barring some very sharp plays.
Yeah, and it's worth noting this save setup set out of Winterfox. So they've got the 2 rifles, or the rifle and the SMG in there, and Raz with the AWP going to be up towards the back of the site. From the looks of things, it looks like they're trying to have Raz take a shot with the AWP and then bait the Ts into pushing them so they can steal those rifles away, which is a smart play, but there's going to be nobody on the CLG side actually moving towards CT. But I like that out of Winterfox. Even when saving, even with disadvantage, they're still thinking, how can we at least swing something our way here?
Yeah, and at the same time, CLG, this is what I like seeing, disciplined play. They all spread out, see if they can start saying anything, and then realize, look, they could be towards Squeaky, they could be A, they could be CT, but let's not go there and risk our AKs. Let's just save so we can build up our economy for future rounds, put the hurt back on towards Winterfox, take this one, force Winterfox onto an eco. If we lose this one, we'll have enough money, a little bit of damage done towards Apoc through the edge of the wall, but only down towards 87, still relatively healthy, but Ethan, as soon as I say that though, Ethan through the smoke, takes down Apoc before he can make his way underneath boost, and Raz is already quite damaged as well towards that checkers area. I think that's Sub Rosa doing some damage.
Yeah, Raz went aggressive. There was actually double aggression from Winterfox. So they had the AWP moving towards B, trying to get a pick and B main there. That was Raz. And then APOC moving out into mid by himself, trying to shut down the boost, maybe get someone if they came out mid. But unfortunately for him, I believe he just got spammed down through a smoke. Not much you can really do about that one, apart from just get caught by surprise. So CLG going to have the man advantage here already. Looks like they're going to be moving over towards the A site, where Winterfox are actually playing retake. They're off the side. I mean, they've got a player in under boost again. I believe that is Zuzi waiting there. But EMAG all the way back in CT, only just moving back to truck. There's no one directly on the site to actually contest this. And with these smokes down, CLG should just be able to get on here and get the bomb down before Winterfox even have anything to say about it. But Offnu's position here is going to be huge. He spotted out Sub Rosa. He can come in behind. The timing on that is going to be so crucial.
Well, EMAG's taking a little bit of damage, and FNS through the edge of the smoke. EMAG, though, will still get that kill. Good trades coming out, though, coming out from CLG. Offnu at the same time also does push through that flank position. His position is now revealed, but this forces it onto a 2-on-3. All the members of CLG are on that bomb site, just playing safe right now. As Offnu's going to be flashed out, Raz is just guessing there's going to be one quad. Not going for any cheeky bangs so far. Cutler's going to be inside that squeaky area, close towards fence. Can't particularly tell yet. No, it looks like he is towards squeaky. Going to be tagged down quite low. Offnu, great reactions, great predictions, but Raz caught out in the open. Now 1-on-2. 1 HP hero. Can he do it? I don't really think he can. Ethan should be able to get this kill. It's well played from Ethan so far. Definitely lifting his game.
And nice rounds out of CLG as well. Their T side so far has impressed me. They're playing it slow, they're playing it carefully, they're working as a team, and they're not, they didn't get too aggressive off the early frags, because you could have understand, they get that first pick towards mid through the smoke. They could have just all 5 rush mid, take control. Had there been another CT there, they would have been entirely caught out. They didn't go for that though. They had the pick, and then knowing they had the advantage, they grouped up, they moved together, and they went and took a bomb site. And I mean, obviously it helped them that Winterfox were not on that site. They were playing retake. But there was just nothing for Winterfox to really do in that one, and it looks like not much to do in this one either.
Well, APOC does manage to pick up one player, and APOC pushing in. Kusta, though, decides, you know what, I'm not going to use the AWP. I'm just going to whip out the Tech 9, and he's going to gun down APOC and Zuzi, so they're going to fall together. Raz, unfortunately, 2 angles look at the same time. EMAG, that's a cheeky line. That is such a dirty line coming from EMAG. Nearly picks off Cutler as well, but at the end of the day, an AK-47 is just a little bit stronger than that USP. But still some good damage coming out from Winterfox. But at the same time, they've got to start figuring out what's going wrong for them. They need to start shutting down this CLG attack.
Yeah, but that said, here comes the buy from them. They're going to have themselves 4 M4s and that AWP, all body armor, no head armor, which they don't need, as it's only AKs and AWPs for the Ts, which are all really one-shot headshots anyway. I mean, the AWP are one-shot anyway to the body, but technicalities, don't need head armor, so they're going to be able to save a little money that way, maybe buy a few more grenades. But here comes his A pick again. It's actually going to work out. EMAG going to find one now. Raz trying to contest here up against Ethan, but no kill for him just yet. Going to be falling back towards the side. He now knows there is at least one player near him. Unbeknownst to him, the bomb is there as well. But CLG, again, they've got 2 players towards each side. Actually looks like they're going to be backing out now with the bomb off that A site. So I like their play here. They're taking it slow. There's been 1 pick on each team. It's back into a 4-on-4. They can now group up. They've got 1 minute and 15 seconds-ish to play with. They can take their time, think about what it is maybe that they want to do and what they can do really with the rest of this round. And I like this structured approach. They're certainly not panicking.
Yeah, this is good stuff coming out from CLG. You can see at the moment, it's still 4-on-4. I would say this would advantage the T side just a little bit more. You can see at the moment, Offnu, his position is so important with that single Molotov. If he loses B side, it's pretty much all over for Winterfox. They have to rotate out. If Offnu can get 2 kills, at the very least, he needs to get 2 to hold this off. APOC now coming over towards Heaven, floating across just to spot the cross and probably tell Offnu if he's coming onto the side. Offnu doesn't have to do anything, just probably has to watch towards headshot as they are coming in right now. He's been spotted out though, and APOC will pick up 1, so at the very least, getting some damage down and forcing us to an equal situation. APOC, what timing, but can't find Sub Rosa. Now a 2-on-2, bomb's been lost, 27 seconds left on the timer. I am not sure what Cutler's trying to do, but he has to make a very, very fast move. Going on the lurk roll, surely Zuzi is
knows.
aware of this, and Cutler,
the timing!
Raz, though, with the reaction, is able to get the
10
trade.
seconds.
10 seconds. And this is going to be so intense because Sub Rosa will go for the plant behind default. Raz will switch out towards the M4. He's going to reload it, realizing there's not much left. Sub Rosa, all he needs to get is a single headshot. He is watching that heaven line right now. We'll jump up. Spot. Raz out, but misses the shot. Now coming across, just spotting the wide line. Raz is just waiting for Sub Rosa to jump at him. Oh, he moves away just at the wrong time. And Sub Rosa, what a flick coming out from Raz. Beautiful plays from Razmik. Will get the 1-on-1, and Winterfox at very least getting 1 back. But that was well played by CLG. That went down to the wire. Cutler, what beautiful timing. Just couldn't get the second one. That was some beautiful play coming out of Razmik once again.
Absolutely. I think that was actually 1-on-2 there for Raz as well. So well played from him. Going to be dropping his teammates. They'll be able to get some buys up again. The money not great yet on Winterfox, but they've got a chance to get back into this game now. Although, interestingly, Zuzi has gone straight for the MP9. I'm not sure if that's all he could afford. I mean, it is all he can afford, but I'm not sure if he thinks it's going to be an eco here or if he's just going for it and trusting it to beat rifles. But all of these Ts are going to have head armor. They're going to have, AKs and an AWP as well. His only chance of a free kill really is going to be if he can take down Kusta and if Kusta misses in close range, but not going to be happening just yet. Although, look at the change up from Winterfox. They've got a lot of players towards mid now. Again, playing retake on A, but starting out heavy with the mid presence because they don't want to give up this part of the map easily.
This isn't too bad because at the moment, even though they're contesting mid, they're not expending all their, utility there. You just have Zuzi, just making a little bit of noise. Even if he dies, it's an MP9. It's not the biggest loss, He can suss out some information. Unfortunately, the trades don't go in the favor of Winterfox. That is well played by CLG. Once again, Cutler just doing this damage, able to trade efficiently. I love this play coming out of CLG. This is some top-notch Counter-Strike we're seeing at the moment. Even through early days, both teams bringing their A game. And Emag, not sure if he spotted out Cutler's head. He will be flashed out, so Emag won't be able to be pushed down so often. A lot of work to do. Has to go for the push timing. Won't be able to find anything, and now the pressure is seriously on him.
There's a lot of players coming his way right now. He's got to do something here. He has to get at least one, preferably two, before he goes down to make this even for his teammates. But a nice shot coming out from Ethan will drop him before he can get anything done. That's CLG in control of the B site. Emag up here in heaven, looking to take down these players as they cross, but they're already through and under him, going round through a headshot. That's smart out of CLG. Being aware that angle through to the front of side is a possibility. They're going to avoid it completely, go through under headshot, dodge under the crosshair, under the rifle of Emag, and that's going to be Winterfox falling out here. They do get one round on the board, but instantly taken away from them, and now Raz with the AWP, Emag with the M4, looking to save their guns against the 4 remaining players of CLG.
And I would say at this moment, the biggest problem for Winterfox is holding this mid area. Cache is just a notoriously difficult map to hold on towards mid, and CLG executing through that mid boost as well as coming out from Garage perfectly. Not really much you can do holding close. You can either get mollied off or you're going to get flashed out, and so far it's been shown, 2 players, even one into Vent is just not good enough. So Winterfox need to figure out at this moment what to do. And CLG at the moment, they just have to proceed as normal. They know that Winterfox are going to try and make plays towards A and B, start to get control instead, and just kind of leave that mid area a little bit more open. CLG is just going to try and collapse inwards.
Absolutely. I mean, CLG really, they're just running basically a default. They run out, they look around, they try and get an early pick if they can. But what I really like is, they're spreading out for these early picks. And last round, they got a kill and they lost a kill. It was back in a 4-on-4. But what I'm really liking here out of CLG is not just the patience, but I suppose the mental strength they have right now. It's a nice shot, Kusta taking down Raz. The mental strength that CLG have, that when they do get a pick or lose one, they don't freak out and try and push and capitalize on it immediately. They still play normally, because getting that first pick means the CTs are stuck in a 2-2 setup for each side. And they've already got themselves the first pick here with that very fast peek out of Kusta, taking down Raz, who was trying to reposition there on the ramp of Z, gets caught out. And now it's a 4-on-5 here, but only 2 players on each site. And it's CLG to move towards his A site, make that 1 player as Kusta finds his 2nd kill of the round. Emag up high on the crate, counting on this off angle, finds himself the 1st kill. More players coming at him. FNS will take him down, which means again a 2-on-4. Make that a 2-on-3 as Zuzi does manage to get a kill and an AK-47 for himself. This is doable here for Winterfox, as 2 players so low care of the dinks from those M4s, but a lot of work to be done for Ofnu and Zuzi here.
I don't think that FNS is in a beautiful position right now. That's not a common line a CT will check. They won't suspect that someone actually jumped up towards Catwalk. So we'll be able to jump up on towards Zuzi. So this all up to APOC. We'll get 1. Kusta is very low. If Ofnu can do a little bit more damage, he doesn't really have a kit to go for this, though. And he doesn't know that 2 of them are towards that quad area. So sneaking very close. We'll be able to get the AWPer. Doesn't know there's 1 more towards quad, and he should be taken down from behind.
There we go. Cutler taking all the time in the world. He had all the time in the world there to just peek out. Where's Ofnu going? Oh, he's looking the wrong way. Sweet, let me just shoot him in the back and save the AWP for my buddy. So Kusta's going to be able to get that AWP up again. And that was closer out of Winterfox. They had a chance there, but unfortunately, the two-player stack at quad from CLG was actually very smart indeed, and they're going to get away with another round. And as we can see there, since the start, Winterfox have only won 1 round and have immediately lost 2 after. So that's the reset on their economy. There's not much for them to do. As I say that, just pistols in this round. A P250 on Zuzi, but nothing else for his teammates. Kusta surely going to get a free kill here. Not falling for the shoulder peek. Hits the second one. APOC gone. And now a 5-on-4 again for CLG. They're so good at getting this quick pick so far this map.
Raz falling down. Wasn't spotted out by Sub Rosa. Raz thinking about pushing in. As you said, though, it is a pistol eco, so not really much that Winterfox can do. Raz should collapse down here. Would have liked to see CLG pick up and maybe a couple more SMGs, because they should have read the situation that Winterfox was going to be on an eco this one. Should have picked up, you know, maybe a MAC-10 or one of their dead players, try to get some more money through. But otherwise, you know, as long as you take all the AKs forward to the next round, which they should be able to, it should be fine. Their economy is looking great right now.
Absolutely. I think it's also a sign of the fact that CLG are taking this map very, very seriously. They don't want to have, you know, these rounds where they have SMGs and they get dropped very easily. They want to have all of the power of these AK-47s in their hands. And yes, admittedly, maybe it is a misread. Ooh, there's a kill out of Zeusy. Finds the dink on the second one, but no kill there. Cutler on 5 HP. Opnu with the world on his shoulders can maybe get a kill towards Squeaky. That is where Cutler's going to be with that incredibly low HP, but that's going to be all he's going to be able to find here. There is spam coming through all around him. He's going to wind up looking towards Ethan at the right time, but he will get dropped. And CLG, again, looking good here. As I was saying before, they're in the middle of that round. They're not using these SMGs perhaps just because they want to take this one seriously. They don't want to have slightly unfavorable engagements, because with rifles against pistols, you're pretty much always going to have a big advantage. If you do have an SMG, that's getting closer, maybe you get double dinked by a PT-50 and you're dead. So
not really, though, because in the rifles, if you exit, you have to still capture the site off the CT, so you got to enter it regardless. And really the trick here is because you sack the SMG, you can be so mobile with the SMG, you make it difficult for the pistol person to hit you. At the same time, you know, you can spray them down with bullets. They're not going to have armor. Rat's going to take a little bit more Molotov damage, and he probably should have. Reacting maybe just a little bit later to see if we could find anything, but there was going to be no one peeking. I believe that's Sub Rosa just playing that B lurker at the moment for the teasers. They're just spreading on the default, coming back towards mid once again. Going to seize control of it. And you can see Winterfox trying to adapt around it. Apox playing further back, as well as all the other members playing more further back on the site to hold it, as opposed to contesting CLG.
With the exception of Apoc, who is in Z, but he's behind a smoke there now, so not going to be a free kill or indeed an easy peek for him either. He's actually jumping, trying to spot over this smoke, trying to see if he can spot these players boost. I think he might have just missed the shoulder of Cutler there. It was just behind the building, I think. But now Cutler actually moving forward and gets tagged down very heavily. This grenade could do it. Not quite. Cutler on 12 HP does escape with his life, avoiding that grenade. And actually, advantage, at least for now, with Winterfox and EMAG. Depending on how this smoke fades for him, could get this pick towards FNX. They're walking up, FNS, they're walking up highway here. He moves away at just the wrong moment. That smoke just unfavorable for him, but that flash going to hold CLG off for now. And the timing around who gets his first kill here on the A side is going to be all important for this round. And at the moment, it's looking like CLG. They've got all the position. And look at FNS as well. He's through behind, but EMAG actually checks it, gets the first kill. Now he's got more players coming at him from A main and from Squeaky. There's a couple kills going to the tees. EMAG looking to do it all. Gets 2, but will get traded out. It's now a 2-on-3 here. Better than it has been for Winterfox, but the last 2 players rotating through Z now have got a long way to go to get onto this bomb site.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate they couldn't read that the highway play was coming through. If EMAG was able to jump even just a millisecond earlier, may have spotted out FNS crossing earlier. But as it is CLG, the patience play allows them to get rewarded because so far, no information has been granted towards them. Kusta! Wow! Alfnu is putting so much pressure on it. Kusta also getting another AWP kill. Big stuff coming out.
I'm pretty sure I saw earlier his Tech 9 is named Yes, You Died to This or something along those lines, which is appropriate in this case because, if an AWP misses a shot at you and you rushed him, you don't expect to all be killed by a Tech 9, which admittedly not the situation we just had, but Kusta has been strong with that pistol so far. His AWPing's been pretty decent as well. He had that one round a little further back where he hit the double entry for his team before the rest of the rifles even got involved. But so far, a really good start here for CLG on T-side case. They're up 7-3.
Yeah, and they're now just driving the herd in towards Winterfox. Even in that round, they still had 3 guns going forward. I don't know how many rounds they've actually survived and just building up their economy. But, it's just working out. Kusta's just hitting these shots so far. I wouldn't say that's even Raz playing poorly. It's just Kusta is just been wrecking them with the Tech 9 as well as the AWP. So now an execute on towards the A site. Corner's been cleared. Zuzi doesn't actually get one trade, but Ethan gets a counter trade. So it's still, favorable for CLG. They lose one AK-47. That's the situation I'm talking about where if you lose an SMG... Sorry, APOC does get the kill, but sorry to interrupt you. But it's in the sense that, if it was a MAC-10 leading in that situation, you'd lose a MAC-10. You'd lose only about, or just do the quick maths, you'd lose about 2.5k investment if you get maybe a Molotov and a flashbang. Whereas if you buy an AK armor as a Molotov, that's actually a 4k investment, 1,500 difference, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it compounds up over time,
Yeah.
Say, for example, if FNS went S&G twice, he'd actually have 5k by now as opposed towards 1,600.
And he could even have more than that, depending on how many kills he actually gets with that thing. As SMGs do give the bigger kill reward. I believe it's double of what rifles do. So, lesser investment, higher kill reward, the lower payoff of that being, or the payoff of that being, I guess, that you have less damage, and you've got to be a bit closer than the rifle's counterpart, but definitely something that can work. But for now, CLG have already won the majority of the rounds in this half. They've got themselves that 8th round, that all-important 8th round, which means, hey, no matter what happens, you've won this half. Winterfox only on 3. I mean, best case scenario now for them is to win this round, win the next one. I mean, they have to win the rest, but really, they've got to win the next maybe 2 or 3 rounds before they get CLG on an eco. And by the time that happens, the half will be over. So even if they win this round, they're pretty much facing down basically full buys from CLG for the rest of the half.
Yeah, they just managed to cross on towards the side as well. They just sneaked out through Squeaky and gambled correctly that no one's going to be there. And Kusta may be able to find APOC. Does spot him out. So APOC's position's now known. And Winterfox, there's nowhere for them to go. They need to back out, in my opinion. They just need to go as soon as possible. They're just, desperation tactics. Raz will get one. Offnu gets traded out. APOC just shut down from behind a Raz.
Pistol battle.
You can't find 4 people with that USP. And they're just gonna be forcing another eco. They can buy armor and pistol in this one. I don't recommend them forcing up. They've already lost a half. There's no point going for desperation tactics right now because it's not working. They are going for it, and I don't think it's going to go well for them because they're just going to be hammered every single round for the remainder of this, barring a severe misplay from CLG. And so far, there's only been a couple of misplays where, Sub Rose is looking the wrong way, instead of looking towards the B side and being aware of that flank potential. But they're minor misplays. They're not major misplays in the sense that, we left the bomb behind, we didn't watch it. So far, it's just been clean play out of CLG.
It has, and that's the thing as well. If Winterfox can't win a round on a full buy, I'm not sure how they're going to go with, as you said, this force buy, but maybe this is the round that changes it. But if not, I mean, Winterfox could very realistically be staring down a 3-12 half here.
Absolutely. CLG so far has just shown absolute domination so far. They just look like they're checking all the lines, and Kusta is lifting his game so much. So is Ethan. Only person that so far I'd comment on not really pulling their weight, maybe Sub Rose a little bit, but once again, he's playing that B lurker role, not really expected to shine on that B lurker role. They haven't executed that much towards B side. Now they're executing towards the A side. I think they have a niggling that EMAG is up here, but no one's really checking it so far, and EMAG's doing well to dodge the flashes. Ethan first out, but EMAG and Raz will be able to get a couple of kills. Raz gets a second kill. Zuzi's on the side as well. They've been able to read this perfectly, able to hold it off so far. Now 2-on-4. CLG now their backs against the wall. Cutler, though, through the edge of the smoke finds one. A lot of time for CLG to still work with. They're just going to bide their time.
Bomb is down, though. They've got to go and get that thing. And there's Zuzi with another kill. And now Kusta in the 1-on-3. Just misses that shot over towards Truckers. Players picking him everywhere. And a nice shot out of Zuzi. Running out with that FAMAS. Started stepping perfectly and killing Kusta. So maybe we're not out of this one yet here for Winterfox. They do win themselves at least one round there. But that's going to be their round loss bonus reset here as well. If they lose this round, they'll most likely be losing the next round of the half. I mean, again, even if they do get this, I mean, if this round they win it, they get a 9-6 potentially, which would be great for them, or even a 10-5. If they lose this, I think they're going to be facing down 11-4.
Well, I mean, we do have a tactical pause coming out from CLG. It's quite an early attack pause. Not sure what's going on. Maybe they just want to finish off. I believe they do get one tactical pause each half, so they might as well just, go straight forward. Just might as well take a talk. Okay, what did we do wrong with the A side? I actually like seeing this. Don't let Winterfox get fired up. Just shut them down. Just go. All right, Winterfox 1-1. Let's just everyone calm down. Maybe, maybe people getting fired up. The communication was going right. Let's just everyone calm down. Let's see. We're still winning 9-4. We've won the T half. Let's drive the stake in a little bit more. Make it 11-4 half and just completely shut these guys out in our CT half. Quick 16-4 victory. That's what they're going to be aiming for.
Absolutely. And I mean, that was still a good take from them. I mean, for that A site, we saw they had all of the utility. It was all going well. They did check that boost position. They didn't get the kill, but they were checking it. They were aware. So for CLG, really, maybe it's just a case of we've got to be a bit more careful when we check that. For now, with that tactical pause from CLG has come on, and we'll have to see what they decide to do with it here. They're actually going to boost Imagine up again. Now, they did this last round. We'll have to see if CLG are going to be aware of it. Raz did go for the quick pick and A main there. He's been doing that pretty consistently, pop flashing himself in. Hasn't really landed it a lot of times yet. I think he did it once with EMAG, and the rifle got the kill. So, not been the greatest of effect, but for now, at least they do know that A main is empty. They've shut at least that much down. So that's decent information for Winterfox. But if you look at where they're playing, I mean, they've given up mid at this point. Zuzi playing back inside Z is going to peek it now, but there's going to be grenades coming his way. There's the flashes and smoke server. He knows they could be in mid, but he doesn't know that they are. And I really like this out of CLG with the way they're playing their map control. They're denying a lot of information for Winterfox, sorry. That's a different team. And now CLG are going to be coming in towards this B side here where there's only 2 players, as I don't think Zuzi will be able to rotate in time unless he moves now.
Yeah, Zuzi's just going to be trying to hold maybe towards tree, maybe towards heaven, but so far, look at this. Once again, you were mentioned correctly, CLG, so much map control, but I guess, FNS just walks in the crosshairs of Raz, and he's just going to deny them a little bit more territory control. So they have to go for the B side. 35 seconds left. They're slowly creeping up. There's the first kill. This is much better played on the B side. Zeus is going to peek out, find one. And there's a lot of tag damage done towards Sub Rosa. Sub Rosa will get the kill at the end of the day, but this should be another wrap-up for Winterfox. Barring, I guess, Kusta coming in and having a say about this. Ofner with the UMP gets the double kill. Actually picking up the double orb going into the final rounds. CLG should be able to buy up into the final one. Once again, winning a lot of rounds. But Winterfox, the late resurgence means that at least they have a fighting chance going onto their own T-half. Still going to be hard work for them, though.
Yeah, but that said, they're only down, they're down 4 rounds now. If they win this one, it can be 9-6. The advantage of a 9-6 half is when you switch, if you win that pistol round, provided the anti-ecos go your way, you're back tied up at 9-9 straight away. So that's what Winterfox are going to be playing for here. They're going to be playing to win this round, and then the pistol, if they get that, it's a tied game. And that's a good start, actually. Zuzi has already found 2. I believe they were in mid. Yeah, he's going to be playing towards Z there and Kusta. This is a really sneaky angle here under the roof. That's going to be a very difficult shot to hit if you're a rifler, but smartly, Zuzi's not going to be peeking it for now, just holding mid and waiting for it. There's a nice shot out of Sub Rosa, taking down Raz. Now, given that he was spotted under the boost, you'll have to wonder if they're going to suspect EMAG. He has been up there a few rounds in a row now. They've only seen him there once, I believe, but surely you think CLG are going to suspect. And we're on a 4-on-3. Advantage Winterfox, 1 minute 10 seconds on the clock. See, the T's do have mid, but not much else.
Well, other than this, they still have to figure out how to navigate the danger of Raz's AWP so far. It looks like, oh, sorry, not Raz's AWP, but Apoc's AWP, as a matter of fact. Raz was taking down earlier Kusta, now slowly coming on towards the A side. You do have Zuzi just floating towards that truck area, but Kusta may spot out the boost right now, but EMAG, what reactions coming out? That's expected of, I guess, one of the superstars. Whoa. Gets a second kill, does fall, but he's done his job. 2 kills with the assistance of Raz earlier on. FNS will be able to get the cross on towards the side. Bomb plant might not be able to be retrieved as of yet. It looks like FNS now on a 1-on-3. We'll be able to retrieve the bomb now. But Winterfox just spotting towards the cross. Apoc will miss that shot. So with 30 seconds left on the time, the bomb plant will go down. 40 seconds left. FNS has to go for all these 1-on-1 deals. Spots out Apoc. That's 1 down. Now it's up to Zuzi as well as Ofnu to work together. FNS going to go towards quad. This Molotov going towards the wrong area. It's not going to deny any play on towards the quad position. Only default's been cleared out for Winterfox. And they don't know if he's behind a snuck towards forklift or at quad. They go to clear this out, and Zuzi's coming in by himself. Ofnu's not there to make the trade. Ofnu's going to fall. FNS, he can make this happen, but Zuzi's close range will be able to get the spray down, and Winterfox will be able to get that final round in the half. 6-9. We're going for a short break, but the action is going to stay intense. Stay tuned to see who's going to take the first map.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You like Nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy, now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
Welcome back to the match between Winterfox and CLG, and what a high end towards Winterfox's, I guess, late resurgence. They're all down 9-3 and just were able to take the last 3 rounds to bring it back. You know, not the best situation to be in on the T side of Cache, but at the very least, it's serviceable.
Absolutely. And I mean, if they win this pistol round, they can put themselves back up towards 9-9 with the help of those anti-ecos. So really, a much better half than it could have been. I mean, sure, they would have loved to get that 8-7 when they were down early on. They couldn't end up doing it, but 9-6, definitely not bad, as this pistol round and following up anti-ecos will even them up, but it will also put CLG even further ahead if they can't get it. So, well, if Winterfox can't get it. So it looks like they're going to be playing towards the B side here. They've got 4 players here, going to be Offnu lurking back out towards the garage, trying to catch out anyone who pushes, and doesn't look like anyone's going to be doing it for now out of CLG. If they play their CT side anything like they played their T, I'm expecting a lot of patience out of them. No sort of rush decisions. But speaking of rushes, here comes Winterfox in towards his B side. That's a nice thing on a Cutler as well, but he's still going to find a kill. So will FNS. Kusta getting another one there. Zuzi does manage to at least take down Kusta, but it's a 2-on-4 already. Zuzi and Offnu with it all to do. Zuzi at least going to manage to upgrade his pistol, but there's players coming from, well, all around them, really. The bomb's stuck out towards the site. They've got to go and get that thing. They've still got Cutler very low on the side, and now Sub Rosa catches a dink of his own, but it's all on Zuzi. Does find 1 kill. If he can take down FNS, that's the other high HP player here. The other 2 are so low. This is possible here for Zuzi, but he's got to find these kills now. 20 seconds on the clock, just gone by. He's moving in. Will catch out Sub Rosa, surely. No! Doesn't do it. Cannot find the kill, and unfortunately, the hopes of a tie, at least off that round for Winterfox, are now dead.
Yeah, and because of the way that I believe this match works, you actually don't see the damage. You can't see how much damage you've done after you die. So, if anyone's wondering why, you know, the call wasn't made, they're low on the B side, you actually don't know how much they're actually low. You don't know if those players are on 105 HP. So,
Absolutely.
that's why he had to go. That's why he had to go for the hit. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out in that sense. If you're wondering why he didn't go for the body shot, he doesn't know what we know. So, CLG now in double digits. A lot of rifles, a lot of respect shown towards Winterfox, knowing that Winterfox will force up into this round.
Absolutely. They're just like, all right, we're going to play the long range. We're going to have the superior damage. And, I mean, Winterfox here, making the right call. I mean, trying to go towards A. Sub Rosa does take him down. He's the only player here for the CLG side, but he's got himself an M4. He has the long range advantage. It's going to be a UMP for Zuzi, who can try and do something with this. Bomb going down. That's good for Winterfox. They can try and stall this one now. Every second they waste here burns a bit more time off that clock. But there is a kit on the CLG side. They've got to move in towards this site now. All going to move together. They do have the superior weaponry. This one not going to be an easy hold off here for CLG. And it's all going to rest on what this UMP of Zuzi can get done here at Forklift. Got players pushing in close to him. Fully blinded by his own flashbang. Everyone blind there, but FNS will get the kill. Now APOC playing inside the site with the Deagle. He's the last player remaining. So much damage coming his way. Trying to get these shots down, or at least delay. Will be taken down eventually. There was an attempt for a knife there, actually. I believe that was from Cutler, but no extra money for him, but a defuse for his team, which is arguably more important. They'll keep those both those M4s alive into this next round. And Winterfox, having bought in that one, did get the bomb down, to get that bit of extra money. They could potentially buy in the next round, but not going to be able to do it in this one.
Yeah, I mean, if they force up in this one, they didn't do enough damage to justify forcing into this one. If they took a couple more rifles out, you know, maybe force it towards maybe one person alive, the call might have been made. Winterfox, all right, let's go. We can... Even though we can't afford the superior weaponry, we know CLG are going to be buying in the SMGs. Get a couple of Galils, you know, not the best rifles, there's still service, and maybe get a couple of UMPs, and we can definitely overwhelm the CTs and then force them into a bit of a pickle. As it is though now, it's just going to be a bunch of pistols. CLG needs to be cautious on not losing many weapons. They need to go into the next one. You can see Kusta with just a 5.7. He wants the AWP. Similarly, Winter Fox, they will have enough cash to go into the next one with a lot to work with. They have got that bomb plant down, as you mentioned earlier. And they should be able to, you know, buy that AWP on Raz, see where he takes that. A lot of utility as well, so it should be a good one. As Zuzi actually managed to find a pick on towards Kusta, who, pushing with the 5.7, does get caught out.
Yeah, and I mean, he will actually hand that pistol over now as well. So Zuzi's going to get an upgrade for free. But the CT side, the B side, going to be the push here. CT is going to be holding this one. FNS going to find the first kill. And unfortunately for Winterfox, there is a pair of M4s here. Had they gone towards A, it might have been an M4 and a UMP to face off with. But on B, they're going to have two M4s, and Zuzi here is going to be running straight into the UMP of Ethan, who will take him out. Now it's the M4s on the B side looking to finish up. Cutler gets one, Cutler gets two, and now only APOC remaining. As I say, that goes down. Cutler with the 3K in the end to close it out. Quick work with the M4A4 there, and 12-6. CLG now doubling Winterfox's score.
Yeah, this is the part. Okay, it looks like Kusta actually didn't have that much cash to actually buy an AWP, so there's not going to be an AWP. Kusta's just given a UMP instead. Cutler has the money for it, but decides not to drop it. At the same time, Winterfox will have the AWP and Raz. No utility on him. The rest of the members, though, full set. No HE grenades. 8 flashbangs. 4 smokes and 4 Molotovs to see if they can get their way on towards a bomb site. So it looks definitely like an execute. Very strange to see no HE grenades. You'd like to, you know, at least tag, you know, soften up your opponent a little bit. But they're just going to go for the straight aim duels. I mean, obviously trying to blind their opponents, but then going for the aim duels.
Yes, and I'm not sure. I mean, Winterfox, sure, go for it. It hasn't worked out so well for them already in this match. They have been losing a fair few aim duels. They looked better in the, I suppose, latter half of last half, or the latter quarter, I suppose. But they were still down a lot of rounds by that point here. And there was a lot of nades on the CLG as well. This position from Ethan. He could stop this whole thing right now. Depending on the timing, if Raz peaks first and can't hit this shot, Ethan will be there. The timing on this is going to be so close. The Molotov out. Ethan knows. He must know they're there now. Spots it. Actually going to go for the push, and Raz was ready for it. We'll get him, and Apoc's going to follow up onto Kusta as well. Unfortunately, there was just Ethan moved a fraction too early there, and a nice shot out of Zuzi will take out FNS, and that boost play was all important there for both teams. It would have decided at least the first half of this round, and now it looks like it's decided the whole round with Cutler and Sub Rosa left alive to try and fend off against 5 Winterfox players.
Yeah, and at the moment, Winterfox playing it successfully. They, you know, they don't need to rush anywhere. Just see to suss out where the CT players are and then overwhelm them. You see Sub Rosa, you know, he's just trapped like right now like a rat. So he has to just run out as fast as possible. He does manage to get out of the rat cage. All he needs to do now is molly off the side, you know, get a couple of kills, maybe slow this bomb plant, just do some damage. But there's one pushing him. He does realize a great reaction coming out from Sub Rosa to get the headshot towards APOC, but the save will go through. Cutler and Sub Rosa will take the M4 to the next round, but great mid play coming out for Winterfox. And just, you know, paying back CLG just a little bit of the pain they felt on their own CT side.
Absolutely, and having a look at their economy here, it's really not great for them. I mean, they have 2 players who have a lot of money, and it's conveniently the 2 players who are alive. So they'll be able to drop some rifles over there. They can drop the M4s they have, they can buy some more, and then maybe someone else can buy for Kusta, who is only down on $900 before the round loss bonus comes through for this one. But they're not going to get a whole lot of money for losing this one. I believe it's $1,400 for losing a round after you've won all the previous ones. So they're not going to get a lot of money. They should be able to get a serviceable buy together with the M4s that can be dropped off of Cutler and Sub Rosa. But I don't think they'll have a lot of utility to go behind it. So
I have a decent amount. I think Ethan, or I think it'll be, not sure if it was Ethan, but one of the members will have at least 2,300, so he can get a bit of utility. It's actually opted to go for the head armor. So look, he's missing maybe 1 grenade. out. And because Cutler as well as Subros were able to take a Molotov and a flashbang, that's a lot of money taken through the next round. That was actually critical. They saved at least 5k worth of utility as well as weaponry. And you can see it at the moment. You know, that is a serviceable, a full fighting buy you see out of CLG coming out. Winter Fox, they've done well. They've broken CLG once. They got to do it again.
They do, and I mean, that save, as you said, was very important. That was potentially the difference between two rifles trying to make a heroic play with some pistols backing them up, and this full buy, which we now have in front of us. So, excellent work out of CLG there, but some early kills going the way of Winter Fox. 2-for-1 trade there, which means we're now in a 4-on-3. The AWP on Koos is still up. He's been very sharp with that, but he is the only player towards this B site. He's got to hold off all of Winter Fox, or at least 3 of the 4 players of Winter Fox who are here by himself until his teammates can get over and help him out. So, Koos here could have a lot of work to do. For now, no Winter Fox players actually pushing him. He does have a second here to think about this, but Emag already in the back of Checkers. Kusta may not know he's there. Now the first pick's going to come in. Spots that Molotov coming out. He now knows at least one player there, but Emag, very nice shot there, taking down Kusta. The site opened up, and Sub-Rosa and Ethan again left. 4-on-2 this time for CLG. Still 2 players alive. They did manage to get a kill. Basically the same story as last round, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a save out here again, and looking at their economy, they need to.
Yeah, and at the same time, Winter Fox, you know, they just need to save. Just play discipline. They only lost APOC, you know, not the biggest loss. You know, you lose one member, save, go forward. You know that CLG have to either, with these 2 rifles, they're probably now going to buy pistols. You can probably read that situation. Winter Fox will play accordingly around that. You know, play a lot more safe. So far, mid's working. Winter Fox will just keep going mid. Now CLG has a problem. They had 1 towards mid initially on, you know. They have 2, they had 3. Even 3 people didn't work. You had FNS try and play a bit of a cheeky spot, wasn't able to really make things work out. You know, Cutler and Ethan got caught out in the open. A bit unfortunate maybe, but unable to do it. Zuzi actually going on the hunt, won't be able to find anything. So, cheeky Zuzi to try to walk in, but unfortunately he's just by himself, so no trades going in the favor. I'd say CLG, you know, pick up a couple of pistols potentially. Cutler has a bit of money, which means that the AWP will come out in the next buy round. But you can afford maybe a P250 or a 5.7. Put a rifle in each site and get a couple of pistols just sitting towards tight corners. And who knows, you can reap the dividends from that. Winter Fox still has to take this very cautiously.
But it's worth noting, Winter Fox have won their last 2 rounds, both with, well, 4 players surviving for the first one, then almost 4, but 3 with Zuzi dying on the hunt. But they're still keeping a lot of players and therefore a lot of guns alive, which means their economy can start to get established. They can start to make this comeback work. This is interesting, though. Towards the A site, I believe both M4s are actually going to be there, and they're going to be boosting one of them up high. So I was about to say, I wonder if Winter Fox will check that, because they did it a lot, but APOC, already ahead of me, does get the kill on the boosting Sub-Rosa. Ethan will trade him back out, but that is one of those M4s taken out of this round now. Winter Fox only have 1 more big gun against them, and then just a couple pistols to clean up. So this round should be going their way now, if they play it safe, if they play it properly, and they've got 3 players together over towards A. They've got a pinch on Ethan, he's got the gun, unless he takes down all 3 of them by himself. If they can drop him, they should be okay, as sure, the pistols are starting to rotate in, but I don't think there'll be too much damage done. Winter Fox, though, looking like they're ready to push in here. Offnu still just waiting in this squeaky door, waiting for his moment to strike. And actually, there's a peek from FNS as well. Spots him out in A-man. So now the jig is up. Winter Fox have been found out. They do still have 45 seconds. They can rotate sites if they want to. But Ethan getting boosted up on top of the back of Red, trying to see if he can spot out. This is actually a very nice headshot angle from him. He does have that M4, so not going to do full instant headshots. But he jumps up high, goes for the spray. But here comes Winter Fox entering with the rifles. Ethan will find 1. He has to do more here. He has a gun. Kusta's actually found an AK of his own, but Ethan down. Now it's a 3-on-2. Kusta and Cutler with it all to do, but Kusta has an AK.
And the smoke now coming across on towards the side. So Raz, the AWP is watching towards Squeaky, which was the correct line, but Cutler does manage to peek out. Will be able to find Emag at forklift. Kusta also makes his position. No, so Cutler. Oh, Offnu is so low at the moment, and Cutler just dancing around. Raz has switched out for the M4. Should be able to get this kill. Nope, Cutler just dancing around the door so far. Staying alive with just a P250, and Offnu changes out AK-47.
Playing with him.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to reload, so they'll back out safely. Cutler trying to find any pick he can, but they're just going to back out of sight. Raz will be able to get out. Takes a little bit of damage.
Cutler's going to die to the bomb now.
Unfortunately, so won't be able to get the chase either. Raz might peek it. Nope, doesn't peek it. Bomb does a job. Suddenly, a much tighter contest. Winter Fox bringing it back after losing the pistol in the buy rounds. And this is something we saw, I guess, CLG on the T side doing towards Winter Fox. And CLG just, I think at the moment, this mid problem is not being solved by either team. This is what's been costing them so much.
Absolutely, and caches them out the mid is so important because you can get to both sides from mid. You can take them entirely from mid, but it also gives you such a powerful way to split. You can get through into CT spawn, try and flank them going through Z. You can go in through vent, split B. You can go, up highway, get into A. It's such a powerful position, and for neither of these teams to really be exploiting it to full effect is definitely going to hurt them. But Winterfox here, definitely in the driving seat. I mean, they are 3 rounds behind, but they've got themselves a full buy. Their economy is going to be set for them to buy again in the next round, and potentially even the one after that if they do lose it. So they're set for now. The other issue is, though, CLG are already at 12, and while Winterfox are on a bit of a comeback here, they don't really have many rounds they can afford to lose, and especially as I think losing 2, that'll shatter their economy. If they lose another one, they'll be facing down map point anyway. So every round, at least until they tie it up, is going to be very, very important here for Winterfox.
That's it, though. Winterfox have snuck in towards Checkers. And there is no one except for Kuster at Tree at B-side. So, CLG, they're still stacking towards that mid area, but they don't gain anything out of it. There's no territory gain. There's no information gain. No boost being deployed. No pushes at A-side. And this is the problem. They have no read on what Winterfox is doing at the moment. They have to wait for smokes. And the first thing they'll know is that the T's already on the B-side. Kuster has to nail so many people through the smoke. There's the first one. APOC just rushing once again, which is a little bit not disciplined from him. We saw that from the previous round, where APOC was pushing a highway. Sure, he got the kill on Sub Rosa, but he got punished for it because all of a sudden, Raz actually under a lot of pressure. Raz decides to pull out the P250 as Cutler will be able to get that kill. This is going terribly wrong for Winterfox, unable to get the flank kills, and as a result, they should be able to bust in through Tree as well as the rear. 2 AWPs out. This is not really the ideal retake, but sure, why not? Let's go for it.
Yeah, they've got the player advantage, so as you said, why not? I mean, there's Sub Rosa finding the first kill on the entry onto Zeusy. Off Nuke, trying to get it done, but not going to be able to do so. Now Emac has it all to play for. I'm not even sure the bomb is planted for him. There's going to be a smoke on that as well. The defuse is already coming in. He must know it. He's just got to back away at this point, try and keep that rifle alive, and he's not even peeking here. It's going to be a full 10-second defuse as well, as there was no kits on the CLG side, but that won't stop, and they will get it across the line anyway. And now Emac, having got himself the first kill, trying to stay alive, he will keep that AK up. The economy is set for Winterfox. They can buy again here, but if they lose this one, I think they will just about be out of money.
That was really... That problem with that B hold was really, firstly, APOC, crossing early. You have to wait for your smoke. Doesn't matter if you think, you can out-jump an AWPer. At this stage where Akusta is playing, you need to give him so much respect. You need to give him respect and think he's going to hit that shot. Smoke it up, wait for the shot before you cross. There's no point trying to risk it, trying to cross early. You should know at this stage. They've got a full buy, they're established. And at the same time, Raz missing a shot towards that lurk player just cost them ultimately because they had no territory to hold with anymore. Before they could have played back B and gone, you know what, you come in, you have to check 3 angles. All of a sudden, back B is clean. There's only going to be 2 angles. They're only going to be a side, or they're going to be checkers. Easy angles for the CTs to check, especially with numbers. Now, they were trying to utilize a vent play, but not going to work out. A lot of numbers at mid, and APOC going to at least pull out some revenge on towards FNS.
Yeah, so we'll get that kill at least. Sub Rosa here still trying to get it done. Knows there's multiple players around him. Goes for the spray. Not going to find it. Zeusy will pick that one up. It's a 5-on-3 now. Winterfox with the early advantage here after shutting down the vent play with that Molotov. Stopping the boost meant that there could be no real mid-check done by CLG up until they lost a player, really. So already 2 guys down. The bomb actually looking to go over towards A. Maybe a split through highway on the way. Looks like APOC is moving that way now to try and help it out. Moving up behind the shed, behind the smoke there. Trying to see if he can sneak his way in, but there's still 2 AWPs on this site. Cutler and Kuster going to be the guys with those, but look at that position for APOC. He actually takes that Cutler without checking behind him, so Kuster will drop him, but a 2-on-4. Kuster here looking to go for a bit of a hero play, just moving behind this smoke bomb already down. Kuster might have just spotted the elbow there, will do it, takes down Emag with a shot to the arm. Still a 3-on-2. T's already backing off. Offnu with a perfectly timed push past the smoke, takes out Ethan. Kuster still getting work done though, finds 3! He could actually do this. That's his 4th kill of the round even. He's on for the ace right now if he kills Raz. Raz going to be playing inside A main. Going to get faked out. Kuster, this could be huge if he finds it. Will miss that shot. He's still another chance here. Trying to get it done. Raz moving around, just taking his time. Kuster 2 HP. Still trying to hit Raz. He has so little time here. Has to do this one. Might get the shot here. Still missing. Unfortunate for Kuster. He's going to have to back out of this one now. 2 HP. Has to run away. So close though. A 4K. Nearly an ace. He had a couple of opportunities. And he will die to the bomb in the end. Kuster, what an attempt. but just not able to get it off the line.
Huge 2 shots to open up just even into that one-on-one opportunity, but couldn't hit Raz. Well played by Raz, just dancing around. Knew that all he had to do was just draw out the shot, and sure, it's a bit unfortunate, but the parachute was now on Kusa to land those, and Winterfox now hitting double digits. CLG has not won a round in a while, and this is a bit of an issue, or one consecutive round, should I say. And that's seriously becoming an issue because this just demonstrates that Winterfox actually has such a great control of the T side. They're just gaining that map control. CLG is paralyzed. I have not seen an aggressive play attempt at mid, neither at B. They're playing way too passive and allowing Winterfox to gain the control. You see APOC kind of messing up there, messing up severely. Does get punished for that eventually. And Sub Rosa also putting in the pain as well. Afternoon though does get at least 1 trade. So now 3-on-3, a lot messier than it should have been. APOC just caking that slightly.
Just a little bit. I mean, he did eventually get a kill out of it, but then got taken down. And now, I nearly said Red like Cutler, gonna go down to EMAG there on the B hole, which means the bomb getting thrown towards the site will now be planted. And you'd think that's the end of it, but definitely good damage here out of CLG with the option to do more. They both have AK-47s here. Raz gonna be entirely caught out, but hits the shot on Sub Rosa somehow. I don't know if that was a no-scope, but it was very, very quick indeed. A quick scope. And now Ethan left all alone to try and do this one. Does have his AK-47, but having lost his teammate, going forward isn't really an option anymore. And Offnu with the perfect read will take him down. No weapon saved for CLG. And really, we've seen both of these guys have such a dominant T-half and not much showing on the CT.
Yeah, and so far CLG, I mean, they're, I think, lacking a lot more so far. Only picking up 4 rounds compared to Winterfox's 6. And that was with an extra eco win as well. I mean, that they had 3 rounds after the pistol as opposed to was it 2, which Winterfox had. And right now, CLG, they didn't have enough cash to really invest fully into this round. So you can see a bunch of pistols. Raz actually missing the first AWP shot. Asia grenade will do a huge chunk of damage. Raz just eats that fully for dinner. And right now, CLG, they're trying to find opportunities with the pistol much better. Get some map territory. Hold patiently and wait for Winterfox to come and clear out these lines. But they need to do this on the buy round as well, because something needs to change. Passive's not working for them so far.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen, to their credit on both sides, this very calculated play, I suppose. They're taking it very slowly. Then on the T side as well, to great effect, just taking it slowly, being patient, figuring out what's happening on the map. But they're doing a bit less of that, figuring out what's happening on the map in this side. I mean, sure, you can take it slowly, you can play passively all you like, but if you're going to go for that very passive style where you just hold your bomb sites, you've got to be 110% confident that your crossfires will work out for you, because you know that what you're giving up is the ability to have any really forewarning, spare about 5 seconds of where T's going to be coming. And now, Zuzi's going to find the first pick. FNS will take out APOC with that CT, so good damage done. Sub Rosa trying to find the 5-7 kill through the smoke, but now all 4 CTs going to come at this one from pretty much the same angle here. Offnu, if he goes through the smoke, actually just avoiding the spray of the 5-7 there. That was a bit close, but will manage to just sneak by that one unharmed. And now the CT is really just looking to do damage here, but the Ts have got their post plant set now in the site and around the site, out in B main, out in Sunroom, out in Squeaky. They're really set, and this one will borderline be impossible here for CLG, but Ethan's going to hit a nice shot onto Offnu. I spoke too soon. They really don't have the time to go for this one now. Bomb ticking down, but they might be able to keep these Winterfox players on the site. They might get taken out by the bomb. Kusta still trying to do just that, trying to do damage as these guys leave. Wants this bomb to go off and take them down. Doesn't care if he goes down first. He has only a pistol. He doesn't mind at all, but they will just manage to escape. That was a really nice attempt out of CLG, and I like what they were doing there. They wanted to try and get the kills, whether they got them themselves or not. But not going to do it in the end. Heavy tag by the bomb to Winterfox, but not enough to get any more kills.
Kusta able actually to, I think it was either Kusta or Sub Rosa, able to actually retrieve an AK-47, which is absolutely critical because, yes, even though they have enough money to buy, still getting the AK-47, which is so much potent defensive ability.
Free gun is a free gun.
If free gun's a free gun, not only that, AK-47, 1 bullet headshot. Why wouldn't you take that as a CT, holding on towards a site? Now, the only issue that I guess at the moment that's coming out for CLG right now is, what do? They've given up mid. Okay, that's okay. You have to give up mid at this stage, but you got to make things work out. This is exactly what you want to do. Get Kusa in there with it all. We've seen it's effective. He gets the first pick on towards APOC, who I think had an AWP as well. I'm not exactly sure. Very unique double AWP setup if it was on Winterfox otherwise. But now they're a member up, they can play passive. Get the first pick playing aggressive, get some information, and then towards the latter half, get some more.
Absolutely, and that's what we saw. That's what we saw so much from them on their T side as well. They were so good at finishing off first pick situations without getting too hasty about it, without pushing, without being impatient. So we'll have to see if they can now capitalize on this first pick here. I mean, in theory, if they can set their crossfires from this point forwards, they should have more guns to be able to shoot at the Ts and the Ts can shoot back with. I mean, it's just mathematically how it works when you're in a 5-on-4, and they're going to be trying to make that one work out for them. But Winterfox here looking like they're setting up for this A take now. Raz suddenly aware that an A push might be a possibility, but CLG, again, showing this patience they've showed pretty consistently so far in using this first pick by, we'll let it give us an advantage later, rather than trying to take advantage of it now.
Trying to figure out where Zuzi is, because Zuzi looks like he's in A main or squeaky. So there we have it. Execute on towards the A site. Not 100% sure if it's a fake yet or not, but it looks like no, it is just going to be executed straight on. Emag is out towards Fork. Zuzi does fall, trying to come onto the side. Emag out, gets the trade. Emag goes for Ethan, but can't get the spray transfer working in the favor. Offnuth, though, gets that one. Kusta looking around, gets the second orb kill of this round. Bomb plant going down now. 1 and 3. Offnuth now coming across, is surrounded by enemies from all sides. FNS should spot him out, but Kusta misses the shot uncharacteristically, and Offnuth will punish him for that. Now 1 and 2. FNS slowly crawling the side. Does have Cutler support, but he's fine at the right timing. He doesn't know where Cutler is, though, and Cutler will be able to take that out, bringing back another round for CLG. 14-12. Such a tight game, and this is a really surprising thing so far I've found. I mean, all the games have been so tight. You think that, you know, with coming on towards your own CT side, it'd be good.
Yeah, I mean, you think so, but, I mean, a good game, a tight game is a good game, really. A fast game is also a good game. But really, I mean, we're in the Pro League. Every game is a good game. All of these teams are here because they deserve to be here. They have the skill. They have the capability of winning. And that's what's so exciting to see. And Winterfox, I mean, losing that round, that's a little bit heartbreaking because that right there was their opportunity to tie it up finally, to bring it back to 13-13. They had an opportunity to tie it up in this half, but they lost the pistol round, couldn't equalize easily with those anti-egos, and they've been chasing ever since. That right there was their opportunity to get it across the line, and they got so close, but now they're down again, and CLG only need one more to get onto map point. So Winterfox here, they're not out. They're only down by 2 rounds. They're only 3 away from securing their own map point, and therefore overtime, if not the win. But they've got to try. It's so hard to work here, and they're not going to check under the boost there, where Cutler's going to be waiting. It's now a 3-on-5 already. We do have a player here in Squeaky just trying to move by. He's actually made his way. It's Emag making his way into the back there. They've done this a few times now. I have Winterfox just moving their way into Squeaky without being spotted by the B players. But now the rest of their side has been spotted out. And Emag, he knows that Kusta has been playing in the back of the side, but not going to find the first pick. Kusta's going to find it onto Offnu. Now, 5-on-2. Raz, he ready for this one, but Emag's going to already do it. There's a player up in heaven. There's a player in tree. And there's actually some flanks coming in too by looks. It's going to be coming in through vents, or at least considering it from mid. There's 2 players there. But still 50 seconds to play with here for Winterfox. Emag considering going out into tree to take the fight, but not going to do it. FNS holding the angle in towards the side. Going to fall off that one for now. 40 seconds left. Bomb shortly going down. There it is for Winterfox. But a 2-on-4. Raz has to hit this shot in vents if he has any chance of helping his teammates stay alive here.
Raz of mid-2016 will be able to hit pretty much all of these. Emag, once again, another crucial role for him to play, but he's going to fall immediately. Won't be able to do enough damage. His position's now known, and he's just swarmed all over by CLG members. Raz cannot do anything between the bolting action, and CLG now on match point. This is so similar. Once again, a late resurgence coming in towards the half. And what's really working with so far is just they're able to get the picks now, and mid was just a little bit more poorly taken by Winterfox.
It was. I mean, we've seen, as you said, pretty much mirror halves here. I mean, one team takes early advantage, it's clawed back a little bit, but then the other team winds up ahead by 3, which is where we are, like, right now. I mean, admittedly, if Winterfox want to mirror the first half, they'll win this next round and, you know, try and do what they can. But it's just been so very close out of these guys. Just one team looking strong, the other one fighting back, and it's worth noting that Case, normally you wouldn't think, perhaps not this T-sided, but between these 2 teams, they're both so much better in their T halves. I mean, the CT is now making a resurgence, which again we saw in last half. It was Winterfox last time, it's CLG now. The problem for Winterfox is, though, they were 3 rounds down at the start of this, so they don't really have these rounds to play with. They can't really let CLG make this resurgence, and now Winterfox need to win the next 3 in a row to secure themselves overtime, then win 4 out of the 6 rounds after that to take this map out, and they've still got another map to play here. Long road yet for Winterfox.
Absolutely. They still need to... Look, they have to hold off this one to even just, I guess, go forward. And they don't have the money for it. They have a Tech 9, a couple of Deagles at most, you know. They have to try to make that work out. And I believe it is a Winterfox tactical pause. Because, I mean, it's 15-12. If you're down 15-12, you're going to have to make a call on what to do to try to bring it back into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, very possibly. It's like they want to have a shot to think about this and just slow it down and be like, all right, guys, if nothing else, we just need to take a second and chill. Even if we don't have any amazing strategies on the board, you can take these things as mental pause as well. Just have a second to mentally reset and be like, okay, what can we do here? But game now on pause, going live again here. CLG versus WinnerFox. CLG on map point, which is perhaps not the result we would have expected, but only 3 rounds behind is WinnerFox here. The buy is not great for them, and that's not going to help either. That's one of their, I believe, bigger guns down on EMAG, so they've got to try and capitalize or, I suppose, account for that loss. And it's not looking good. They are moving towards the A side here. There's 3 players over towards Squeaky, and they're actually out already. But Ethan could kill them all here. He does do a lot of damage, but cannot get kills off. And WinterFox can get the kills. Surprisingly, I thought that one was all going to be CLG's way, but that position there from CLG, not quite good enough. Heavy damage done. Zuzi and Apoc both dinked, both below 15 HP, but no kill, which means this 4-on-2 will be, ideally, and it looks like it will be won by WinnerFox here. CLG don't really have, well, they don't really need to go for this one. They've still got 2 map points after this one. They can afford to sit here, save these guns, not potentially put themselves in a dangerous situation later.
Problem with going to the next round, CLG is not very rich. They are very poor. It's because of the damage done by WinterFox time after time. Even though they've won, even with this open M4, what are they going to do in the next round? Do they force up? If they force up, it'll be 15-14. And then they potentially go into the final one, if they do lose the next one, obviously. They can only buy 5.7s. And sure, 5.7's a great gun, but you still want an M4. You want that AWP in your hand. So how are they going to mitigate this danger? Okay, so it looks like Sub Rose actually has a bit of cash, and so will Cutler, so they should be actually able to force up into this one. Maybe a UMP, maybe a 5.7 on one of the players. But it'll be interesting to see whether or not this AWP goes in the hand of anyone. It looks like they're actually going on a eco for the poorer players. So
yeah, just
they're putting all their money into the next round as opposed to this one. They want to win this one, but they're not setting themselves up for a victory in this one. They're setting themselves up for a victory in the final round. And what a match that would be if it goes down to the wire.
I mean, it's already pretty much going to go down to the wire. I don't really see CLG winning this. I mean, Cutler has the AWP. I would have thought he maybe should have thrown that thing over to Kustar, who is, I think skill-wise, the better AWP out of the 2 of them. But Cutler known to pick this thing up on the CT side. I mean, T side, I think he usually leaves it more over to Kustar, but he's definitely, they throw the AWP between them, depending on side, depending on map. And Cutler, definitely capable. I mean, he's been around this CLG team, this CLG brand for a very long time, and definitely an established player, so not really a problem to see him with that, but that's going to be a problem, though. Now Kusta will have the AWP after Raz drops Cutler, but he's got to do a lot of work here with it. All of WinnerFox taking this mid position. Nice quick shot there onto Apoc, looking to get more done now. Kusta will find the second as well. Now going to be falling back. There is players so close to him, just avoids that flashbang, but cannot get down quickly enough. EMAG will drop him, which means a 3-on-3. A very good attempt at a heroic play from Kusta, and indeed getting 2 is a heroic play, but maybe you'd think with the AWP as the AWP, you know, the star player effectively of this CLG lineup when he has that thing, potentially could have been looking to get more done, but Ethan could punish EMAG here. Going to take his time, hit that shot, there we go. Not going to go for the gun. Actually, he's already got himself an M4, but now Sub Rosa left on the A site, both players are here. He's got to do this pretty much by himself, and this could, if WinnerFox are caught out by this pistol close to them, it looks like Offnu is aware of it. Checking round this smoke. This one's going to be so close. Sub Rosa, he could actually capitalize, get the punishment onto Raz. Not going to do it, and now the bomb is down, and at least for now, safe. But, oh, that's very close. Ethan did have the gun there. Now Sub Rosa left in the 1-on-2. We'll be throwing that smoke off to try and isolate the angle, but a nice shot out of Raz will finish up that one, and all of a sudden, we're on 30th round. WinnerFox bring it back, now playing for overtime.
Yeah, and FNS does not have that much cash either. WinterFox with all the utility in the world to work for. CLG just going for the single AWP this time in Kusta. And he almost got the 3rd kill. If it wasn't for the flashbang and EMAG getting at least 2 kills in that round, just maybe CLG would have pulled a rabbit out of the hat. But as it is, down to the wire, when the half switched, I was expecting CLG, you know, especially up 12-6. Easy victory, you know.
You'd think
they've
so.
traded out 8 rounds to 3. WinterFox have struggled. They have sweated it out, and they've brought it back towards a hair's breadth. And they are about to take it out as well, because the trades are now working in the favor of WinterFox. We will be possibly going towards overtime. Not saying it potentially yet, but this B site's going to be so hard to assault. No Molotovs for the CTs to work with. Only smoke grenades and flashbangs. Kusta through the wall. You can't do that towards the final round. Kusta, a man on a mission.
Not FPL Kusta.
He wants to just demolish the entire WinterFox lineup by himself, and that's the exact way to start it. Actually equalize the situation. All of a sudden, made so much more doable. Offnu on the side. Raz playing very, very far back. Kusta coming through. Doesn't check through. Ethan though coming out through heaven. Takes him out. Kusta gets another shot through the smoke, edge of the smoke. Now it's all to Raz. 1-on-3. The bomb plan is good for him, but there's so many CTs there. What a shot through the edge of the flash.
Already happening.
Kusta will get the trade. D-Fields will go through, and CLG out of nowhere, will get the defuse, will get the victory, 16-14, a 3-on-4 successful retake on towards the B side. Huge plays.
Massive plays, as you said. I mean, that was down to the wire, which is perhaps not what we would have expected given that first half, given CLG winning the pistol round, given CLG getting up to 12-6, doubling Winter Fox's score. But in the end, we go all the way, but CLG do take it out before we get into overtime.
I think with CLG, you can take the CLG out of man, but you can never take the man out of CLG. Or the other way around, because that was true. That's the only way Counter Logic Gaming would win, right? You know, go up 12-6, give false hope towards Winter Fox, and then take it to the final one.
Absolutely.
That is a CLG method.
Classic CLG, isn't it?
But well played by both sides. That was legitimately a charged match between the two, and I cannot wait for the next one on Mirage.
Absolutely. That was amazing plays out of both teams, really. I mean, we definitely saw Kusa stepping up towards the end there, but Raz started to have a bit of an impact with the AWP later in that game as he started to be more comfortable. I mean, of course, Winter Fox had a rough start to that one, going down on their CT side, but they brought it back and they took it all the way so close to overtime. But in the end, I mean, Kusta really, I think he got 2 or 3 kills in that final round, just being too strong individually for Winter Fox to deal with.
Just banging people through the walls, going through the edge of the smoke, and just the confidence and looking at those angles to be able to get the kills. Huge stuff. So now we're just going to go for a short break because we need to all recharge after that match. But stay tuned, because if that match was any indication of what's going to happen on Mirage, we could be absolutely seeing fireworks coming up. So stay tuned for the next match for the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1 Code!
2 headshots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico. Oh no! Phoenix has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW getting done. He's looking for a third. He's going to get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
By Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Matchday number 3 of the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division. And we are on towards map 2 shortly, but what a great first map that was between CLG and Winterfox.
Absolutely. I mean, the only word I have to describe that was electric. I mean, there was massive leads, there was massive comebacks, and in the end to go to all 30 rounds, like that's pretty much everything you want in a game of Counter-Strike. You want the tension, you want, massive displays of skill, and eventually, someone has to take it out in the nail-biter finish, and that is exactly what we had. So CLG and Winterfox really delivering on map 1 today. Absolutely.
I mean, for Winterfox, I'd probably feel a little bit disappointed, especially considering that, they had the B site in the final round. They had the numerical advantage as well, but then Kusta decided to pull some ridiculous things out of the hat and just completely ripped apart Winterfox with his bare hands.
CLG pulled a Kusa out of the hat, really. That's all that happened there. And I mean, he was strong for a lot of that matchup. We saw on T side, there was that one round. I mean, there was a lot of rounds, but one in particular that sticks out to me was he ran in towards the A side, hit a wallbang headshot for his first entry kill, got the second entry for his team, and then allowed them to take the site. And it was very well played by him all through that. His AWP was very dominant.
All right, no worries. Let's take a look at what happened on towards the mainstream as well. If you were unable to catch that, CLG did take the victory in the final round against Winterfox, 16-14 on the mainstream. Looks like Team Liquid took a victory over the Misfits, 16-11. So pretty much, I'd say it would have been a comfortable victory for Team Liquid on Cobble. Maybe, a couple of rounds that went, awry, but overall a comfortable victory.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. And Liquid versus Misfits, that's definitely a good matchup. A lot of those guys, I think, have been on the same teams before. They've played together and against each other an awful lot because both of their rosters, apart with the exception of maybe Pimp on Team Liquid, have been around the NA scene for a very long time. And that's just the thing with NA, really, isn't it? At the top tier, they just shuffle their players around. So a lot of these guys end up on teams and playing against teams that they've been on and played against before.
Absolutely. So now going, I guess, back on towards CLG versus Winterfox. So Winterfox, they're down one map right now. What's going on through their mind? They knew they should have been able to bring it to overtime. Maybe not take the victory, but bring it back into overtime. What do they need to do going on towards Mirage?
I mean, they still looked good in the later stages of that. Like, they were down by a lot. They brought it back. They made it really competitive. So if I were Winterfox, I mean, yeah, a loss, a bit disappointing, but not as bad as it could have been. I mean, they could have easily gone down 16-6 at one stage, and they managed to fight back and take it to a 16-14. I mean, yes, a loss, but not a bad one. Either way, though, we're going to get a chance to change that here on Mirage. They're going to be starting on the CT side. CLG on the T. Pistol round already underway here. And so far, not really a lot going on. Early underpass control from the Ts. CT's not actually choosing to fight that. Their window player has just fallen back. That's going to be Raz moving over towards Connector and actually pushing in too. He could have the first engagement here. Offnu going to find a kill though. And here we go. It's actually Raz getting traded out eventually after getting one. The T's even wrapping through, getting onto that A site, and more kills going their way now. 3-on-3 still with EMAG on the site though. He's going to be biding his time, waiting to fight that kill. And so far, not going to be able to do it. Will get a kill. APOC will pick one up as well. And now Sub Rosa, the only player left here in a 1-on-3.
EMAG was just waiting for his teammates to rotate across. That is a great final towards Zuzi. And that means that he's going to pick up a USP. This will make his job just a little bit easier. But EMAG and APOC just going to be playing crossfire. Sub Rosa just trying to spot towards Firebox. And there's the first HE grenade flying out. It just barely tags Sub Rosa. Just lighting up a little bit. But otherwise, not too much. EMAG just stopping up and down to see if we can find any information. He may be tempted to peek out soon, but Sub Rosa does need to get a move on. He needs to still find these two CTs, and no, they're just playing patiently right now. Sub Rosa will make noise if he falls down, so he has to jump across, spotted out by APOC. Great reactions coming out from APOC to clutch out the round for his team.
Yeah, nice shot there from APOC to finish that one up. So a nice round out of Winterfox actually there in the end. They did get those kills across the board. I mean, there was a lot of aggression early, especially from the Ts, wrapping through Connector, boosting into window to pinch onto that position, get themselves the kills, get onto the side as well. But EMAG, able to stay alive on that A site for so long, doing the extra bit of damage and allowing his team time to rotate was really the linchpin in their sort of recovery, I guess, when they were down in that round.
And not only, to also mention that, we didn't mention this earlier, but the synchronized B push coming out from the two B players, I believe it was Zuzi as well as APOC, allowed them to get in towards not only that underpass position to get more kills going on, as Raz will fall towards a great deagle shot coming from Color. EMAG does manage to find Ethan, but otherwise, still a 4-on-4 in this A side, looking a little bit weak, often playing very, very far back. needs to be cautious because there is a CLG that are forced up into this round, and they are very committed towards taking this A side.
Absolutely, and I mean, he's playing the long ranges with a UMP as well, which is not the greatest gun to have. He's now going to be pushed to the close range as well. We'll find one kill, trying to find more. Not going to get it across the line, but does get his 1-for-1 done at least, which means it's still an even situation here. Sub Rosa in CT, pushing, trying to get some aggression going, but will go down to Imagine. Nice shot from Cutler, taking down APOC, and now 2-on-2 again here. SMGs versus a FAMAS recovered onto Kusta and a pistol of Cutler, but a smoke on the bomb now. They can actually stick this, but no kit for EMAG. He's got 10-second defuse to deal with here. He's lost his teammate as well. We'll take down Cutler. Could actually get the second kill. Has to put out the pistol. Kusta so close in this smoke. How missing that? It goes for the knife kill as well. I have no idea what is going on right now. Surely one of them has to find this kill. This smoke is just concealing everything. But EMAG gets the 4K and no time to make the defuse. Has to run away.
Yeah, that was a little bit messy towards the end. EMAG is going to be shaking his head because he knew that he should have had that. Well, that was a smart play coming out of EMAG, but just costing him with a kit. And really, Cutler doing so much damage with that Deagle of his. Not only getting the mid pick, but rotating over towards Palace. And I think Kusta, with the FAMAS just pitting across that cross, was able to take down the second final Winter Fox player. And that really set up CLG's success. And now you can see Winter Fox, they are forcing up into this. You have EMAG with the M4. He managed to retrieve it earlier on. And he's, racing off to a great start, but his team needs to be a little bit cautious because Ethan does manage to take down Raz. EMAG, see if he can find something late, but won't be able to pin up against anything at this time.
And that's going to be a man advantage for CLG off really early as well. So, wow, heavy damage there. I believe that was from HEs into Offnu. 5 HP remaining on him. That is not a good start for him in this round as well. He's got a lot of work to do and almost no HP to do it, but APOC looking to take matters into his own hands. Could have gone for the shot there. Not going to do it, but now knows where Cutler is. Goes for the pre-fly. Just misses it. Does tag up Sub Rosa, but now it's going to get Molotov out of position. He'll have to fall back there. That was almost dangerous. Almost some kills for him, but 2 for Zeusy. My goodness, dropping Ethan and Kusta on short. Now it's a man advantage. APOC cannot get away. FNS will take him back into a 3-on-3, but the HP so low on Offnu and Zeusy, who actually still will get a kill though somehow, and a second. What is going on with these pistols? Cutler will finally take one back, but he's in a 1-on-2. 5 HP on Offnu. Not going to make it easy. Heavy damage done onto EMAG, but Cutler, 50 seconds, has to get that bomb. 23 HP. All of a sudden, not looking winnable at all here for CLG.
And Cutler has been spotted out dropping towards Vanning. EMAG's going to clean up that great work coming up from Zuzi. Zuzi, 4 kills with the P250. Just dink, 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 dink. Just
Dink,
dinks
dink.
everywhere. Just close range to the P250. And the trade is just not working for CLG. This is such it's such a yo-yo game so far that's working out. I mean, you see CLG, able to take the eco, and the Winter Fox take the eco. It wasn't even EMAG's M4 that did the majority of the work. It was just the P250.
So the conclusion we can draw from this, obviously analytically, is that both of these teams should just no longer buy guns because the pistols are working out for them. It's just infinitely better. We'll have to see if they can continue that, though, as Cutler going to be towards the top of mid with his Deagle, once again going to be going for that pick. EMAG checking underpass under the cover from a smoke. I do like that from Winter Fox. It's simple, but it means he's not exposed to any peek from top mid while he goes for that one. So
And it gives him some map control as well. It looks like it's going to be a water
Whoa.
fly at Palace.
What, pistols? What?
Pistols, falling accuracy, why not? It works out. Ethan just close towards the smoke.
Whoa, Raz!
You can't do that through smoke. He is going to get punished for that while EMAG picks up a double from CT. There wasn't smoke there, and the bomb's being lost. So it's reset towards a 2-on-2 after Ethan does get that pick on towards Raz. But otherwise, the bomb's being lost, so CLG just rotating around. Ethan's coming through CT to see what opportunities he can find. Needs to wait for his teammate. Ethan doesn't really want to give his life away because, oh no, he gets the angle on towards EMAG. EMAG a little bit late to react, and now it's all up to Zuzi. 1-on-2. And he is pincered. This is a great position for CLG to be playing on. Once again, pistols.
Pistols, man. Pistols in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. They're a thing and they're weird. But admittedly, for Zuzi, he does at least have bomb control. He's got himself an M4. And both of these CLG players are tagged down below the threshold of him being able to get a one-shot on them. So 2 bullets, really, if he can hit them both in the head, can do this for him. But a 1-on-2, they're moving together so well. They're pincering in, and Ethan will take him out. So almost a dangerous situation for CLG, but they recover. And pistols, man. Pistols.
Well, Winter Fox are going to force straight back into this. They have the double eco regardless. They're just going to fully force up Raz with that scout alongside with Offnu's UMP. So let's see how this goes around this time around. Zizzy still has that P250. Let's see if he can replicate his heroics towards the B site in the round 2 rounds ago. Otherwise, for CLG, I think they're just going to slow things down. Ethan should be able to get this pick on towards EMAG. There you have it. So the push is mitigated. APOC just thinking about when to push him towards B-Apps, but he doesn't really have the support. He will be able to dink out FNS though, but he's just going to hightail out of there, and he really doesn't have support towards mid, so he's in for a world of hurt because there's a lot of things being flung in his way.
Absolutely. Lots of bullets, lots of grenades, lots of players, just as you said, lots of things really, and not an easy situation to deal with in that position. Now, looking at Zuzi, he's actually pushing in towards B-Apps there, trying to get aggressive. APOC trying to help him out from underpass. We'll go down. Subrosa getting a double kill there. We also lost a player over in T-Spawn who had his back turned. Now Raz with a scout. 1-on-5 with a scout in this sort of situation would be one of the most ridiculous things I've seen. But in order for, you know, the story of this map to continue, the eco needs to be won by WinterFox. So Raz, I'm expecting an ace.
To all the American viewers who may have not watched Raz play before, I mean, he was part of the Legacy lineup a long time ago. Looking just, you know, to find a couple of picks right now. He was part of the Legacy lineup that went towards DreamHack. That was about maybe a year and a half ago. Such how Counter-Strike flies in terms of time. He will be taken out by Cutler in the end, doesn't get the headshot. But there was a time in the middle of 2016 where he was unstoppable. So the now Tainted Minds lineup that's gone over for the, you know, the ETA Global as well as, you know, multiple other numerous competitions in 2016 when they were part of Atletico. They got demolished by Raz. You have to
Pretty much
understand
single-handedly.
that in that mid half, he couldn't do anything wrong. Now, if Raz ever hits that form again, I would love to see that against, like, you know, a top-tier American team. As, you know, they're now on a full eco. You're going to try and pressure in a couple of positions. Only 1 P to 50 on off-no, but otherwise this should be an easy round for CLG to clean up.
EMAG could actually get the better of this fight here. He seems to be out-strafing FNS at the moment, and he's got a teammate there as well. But FNS with the Glock gets 2. All right, the Glock winning out against the USP, that's something you don't normally see, especially on, well, you know, pistol round doesn't normally happen. Definitely not in buy rounds, but CLG now cleaning it up. It's only APOC left. His teammates trying to get the pincer there, trying to make it competitive, but it took 3 of them to take down FNS, and he took out 2. So that's unfortunately not the greatest situations for them. APOC now over towards the B market here, trying to do what he can. If he goes through that motor hole, he'll be heard, but he's already getting peeked by Kusta as well. Kusta already here doing the damage, crashing, committing to the spray, not going to land it, as APOC will at least finish him off, but 46 HP. Make that no HP, I can't even finish my sentence. Very little HP to try and do that with, and not going to get it done. So CLG up by 2 rounds.
Yeah, this is much better coming out from CLG as well. I mean, they lost a couple of SMGs. Not the biggest deal in the world, once again. You know, you lose a bunch of SMGs, that's all right. Otherwise, for WinterFox, they need to make things change now. They don't have the AWP on Raz, which is kind of okay, because as CLG, you're going to smoke up mid if you can take control of it. And that's what the crucial part of Mirage is. You have to take control of mid. So, Ku's actually just going to go for the dry peek on towards CD Connector. Not sure if he wants to peek window yet. He might be able to make this work out, but he doesn't know WinterFox do not have an AWP. And that is the difference right now. If CLG knew the economical situation of WinterFox, Kusta would be charging in right now.
Very possibly, and I mean, he can still do that. It's Kusta. We know he's got the guts for it. We've seen the confidence that he can have when he's hitting his shots, and right now he is hitting his shots, so he has every reason, if he wanted to get aggressive. I mean, I also like that he's going to be playing with his team and not just solo committing, doing a simple type of, I'm going to kill them all myself, but still, he could easily do that, and it'll be up to WinterFox to shut him down. That said, though, this peek from mid from Kusta will eventually come in, aided by his teammates with smokes and flashbangs and multiple people moving across, but no one challenging at window, no AWP or otherwise, at least. And Raz is going to be playing passive in there, but not going to get the kill as of yet. Ethan has found himself over towards A main, could potentially pressure this A side. He's going to have off-new there to deal with, but at this point, he's a lurk, he's a distraction, or he's the latest part of the push, because with 3 teammates in mid, 1 player towards A and 1 player sort of towards B, looks like they could go towards either side, but with Subrosa joining his teammates in mid, looks like it will be an A take here.
Yeah, it is an A side take. EMAG just making a little bit of noise to use this a very, very, I guess, needed utility, because they are just busting straight out through jungle. EMAG's just going to be swarmed by team members. Raz goes for the open deal, won't be able to find anything. Often has been found out. Just clean entries coming out from CLG. APOC going to hop away out of the Molotov. Should have been spotted. Definitely heard out dropping. He is making a lot of noise. And Kusta is just a man on fire. Just the audacity to go make that play as Ethan just closes out the procedures on towards Zuzi. So just make that play. No, he's coming in through CD Connector.
Let me slow peek him.
I don't miss him. He just gets the kill.
Easy. Easy for Kusta there. As, he's actually sitting 5-5 right now. Maybe not keeping up with the frags as much as his teammates are. Ethan leading the scoreboard for CLG on 9-3, but Kusta certainly having an impact in this one. On the CT side, it's EMAG up at 8-4, leading the charge for his teammates, trying to get them to catch up to him. But for now, CLG do have this early advantage again.
Yeah, and they just need to capitalize on this, you know, do as much damage, roll forward. This mid control, you can see CLG, you know, they use their utility wisely. They identify that Winter Fox do not have enough utility to maneuver around on towards either side. Raz is just going to be roasted. You know, a nice welcome on towards NA. Well, the first official NA match he's played, should I say, for Winter Fox is CLG. You know, just playing patiently. They don't need to do anything. They're just waiting.
Again, I mean, this patient play from CLG, we saw it last map on their T side as well. They're actually doing very, very well with this slower play. They're showing they're not really a rushing team. Nice shot there from Cutler. Sub Rosa gets one onto Zuzi as well, and now EMAG, the only player left, will go down. But as I was saying, CLG, they've got the patience, and it's good. I mean, of course, patience is always a good thing when you're at a disadvantage. If you lose a man early on, you've got to try and have the discipline to work something out of it. But what I'm really liking from CLG is they're having that same discipline when they get a first pick early on. You know, they take the man advantage, and they don't immediately push to where they got that kill because, I mean, as a potential scenario, so they get an early pick towards B and then rush it, the rest of Winter Fox is stacked there, they could all die. They don't do that. They get that first pick, and they still play the round like they normally would in an even situation. They just work it out. They go for map control. They figure out what they want to do, and it's really working for them now. Oh, Raz fires a fraction too early towards Kusta and can't quite land the shot. I would have thought that would have been at least been a wallbang, but no damage done. And see, this is what I was just discussing. CLG now have the first pick, but they're still going to take their time here, wait, get themselves some map control. You can see they're already setting up in mid to do just that. They're just going to take this one slowly, and that's what I'm really liking from their T side.
Yeah, and this is what CLG need to do as well, because as soon as they freeze the map, Winter Fox, either they have to go find something, which Zuzi makes a play, gets a kill, and that's rewarded with equalizing the situation. But he still needs to figure out exactly what to do. And APOC just towards ladder was trying to find someone there. We'll be able to back out as four Molotovs coming out. APOC will be able to get back safely though. And the bomb looks like it wants to commit towards that B site. So Counterlogic Gaming, still a little work for them to do after their first pick was neutralized. Now APOC can hear these guys in ladder, and he might be able to find Ethan finds one, but can't transfer to Kusta. So sharp with the AWP, but Zuzi even sharper, drops a bomb for the second kill of the round. All up to Kusta now.
Gonna need
next one shot.
He's already got himself 2 kills in this round. He's going to need to finish off the entire Winter Fox side by himself to do this. Now, if there's any player on CLG that you would want in this situation, or indeed, I think any player in the server based on form right now to be in a 1-on-3 going for the ace, it'd be Kusta. He has a chance in this one, but it looks like with 20 seconds left, he's going to be sitting in mid-window. He's just going to be saving here. He wants to keep his AWP alive. Vada doesn't believe in the fact that he can go and get that thing, doesn't think he has the time, and indeed, he doesn't. As the clock ticks now to 10 seconds, the bomb is way up in B up, so it would have been hard for him no matter what. He will get the kill, though, with the Tech 9, taking out Offnu, but now they know where he is, and he's going to have to try very hard to keep this one alive.
If he dies now, this would be absolutely devastating for, I guess, him. And EMAG is going for the hunt, can't get it. Also retrieves the AWP at the last second.
Gives up on the kill and takes the AWP for himself instead. That was sharp thinking there out of EMAG. He decided that the kill wasn't worth his life, or kill wasn't worth as much as getting an AWP for his team, and I suppose, really, they could have taken an AWP away, or they could have directly gained an AWP themselves. It's still a good outcome for them.
I mean, that was like, the plan B outcome. Plan A, was get the kill, get the kill on towards Kusta, pick up the AWP, and feel pretty good about yourself.
But look what Raz is doing with it.
He is... Oh, what aggression coming out from Offnu. Kusta's completely blinded out. AWP's been lost. Raz finds that pick on towards FNS close range. We'll also spot the bomb dropping down, so they should be aware, CLG were trying to set up for some A default execute. Now there won't be an APOC. I don't think he may be able to spot Ethan coming in towards that city connector. EMAG just dancing around right now. Just, buying time. He's aware that that position is a little bit contaminated, even though he has APOC watching it. It wasn't a fully committed watch because he knew the smoke was there. So you can see EMAG just dancing around, seeing what he can find. Ethan similarly just waiting for opportunity as well. Raz, this Molotov will flush him out.
So smart. And there we go. Raz will get the kill off the back of that as well. This is such good heads-up play from Winter Fox we're seeing at the moment. Yeah, they're down a couple rounds, but this round alone is very smart from them. And we've already seen Raz, that stolen AWP we were talking about. All right, Sub Rosa. Guess I shouldn't say anything about AWPs because Sub Rosa rips it away. Very nice shot, but now he's the only player remaining. 1-on-4. That AWP is in a retrievable place for Winter Fox, so it's not the end, but Sub Rosa has an AWP of his own here to try and do this with. EMAG up on the stairs. Looks like he's going to be the first point of contact if he peeks out. Sub Rosa taking this one slowly, and he's only got 33 seconds here. He has to get in towards this site right now. Has just started running away, made a bit of noise. Going to throw the AWP away as well. Doesn't want them to find it. If at all, he can avoid it, and that's a smart move as well, because unless they push right now and find that thing, they're not going to be able to retrieve it. But the AWP is still CT is still there for them to get, and now Sub Rosa. 16 seconds on the clock. He's just looking for damage at this point.
Yeah, and he won't be able to get the damage. EMAG playing first contact. Offnu was always ready to trade. After Offnu heard him trying to make that move towards A ramp, they knew save or push in. So as soon as Sub Rosa threw the flashing, they knew exactly where it was, and that was just a matter of time. You know, even if EMAG died, they would trade an M4 for, I guess, Offnu was able to get the trade in the end. So Winterfox bring the last two back. It's a solid start. They've got that Orb and Raz once again, and he's going to be looking to make his mark on towards the A site instead of mid. It looks like EMAG's got the hard work this time to try to hold mid. Not really Molotoving top mid this time, so looking like he wants to hold his utility, and that may be great for the late round, because he knows he's got support from APOC closer towards, I guess, that short position. FNS, close towards taps, not spotted out though.
That was very close though. I thought he might have got spotted out, and now he is. APOC going for that kill, will not get it though. FNS will actually pull that one across the line, so a nice shot there to start us off in this round. Sub Rosa coming up from the underpass, looking towards window. EMAG going to be in there, trying to spot it out, but no such doing. Grenade is thrown past him though, not much damage done. In fact, very little. But the smoke is thrown into the mid window, which means now mid is compromised, and Winterfox know it. The question is, how do they adapt to this situation? Because right now they have players taking jungle and taking their A site. Nice spray from EMAG, almost gets it done, but only going to get himself the one kill of the two players that picked him. Jungle taken from CLG as well now. Their map control at this point. They've got Connector, they've got Jungle, and they've got the bomb down on the A side, but Offnu coming through behind will not get the shot onto Ethan, who will finish him off, which means now Raz and Zuzi left all alone, and they're almost shut in here.
Yeah, Sub Rosa, I think, is aware of this fact, and Raz just trying to see what he can find. Oh, nearly lands the flick. Sub Rosa does get tagged down, and now he's going for more. Can he get the second headshot towards Raz? Does draw out one shot. And, well, Raz is in a world of trouble right now. I don't think there's any way he can get out of here alive. That's a little bit cheeky, but the HE grenade will clean up towards the end of CLG. Forcing, I think, Winterfox onto a very awkward situation. That money is not good enough to buy weapons or a great arsenal of weapons.
Offnu could maybe drop some pistols, but definitely no buy coming into this round.
Probably pistols as well, aggression towards mid. I would say that that's probably the correct call as of this time. Maybe even an A-site push, because that's where you want to get your guns from. Towards mid and CLG, how they're going to counteract that is they're just going to sit back, or instead of sitting back, Kusta's just going to charge straight out because it's Kusta and he's feeling very confident right now.
Absolutely. I mean, what do you do if you're worried they might take mid? You take mid first, obviously, when you're the T side, and that is exactly what they've done. Ethan already finding a kill here. Offnu trying to get done what he can, but no such thing. Cutler, that was a nice angle there, just chasing down APOC. Raz trying to get this shot across the line. So much damage done. Will eventually get the headshot onto Ethan. So there's an AK he can go and get right now. No one on the T side can stop him. So if Raz can get that and save that, that's a win really for Winterfox. They can get away with a rifle. That's a good thing for a pistol-only round. But the question will be if they let him save that, or if they try and chase him down, because they know roughly where he has to be based on where he got that kill. They know he will now have the AK, or at least very likely will have the AK, as is the logical choice. So CLG might go for him, might not, but either way, the bomb is down. They will be getting this round, and hunting or not, they've just won the half.
Yeah, and Raz has switched out the P250 towards a Glock, decides to pick up the P250 again, realizes a mistake, and it's going to be hunting for more. You know, sure, you can save the Molotov, but that's going to save you probably about 600 in the next round. Not really the biggest save. It's the AK-47 they want to keep. And there is a little bit of pressure coming on towards Raz right now. They are boxing the A-ramp, and EMAG is not really watching that line for his compatriot. So Raz is in a world of hurt right now. They're chasing him. He is going to collapse and fall underneath the pressure. And EMAG just has to dance around now. There's so much pressure coming at him from all angles. And nice beautiful read coming out actually from EMAG, realizing that Sub Rosa wants to go for that, but can't win the aim deal. Sub Rosa locks on and rips his head off. So they can still buy, but the loss of an AK-47 means that they won't be able to pick up as much utility as they wanted to.
Of course, and CLG, on both maps we've seen from them so far, their T side has been very, very impressive. I mean, they're playing their trades, they're playing their map control, they're doing pretty much everything right here, with the only things that aren't going their way are occasionally the aim duels not quite working out. But in theory, really, they're doing most things right, which is very good for them. That was incredibly close, that shot. Thought it was on, but not quite found through the smoke. But CLG again looking so good. APOC going to be caught with a grenade out. Will go down instantly. Offnu meets the same fate, as well as EMAG. And now Zuzi trying to trade Ethan on fire with the 3K. My goodness, 6 HP remaining, but picks up the triple entry. And now Raz, his teammates have melted around him like, well, I suppose, snow in summer. It's not Winter Fox anymore. It's Summer Fox, and they're not having a good time.
Oh, it is summer over here at the moment. We're definitely feeling the heat, and Winter Fox will be feeling the heat as well. Finally, someone does shut down Ethan, but the damage has been done. And, well, they're all going to be hunting for Raz right now. And, ooh, that is a sharp shot on towards Kustar. So he's just doing some economical damage right now. He could absolutely still go huge and do more damage. FNS going to be jumping on top of the box. He was spotted out. Raz still dancing around, coming back towards CT. Has this utility to use. We'll be able to use it. Oh, what a flick on towards Sub Rosa. He's still alive through the edge of the flashbang. Still pressure coming out from Cutler. Raz.
No way.
I think he's aware of this. He is aware of this. Goes for the no-scope, but misses, unfortunately.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
Huge damage done, but couldn't really complete it. And that's just a glimpse of, I guess, the potential
The
of
old
Raz, you know? The potential of what he could do. But as of this time, CLG is just shining that potential and go, you know what? We just want to take this map cleanly. Once again, a great lead onto this T-half. But they need to make sure they just keep the pressure on when they go towards the CT half. This is nearly exact identical to what it was towards Cache. Winterfox were down so much they were able to clutch back a couple of final rounds. They need to take at least one more. This should be CLG's, barring a severe misplay. CLG should have learned from the previous lesson. Sub Rosa. You can't challenge Sub Rosas on those angles because he practiced those flicks. And with those robotic-like movements, will shut all of your members down. 3 kills for just like that. Ethan joins in the fun as well. And APOC, last man standing, wants to at least try to find something, but there's nothing he can find. Sub Rosa, 4 kills in the anti-eco. Makes it very easy as CLG hit double digits.
Man, CLG looking so good as well. I mean, we thought going into this before, I mean, we haven't seen Winterfox play in the ESL Pro League Season 5 and A yet. I mean, this is their first game in this league, but we were thinking, you know, we were discussing this, and we thought that this would be a much more even game. And indeed, it might be when the half switch, because we've seen that both of these teams are much happier on their T side. But CLG looking even better than they did on Cache so far. That they've only, like, they've 1 round left to go. They could get themselves the 11-4 here. And even a 10-5 for Winterfox, that is so far to come. And if pistol round goes anything like it did, their T-pistol round did on Cache, then they're just going to get shut down.
All right, now, it looks like it's a bit of a split A take. APOC is aware of the potential of unders, so he is going to run straight in towards Sub Rosa and Cutler, who have an absolute meal of him. And now the A execute begins in earnest. As Offnu is able to get 1. EMAG can't get the shots. Offnu, absolutely huge. Gets 3. Can't get the 4th round out of bullet. Sub Rosa, don't look towards CT. You didn't finish off your opponent yet. But regardless, he does manage to lock on, and Kurtza gets the final pick. 11-4. And CLG, quick bust on towards the site. They're going to take the 11-4 lead in towards the half, but we're going for a short break. We'll be right back to see if CLG can take it out.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Hi everyone, and welcome back towards match day number 3 of the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division. We are currently in the halftime break between Winterfox as well as CLG. CLG taking an 11-4 lead from their T half in towards their CT half, which is the preferred side of Mirage. Brainstorm, Winter Fox now have their backs against the wall once again. Can they mitigate their way out?
Well, see, the problem for Winter Fox is now they're even further down than they were at the end of the last map. So, I mean, at the end of the first half on Cage, they were down 9-6 then. They're now 11-4 against them. And this is their T-side pistol round now. They've got to try and make something happen here. But Kusta, too smart for that, is going to be holding the passive angle towards Underpass, actually waiting for that peek, and nails the shot onto EMAG to start us off here. So already Winter Fox at a disadvantage. But CLG, so far we've seen their T-side is much stronger than their CT. So we'll have to see if they've got what it takes here to finish this one out. And while I think they do, we'll have to see if they have what it takes to finish it out relatively quickly.
The difference this time around is that they've carried their momentum forward from the T half to the CT half. Towards the end, they didn't allow Winter Fox a single glimpse. Not even a look. They were just, Winter Fox, you're completely out of our league right now. That cash game, they just CLG completely forgot about it. And now they're just putting their mind completely onto this. Akusa, great start once again. He's got the confidence. We saw that from his AWP players early on. He has the confidence right now, and it is showing in his aim. Winter Fox now have to execute towards his A site with 2 members with no armor, no mid control whatsoever, and just the rest of CLG playing passive. So here are the smokes. They should be able to see this. And Ethan, if he gets a couple of shots through smokes, it will be ridiculous.
Well, neither of those smokes are covering CT, so Ethan can just sit here and play the long-range shooting game with his USP all day. This is exactly what you want on CT Pistol. You love these long-range engagements. He is going to be wisely backing off from that now, though, as the T's are starting to push into his area, into CT, but he's still here waiting. It's actually going to be 2 players here. It's going to be Ethan, and I believe FNS it is waiting here. Kusta, still on point, already finding himself another kill here. 2 for him in the round so far. And now, well, burst fire there for Zuzi, not going to get it across the line. APOC will go down as well, and an entirely clean pistol round for CLG. 12-4, not even losing a single player.
Yeah, I mean, Kusta was the only one close to dying. And that's just one ding. Cutler took 1 bullet. That's about it. CLG. Clean retake. You can see the play from Ethan just to mitigate. Okay, oh, they haven't smoked off CT. The ability to read that and go, okay, Winter Fox want this CT control. Play close with Glocks. I'm not going to give them that territory. I'm just going to fall back away from my teammates. We can play this retake. It's a 5-on-4. That earlier pick on towards EMAG meant that Winter Fox had no mid control to shut down any rotation whatsoever and slow down CLG. And you can see the effect after that. They got the kills and snowballed that lead. P250's on the side of Winter Fox because they did manage to get the bomb plant down. They want to go for the buy to at least have a chance of going back. And Kusta, that's not really a rifle.
Whoa, okay.
They're just getting gunned down towards top mid. Cutler and Kusta making, you know, just a demonstration of how to do the A4 recoil control. Mowing down everything in their path. CLG 13-4, Winter Fox will be able to buy into this one, but it has to be a relatively fast execute. They don't have many grenades to work with. Make that they have 1 smoke grenade to work with. They have to
5 flashbangs.
They have to do absolutely huge work with these AK-47s, as well as good communication to make these flashbangs work, and that's going to be difficult to do.
It is, and unfortunately for them, CLG aren't going to be going for, you know, the SMG buys, because for all they know, CLG only had 2 M4s and 3 SMGs in that last round, because they only met the 2 M4s, but CLG actually have 4 M4s and only 1 UMP here, so the AK is not going to be perhaps as big of an advantage as they could have been against SMGs, but for now, actually FNS going to get away with the first kill with that UMP as well, and Cutler looking to trade it out, trying to get that frag onto Zuzi, who is a bit too low down for him. Molotov in to save his teammate though. Ethan picking up EMAG elsewhere on the map, and 3 on 5 already. Zuzi trying to get it done, but again, it's going to be Cutler and Kusta getting some kills. Subrosa shutting down the final one, and 14-4. Winter Fox, there's really nothing to do. There's nothing they can really do to stop map point, at least, for CLG, and I don't think there's too much they can do to forestall the map ending.
They're losing the aim deals. It's pure and simple as that. The fact that Cutler was able to pick mid multiple times, and that just shows the weakness of not having utility, because suddenly you don't have mid control, even with the AKs. It's just very hard to trade out the angle. And now, you know, they're just running on towards the slaughter. APOC gets the kill, gets 2 as a matter of fact, does take down Kusta. But, you know, Cutler, once again, more than happy to take the deals after it doesn't manage to get a pick on towards FNS.
Flying Subrosa.
Flying down with the AK-47, does get the kill at the end of the day. And well, CLG on match point after a electrically charged, I'd say that this one has definitely slowed down a lot more. And CLG really asserting their dominance. I mean, Winter Fox in the previous season with Dexter showed they were about a mid-tier NA team. I'm not sure if Winter Fox may be a little bit weaker on Ranch because, you know, once again, haven't really been able to show as much on their T side due to the economic situation. But CLG looking quite good so far.
Now, interestingly, statistically, Cage and Mirage are Winter Fox's best maps, I believe, and that. Whoa, that's a nice shot. I really shouldn't say things because the team's proved me wrong. EMAG nailing that shot onto Kusta. But yeah, Cage and Mirage, statistically, Winter Fox's best maps. they got so close on Cage, but this one, they're down by 11 rounds. They need to bring it all the way back with 11 straight to even get to overtime, and then they have to win overtime. So it's not looking that great for them. I mean, first pick in this round, absolutely great. But you've got to capitalize on that. They are looking good to do this, though, because if you have a look at the map, they have players all around this A site. Going to be able to pinch here, and there we go. They'll get the kills, but Sub Rosa over on short, chiming in, will take out the connector player. And perhaps not as even as it could have been, but they will get the 2 for 2, which is good with a man advantage, which means it's now a 3-on-2. Bomb going down. Better play out of Winterfox, but they've still got to hold this off.
Wonder if CLG will go for this. They've got a lot of money to work with, and you see Cutler rotating behind. Sub Rosa, okay, I think they'll go for this. Try to do as much damage as possible and make their job easier for the next one, because Winterfox have fully invested in this one. Even if the bomb plant explodes, I think Winterfox will get about 3.5k, and it's not enough to repurchase up multiple utilities. So this is really up to Cutler to do the damage, because Sub Rosa, there's no easy way for him to cross. Slowly clear up lines. A majority of the Ts are towards this A ramp area, and Raz has not been spotted out. EMAG will fall, but they know where the CLG members are. And wow, through the flashbang, doing quite a lot of damage. We'll be able to retrieve the AWP. Sub Rosa just firing a couple of parting shots. Cutler, you know, just making sure he's not flanked fast, so he's not going to go commit towards that. Winterfox do pick up a round, but once again, I think it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. It's not. It may be too little. It's not yet too late, but we've got to be close, you would think. And 10 map points here for Winterfox to stave off somehow. It's not going to be easy, but then none of this map has been easy for them. Really, none of this series has been easy for them. They did have that epic comeback last map up against CLG, sorry, which they almost brought back. Couldn't quite get it across the line. This game, this map, not even that close. Go for the execute into A here. Ethan in a great position to shut this all down. Waiting for the picks. There they go. APOC will get the first kill. Ethan going to get 2 though. Looking to do more. Nearly gets that final kill. FNS gets a Molotov kill in the meantime. And now 2 on 3 here for CLG. The CLG in the advantage as well.
Yeah, Kusu is playing very patiently, very, very smart, as often as managed to sneak his way on towards CT. EMAG does throw a flashbang, but he eats so much damage, and now with the Molotov, he's being spammed through. He is so low, but somehow still holding on. Not anymore. He's going to burn to death, and CLG, easy clutch victory towards the end. They had all the utility all the time. It's going to be 16-5. Winterfox, I think this is a good first showing on Cage, but Mirage is going to leave them wanting a heck of a lot more.
Absolutely, but the thing is, it's early days. This is their first match day in ESL Pro League, and indeed, only the 3rd match day overall. So still a lot of work to be done, and a lot of work they can do, but they'll need to be doing some more next time and take some more out of this, as a 0-2 for them is not the result they would want to start off.
Look, I think the positive notes, I mean, EMAG still looks great as ever. I think Zuzi had a couple of shining moments, but Zuzi often, as well as APOC, you know, they're a little bit hit and miss sometimes. You know, you saw flashes of brilliance, but not just the steady performance like EMAG. Raz, I mean, he was a little bit cold towards, I guess, the opening parts. But at the very least, you know, we saw glimpses of brilliance of the reasons on why he was invited onto the Winterfox lineup.
Yeah, we saw flashes of old Raz coming through, which is really what we're looking for. Again, he's a player who's been around the Australia and New Zealand region for a while, who's been on our higher tier teams for ages. So to see him able to graduate his way onto one of our international teams is, of course, good for him. But his success, and indeed Winterfox's success, means they all, to get that, they all need to step up here, and they just need to win their Angels. That was really the issue for them. I mean, CLG did have some good strategies that they were doing. They were working nicely. Their default was excellent, really. They took map control. They could play with map control. They did everything they wanted to. But what it came down to for Winterfox really is just a lot of lost Angels, and that's what they really need to work on.
To be fair, with the aim deals that CLG were playing, you know, Ethan was on fire, you know, Sub Rosa was starting to chime in towards the end, Kusta, he just pushed in every single time and was able to get the kills working in his favor. So when you're against a CLG that's on fire like that, there's really not much that you can do.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot, and that's the thing as well, CLG just being so patient as well, and as I touched on a few times, they get the man advantage, they play with it so carefully, they don't bother getting impatient or hasty, and they could just push their advantage and win.
Absolutely. Well, that's our first match day over for now. We are going to take a short break, but stay tuned because we have an absolute treat for you. SK Gaming up against Complexity, the Brazilians up against the NAs to prove maybe who's the best in NA. I think we know what the answer is, but we still need to find out. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
ESL 1 is coming back to New York City in 2017. September 16th to the 17th. Get your tickets now at ESL1.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello everyone and welcome back towards the match day number 3 of the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division. And well, we've just finished off one match, but we're on to the second one, which is going to be an absolute blockbuster. So SK up against Complexity, Brainstorm. What do you think of it?
Well, it's going to be a cracker either way. Now, SK, we've seen a lot of these guys, right? They were the #1 team in the world for so long last year. They won both majors that we had. I mean, last year was a year of only 2 majors rather than our standard 3, but SK took out both of them. They've been so strong and they've been so high in the world rankings for so long. They're still top 5 now, even after making a roster change. I mean, we've seen FNX exchanged for Phelps, but they're going to be incredibly strong. And Complexity, I mean, they've already had a day here of ESL Pro League. They played NRG over on Nuke and Cobble, and they went 1-1. So not a bad showing from them, but I think they've certainly got their work cut out for them against SK.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look towards the schedule for the rest of the day as well. So We've got, obviously, Complexity versus SK on this stream. On the main stream, we have Luminosity Gaming up against Renegades as Team Liquid cleans up Misfits with a 2-0 victory, I guess to say. Winning 16-5 in KH made it look pretty easy. It reflected on the score as well. CLG made very easy work of Winterfox on Mirage, 16-5 after a very, very tight fought struggle on KH. So, look, let's talk more about Complexity because SK Gaming, as we mentioned earlier, you know, we could go on and on about them. But Complexity, they've taken a couple of victories so far this season, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. I mean, they went 1-1 against NRG yesterday, and they look surprisingly good. So their first map, the map that they won, the score was 16-7. That was on Nuke. So maybe not a map that's as standard, but definitely a map they were strong on, and certainly a good one. But this map for now is going to be, I believe, going to be on Overpass by the looks. Anyway, we do have the lineups here of SK and Complexity. As we can see, for SK Gaming, we've had Phelps swapped out for FNX. He's going to be over, actually swapping directly with Phelps, going over to Immortals. We saw them play yesterday, but now it's SK. As for Complexity, they made a roster change of their own. They've got Desi in place of Ape, and Desi is certainly a strong fragger, so good to see him in there. We'll have to see, though, if these guys can step up against SK today.
Yeah, it looks like Android X23 is going to also pick up his game as well. Android definitely one of the critical players going forward in towards this matchup. And I think for Complexity, you know, a lot of people would say SK Gaming, sure, you know, top 5 team in the world. But Complexity, you know, they've taken victories against Liquid. They've taken victories against Misfits. They've also defeated Immortals as well. This is not suddenly, you know, a long shot. On a map that they can, you know, maybe have a couple more tricks, maybe take down SK Gaming when they're a little bit cold. All of a sudden, you know, they can... I don't think that they can pick up 2 maps. This is the first thing to point out. They're not going to go 2-0 in my opinion. I believe that they'll go 1-1.
I mean, I agree with you there. They've certainly got a shot of going 1-1. And the other thing as well that they have going for them, I guess, is the underdog factor, the unknown factor. SK, everybody knows them, and everybody knows who they are and how they play. Of course, the problem with going against that is if you look at SK statistically, I believe they have a positive win rate on 5 out of the 7 maps in the pool. So that's unbelievably strong. And of course, you know, with the individual skill they'll have as well, you would expect SK to take out the win based on aim ability alone in pretty much any map in the pool. But Complexity, they've only played a couple of maps here so far at the ESL Pro League, and they've only played, I think, not many times this year with this new roster where they have Desi in place of Ape. So possibly the unknown factor could go their way.
And I think the problem with the unknown factor, though, going into the first map, which is going to be Overpass, is that statistically, Complexity do not have a good rating on this map. So the favor, once again, is going to be in SK Gaming's favor. What can Complexity bring out? Do they start, you know, on the CC side? I don't even think it's enough to be starting on the CC side, to be fair. SK Gaming, they've been able to practice for so long, it's going to take a heroic effort out of some of the individual plays to, I guess, take them out.
You say that, though. Complexity will be starting on that CT side up against SK on the T. Pistol round underway here. We do have, in terms of utility, we've got one utility player going to be Fallen, the IGL for SK, picking up 2 flashes and a smoke to help them out on their T side. And Surreal over on CT has himself a smoke and a kit. So that kit's going to be very helpful for Complexity if it comes down to maybe a clutch situation. They can use that to give themselves effectively an extra 5 seconds to make the retake happen. For now, though, SK playing slow. They've got Bomb in towards that party area, top of connector. And a couple of players moving up long, a couple of players in the underpass. We already had Phelps trying to spot out the boost there. Not going to get the kill early or any damage done. But just as we hit, 50 seconds gone now, looks like SK will be moving towards this upper bomb site.
Yeah, so it looks like Cold Zero has actually managed to sneak very, very close to long A roll. I think Android has spotted out a couple towards long A, and Surreal also dueling out, realizing it's not the best option. He does have a smoke grenade, and he probably needs to use it soon. He does not want to be caught out in the open without it being used. And Android, no support coming out from Surreal right now, as Fur also picks up a kill on towards Def. And Complexity kind of falling apart at the moment. Well, Fur does take a bit of friendly damage from a Glock. Tags him nicely up for a little bit, but otherwise the bomb plant does go down on the A site. Still a chance of doing this. You know, the kit's in the right position, but they still have to navigate so many Ts.
Yeah, they've got to get in there now if they want to make this happen. And there finally will be the first kill of the round. They're actually going to throw a smoke onto the bomb straight away and get on the defuse as well. That's Surreal. He's still on this thing. If he can hold it right now, his teammates can do enough to hold him off. But Fur coming through actually a fraction too late. Complexity, after taking so long to get in on that with the smoke on the bomb, they managed to get the diffuser across the line with the kit. There was only half a second in, I think, before that diffuser was killed. But they get it. And against all odds, Complexity take the pistol round.
I correct myself. Surreal actually holding onto the smoke grenade was a very smart decision. At the same time, SK Gaming, I think they played way too respectful. Falling all the way back, you know. They really have to show why they're the top team. And, you know, forcing up here, not a bad decision. You know, they're going to be confident going in towards this one. Phelps should have spotted Desi crossing Dizzy is a little bit stuck towards unders. You see Phelps making his way up with the Tech 9. You have 3 players with a helmet as well, Tech 9 and Armor, and Taco is going to be making his way out. Taco's going to take a lot of damage, and Def missing a lot of shots. Does say, you know, get one bullet in as a, I guess, a farewell gesture. But otherwise, for now, Complexity, you know, still holding on to the lines, still holding on towards the territories. The Surreals posted very close up towards Long A, very off angle. Now, the T's do need to check this, and Fallen does have that scout, and from what we can see from him, you know, he's going to tag Desi immediately. That's damage done.
Fallen so dangerous with every sniper rifle. Not with this one, though, as Surreal will catch him out from that off angle, as you said. Now, Fer going to be the next one here to peek, and actually early damage done from Surreal, trying to get it across the line, but Cold will take him out. Of course, Cold Zero, one of the most dangerous players in the world. #1, I believe, on HLTV last year, so such a monster to go up against, and very fitting, of course, that he has the rifle. But here, in a 4-on-4, the weapon advantage is still with Complexity, so we'll have to see if they can manage to bring it back against SK. But unfortunately for them, they have to split their attention. While the early picks have been towards A, they cannot confirm that until right now, where I think Def just spotted it out. They know the grenades are now coming in. The rotates will be coming. But Desi, so much damage taken. Actually gets a kill onto Phelps, running out with that MP9. Bird will trade him out. Now Def trying to play games in the smoke, waiting for his teammates to come in and help him. Uber already here. Def could actually stop the bomb plant right now if he goes through the smoke. So close, shooting the other player instead. Bomb plant does go down. Heavy damage to Cold Zero. And my goodness, Complexity looking good to get back into this one. Still 2 players to find. Taco running over towards the toilets, getting away with his life for now. But Cold, so low and dead as well. And now Android has spotted out Taco. We'll be going for the engagement and we'll take him out as well. So Complexity getting the first 2 rounds on the board.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake for SK not to be looking at the smoke. A gamble play coming out from the UMP. I believe it was from potentially Def or Desi, who just pushed through and got the kill and fell back safely. So that not only denied, I guess, a little bit of territory that SK Gaming could have had, but also did a heavy chunk of damage towards Cold Zero, and Uber guessed correctly where he was playing towards, you know, that little headshot position just outside of A. As a result, Complexity, you know, a strong start. You know, it's early days still. Don't want to be giving, you know, too much hope towards this. It's still a good start, but there's still so much work to do in this half.
Absolutely, but I think on the whole, Complexity will be happy with every single round they win here. They're up against, they are the underdogs, there is no arguing that. And of course they have a chance, and that's a good way to continue that with 3 kills going their way now. But they do have a chance, naturally. Everyone has a chance. This is Counter-Strike, that's how the game works. But they're going to be happy with every single round they can win. And every single round they lose as well is going to be a great opportunity for review later, thinking if this is how the best team in the world punishes us and we can try and adapt to that, then that's going to be wonderful for later on. Cold trying to make an issue of it, does get 1 kill with the Desert Eagle, but will be taken out for a relatively clean anti-eco and a 3-0 for Complexity. And I think an important point for SK is what you raised before here. They are giving these guys a bit too much respect. They're post plants. They're playing really far back. They're being, all right, they're going to push us. They're going to be winning Angels. I think for SK right now, if they just run in there with those 5 AKs, go for the headshots, and just give Complexity no respect, it's going to be difficult for them to hold.
Yeah, I mean, they need to be confident taking these aim deals. And at the moment, it doesn't look like, you know, they're willing to challenge Complexity too much. Now, things are going to change up a little bit. There's no AWP on the side of SK Gaming, while on the side of Complexity, Surreal with the AWP. So let's see how we can, I guess, utilize the sniper rifle as well. Just utilizing, I guess, the edge of the smoke to see if we can spot for information. Android does pop open the door. Very risky maneuver. But, oh, spotted out by Taco. Surreal doesn't actually find Fer. But Taco at the same time gets a nice headshot towards Desi. He's tagged up by, well, Phelps. Can't find the head of Uber. So Uber gets out of there completely safe and sound as the bomb is slowly moving his way towards B side. Taco is very low. HP advantage in the favor of Complexity, but still a lot of work to hold into this B side. The advantage is they have a lot of grenades in the hands of Uber to use. Surreal just going to be locking down the A side right now. It's Def. Oh, no, he's pushed in a little bit too early. And I don't think he's gathered enough information to really tell Surreal to be rotating out. And SK can be going towards either side right now. This is the danger. Uber's got a lot of work to do.
Absolutely. He's got to get at least 1 kill, maybe 2 here to try and help his teammate out. And he will not manage to find onto Fall and does so much damage. 2 of these guys so low, but Cold Zero on full health. That is never a player you want to have health. He is so, so dangerous. And that wallbang was very close from Surreal, but not going to finish off Fall, and only 2 HP remaining for him, and Surreal's decided, I think, he's had enough of this round. Maybe just trying to do a little bit more damage from that heaven position, but going to be falling back, actually. Fallen already pushing him in a whiffed, missed shot. There we go, from Surreal. So he's just going to be running away. SK will turn it back around. It looked good there for Complexity, and I mean, it still can. They're going to keep this AWP alive. Ideally, unless, you know, Cold comes through with a ridiculous peak or Fallen manages to work his way up.
I think Cold should be able to get this kill. They should suspect that he hasn't been able to exit CT, so, you know, Fallen's still watching the line. I think Surreal should just whip out the Deagle at this moment. It's such tight range, you know.
The timing.
He will be able to get out alive. He spotted Fallen's feet. Also spots out Cold Zero, but can't get the kill. Fallen does die to the bomb explosion, though, so, you know, Complexity do take the AWP in the next round, and they should be able to purchase up. Desi won't be able to have much, but Cyril can drop an M4 for Android. Well, I'm waiting to see who exactly drops something for Android, but it looks like one of them does have to go with a UMP or for Martin. You know, SK, just getting the picks and then working the map. The complexity just kind of fell apart. They had a lot of grenades to use. They didn't really have to, you know, push in aggressively, and I'm going to pin a lot of the fault on towards Def. There was no need to push in. You know, you have that utility in Uber's hand who could allow you to flash in as complexity.
Nice pick, though.
I love seeing this from complexity. They're changing things up. They're showing no fear going against one of the top teams, and that's exactly how they need to proceed to take this game.
Absolutely. That is the only attitude you can have when you're complexity. You know, maybe a top 20 or 30 team in the world going up against SK, who has been #1 and is always going to be in contention for that top 5 spot. The only thing you can really do is have no fear. It's your best option, really. Just think, all right, these guys got nothing on us. Let's do what we can to take it out. And there's a good start. Desi is going to pick up the first kill on Phelps. Cold, of course it's Cold, answering back with a nice headshot onto him. They're actually going to be boosting up into heaven here, going for this counter. Well, I thought they were, but they're going to give up on that idea. Uber will pick up Cold, so it's a 3-on-4. The Danger Man, well, one of them removed Furtag low as well, but this crossfire from SK is so nice, and Complexity still not figuring it out. Tarkov in the corner finding it, but now Fallen left in the 1-on-1. Android up against Fallen, trying to keep his team alive in this one. Will pick into Fallen, but will go down. HP advantage was with Fallen all through that. And of course, Fallen, the IGL of SK, the mastermind himself in a 1vx situation. He's always so consistent, and he will deliver in that one.
Yeah, and this is where SK, you know, are signed up by a couple of SMGs now. You know, they can read that complexity is going to be broke after this one. Complexity just eco one more. That's why they're not buying too much. They can still purchase up into a full buy set in the next one. One thing to note, though, Phelps is still 0-5. Hasn't made his mark yet playing that unders position. I noticed yesterday, I think it was FNX who played unders for Immortal. So, you know, almost like a direct switch of roles, effectively.
Yeah, maybe just going for an upgrade in fragging power. Speaking of fragging power, there's a lot of kills going the way of SK right now. Two for Cold, one for Fur, one for Fallen, and there we go. Fallen will get another one to get himself a 2k in the round. So, as expected, perhaps, a nice clean mop-up out of SK of Complexity there. We're back at a tied scoreline here, but Complexity, maybe not going to be able to get the... Okay, they will get a buy off in this round. They've got themselves some M4s, and they've got an AWP as well. And still no AWP out for SK. But when that happens, if you're Surreal, having to go up AWPing against Fallen is just a terrifying matchup. But again, these guys right now playing with the correct attitude, which is to have no fear, go against them as best you can. And so far, I mean, they've won 3 rounds. It's working out for them.
This is the correct way to be, I guess, playing that AWP at the moment. Desi playing a little bit with fire.
Past him.
Whoop, they just jumped over him. They're just going to clean him up. And Surreal playing towards an unders position. So much pressure coming out on towards his position. Now the bomb's actually falling all the way down. Great shots being drawn out, and Tarko will be able to complete the job that Fallen, I guess, started. As Fur coming very close, gets one. Also spots out Android, the spray. Not working in his favor this time. Android doesn't actually get another one, but a 2-on-3. And Android's under severe pressure coming out right now. Uber's trying to find a nice spot on towards short water to cut off any potential rotation. And it looks like this rotation may happen because Gold Zero and Fallen are coming across, and the flashbang now coming out.
And Uber's going to have a lot of pressure on him here, but he will pick up the kill on the Cold. That's a nice start. Fallen Molotovs him out and hits that shot as well.
Ridiculous.
My goodness, SK. These guys, they're turning out to play today. And now Android left in the 1-on-2. We've talked about this guy before. We've talked about how well he's been playing for his team, and indeed he has been. But to step up in a 1-on-2 against SK, that would be something else.
Look, so far what we're seeing from Complexity, you know, it's pretty good. It's not bad. You know, we were expecting SK to be taking these rounds cleanly. It's been a scrap fight so far, and you know what, Complexity, I love this play coming out from them. You know, that's great team play coming from SK Gaming. That's just experience, you know, peeking behind the flashbang. But Complexity, making these unorthodox plays that you normally see, you know, if you were afraid of an opponent, a lot of the time you try to sit back with the AWP and try to say a safe line. I love what Surreal's doing. You know, maybe it doesn't work out. Maybe he can only get 1 or 2 picks. But at the very least, they are attempting something different. They are taking the fight towards SK. And that is the way, that is a key to victory if they are to take this map.
Absolutely. That's what they have to do. They have to be just not afraid. And so far, they are doing a good job of that. I mean, they're only 1 round behind, and we were talking about SK's experience before. That's really those sorts of situations, the 2-on-1s in SK's favor. Those are the situations where their experience and their teamwork is going to come through. They're so good at using multiple people to isolate fights against a single player. So for Complexity here, I mean, I like what Surreal's been doing individually with his AWP, but that is really one of the only 1v1 or 1v however many fights you can take on SK. You need to be working as a team to try and shut them down because their crossfires, their movement, their team play, everything is just so good, which is what you expect from a high-tier team. But for now, just pistols. Desi, very close in this smoke here. Trying to find a member of SK, perhaps with their back turned. Not going to get it done for now. maybe just trying to be a little bit sneaky in that smoke, but now Cold is in here. Cold is coming his way, and Cold is one of those players you don't want coming your way. Desi brings it close, takes Cold down to 4 HP, but no kill. And the rest of Complexity really are hanging back a bit. They're just over in that connector, over on the lower side. Going to be moving through to the upper side now, but if they don't move quickly, SK is going to get there before them.
Yeah, I think SK has read this correctly. Taco is just going to be the sacrificial bait towards the B side. As soon as Taco goes in, if you can get 1 or 2 kills, once again, that's good stuff done. As he will pick off Android at barrels. At the same time, Surreal has spotted out 1T. Taco's tagged down quite low. Surreal gets a pick on towards Fallen with the Desert Eagle, as now the rest of SK do enter the A side. Taco is low, so is Cold 0. So all of a sudden, it's actually quite close between the two. Complexity can do some more damage, you know. Who knows what can happen as Ferb will be pushing in towards that bank to see if he can cash in on a kill.
That's an off angle and a half right there. Phelps was just baiting for him. If Phelps couldn't get the pick, then we would have had Fer able to, but Taco does go down. I think he was on 12 HP or something very low like that. So fair enough that he dies. Cold also low, but there's going to be the kill. Fer will walk through, take that one, and now Uber, the last player remaining here, 1 versus 3. He's way off in the back of T-Spawn, actually in the playground there, and there's not going to be any players anywhere near him at all. I mean, he will be able to save this AK that he's found for himself, but probably not getting any kills unless the last 2 Ts on long there push up right now to get at him. I believe that is Phelps and Cold. Cold will not want anything to do with an area where he has no is clear because he's only on 4 HP. He wants to keep himself and his AK alive. But another round for SK there. I mean, decent damage and a gun covered by Complexity, so not bad from them, but this is where SK can just start to grind away at you. Yeah,
this is where if SK are allowed to carry on these rounds, taking so many people into the next one further and further, they're economy is going to be absolutely great. You can see now they have finally picked up the AWP and Fallen, and this is going to be matching up against Surreal. Once again, Surreal changing things up. I really love this AWP play coming out of Complexity. They do utilize quite a lot of resources to get Surreal in these positions, but at the same time, you know, it's good to see that kind of team play. And at the same time, Surreal so far has been paying those dividends, you know, maybe not the entire amount, but just slightly. So they're going to keep funneling resources. Uber thinking about this is actually a great spot because it's a very off angle. I would like to see a surf coming out from Uber, but he decides not to do it.
Yeah, just going to be sitting there for now and still holding the angle. The grenade over there from the CT is not going to do any damage at all. It looked close, but not enough. Now, I do like this position from Def. He's actually got a forward position and he's got teammates back there as well to try and draw the Ts in so we can shoot him in the back. So if that works out for him, it's going to be huge. But right now, it looks like Cold. Of course, Cold is ready for it. We'll peek straight into him, drop him with a quick headshot, and that's the problem. You can't take these one-on-one fights against SK because no matter who you are, no matter which team you are, SK are just so good that the majority of the time you're going to lose them.
Yeah, at the same time, though, I want to encourage Def, though, because it's hard to win those aim deals as Desi does get another pick. Does forward safely. He's very, very low, but SK were not close enough to reapply that pressure. Phelps now coming across, should be able to get this trade. Desi can't cross into the open like that, and Surreal now with a difficult job of task at holding onto this A side by himself, and well, with 30 seconds left in the time, SK Gaming decide maybe it's potentially time to fall back to B side. I'm not sure if Android managed to spot out Taco towards short, but it looks like they are coming towards the B side where there are 2 members there. A lot of work for them to do as Android is going to be mulling off short water. It's all to Uber to hold this B. Long pushes. Phelps is going to be the first man out. There it is. Uber gets 1. He is going to be traded out by Fallen. That is great trading teamwork coming out from SK's. Android, his head's been spotted out, and he is no much longer for the world. And Surreal, 1 and 3. I don't think there's anything you can do.
If he denied that plant, that would have been it. There was so little time left on the clock, but not going to get it done. And now 50 HP. He's already got Fallen coming in. Both going to miss their shots, actually. Fallen pulling out the pistol. I don't know how that missed from Surreal. That's a bit unfortunate for him, but Fallen will get the kill. Clean it up. 6-3 now for SK. And perhaps a bit more of what we expected starting to come out in that SK are just starting to grind away here.
Yeah, they're starting to win the aim deals. favor. So even with the B-side players, you know, you saw Uber, he was in a position, and so many times you would see teams just massing up towards the B monster area and just getting stuck there. But they were able to play the angle successfully. You know, Phelps dies for the team, but they were able to get the trade. So unfortunately, Phelps is sacrificial lamb, but more than happy to play that role, and that allows them the success going forward. Now another eco coming out from Complexity. You know, body armor on a couple of players because they're getting that lost money bonus now. But SK starting to get confident now, starting to win these one-on-one aim deals. Complexity, they're starting to feel a little bit scared as Phelps. Whoa. Great entry as Surreal takes his place.
Ooh, Android going to pick up a 1D on Taco though. Fur trading out Desi now. Surreal hoping that the same angle will not be checked twice. It's actually a smart move from him. And if he looks the right way, he could catch up Phelps, but not going to do it. Now Uber with this AK trying to do what he can here. Phelps is right around that corner. There's actually two members of SK. There goes for the spray. Gets one, gets two. Nice work there from Uber. Evening it back up. We're now in a 2-on-2 again here. Android only on the Deagle. Going to be moving through up to the A site where it looks like SK are now going to be going, and going quickly as well. Fur on the entry, moving in quickly, trying to beat these CTs here, and unbeknownst to them, he will. Teammate Fallen coming through behind him with the bomb. Should go down pretty cleanly here for SK. The question will be if Complexity can get this retake across the line, but look at this forward position from Fur.
Oh, Fur's not looked, and Android, another nice Deagle shot. Fallen planning on the truck. 1-on-2, he whips out the Tech 9 instead of using Orb, instantly sinks out the full health player, takes down Uber, but he doesn't realize there's two of them down. Android peeking out just at the right time. We'll get that clutch, an eco win coming out from Complexity. Well played from Android, clutching out with 3 kills, as well as Uber picking up the AK-47 that Android dropped off one of the members of SK to get the double in unders.
And it's worth pointing out as well there just how unlucky Fallen was. There's two players there. One of them is low HP. The first one, high HP, peeks out. Fallen dinks him. So he thinks, you know, the next player who peeks, I'll be able to kill him with 1 bullet. The next player peeks, it's the other already low HP player. Fallen thinks, all right, I've dinked one and I've taken him out with 1 bullet. That's the only player there. Little did he know he saw 2. But, of course, unfortunately, the knowledge not going his way, and the clutch would have picked up the eco win coming out of Complexity as well, and now they've got themselves a bunch of rifles back up again. They'll be able to get back in here, and Complexity looking a lot better than perhaps they have any right to here against SK, but of course, always exciting to see, although these guys are so blind. The entry's coming in. That's unfortunate. Now, there's a lot of work to do. Goes for the spray, can't decide which target to shoot at. Will be taken out by Phelps in the end, and just like that, they win on eco, but SK had enough of this nonsense already, looking to stamp them out in this round, and probably going forward as well.
Complexity just need to back off right now. They should not try and attempt to retake on a 3-on-5 in the space site. That boost spot not being washed by any of SK. Once again, a lot of respect being shown. But as time is dwindling away, you know, eventually Complexity needs to back off. And Def is actually just going to fall immediately, taken out by Taco. And now they're backing off, but they've already lost another rifle, which, you know, they don't really need to lose. I just wanted to mention the previous round. I think we were talking about Fallen, how he may have misread the play a little bit. I think he may have thought he got the dink through the edge of the wall because one of the other players' name came up for the assist. He should have potentially realized, you know, if I dinked one, the assist tag wouldn't come up because of the damage done. But I think he may have thought that he dinked him through the edge of the wall and thought there was only one there. Android's going to get a pick on towards Fur, who was getting a little bit confident trying to push in, but the rest of SK won't be able to get onto the side at time. AWP and M4 going to carry over. They can force something to this, but this is where the problem was. If they had that third M4 saved, if they immediately made the call to back off, we'd be able to see more utility coming out on Uber.
Yeah, which...
Well, he's going to get utility, but he's not going to have an M4
yeah, he's not going to have an M4, which is, you know, not the greatest thing for them. They Complexity really need everything they can get here. And just one final note on that Fallen situation while we're talking about it. The other thing you have to think of is, sure, maybe he could have realized that the assist was there, but that all happened in about 3 seconds, and no matter how quick you are, it's understandable at that kind of pace that you would make mistakes. Anyway, that was the eco win from Complexity, but SK already straight back into it, answering back with the gun rounds. They've got themselves another one here, Fallen on the AWP. That is scary, and of course, the pop flash going to do nothing against him. Not sure if he was blind or not, if that was a timing shot, or if he could see, but either way, nails the shot onto Uber. Now, I like what we've got here, this aggression from the CTs. They've completely cleared out. They know there is no one in the T playground there. They know that SK are not waiting around, but they are going to be moving on to the site that those two pushing players gave up RSK. That is the correct call from them. There's no one actually on this A site for now. The CT's already in retake mode. But Android could come through and actually catch him out here. But Cold going to peek him before the flash even goes. Cold having none of his pop flash antics. And a 5-on-3. Make that almost a 5-on-2. Surreal so heavily tagged. Fallen does get the kill into Def as well. They've got to try and save these guns here, Complexity, but it's not going to be easy. SK tasting blood. They know there's blood in the water. They're already going for this. Desi already gone down. Now Surreal with way too many way too many directions to look. Will miss the shot and be taken out by Phelps. So with that win, SK will get themselves the majority of the rounds and the win in this half. They've already got 8, but I don't think they're finished just yet.
Yeah, so Complexity now, you can see they're falling apart because they're not able to take the one-on-one deals, and you can see, I guess, you know, the confidence earlier to push into those angles is starting to bleed into desperation. They think they need to push very advanced, very, very forward, and the reason why it became desperation was when SK Gaming was allowed to take that victory, like, immediately after Complexity broke them with the eco. The SK Gaming was just allowed to stroll into the B site. There was no contingency measure. That Molotov was instantly extinguished. SK Gaming, obviously, with a lot of experience, knows exactly how to push through. Flashbangs completely blinded everyone on the B site, and they just got mowed down. All Complexity need to do now, you know, they reset, and they just go, all right, what do we do from here? How can we play together? How can we get the kills working in our favor? Next 5 rounds is going to be the next one. How are we going to hold our A site? How are we going to hold our B site? You know, do we change out the dynamic? What are we going to change up?
That Molotov is so smart. And I mean, SK can really, they're in an eco round right now. They're not going to be expecting to win this one. They can really just be talking about this right now. And sometimes teams do that. They'll use the eco rounds as a sort of tactical pause, I guess. They take their time to talk about things because you don't expect to win it, and that's not going their way. Like, Uber, left in a 1-on-5, already tagged down to, 66 HP. He's going to be one hit by, well, obviously a one-hit headshot. He's going to only require 2 bullets or 3 from an AK. It's 1 single spray, and Cold looking like he's going to find him here. Actually, Uber going to find Cold there with the headshot from the USP, but surely not going to get any more done, and Taco will eventually finish it. So this round really is going to be the one where Complexity can at least get a decent buy-in. Maybe not much utility, but they can get themselves M4s and armor. Don't think they'll be able to afford an AWP unless Uber wants to glass cannon one, and that will not be the case. So Desi going to be buying an M4 now, joining his teammates surely as well. So 5 rifles, not a bad buy, but pretty limited on the utility front.
Yeah, this may mean that SK may want to just charge towards somewhere in particular because, you know, B site, once again, has been shown quite weak. As soon as Complexity needs to use the initial grenades just to defend something, you know, they're just completely out of defensive utility. So this is a tight round for Complexity to work with. And look, I still love this coming out from Complexity. They still need to take these risks. It's just not working out, but I'd rather see them take risks and then fail rather than getting boxed in. They are only going to learn from the experiences from trying to figure out the timings and the pushing as opposed to playing defensive, because they're not going to win these one-on-one aim deals so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they've done some decent amount of damage here, falling down on 12 HP, 4 on 34, but this round will surely be closed out by SK. It's worth noting, look how long they took to bring the bomb into the side as well. They wanted to wait as long as they could to completely clear it out before they brought the bomb in. And I mean, Surreal does get away with a kill, but he's lost a teammate already. Desi and Surreal, the only players remaining. And I do like that from SK as well. I mean, admittedly, sure, they probably know they can beat these guys just based on aim, but they're giving them the respect of waiting to bring the bomb in. Desi fully flashed. He's going to get behind Taco and we'll actually take him out. What was I saying about they know they can beat him?
Complexity 2-on-4 clutch!
Complexity out of nowhere while I'm trying to talk about how they probably won't have a chance in this round. They proved me wrong. I'm always happy to be proven wrong, especially against a team as SK, and now Complexity might be able to save themselves from facing down double digits here.
Surreal plays coming out from both Surreal and Desi, because Surreal got 3 kills of the M4 and he didn't even take a single hit. That is clean, especially against SK. So, and I know why SK is showing a bit more respect towards Complexity, because they're able to do things like that. And I think the rest of them, you know, jumped a little bit on the gun, you know, didn't really hit the shots that you normally expect them to hit. But at the end result, though, Complexity given it a little breathing space. SK though want to shut out this half 10-5, full buy on both sides. Let's see how it goes. Well, not a full buy on Def, I guess. He doesn't have a kit and he has a UMP, but he has to make it work.
And he has a gun, which is better than having a pistol or something in this matchup. Now, we do have orbs out for both times here. I don't think we're actually going to see Fallen versus Surreal directly, as I believe they are in different positions on the map, actually. Fallen in underpass there with the orb. Surreal holding up towards the toilet. So, for now, no orb for orb. I would like to see how that matchup happens, but I suspect, of course, Fallen should win it statistically. But then again, we've been surprised. Statistically, we would have predicted this half being a lot more one-sided. So Complexity showing they've got fight in them, and perhaps this underdog factor that they have of never having, I don't think they've ever played SK before, or if they have, it's not been for a while. So they do have this advantage of SK don't know exactly what they can do.
Yeah, good reactions by Surreal to dodge a flashbang coming to the toilets, but now you can see a 3-member hunting squad going out towards long A. Not going to be anything there as SK slowly going to clear the lines. 40 seconds left on the timer. still a lot of utility to work with, and Taco being just a nuisance towards the B side. He's going to exit out and maybe find a very quick pick onto one of the members, but Uber not drawn away, trusting in his teammate, as Taco going to be falling all the long way back. This may be problematic, though, because Complexity do have 3 members up very, very close. Surreal is in a very awkward position. That is an off angle and a half, but he should be smoked out soon. Maybe even flashed out. SK Gaming have to commit towards A site right now, and Surreal is locking down the correct line. Cold Zero if he peeks across. No, Fells peeks out. Surreal double scopes out, and Verge is at the edge of the smoke. Death gets the pick with the UMP. Surreal finds one with Fells as well. Now it's 3-on-5, and Fallen's completely blinded, but Taco able at least to save him out.
There's no time for the plant.
Surreal so close. Cold Zero with a double kill. Absolutely ballistic, but there's no time, as you mentioned correctly, and, well, Complexity able to take the final one, showing that they have the caliber to hold of SK Gaming, and that is not something you can say for every single team.
Yeah, of course not, and that's what you think. That's definitely not a bad half out of Complexity, so hope to see if they can continue this in their next half, if they can get back into this game, but they've certainly shown perhaps more than we were expecting so far.
Absolutely, but stay tuned. We're going for a quick break. We'll be back to see who will take the first map.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com. Hello everyone, and welcome back towards the second half between SK Gaming and Complexity for the ESL Pro Season 5 NA Division. As Complexity, you know, they had a rough CT start, but that is a rough T start as well. Cold Zero gets one, but at the very least is traded out, so still even numbers. 4-4. SK Gaming obviously winning their T half, which is a great start on Overpass. But they need to close out the job against Complexity, who are very eager and shown the potential to do some serious damage.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity only going down by 3 rounds to the half, that's really, really good from them. That last round as well, at the end there, they SK just let their push really late, and all Complexity had to do was deny, which they did. They sat there, they got the kills, they got traded, of course, but they ran down the clock so far that SK just had no chance to plant. They got them then 9-6 rather than facing down 10-5, which means if Complexity can come through, win their T-Pistol here, we could see a tied game very soon. I mean, that's, of course, if the standard meta, which is the team who wins pistol round wins the next 2 force buys, and that's not something I would count on when you're trying to beat out SK and Anti-Ecos. But still got this pistol round to get through first. Still undecided here, as we do have a 4-on-4. Now, Complexity executing out towards this lower side. Going to be pushing in now, Android on the entry. First engagement is going to be against Taco, and Taco's going to take it. Phelps trying to follow up as well. Bomb can actually go down here, and a dink as well onto Taco, and a kill onto Phelps. So that's good defense so far of the site they're taking from Complexity. The bomb is now down, but now they've got to hold this off in a 3-on-3. Desi, I like this position from him. Moving through towards the connector, trying to hold off the rotates before they come. Uber actually posted up towards Monster as well. They're letting the CTs come into this site. They're going to be the first one in. trying to spot them out, but the other two T's a long way away. So, Surreal down, but there is actually a smoke for the bomb here. Fallen could drop that on the bomb, try and hold the defuse. That's a nice peek from Desi, though, and he could almost get Fallen here, too. The smoke is on the bomb. There's a nice shot from Taco. Fallen's on the defuse, has a kid as well. Uber's got to get this kill now. Fallen's actually off it, and he gets it, too! My goodness, Uber coming through in the end with the 2K, which means that now Complexity can potentially tie this one up.
Absolutely, and that's great plays coming out from both Desi and Uber on the pistol. You know, they both had good CT halves. I mean, so far, you're going to take a look. Uber, Surreal, and Desi, they've all shown glimpses of potential. You know, Def has had a really, really rough CT half, but let's hope he can convert it towards a good T half. On the side of SK, you know, all scattered around. I mean, we've seen some great players coming out of Cold Zero, seen some great players coming out of Fallen, but they need to convert this now into holding together, and they're just going to buy a bunch of pistols, are forcing up into this round. Complexity have a lot of danger to navigate around this one. You can see the respect given. 2 AKs and a Galil for the locking down those long corners with the UMPs to soak up the damage.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's worth noting as well that for Complexity, their top fragger is only a single frag behind Cold Zero, who is statistically the best player in the server and the best player in the world. So to be chasing that close, I mean, that's obviously a large part of why there's only 2 rounds in this between these two teams. But for now, the CT is just holding their corners, waiting for the Ts to walk into them, and it looks like Def and Surreal are going to be looking to do the majority of the damage with those SMGs, and of course, that gives Complexity money, which is obviously what they want here, but Fallen looks like it's going to be pushing down from the A side, could move into the connector, and if they make it to the connector, the Ts, they're going to have Cold right on the other side of this door, Taco over there as well. This is a difficult situation for them. They need to get some sort of flash out here or do something, and the flash is off, but Cold will go down. Taco gets one, gets traded out, so that's a good start for Complexity here, because SK, you can never count them out with any weapons, even only on pistols. So this round, not going to be easy, but still advantage Complexity for now. That said, Phelps going to find himself the first onto Surreal. That's the other SMG gone, though. The rifles all remain. Phelps can't even retrieve that thing. Going to face straight into Android. Will be taken down. Bomb is still yet to be planted, but they're all here. Fur trying to do what he can with the Deagle, but nothing doing so far. Bomb is going to go down, and surely now, nice shot from Uber onto Fallen, and there we go. Android will close it out. The anti-eco will be won by Complexity, putting themselves 1 round closer to catching up to SK, which is not words I thought I'd be saying today, Karath.
Well, I mean, it's, once again, still early days. Complexity have a lot of work to do. I need to see the buy round before we can actually make full comments, because SK, you know, just anti-eco so far. I know it doesn't sound very impressive, but they had to navigate 1 eco round. That's good. They only lost the 2 SMGs. How are they going to deal with the buy round coming out from SK? How are they going to deal with the AWP of Fallen? How are we going to deal with the dynamic? You know, how is SK going to play? They're going to play more dynamic, you know, play aggressive, take that short water control, take more map control, try to force Complexity out, or wait for Complexity to come into them. So, Def, a double kill with the Mac 10. That's a great start, and, well, Phelps, though, getting the trade out, so they should at least see or get the call, the 2 more CTs towards the B site. They're still committed, though. You know, maybe not the best decision, but still. For trying to find the shot to Surreal. Complexity just deciding what to do right now. A little bit scattered. Just need to group up to make sure they don't lose any more guns.
Yeah, because losing more guns is not what you want. The other thing is, if you lose a gun, SK are one of the best teams in the world who's going to be able to use a stolen gun against you, especially if one of those AKs falls into their hands. Especially, you know, maybe Cold gets his hand on an AK. That could potentially be game over right there. But for now, Complexity still going towards his upper side. First, still peeking with his Deagle, and now he's been isolated. Surreal will take him down with the Mac 10, so some more money there, which is always good. Phelps actually playing a bit of a sneaky position towards short. Does have players coming his way now. They're coming down through connector. Will take the engagement with Uber and will lose it as well. Nice shot there from Cold, taking down Surreal. But that's only going to be a Mac 10 for him as well. And if Cold's going to steal any weapon in a 1-on-3, only a Mac 10, not bad. If he had an AK right now, this would be much more dangerous.
Yeah, so at the moment, all Complexity need to do, they know Cold Zero is towards A site, just fall back. No need to risk your guns right now. The kill's not worth it. And Cold Zero, I mean, he's got a Molotov. He's deciding what to do with it. It looks like he's
trying to make him think he's running away.
It doesn't work, though, because Complexity, holding their nerve, taking a lot of damage. That was the danger, because I felt like Cold Zero was going to get that pick.
Yeah.
I felt like he was going to get 1 kill in that situation, but Complexity, well done to navigate the danger. Now here is where the real challenge lies. You've got to navigate against that AWP of Fallen on the defensive side on a map like Overpass. Going to be very difficult. How are they going to utilize the smokes? How are they going to utilize the AWP of Surreal as well? This is really going to boil down to how well, I guess, Surreal can counter Fallen, because this is where the 1-on-1 matchup really occurs.
Absolutely, and we'll have to see how that actually goes for them. Of course, Fallen, one of the best AWPers in the world. Cold are going to be there with the rifle, a very dangerous player as well. So hope to see how that one turns out for them. But for now, I mean, there's obviously still a chance in this one for Complexity here. on the T side. I mean, we do still have Uber confined to a Galil, and Fallen holding a nice angle towards Long. Will get flashed out, but he'll manage to fall off as well before getting picked. And I'd favor him to win this pick, but Surreal will actually take it as well. Fallen not able to look far enough around in time, which means now we're at a man advantage for Complexity against all the odds. They've gotten rid of one of the most dangerous people on the server with that kill on Fallen. They've still got the rest of SK to deal with, though, who are certainly no slouches, and doesn't get easier. But at this point, it also doesn't get harder, and you've got to take the positives where you can.
That is a great confidence boost as well for Complexity. You know, Surreal's going to stand up and go, hey, this guy might be the best AWPer in the world, but I just took him out, boys. We can do this.
Exactly.
He's going to, you know, that play is just going to rile up. You can see Complexity now pinning up on the B side. It's not over yet, because you can see right now the lurk play coming out on towards Desi. The counter lurk coming out from Fur. He will be able to find Desi, and he will be able to get this information.
He's waiting as well.
He should be able to get this kill very easily. They know it's a B-side execute. Executes Fair from behind, and Taco, Flame Coast, gets one. Now Android flashed out. He's got 2 kills now. Oh, Def can't get it around. That's exactly the danger I was talking about, is that if you can't land the kills, SK will shut you down. With those players, they'll shut down, and that all boils down to not only the information gathering play, but also just the knowledge and the crossfires coming out from SK.
Playing against SK, when you're going for these aim duels, right, you miss the first shot, or maybe the first 3 shots to allow you about a second or so. If you can't get that across the line, SK are going to shut you down, and you've got to be so careful with that. They've got to be so clinical in their aim here, Complexity, and it just does not get easier. But already 9 rounds on the board. This is a really strong showing from them. So even if they don't win a single more round from here, they go down 16-9. Definitely good things to take from this. But for now, just the pistols. They do have some armor, a couple of Tech 9s. Well, armor on all 3 of the Tech 9s, a Deagle and a P250 with no armor. And now they're getting onto this lower side. Cold and Phelps already here cleaning up. And actually Cold looking to do it again. All of these kills coming in. Bomb will go down for Complexity, which is good. But, oh, there's a nice shot from Uber. Taco on the side, though. They didn't know he was there. Now Uber, 31 HP, surrounded on all angles, trying to get it done. But there's way too many people shooting at him from way too many angles. They will take him down. But Complexity get the bomb down, which is going to be good for their economy.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be able to afford potentially that AWP once again on Surreal to see if he can make the play. And you can see the danger, I guess, in terms of the previous round. We were talking about the buy round with Complexity were able to get the first member, but they were just unable to retain control of the map. And sure, a lot of it didn't really boil down towards, I guess, that 4-on-3 matchup that happened on B side. The problem is that, it allowed SK Gaming to get so much information and allow the earlier rotation. So sure, Crossfire worked in SK Gaming's favor. There's experience. Complexity were unable to get the entry frags. That's okay. The problem is the map control. And Overpass is such a heavy map control map for the Ts. If SK Gaming's allowed any more chances to read the information, Complexity are in serious trouble.
Absolutely, and that's the thing as well. You say that about rotations here. It's because of this position where Phelps is right now. This underpass is connector. It's a direct line to both sides. It's also one, you know, around the back going through bank, getting down to the lower side. If you have control of that, as a T, you're great. You can hold off, you can hold off rotations forever. If you lose that, you've constantly got to be checking behind you. And speaking of checking behind you, well, now they know Fallen's managed to steal a pick. I believe that was actually through the broken door. That is Android taken out.
It wasn't through the broken door. It was towards that long B area.
There you go, my mistake.
From, I believe, short catwalkers. Phelps makes the initial engagement. Look at this. Look where Fur is positioned inside the smoke. He's hearing all of this right now. And I would argue on one point. Unders, sure, it's important. But I would say that for all the teams, the most important part of the map, that's a great shot from Surreal. Taco does get another pick, though. The most important part of this map, as SK goes up towards 12-9, is toilets. That is where everything needs to occur. And you can see right now, Complexity has no control over toilets. The reason why toilets are so important is because that feeds directly in towards long A. No CT is going to push up through long A. I've not seen that done in the mid-round, because if you push up long A, you get caught out, your A side's gone. There's all those angles coming up. They're going to try and retain control of the toilets, and all of a sudden the CTs can put pressure and control on the unders position by doing that, because they don't have to, they don't have to control unders directly, but it makes the T's coming out of unders, they have to use utility. They have to use flashbangs. They have to use a lot of their manpower just to clear out those areas. And they can't attack A side, which means that you can focus more of your dedication towards B side, which is why toilets are so crucial. It's easier always to rotate from A to B than it is from B to A.
Absolutely. And, well, it looks like we are going to see, again, as you were just talking about, this lack of toilet control from Complexity. They're not playing in that area at all. They do have underpass for themselves. That's entirely looked at. That's fine. But that upper position, that's a dink through the wall, I believe. Uber down on 19 HP. He won't be happy about that one because there's nothing he can do to return that fire with only a pistol. Now, finally, we do have Complexity moving over, taking this toilets control, but let's check every single corner, because when you don't take control of a part of the map early, you don't know where this enemy team could be. And big spray coming through from Phelps will eventually start getting the kills across the line. There's a collateral on those low players. Gets himself a triple, and now Surreal, the last player remaining, has to move up, try and make something of this, but he's already being pushed from everywhere, and Fallen will take him down. 13-9 for SK. They're such a good team with just this grinding style where they just put their noses to the grindstone. They're like, all right, we're just going to get rounds no matter what we have to do, no matter how slowly we have to go. We're just going to force our way through and get the win.
Yeah, pause coming out. I believe it is probably for Complexity. And they need to talk about pretty much how to gather this toilets control. Because right now, once again, how do you get toilets without utilizing so much utility to shut down Fallen? Because you use too many smoke grenades, you can't get onto a bomb site. We saw that was a bit of an issue going onto the B bomb site. There weren't enough smoke grenades, not enough Molotovs. They didn't really utilize it wisely. A couple well-placed CT flashbangs, they were donezo. So, to take the toilets, to apply the pressure on towards Fur and Phelps, because they're going to push through. They want to get information towards the mid-round. That's what CTs have to do. They play reactionary. If they lose the first initial member, it puts them at a disadvantage, because not only do they lose map territory, they have to go out on their own initiative to go fight.
Absolutely. So we'll have to see if Complexity can make anything more of this now. This is attack pause for them, so they'll be able to have a chat and think about what they can change, but really what they need to change, of course, is their map control, right? If they can take more control of the map earlier on and without sacrificing too much utility or players to do it, then that'll be great for them. But again, with Fallen playing so dynamically in this position, that's always a problem. He's actually getting a pop flash ready to throw for a teammate here to push at Fountain, but there's going to be no T's there, which means look at SK already, the confidence showing through. They've already got 2 players up. That's going to be Fur and Fallen already being like, hey guys, there's nothing here. They're coming towards you on the B bomb site. Stay alive, we're rotating. That's a nice shot out of Uber though to take down Taco. And for now, that is the B site clear. Bomb can go down here, but look at SK flanking in from every possible angle. This will not be an easy retake for Complexity here. Oh, Fallen!
Fallen, what a huge flick. Surreal, though, will pick up Phelps towards that unders position, so CT is not very easy for them to exit, I guess. Cold Zero does spot Surreal and lands that shot as well. So, Tango neutralized from the back. Flashbang to allow one of his teammates to push in from short. Android playing that dirty water area B, or back B, should I say. I don't think SK really have time to really bust on the site with these 2 AWPs, but they're going to have a good crack at it anyway. They've got the advantage. Why not? Fur coming in from short, but they're going to line up. One's going to line up from death. Cold Zero cannot react in time and fall. It's just going to back out. It's just going to save the AWP. See if we can get maybe an exit, because jumps the gun a little bit. Didn't realize there was another one exiting. Complexity will be able to take an AWP into the next round for Surreal. But similarly, Fallen does have an AWP. And Complexity hitting double digits, which in itself is a great achievement.
Absolutely. I mean, the closer they can take SK, the happier they're going to be. Now, Overpass is statistically a very good map for Overpass, for SK. But then again, pretty much every map is statistically a good map for SK. So I don't think it's really going to bother Complexity what map they have to play them on. If they can take them this close, they're going to be ecstatic with that result. And of course, they're not out of this yet. They're only down by 3 rounds. They've got another full buy here. This double up on the CT is going to be so dangerous. So Cold and Fallen on those incredibly dangerous players. And look at Fur, all the way pushed up here. No respect shown for Complexity. Just going to wait for them to peek into him. I don't think he can quite spot him past the edge of that wall, though. Doesn't know there was 2 players right there who just peeked out. But the pop flash from Desi going over actually going to completely blind Fur, but Fur holding his nerve, waiting it out. That's so gutsy as well. Normally when you get flashed, you're going to move, you're going to fall back, you're going to do something, but Fur being like, all right, they're not pushing me right now. I believe that. And staying there. And that was actually a very close shot that is going to be missed from that AWP player. I believe that was Fallen pushed up, maybe Cold, but either way.
I think it
no
was
kills.
Fallen trying to make a shot. He did barely miss it. Cold Zero just locking down a... Is he playing short, locking down the short angle with an AWP? Because that's definitely an off angle if I've spotted any of them.
Cold Zero.
That is a tight line. That is actually a great line to be utilizing as well. But Fur's going to strike now, like a snake, just waiting. And he's going to strike. Only getting 1, though. Phelps just still holding towards unders, and Fallen just... You know, he can't risk peeking against Fallen. Uber does get away, but he was on 5 HP, and I think he was just willing to throw away the life to see if he could get his teammates to trade. Phelps still in this unders position. Should be able to take down Surreal with this play. He should have spotted the edge of the smoke being thrown out, and this unders... Complexity have no control of the map right now. And this is showing right now, because Phelps, he should be traded out by at least death.
There we go.
There we have it. But 20 seconds left. Complexity can only go towards... Okay, look, they're trying to go towards B side. They lose a single player. It's over. So Taco, all he has to do is molly short. He doesn't have the molly, so he's going to play safe.
If they can kill Taco here, if they can even get onto the bomb site, they're golden. But 8 seconds, they've got to go now. You don't have time to be waiting for this Complexity. And there we go. It's shut down. There is now no chance. That bomb cannot be planted, no matter what Android wants to do. There is just not enough time. I'm not sure I like that rotate out of them. I mean, had they taken out Taco immediately, it would have worked out. But I'm not sure you can really hinge your entire chances in a round of we have to get 1 single kill.
Yeah, the unfortunate part of that was that Complexity lost control of the map. And as a result, they had to make a split decision. 20 seconds left. They were grouping up for an A-side hit. But, once again, Phelps is able to just come out of unders, get a kill on someone. Even if he's traded out, that's fine. He gets the information. There's 2 toilets. That's why you saw SK rotating early towards the A-side, because the common sense would be 20 seconds left, they have to come into the A-side. You have a little bit more time to work with. If you sprint towards B-side, you have to hope you get the first kill. Immediately. Well, we saw what happened. Complexity didn't get the first kill. They got mowed down on the cross. And it was just an easy win for SK Game afterwards. Well played by Taku to get those 2 kills as well. Just held his nerve, knew that the bomb had to cross. All he had to do was deny the bomb, and that was it.
It's worth noting as well that had they gone A, they had Fallen to get through, so it wasn't easy for them wherever they went. But again, Cold, look at this angle. This guy is so aggressive right now. And of course, we've seen this time and time again from Cold. One of the bravest players, I think. But the spray down comes in. Cold goes down. There's a 2-for-2 trade. But having already lost a player, Cold are at a disadvantage. They're on this bomb site. They've got to get this bomb down now, but Fur... So sneaky, in behind short already, and Surreal's going to run straight into him. Now it's only Desi left in a 1-on-3, already being locked down by everyone. Fallen going for the peek, gets tagged for his trouble, but Phelps will eventually hit that shot, and that's going to be match point now for SK here on Overpass.
Yeah, so Complexity, I mean, they're showing, I guess, like the steps to make it towards the top. This is a good performance coming out from Complexity. But at the same time, you know, we're using relatives. It's a good performance because you're getting at least 10 rounds against SK Gaming. And a couple of T rounds, at least on executes, is impressive.
Absolutely.
It's not just, you know, oh, we want pistol round, anti-eco, we just cleaned them up. That was 3 rounds. They took 1 round on a T-side execute. To me, that speaks volumes of, I guess, of Complexity's ability to improve. This lineup can only go further. I know I love talking about potential. That's always something that you always love seeing in these new lineups. Well, Phelps under a lot of pressure now. Fur is there to relieve him as Fallen is going to be dinked out. Spraying at close range to the Molotov is just going to stop any more progression. Fur just having a little bit of a dance alongside with Desi at the moment. Desi is going to win that one. Fallen, 2 HP. Well, he only needs 1 HP, right? Because he lands the kill on Uber.
Never count Fallen out. That is the rule of playing SK. No matter how many HP he's on, no matter how many players stand against him, you can just never count this guy out. And he's already shown that here with a kill and 2 HP with an AWP as well. That's never easy, but it is going to give the advantage here to SK on their map point here up against Complexity. Now, a minute left to play with, 5 seconds left to play with. The double AWP still well alive here for SK. Desi gets taken down as well, so Def and Surreal. So much work to do here, and the pop flash from Surreal. That's going to be their only chance to get in. Already coming flanked from behind. The damage coming in from Phelps. Surreal in such a tough situation. There's so many players facing him. Has to try and get into this bomb site. He actually gets the 1 kill. Going to be looking for more. Has found himself a Galil as well, trying to get it done. But there is so many players facing him, and Taco will eventually finish it. So there we have it. SK getting the win, 16-10.
I find it funny that Fallen actually did fall to his death just before. I think he took a little bit too much fall damage, and he died just before the round ended. So, but I think at the time, SK Gaming knew that they were going to clutch out that round. I think, once again, we're hammering on the part of territory control. We could probably go on for a lot on Overpass, but it just boiled down. You saw every single time, as soon as Complexity went somewhere, SK just push in, and they just go, you know what, this area's clean. So, unfortunately for Complexity, I think it's just a very advanced map, and just the understanding of it it's very difficult to put into practicality, especially against such a top team.
Yeah, exactly. But the good thing for Complexity there is every round 1 is a victory for them, because they can say, all right, let's have a look. They can get this demo. They can have a look and they can say, what did we do? What worked? What happened? Every round they lose is also great, because they can go back to it and say, what happened to us? Did we just lose our aim jewels? Did they have better map control than us? Did they just do some random risky push that worked out? There's a lot they can take from this that is very positive. And of course, we still have another map for these teams to play.
Absolutely. I believe we're jumping on towards Cache, I believe is the next map. So that's definitely something to look forward to. And I think, I think this one's going to be a lot easier for SK Gaming to take. But we'll take a short break for now. We'll be back very shortly with some more ESL Pro League action for the Season 5 NA Division. Stay tuned.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Everyone, and welcome back towards the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division, and we're up for, I guess, the final match of the day. SK Gaming have taken the first map, T_Overpass against Complexity 1-0. Now, going on towards Cash, do you believe that this is going to be a close contest, or not so close?
I'd have to think. My gut is telling me that SK are going to pull away with this one. I mean, that's also what I would have thought about the last map, because it's SK, and they're just amazing. But I mean, Complexity looked good in that last map. They got themselves, I believe it was 10 rounds in the end, which is amazing. Like, to get double digits against such a top-tier team, you know, whether you do it against SK, Astralis, no matter who you do it against, is definitely a good thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more out of Complexity this time, and certainly that's what I'm hoping for, because competitive matches are always what we want to see here on ESL Pro League streams. But my gut is telling me SK are going to do it quite convincingly.
Yeah, so let's take a quick look at the schedule. So not only a recap for today, but also for the matches coming up. So at the moment on the mainstream, looks like a very, very tight fight on Cobblestone between Luminosity Gaming and Renegades, 13-12. And just recapping over towards what happened earlier today, Winterfox losing 2-0 compared to CLG, and Team Liquid also taking a 2-0 over Misfits. I guess with a CLG versus Winterfox, maybe not expecting the Mirage result, or expecting a close one. Even with the Australian bias, I was expecting a bit of a closer result, but that just showed, I guess, the class of CLG just completely above Winterfox.
Absolutely. CLG were looking very, very good indeed, and they have recently made that roster change as well of FNS coming back into the roster, so I'm glad to see that's working out for them as well, and they can try to return to, you know, the higher tiers of the NA scene. But we've already seen CLG on stream today. Who we have not seen, at least for a second time, is SK versus Complexity, which is where we're going to be now. Complexity will be taking the C side. SK on the CT starting here on Cache.
Yeah, as I think this is going to be very advantageous for Complexity, as a matter of fact. Cache is a map where you can really dictate where you want to go. And, you know, as a result, Complexity have a bit of time to think about it. Okay, we've been on the T side for 2 times now, but how are we going to play it around? You know, we just came off our T side. You know, it was a bit of a brutal defeat. You know, we thought we could come a little bit closer towards SK Gaming. What can we do to equalize the situation? You can see at the moment, Phelps just going to be baiting out Fallen a little bit. Complexity not making a move. Very, very slow pistol round, which is a bit unusual. You'd expect sometimes occasionally a CT to start pushing in by now, but this is great discipline coming out from both teams. A little bit of noise made towards A. It makes me think it's going to be a fake towards B side, as a matter of fact. You hear the Ts were running close towards A main, making noise, and now they're backing out.
Yeah, and the bomb being already over towards B as well. They're trying to bait SK into rotating early, which is definitely a good idea. I mean, when you're up against a team who has a higher, well, I suppose a higher skill level than you, the best fight you can take is one that's uneven, and the best way to get an uneven fight is to force early rotations, but they're going to be running in here now. Cold on the side, such a strong pistol player. We'll find the first shot onto Android, looking for more. The T's trying to come in, but Cold with another one. Could get the third here as well, having time to reload, which is crucial for him. The T's getting 2 kills in the meantime. Cold still contesting in the back of this site. So much damage taken, he will eventually fall. Taco coming in through the vents, trying to get back in here. Surreal playing close. Already 2 USPs picked up for the T side, which means the weapon advantage is largely negated now. Just going to be a straight brawl here between Fur and Taco and the remainder of Complexity. That's a nice shot from Desi, though, taking out Taco, and now Fur all on his shoulders. We'll find the first click onto Surreal, trying to move in here. Player in the back of the site, player over at Headshot. A lot for him to deal with. Complexity looking good here so far, but you can't peek in one like this. You got to peek together, because he'll do this to you. Fur finding the first kill, trying to find the last one now. He's going to get a chance to reload, not quite. Uber will eventually close it out, and Complexity with the pistol round in the 1v1.
Complexity has shown a very, very strong pistol side so far. I mean, you saw just then Desi, 3 kills, Uber, just the nerve to wait towards the end. It was really close, though. Fur, with just that reaction, as you mentioned, I would not have peeked at all. I would have just been like, you can just die. I'm just going to sit here and just wait for him to get onto the site. That's just how scary, because that just felt like Fur could be able to flick. Still a bit of danger for Complexity to navigate through. It is a bit of a pistol buy coming out from SK and Fallen with the USB only. Indicates that they are looking for the AWP pickers. Oh, the timing. Phelps will get punished for that. Fallen decides to pick up the CZ and will back out wisely. He is going to sprint for his life, and he'll be able to make it out safely. This is a knife one towards Event, but that's okay. He's still going to get out alive. That was the key part.
Fortunately, and this game is SK versus Complexity.
Cold Zero with a Deagle towards Sunroom.
Cold, he's so good with that gun. I mean, he's good with every gun, but the Deagle is one of those things he can really get kills with. So we'll have to see. Complexity, they're going to have to do something to limit the kills that these pistols get. And Taco looking to get another one here. Does have 2 players facing him, though. Going to fall back from that one for now. Bomb also in A main. I'm not sure if he spotted that, but looking at his teammates, there's 3 of them over here. Looks like they have spotted it for now. And Fallen going to get that long-range CZ kill onto Def as well, hitting him in the head. And Complexity, this is not what you can do in this round. It's starting to fall apart from here. They do still have the guns. They can obviously still bring this back, but not a great start so far.
Yeah, trying to piss off the A side at the moment. There's a flashbang, and now this is a crucial Molotov. He's going to land the correct place. So Fallen just with the CZ towards Z connector. Taco getting a kill at Forklift. It's gone terribly wrong for Complexity. Android's going to do his best to try to convert this situation to something a little bit less awkward. Fallen has an AK-47 now. Cold Zero still with a Deagle. We saw him pick up an earlier kill towards that B side. So he's going to be looking to add towards his notch. Fallen making full use out of Phelps CZ. Honoring his dead comrade in the best way possible, which is killing as many enemies with your weapon. And Android just maybe tempted to let time run out, but Fallen doesn't even need the AK. Doesn't even need it. Just picks up the CZ, and that, I guess, is just Complexity just losing control completely, getting out-aimed by pistols, and then charging to their own death. And that's just sharp aim coming in from SK. And
taking the 1v1 battles as well. I mean, sure, they should have the advantage when they have rifles up against pistols, but in anti-ecos like that, especially against, like, again, as we've said, a higher skill team, you should be grouping up, trying to take those fights together and not giving them the one-on-ones, because you'll have Fallen who gets a 3K on you with a CZ for apparently no reason other than that he wants to, and that's just going to shut you down. So now, Complexity just going to be stuck on pistols, a little bit of armor onto Def and Uber, Deagle, couple P250s, but SK with all the rifles in the world. Only UMP is on Cold Zero. The rest of them do have rifles. That Galil for Taco, you know, bit of a downgrade, but still infinitely better than the pistols of Complexity. And you'd think this one's going to be a shutdown, although we have seen them get anything done. Heavy damage through the smoke there from Fur. This grenade could actually finish off Surreal. If he throws it, he won't. He would just switch weapons, calm as you please, and take down Uber. The running shot there. The tracking so nice in that. The grenade in does 10 damage over to Def. Fallen picking up another one in the meantime, and there's Taco charming in from Forklift, getting himself 1 and 2, shutting him down, and now Def, last player remaining, will eventually go down. Fur cleans it up. So, expected result there, SK cleaning up that anti-eco.
Yeah, I mean, that was just clean. They didn't even lose a single player, and they can see the confidence now coming in behind this is that they're more than happy to take the aim deals against pistols, and really Complexity, it's just difficult to come on towards a site with no grenades. You can see in this one, they have to rely on just a single set of utility on Desi, which is that smoke grenade and flashbang. Maybe potentially going towards that fast A, maybe a fast boost coming out. Looks like Andrew trying to go for a quick pick towards mid. Decides to back up wisely. Going actually over towards the Galil, because I remember we were mentioning the Galil earlier as a weapon as Fur takes control of A main. Fallen gets a pick. Galil's not too bad on the CT side, especially it is a weaker version of M4. The biggest problem with the Galil is the first bullet accuracy. That's the only issue with it is, well, there's a bit of dueling happening between Android and Fur. Android does cop a little bit more damage and doesn't die. Now does die. Fur decides to take him out. Fur gets a double kill, and Taco showing that, you know, Galil, it's not that bad of a gun. Gets a kill. Fur cleaning up. Anti-eco standard Complexity trying to get the bomb plant down. They can't do anything.
Yeah, not much happening there for Complexity. And the Galil, especially good on CT side when your enemies don't have head armor, because then it's, apart from that accuracy issue, as you said, it's basically just as good as any other gun in the game because, well, as good as an AK, really, which is the best sort of rifle you can get because it's just one-shot headshot.
It's a replacement for the M4. It's a very cheap, you know, very, very cheap knockoff version of the M4. But it does its job, you know, it will do 85 damage in a dink. And as a CT,
6 less than the M4.
Your weapon is going to do the same as Def just goes right over Fallen. Playing at the edge of the smoke as Taco's going to be punished for it, and Fallen misses a lot of critical shots. Def punished him rightly for that, and now they're suddenly up. They just take clean one-on-one victories as I think SK Gaming get a little bit too confident. Trying to go for the one-on-one deal is not going to work out in their favor this time. Complexity going to strike back, but SK Gaming should have enough cash to take him to the next round. Complexity should go up 2-3, barring once again a huge play coming up from Fur, but with the Molotov and flashbang, it looks like he's just aiming to save.
Absolutely, and I mean, Fur could actually get some saving kills if they do push for him here, but looks like they're not going to. And I mean, Complexity there, making us eat our words. Of course, we happen to say, you know, their main issue is against SK, they're going to be losing a lot of aim duels, but definitely not the case this time. I mean, we did see a little bit of caking from Fallen as he couldn't quite get those shots on the mark. He did a bit of damage, but instead of going for the spray, he was sticking for that burst headshot, trying to find it, and couldn't get the job done, and Def punished him for that. So, I mean, Fur could get a kill here, but the rest of SK just getting shut down a bit unexpectedly by Complexity now, and Fur does split out the shoulder, will be taking down Def, maybe getting another kill here at most if Android pushes all the way into him, but definitely no chance of him in this round. He's not going for this. He just wants to keep this alive. He could actually steal that AK he just dropped if he can get to it. Spots out the head of Android. Android on that jump bit this time, but will actually win the duel against Fur, and only a single player lost in a gun round in a 5-on-5. That's pretty ridiculous out of Complexity.
Absolutely critical. But now here come the AWPs. This is the, I guess, intense time Would have loved to see Taco pick up the third AWP. Would not have been unusual for SK.
Even 5 AWPs isn't unusual for SK.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You shoot once, and then if everyone shoots once and gets the kill, then you win the round.
Exactly. It's easy. It's simple geometry, simple mathematics.
Oh, this is the perfect angle for Fallen, and they should suspect that.
Wow.
I'm not sure why they're trying to peek it. I think they should have suspected that that was a Z-connected boost.
They may have just thought it was a timing shot through the smoke, but not going to be the case. So Fallen able to capitalize there early, and they're so smart with the way they use their weaponry, SK. That's a really good start for them. But Complexity, of course, going to be looking to capitalize on this one. Now, Surreal down to 17 HP from that first flick leg from Fallen there in Z. He almost got himself 2 kills, but only going to get the 1. But now Cold over, holding the CT vents. Phelps just behind him to back him up if they do decide to push through. Uber in B main on the other side of this smoke, trying to contest what he can. But for now, Complexity really, they've got to group up and try and recover from this one-man disadvantage they find themselves in.
Oh, if they go through event, it may be a bit problematic. Phelps is going to be helped out by Cold Zero. It looks like they're slowly trending their way towards B site. Going to be relying on their aim with the AK-47s to get the entries. Looks like Complexity just taking their time, you know, see if they can find any opportunities, but time is ticking away. They have the utility to do so. You're going to be using a little bit now. Just clear out a couple of lines. SK wisely backing off on towards the site. Oh, looks like Cold Zero does take a bit of damage, but he's still got that angle with the AWP. And, well, Uber's trying to draw out a shot. He will be able to draw it out. Does a lot of damage as well, but they're supporting the site once again. Phelps can dance around for a long time. Cold Zero taking his time. Phelps also picks up Surreal at the same time. Desi does get the trade, but Cold Zero on the site gets another one. Fallen, I almost know he got that, but Cold Zero on the site shuts them down to 12 HP. And SK Gaming, you know, bringing out the big guns, the big green, and showing Complexity who's boss.
Man, I thought Fallen got that as well. That no-scope looked on target, but as it's a no-scope, you know, you can't rely on those unless, of course, your name is simple and you're falling through the air. But that was also on this map, but an entirely different matchup. And now, SK, they do have the advantage for now. They've still got this double AWP up on Fallen and Cold, which is just so effective as well. I mean, they're both so dangerous. Fallen, of course, the AWPer for the team, but Cold equally as capable with that thing. And Complexity are going to be looking to try and make up anything that they can. They do have 3 AKs, which is a good start for them, but Def and Android being limited to just pistols, which is not going to be great. And this angle from Cold through the smoke as well is so sneaky.
Yeah, he picks off Def almost instantly, and he does have a bit of support just waiting inside the smoke because he knows that Complexity want to trade him out. Now, Phelps does fall on the site. Cold Zero still waiting inside the smoke, as he is going to be blinded out alongside with Fer trying to come in through vent. Great flashbang usage from Complexity to get on towards this B bomb site, but still a lot of work for them to do because Molotov's coming out. They've got a good retake. Cold Zero does not spot that close B main, and Uber's blinded out. That's unfortunate timing, but Fer should be able to get this trade. They know Uber's close towards checkers. There's a flashbang to allow Cold Zero out.
Cold.
Picks off Desi. Goes to the no-scope, but Fer's ready there. That's great teamwork coming out from SK. Now a 2-on-4. Surreal's made noise. They know where he is, and well, this is going to hop straight by. Great usage of the jump coming out from Taco. Android, they just line up for Android. It's only 1 or 2. 7 bullets, but all he needed is 4. 2 dinks. He's going to be mauled out. Taco, he's taking damage from a Fallen. It's not going to mess with the AWP. And will be able to get the defuse on time. So Complexity able to take the B site and do quite a lot of damage to that force buy, but SK Gaming just proving a little bit too strong on the retake and able to get the kills working in their favor. 5-2.
And able to save that double AWP as well. I mean, Cold did eventually go down. His AWP was dropped, but Taco able to pick that thing up for his teammate and get that across the line. Looking at the kills here, Fer, KD have 3, 9 and 3 here. Top frag on the Complexity side. It's going to be Desi on 6 and 6. So that sort of tells the story, really. It's sort of even to negative KD for Complexity and mostly positive for SK, which is as you'd expect. But Complexity, a bit of a rougher start to this one, but early days yet. We are in the 8th round now, which also should go SK's way based on these pistols. We're also going to get this boost in here. Taco going up high, just waiting to his time. He could shut down this entire rush. I mean, even if Complexity check it, with only pistols, I don't think there's much chance to take him down. So the A site, not looking good for them right now. We'll have to see what they can do.
Look, with these smokes and flashes, they just want to get on the site and try to get a bomb plant down. You can see it at the moment. They are going to be exiting. Oh, they just surround. Actually get the first 2 picks on A site. Fallen's in a very awkward angle. Trying to go for the picks. He actually makes it work, though. Still watching the angle. Phelps completely blind. Gets a pick on towards Uber with the UMP. And, sharp shot coming out from Android. But Fallen, sharp as steel, gets the trade. Still a 2-on-2. They don't know the bomb's actually on the site. They haven't spotted anyone, so they're just waiting around. They may suspect it may be going towards B. No one spotted out yet. Surreal's going to jump up. Very brave move, but there's no one there. Molly on the forklift should give away some indication that actually is on A site instead. But they're not peeking out. There's a smoke grenade. Oh, that's a great flashbang. Beautiful teamwork coming out of SK. allows Fallen to get that pick on towards Surreal. Now it's all up to Desi. No, he had to be boosted up there. And Cold Zero, the double AWP setup coming from SK. It looked a bit of a hairy round. Complexity able to get the first 2 picks, but unable to get the bomb plant down, and that cost them at the end of the day.
But 3 kills in a pistol round against a full buy and against SK, that's excellent for them. I mean, they're not so far down that every round win is that crucial. They'll be happy with that. I mean, the bomb down would have been the icing on the cake there, but the damage was decent. It's going to keep the economy of SK a little bit lower. I mean, we do have Fur and Phelps down around the $500 mark. The rest of their teammates in no such troubles, but at least a bit of economic damage done so far. And this one's going to be another full buy round. Fast B rush, I just said, coming in. Cold Zero will take Def early on with that peek in through the smoke. I mean, he must have got in there just before it popped. It's a very common aggressive AWP tactic when a smoke is thrown. Just peek before it blooms, and you can potentially get a quick, easy shot because no one expects it. But now the pressure is going to continue coming his way. Already got the first pick. Out through the smoke is Uber and will go down. Cold looking strong here to do some more. He's still got a lot of players to find. Actually, he's going to get dinked there through the corner of that box, down to 20 HP. Lots of work to do here. His teammates are coming. Fallen is here. The double AWP is here. And Phelps coming through behind. Surreal will take down Fallen. That's a nice shot there, but still lots to do. And a 3-on-4. Here comes Phelps on the flank as well. Find himself one, looking to finish it out, and certainly not easy for Complexity.
Yeah, it's just easy work for Cold Zero at the moment. He's just stopping this B rush completely cold by himself. And, well, poor Android does actually get Phelps, so still a bit of opportunity in here, but Cold Zero doesn't let the opportunity slip. Picks up a 4 kill for this round. Shuts Complexity down on their B site taken. Well, it's back to the drawing board. A side probably being the vulnerable side at the moment. They probably want to angle their efforts there once again. I mean, mid so far, it's worked for one of their rounds, but definitely this A side. They've got to try something. No smoke grenades this time around, just body armor. They've lost a lot of rounds, so the lost money is starting to come in for them, which isn't something that they really want.
Yeah, well, exactly. They need to do something here, Complexity, and they're down 5 rounds. They do have a couple of Deagles out, and last time I did this, it worked very well for them. They managed to get those first picks towards the A side. Let's see if that's where they go this time. It is looking like it for now, but we'll just have to see what they can pull off. Phelps getting challenged in mid, looking for that pick towards Android. No such doing for now, and Taika looking to help him out as well. Heavy damage from that grenade as Fur eventually taps down Uber. That is the first kill gone, but Def with a wallbang headshot onto Fallen. That's a nice pick there. I believe that was over towards the A side. Yeah, that was through the squeaky door. Spamming through. Actually, he's still doing it as Taco, smarter than that, will counter spam him and pick up the AWP. But a nice pick to start off with, but now it's starting to fall apart. Taco goes down. Desi actually gets one, but he's already got a player behind him. That is Phelps coming through, looking for this kill, and will close it out. So SK now 8-2. Again, good damage from Complexity. They are getting a couple kills pretty consistently on these ecos, but you do have to start winning these rounds.
Yeah, it's just not enough, and a pause coming out. Would believe it's a Complexity attack pause on their buy round, and they need to start talking things over. You know what's at the moment, B side is just a no-go zone. Cold Zero is just hitting his shots. If you don't have the Molotovs to blanket the site, you can't get in there. And he's most likely going to get the first pick because he's shown he can maneuver from checkers, go somewhere else, get another pick, and then fall back to site or even tree. And he's probably going to take you out through smoke as well. So A site as well as mid is still the key for Complexity. They just got to figure out, okay, we've tried the fast mid boost. It worked a couple of times because the Molotov didn't come off across correctly for the CTs. It really punished Phelps as he was trying to enter through, and Fallen couldn't get that headshot. They need to replicate those rounds. Take mid control off the CTs. Either force SK back into the bomb sites and hold secure. And that's when you use the Molotov. So as soon as you get one pick, you can execute onto a site because you know that they have to try to risk regaining that mid control. Or they fall back to the site. If they fall back to the site, great. Molotovs onto the site.
Absolutely, and as you said, I mean, this is attack pause here for Complexity, so they've got a chance. Well, they had a chance to talk about what they could actually do to try and make it up. And as you said, I agree with you. They're going to have to move towards B, but the change-up is here already. Look at Fallen pushing aggressive into mid, wanting to shut this down early. And sure, Cold's been shutting them down on B every time they've gone there, but now Fallen looking to take the fight in mid. Question is, will he be ready for this pick from Surreal if he goes for it? Does have a teammate supporting him out Z, so maybe get away for now, but Phelps forced to fall back as well. Had Surreal pick there, he might have had a chance, but now Fallen once again ready for this. Going to throw a smoke out towards the main entrance there, or exit of Garage, so he can only look towards Boost and have his undivided attention on the one spot he thinks he's going to be picked from, and he'll be right about that. Phelps also there to back him up still, so maybe an opening there for Complexity, but I think that has closed now, and I'll have to see what else they can make of this round.
And you can see how confident right now SK Gaming are, because you can see Cold Zero. Normally, you wouldn't leave a AWPer by himself on the B side with no support, but they've got this mid control. It looks like Complexity is slowly going to be executing out. Phelps making his way underneath Boost, or towards counter Boost, should I say, as Android. So he thinks about making his way up mid, decides against it. Def now coming very, very close. Oh, spots out Phelps and neutralizes him just like that. Surreal still locking down the angle. Fallen, not much that he can really do. What a sharp shot coming out from Fallen. Takes that minute opportunity and sees it with both hands. He does need to back off towards Z, though. Needs to hold on towards his line because now Cold Zero is under a lot of threat. Actually, is going to potentially peek Z. They are going towards the B side with a fake towards A. Def making a little bit of noise. Fallen is going to get another shot going through. Cold Zero now should be able to hear this B side execute. Gets one on towards Uber. Surreal has this line locked down. Needs to at least get this kill. But Cold Zero, he can just buy time. He knows that Complexity, the time is not with them. Bomb plant will go down. Great Molotov to force Surreal off that position as one of his other teammates are coming through.
Nice grenade.
First should be able to get this kill on towards Surreal. There you have it. Fer gets that kill, and all of a sudden up to Desi, and he can't deal too many lines. Fer's going to clean up. And really, the story to tell at the moment is just this double AWP setup is too potent for Complexity to counter.
Oh man, the AWPs on SK right now are on point. I mean, Fallen, of course, we expect him to be good. That first flick was ridiculous, to say the least, as we expect from Fallen. But Cold, of course, maybe not being as flashy as Fallen right now, but then again, he doesn't need to be. He's sitting on B side, he's doing his job, he's anchoring the site, he's good for at least a kill, maybe two on the entry. So being so consistent right now means that they can afford to have, we'll just leave the AWPer. We'll leave Cold on B, he can hold that by himself, and then we'll have a couple guys playing retake, or playing rotate, I guess. They can just play mid, play A, whatever, rotate and help Cold out if he needs it. Phelps is going to start here in this round, but could be an early pick here from Cold. Shoots a little bit too early. Could find them out as they're walking here. That grenade going to be good. System damage by the looks of things. Will do a bit. Goes for the AWP push, but here they come through the smoke. This position from Phelps. Only going to find one, but Cold's already found two in this round. Found three. My goodness, Cold almost shuts Uber down as well. But Uber, 40 HP left in a 1-on-3. Cold, so consistent on this bomb site. Finding a 3K in the middle of a full rush from the T's. And Uber, not too much of a chance left in this one. Does have 40 HP. Does have the bomb. Does have a minute and a bit to play with, but against SK, 3 full HP players, 3 kits, 2 Molotovs to deny him the bomb site and deny him the bomb plant. Not going to be easy.
And this is so smart coming out from SK right now. They just just slowly box in. They don't want to make the hero play. You can see Taco doesn't want to push out beyond. He doesn't want to give an opportunity over towards Uber. He is, just let Uber have enough rope, just take himself out, because he has so many lines to check. He's got to check tree. He's got to check, heaven. He's got to check towards that B main area. And eventually, he has to try to make a play. And unfortunately, SK Gaming is not going to allow that. So now 10-2. And Complexity, just left reeling. They're just forcing up at the moment. They couldn't get the bomb plant down. They're just trying desperate things to do now.
Absolutely, and that's really all they can try right now, because it's not like they've had some massive, glaring strategical flaw that's been allowing SK to run away with it. It's just right now, they go B, they get shut down by Cold. They go mid, they get shut down by Fallen. They go A, they get shut down by the Riflers. I mean, they're just being out-aimed on every part of the map. And as a team, there's not really too much you can do to adapt to when you're just being out-skilled. But that said, Complexity do have themselves 3 AK-47s and 2 Tech-9s to try and make this one happen. But these angles are already being held. Taco already looking towards that squeaky. Smokes and flashes coming into A, but already here to counter SK. Phelps just going to push forward out of that Molotov. Another Molotov for him to step in. Actually will get taken out, but Taco still here on this bomb site. They'll do the damage. Gets taken out eventually by Android. Trades going every which way. 3 against 3 right now. Make that 3 against 2, but so much damage being taken. Fallen, finding a pick there. Again, it's just being so consistent here. And actually pushing in. That's very aggressive from Fallen. Uber will eventually find that shot in Cold now. Left in a 1-on-2. Does have the AWP. Could actually find the collide here if this peak doesn't work out, but it does. Android will take him down. And finally, an answering round for Complexity.
Yeah, able to crack open that ace site. That is the answer that looks like the complexity. Maybe tempted to go towards there again. Otherwise, for SK Gaming, you know, they can still purchase up in this one, but this is pretty much the last of most of their reserves. So they have to be a little bit more cautious going on towards potentially the final round. They don't want to give Complexity too much more space after this. So Complexity going to be lining up for the A site take once again, as expected. You know, they see a glimpse of weakness, and Uber decides to challenge towards the B site. So Cold Zero, you know, just so aggressively up. He's very confident right now. He gets so much information, goes, nah, it's a fake B, guys. Just hold you. They're most likely still to come A. It was just them trying to fake us out.
And he's still pushing as well, Cold. The aggression here is so ridiculous, and the confidence here is so ridiculous, which, of course, we expect from Cold Zero, but to see it playing out in this sort of way, he's moving solo. There is no rifle. There is no flashbang here to help him out. And he keeps going. He might run all the way into Surreal, but for now, having taken up this sunroom angle, that's such a huge advantage for SK. Before they even get a kill, Complexity are going to lose map control before they've already lost map control without even knowing about it.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, because it allows SK to focus their attention towards mid as well as towards the A site, which is where they suspect that the assault is going to be. Because Complexity have only taken mid and A successfully so far. B is just a no-go zone. So once again, you can see that SK just lining up the grenades, ready to just counteract any default that Complexity is going to use. And Desi looks like Def is going to be tagged down. It might have been an AWP shot from Fallen, as Fallen is going to be mollied off towards Sandbags. He is going to take a lot of damage crossing out to the open, but he's going to burn to death. But Phelps and Fur, the double F towards Ubo is going to take him out. Def, though, able to get another pick. Surreal ducking underneath the headshot angle coming out from Taco. They are coming on towards the A site now. Taco missing quite a lot of shots. Will calibrate and land that on towards Desi. Def jumping on top of the forklift. Will be able to make his way on towards Catwalk, but taken out off the Surreal now on a 1-on-0 because he's dead.
Well, a nothing on 3, not a 1-on-0. But
yeah, true that.
Look, either way, he goes down, and now final round of the half here. Almost no money for Complexity. The best they can do here is pistol armor, or they can have their player who's on $3,000 buy an AK, drop it to someone, and have them go for a hero play.
But
Armor Tech 9 is definitely the better play here, and indeed that. No, they actually did go for that AK Force, and I assume they'll be dropping it over to someone else to use who has more armor, maybe not. They do have 3 players with full head armor, but Surreal obviously just feeling good with that AK right now, and he is really their only chance in this round. I mean, Def's been pretty good with the Desert Eagle so far. Desi showed a little bit as well, but it's a triple AWP now from SK as well. Taco picking up the 3rd big green gun for their team, and you'd think that's going to be too much for Complexity to handle.
To be fair, if they get the smokes across and they can bust into a site, the triple AWP is a big, I guess, disadvantage. But once again, you see Cold Zero so confident, has Phelps this time with him to get this territory control. Fallen still playing towards quad, just waiting it out. He will be molled out, though, as they begin to execute on towards the A site. There's a bomb. Taco gets 1 kill, and there you have it. Taco gets 2 kills, as a matter of fact, with the AWP. He doesn't need to, I guess, be coddled as Desi through the edge of the wall. Just that's a sharp shot. HE grenade does a little bit of damage as Cold Zero just showing himself to be a little bit sharper still. Knows that Surreal is somewhere towards underneath boost. He's just shooting away.
Oh my goodness, I think he spotted the barrel there. I'm not sure about that, but trying to hit that shot, going for it, and not quite enough just yet. But a 2-on-3 here, and Phelps' that position is perfect. Now Surreal stuck in A main, the only person here with any chance of getting this one done. And the bomb is down, not quite planning for him, but the double pick comes in, and Cold, of all people, will get that shot. Cold has been so on fire so far. For a person named Cold, he's been very hot indeed, and 12-3 for SK on cage.
This is just completely dominating for SK, so we'll take a quick break. SK, can they close up on the T half? Most likely, but we'll find out. Stay tuned.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half of the second map between SK Gaming and Complexity for the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division. And SK obviously a dominating CT half. There's really not much you can do for Complexity. SK Gaming just showing exactly why they're a top 3 team in the world, should I say. Complexity, you know, they're trying to B push, get information, but, you know, getting information is one part. You still got to hold up the push on A side and try to kill all of SK, which has been the problem so far.
And not only that, getting information, but using that information. Although, Desi is going to find that first pick on a Phelps. That's a good start here in this pistol round. But bomb already going down for SK. I mean, Complexity have hardly seen anyone. They've seen one player, which they've killed. The bomb is down on A, and they've really not seen anyone else. Now that highway player is going to be Desi. Just getting spotted out. Nice shot there onto Further. 2K in the round for him so far. Desi putting in the work, trying to bring his team back into this one. Fallen. Perfect flashbang. Blinds up a few of the Complexity. I think all of the Complexity players, actually. But now all the kills come in for Complexity. Def with 2, Android with the last one. And the pistol round out of nowhere for them is going to go their way. And at least they can try and mount, they can start the comeback here.
They're so strong with pistols, Complexity they are. And I believe that's 3 pistol rounds actually won by Complexity.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's 4 or 3, but definitely the majority have been won by Complexity, which shows, you know, they have the potency, and that's actually a crucial, I guess, start. I mean, a lot of people go, pistol round, you know, it's only, you know, 2 rounds, but it starts building, I guess, your campaign going forward. Bomb plant does go down, so it looks like it's the Wild West. 5 Desert Eagles coming out.
Classic deco.
3 helmet as well as body armor coming out for Fur, Taco, and Cold Zero as well. Going to be stacking closer towards the B side to see if they can find a couple of picks. And this is where you get a little bit nervous in Complexity. Let's see if they can hold on, because we've seen the damage that SK Gaming can do with these Magnums. Can Complexity mitigate this?
I mean, Android's going to be the first person to have to answer that question here for us, because he's been the first one picking. Cold does spot the shoulder. Def going to find a pick in the meantime, though, getting the wallbang headshot with his M4. I believe it was on the other side of the map, but for now, it looks like the pressure is still going to be towards this B side here. Android will pick up Phelps in the vents. Still looking towards B main. There is 2 players here. They are daring him to peek. They want him to peek because they would love SK a kill to get themselves into this round. But the flash is still coming through. Actually going to blind out one player, but not going to blind out the others. And Cole going to pick up that kill onto Android. So there's a start now, but still 3 players very close to this B side. And Uber all the way out behind him. He wants SK to back away from his teammates. He'd love to be able to pick them all up, but for now, he's just waiting around till his teammates tell him that SK have committed, and then I'm sure he'll be coming through on that flank, but these teammates not actually going to be telling him that as SK are falling back for now. I mean, Cold's still here trying to do the damage, but we'll get taken down through the smoke by Desi, so nice shooting there, and now Uber is in the perfect position here. They're actually already pushing up mid, so we're going to be the one to call this out. Actually gets the first kill, could finish the whole thing off himself here, and he will. Bit of extra money there with that MP7, so didn't even need Uber on the flank, but nice positioning there from Complexity. They were prepared for that, for those terrorists to go any which way.
Yeah, so, I mean, with that force by coming out with the Desert Eagle as well as body armor, SK won't be able to get any more weapons in this one. So normally you expect, you know, the buy round, but that's okay, because I think they're angling to, you know, buy AWPs, get more utility. Use these rounds as just, you know, let's see what we can do with the Desert Eagles. Let's see what we can do with minimal investment. They did a little bit of damage, didn't really get through that time around as Cold Zero.
Oh,
whoa, what a shot coming out from Cold Zero. He looks for more. He's hungry, but Complexity have to give up A site. And if SK Gaming know this, it's all up to Uber to hold this up at the moment. And Android needs to rotate over. It looks like it is going to be Surreal rotating over, but there's just so much pressure on the A site at the moment. They just need to hold on for dear life.
Yeah, Complexity here, a bit of a tough situation. Need to get whatever done that they can. Uber, that's a nice Molotov to deny. I believe that is Taco and Squeaky for now. So at least no pressure from there, but SK, of course, I mean, we've seen it already from Cold. You can't count these guys out no matter what they have. And of course, the other thing they have is a massive round lead. So, surreal. He is so close to Phelps. He does not know it, though. He's getting so close. Nice spray there, actually finds 2. Phelps with the M4 will trade him, but get taken down. So still looking good here for Complexity to do this one. It's Cold and Taco remaining, but Cold trying to get another kill. Nice shot from Desi to close him out. And now Taco, P250, no armor, 1-on-3. Desi is perhaps an easy frag with 3 HP. Uber maybe as well, down to 26, but Android still on full health here is going to be difficult to deal with, and Taco has 40 seconds to try and get this bomb in Uber. This peak will be perfect, although gets taken down by Uber, and that's one of the higher HP players gone. Android still being a menace, but both of the Complexity guys playing this together from truck, actually peaking a little bit early, but playing the long-range angles, which is going to give Taco a very hard time with that P250, and sure enough, Android will take him out with that UMP. 1 M4 there, actually 2 M4s saved for the Complexity guys, so that's good for them, and means they can continue working towards catching up to SK here.
Yeah, no AWP this time around, but that's a lot of utility on all of the AKs. They should be ready for a full site execute. Complexity doing well to at the very least get the eco wins. Anti-ecos, you know, manage to mitigate the danger, able to take the victory at the end of the day. So, at the very least, a good starting platform for them to build up a possible comeback. But SK Gaming, they've got the experience. Look at this. Phelps straight out.
Oh,
They're
Phelps.
blind. Phelps only get 1, though. Didn't really have to back up, but there we have it. There's a backup coming out from Fur. We'll be able to get the trade. Android just at Sandbags a little bit late. I think he was blinded out. There's a Molotov towards Sandbag. He's going to be a little hot under pressure. And this means that SK knows where he is. Going to flash himself out. And Fur has spotted him. Android watching the line.
Crosshair placement, perfect from Fur there to get that kill. And now a 1-on-3 actually is Cold going through vents. Will perfectly take down that other player. I believe that was Desi going down, and now Uber left with it all to do. Fur already very close to him. Nice snap there from Uber. We'll get rid of Fur for now, but already it's going to be Cold waiting for him here. Nice movement actually from Uber to maybe dodge the initial crosshair placement of Cold, but Cold will clean up that kill. And 13 now for SK, grinding their way towards this map point. At this point, it feels more of a formality of when than if.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Complexity, such a hard decision to do. And I think they made a decision to go and force into the next one. So if they can take this, it'd be a miracle. Because it's going to be very difficult. SK Gaming are going to give them the full respect. Look at that, 5 AK-47s. They're expecting a force buy. They're going to give a lot of space towards Complexity. You can see this at the moment. They're spread out on a default. Uber coming across towards Taco. That is sharp coming in from Uber. Getting the headshot in the body to follow up on towards Taco. That's an AK loss for the teams, and that's actually some crucial territory as well. They've reclaimed an AK-47. Molotov going out on towards Def. He does manage to duck out, and Complexity are now trying to collapse upon Fallen.
That Molotov's got to be so close to Def.
So now Fallen just clearing out a couple of lines, spraying through, but he's just holding on at the moment. I think suspects that Death is there, and he takes him out. There's no more pressure. He's coming in from A main. Now they're coming towards the base. The bomb hasn't been retrieved yet. Complexity still holding on, but Fur just cutting out the rotation. 1 easy kill on towards Desi. Won't be able to get the second one because Uber does come across a little bit later. He's down towards 40 HP, as I guess that is... Well, Surreal is trying to pick up the AK-47. Fallen says no.
Fallen's ready for that. Of course, Fallen is ready for that. Fallen's ready for everything, it seems. And Cold gets a kill, and now Uber, the only one remaining, does a little bit of damage to Phelps. Going to be looking for this headshot to continue what he did at the start of the round, but nothing else done for him. And SK now 14 against Complexity's 6. I mean, sure, Complexity will have a buy here. They'll be able to... No AWP for them, but no AWP for SK either. I mean, the AWP could have been helpful on their CT side. They're not going to be able to afford it. They will get 3 M. to try and hold this one off. We'll have to see, though, what happens here from SK, because their entries have been looking sharp. Their aim has been looking sharp all game. I mean, Cold, of course, looked amazing on the AWP, as did Fallen. No AWPs this time, but Fallen showing last round that he's equally as good on rifles, and Cold definitely not far behind. And Desi, though, look at this pick. That flash is so unfortunate. Android will get the trade, though. That's good. They move as a unit. Complexity. They get themselves the 1-for-1, which is definitely good in terms of, taking a bit of map control and trying to keep control of it, but Fallen looking to move in here, trying to do what he can. Maybe throwing out a few grenades towards his B side, trying to fake it. The bomb is actually over here as well, but no player holding it. It's just, that's where they've left that thing. So remains to be seen whether or not SK will commit over here, as for now, it's only Fallen.
I don't think so. I think Fallen's just trying to make sure that they still retain that B-side control. So throwing a couple of grenades, just keeping Complexity on their nerves. Def has not moved from this position as... Well, there's just one very, very close at the moment. Android thinking about peeking out. Fallen, I think, needs to suspect that Checkers is a very, very, very unsafe place to go into at the moment. You can see at the moment he's just clearing the lines very slowly. Android just playing within pit, and you can see Fallen just, just making small movements. The rest of SK Gaming slowly coming in towards the B side. They had this mid-control the entire time. First going to shut down the rotation, and you should see them coming through vent very promptly. Taco and Phelps, I think, just working in unison, making a bit of noise. Fallen is in prime position to, I guess, make the trade if anything happens, and it's going to be a decoy towards the A side as soon as the smoke's blown. That's Def actually getting the first pick. There you happen. Oh, Def! That is sharp players coming out, but they're just drawing bullets.
Oh, Def!
With a 3-kill, with 4 kills. Whips out the pistol. Android comes in and assists with the tagging, but huge players coming out from Def to hold on towards that B side. Complexity given a bit of a life as SK Gaming, I guess, a little bit shell-shocked at a huge play coming out from Def.
Def with... They were all headshots too. I mean, first one, they had the pistol and managed to grab himself a rifle, or had a rifle and then upgraded that and then got himself a lot more kills. That was insanely sharp. And then finishing off with the pistol as well. That was just big plays out of Def. And at least for now, Complexity saying, all right, SK, we see you. We're not out of this yet. We can do this as well. We can aim, you can aim, we can aim. We're going to answer back with everything we've got. But that said, so are SK. Admittedly, a bit under-resourced this time. They've got 4 AKs. Fallen going to be stuck on that Galil, but still enough utility. I mean, 3 smokes, a couple flashbangs, a Molotov. They've got enough to make at least a decent execute out of this. And then once they've got a decent execute, all they need to do is just finish up with their aim that we've already seen is so sharp. But for now, Complexity looking like they are, in this round at least, potentially going to be in the driver's seat.
I think they're just currently lining up the smokes to get that mid control once again. There's 2 members over. Depth, obviously the hero of the previous round, looking to see if he can do some more damage on towards SK. Whereas he may have just been spotted out. The stray bullet goes near his head, but he's not deterred by that. He's going to start pushing in for some more information. Has spotted out Cold Zero hopping across. But similarly, Cold Zero now knows as a counter-terrorist towards that white box. As for the rest of the members of SK, slowly moving towards the A site now. Uber, so much work to do. He's down towards 10 HP. He is a single bullet away from collapsing. And SK just going to be maneuvering behind the smoke grenade, not making too much noise here. You can see that attack coming out through, I guess, highway as well. That pincer maneuver, because Phelps is the first to strike. Takes down Def. Uber gets one, can't get the second, too low, but tags Taco down quite low. Surreal's fallen all the way back towards Truck. This may be it for Complexity, because Phelps now just shutting down that lurk potential. Bomb play should go down. As Complexity spraying through. Well, Phelps makes his position known. They're going to try and collapse upon Phelps. They will be able to get that kill, so this is actually doable for Complexity.
Taco sitting on just 4 HP as well, so he's an easy kill if Complexity can get there and find him, but he's going to be boosted up over the top. Well, that's Cold Zero anyway. Taco in main. That Molotov is perfect to deny that boost, though. Taco does spot one out towards Truck, but Desi going to get the kill on Cold. They now know one is in their main. They know the other boosting player has to be here, but it's Fallen. He's getting kills as well. Now Taco, 4 HP, bomb planted. Not for him, actually. They can defuse that from inside the site. They're going to be sticking it as well. That's going to be Surreal staying on that one, and Taco has to give up, has to fall back. It's worth noting in there's 21 bullets as well. He fired everything else in his AK in that round. Lots of spamming being done, but no round win.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't planned out wide enough, and that was a great retake coming out from Complexity. Credit due where it should be. That was great Molotov use to deny the areas they thought the T's were going to be, and they followed it up by making sure to take down the T's. So SK Gaming are going to force up back into this. How are they going to change it up, though? It looks like they're going very, very fast out mid. Cold Zero trying to replicate his heroics to the Desert Eagle. Not going to land it this time. Fast out A this time. Uber. He's on full HP this time. Let's see how he can hold it off and spur. Putting a lot of pressure on the second arm towards Def, and Def can't land those shots. And it's just very hard for him to track at the moment. And there's Taco getting a kill. Surreal does manage to get the trade with the AWP. Fallen trying to find a gun. He will be able to find himself an AK-47. So still tight. 2 on 4, 2 on 3. with the bomb planner for A-main this time. They learned from the mistake, sneaking very close towards that smoke at Forklift, and Taco's going to pay the price. All up to Fallen. 1 on 3. Don't know where he is.
Ooh.
What a sharp shot on towards Surreal, but he doesn't realize they're crossing the side. They almost line up for him, but they can't. He can't calibrate his aim to get the body shots. They should be able to retrieve, I believe, the AWP. I think Android's looking for a gun, but Complexity coming ever closer towards double digits. It's still not over yet.
Yeah, Complexity putting up a very good fight on both of these maps. Actually taking SK perhaps a lot further than I was expecting, so great to see out of them. And again, as we said in the last map, always positives for Complexity as they come into this one. And they're looking good to be able to compete within NA this year. So I'm excited to see what the rest of 2017 holds for them. But right now, we need to see what the rest of this map holds for them, as they are 9-14 against SK. They do have another buyout here, so Real's going to have himself the AWP, and there's going to be no answering sniper rifle on SK. So they have that going for them at least, but now Complexity with that smoke, shutting down that angle. SK too smart to peek before it blooms, so no free kill there for the AWP of Surreal. And SK just playing this one smart with the counter boost already coming out from Def. Looking to get up the top, maybe not going to push over just yet, as he wants to see if they are going to come his way and pop up from the other side. Of course, we know what he does and that they're not going to do that, and Surreal about to have a lot of pressure for him on this B side. And actually, this is smart. Cold wrapping back through, going out in defense. I don't think Desi heard it, and Cold's going to be able to shut down 1, shut down 2, almost the 3rd as well. But Android stuck in a very rough position. Will eventually find the 2K to trade it back. So 2 for 2. But that was smart from SK. Before they even go to the site, they boost vents to try and shut down the mid presence, which means now, if they choose to take it, mid is going to be considerably less defended.
Furs just waiting towards Squeaky. Now, SK Gaming a little bit scattered out. 50 seconds still left on the time. It looks like they are going towards the A site at the end of the day. So this is up to Taka to make noise. Fur will bust out at the very last moment. He's trying to suss for information. This all boils down to whether Taco can make a good enough distraction. If he can take down Surreal, this is going to be a successful A take. 100%, because the rest of Complexity are going to start rotating over. And you can see right now, Uber has so much work to do. SK Gaming just waiting. All they want for Complexity is to come into their arms. They want Complexity to go, I need to push for information. You can see at the moment, they're just waiting patiently, not giving up any opportunities for, just moving up and down. He's got the smoke grenade, just trying to figure out the timing, and there you have it. There's Taco getting his first pick. Surreal will get the trade, but they're coming onto the air side. Fallen will take him out. It's all up to Surreal. 1 and 2 has a smoke and flashbang to work with. You see Fur playing very aggressively. He will peel out the AK. He's playing such a close angle. Gets that headshot, and now SK Gaming on match point.
That was really smart from Fur as well. Smokes off behind himself to make it look like the remaining 2 SK members are both going to be playing inside the site. Bit of a fake, that one, but he drops it behind and, maybe trying to fool Surreal into thinking, the CTs or the T's are both going to be in the site. They're both playing together. They're waiting for you. Instead, drops the smoke behind himself and pushes in front of it. And Surreal, by no means expecting that. And now look at the buy from Complexity. They have 2 CZs, a Desert Eagle, an M4, and, well, not an M4, actually. As Fallen has something to say about that before I even finish my sentence. And a 5.7 is what I was going for. The M4 is going to be retrieved by Surreal. But surely you think SK will be closing this one out. They're not a team who throws away man advantages.
Yeah, they're just slowly picking it off at the moment. Cold Zero just holding towards the B side. Complexity are trying to push in and gain as much territory as possible. You can see 2 towards Squeaky. They were trying to challenge both Taco and Fallen, but Fallen not having any nonsense whatsoever. Picking up 2. He wants to close this out. 16-9 right now. Complexity, 2 members left. Surreal's got the M4. Def has to pull out something miraculous with the CZ. 12 bullets to get this many kills, and he can't even get the first one. This may be all over. Surreal is going to try his best, but a 1 on 5. You think that this is probably all over, and SK Gaming just proving too dominant. That said, though, Complexity, great performance coming out from there. Fallen misses a shot. Phelps, though, getting the trade. SK Gaming going to take tonight 2-0 as well. 16-10, 16-9. But Complexity, nothing to be embarrassed about. Showing some class, showing some confidence and ability. Definitely a team to be watching out for in the future.
Exactly. I mean, if we look at their round score total, 32 and 19, definitely not bad. They won more than half the rounds, which I suppose would have been the goal going up against a team like SK. So, of course, well played to SK for closing it out. But I think this one, the storyline here is Complexity learning that, sure, you can come up against a team who is massively more dominant than you, but that doesn't mean that you have to lose. And I really enjoyed the fact that, they didn't count themselves out immediately. They thought, we're going to play with, respect or no respect, no matter how we're going to do it, we're going to try and take it to SK. And I think they did.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely showed no fear, and they had a lot of respect for SK. You can see that in the gameplay. But at the same time, they didn't let that overall, I guess, their aggressive play, and it worked out for them, in some rounds. Didn't work out for them in other rounds, but that's okay. Because at the very least, you put on a good performance. And even though you didn't get the victory, it's going to be a confidence booster going forward. For SK Gaming, taking the 2-0, obviously a dominating start towards their season so far, they're going to keep it up.
Yeah, for SK, really business as usual there. They would have been coming into that thinking, sure, we can beat Complexity 2-0. That would have been their thoughts. And yeah, for them, just another day in ESL Pro League. But Complexity, I think, they'll have a lot to look at that. They can grab the demo for that and they can say, when we lost a round, what went wrong? Was it, to go back to Overpass, for example, with what you were talking about, did we lose a round perhaps because we didn't have toilets control? The answer to that may be yes. How can we, change our CT default or our T default to adapt for that on case, we're the first half, of course, they're going to look at the demo and be like, all right, we lost because Cold destroyed us on the B side and Fallen destroyed us in mid and the Rifles destroyed us on A. There's not much they can really take from that apart from getting out-aimed, maybe optimizing grenade usage, but still definitely good things for them and good games on the whole.
I think the important part for Complexity is the experience aspect. The more experience they're going to gain, it's going to be better for them. But otherwise, on the side of SK Gaming, that's a dream start, You start off strong. I mean, Phelps, had a bit of an underwhelming performance. I mean, we were expecting, I guess, a little bit more out of Phelps. He was caught out of position a couple of times, but you saw a lot of the time he was sacrificial lamb for the team. More than willing to make that selfless team play to make sure his team could take the victory. And as ever, watching Fallen, Cold Zero, and even Fur just absolutely rip apart their opposition, absolutely beautiful to watch.
Of course, always a pleasure to watch. And it's also worth noting in the case of Phelps that he's coming into this team very recently. I mean, I think it's been the last 3 weeks or so that his roster change with FNX, or his roster swap, I guess, with FNX was finally announced. So maybe, he's been practicing with these guys for a while. He's popped up on, I think, their Instagram and stuff like that since the E-League Major. So he's been around for a while, but maybe not quite prepared. The other thing is, it also looked like he was playing a lot of FNX's role. So maybe not quite adapting to that, but not a major issue either way. He'll have more time to continue with his team and be able to, I suppose, improve both individually and as a team player, and a 2-0 for SK, really.
Absolutely.
They're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I think it's like you can nitpick a little bit more about all of their performance, but ultimately, at the end of the day, as people would say, a win's a win, and that's what they wanted.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Of course. And again, SK, that's the expected result for them. Complexity going to be moving forward. I think they've won. I think they're 1-3 now in standing, something along those lines. So they'll be looking to do more going forwards. Maybe not expecting more against SK, but if nothing else, they're learning what maps they can play on against higher tier opposition. Because maybe when they've been scrimming, other NA teams maybe who aren't the same level as SK, or they've been scrimming. I suppose they've been playing in lower tier leagues. So to come into Pro League and be able to play all these different maps, they're going to learn where they're comfortable and where they're not, and that's only going to be helpful going forwards.
Absolutely. So let's take a look towards, I guess, a recap of today. The final schedule is, wow, look at that. Overtime on the mainstream. Just recapping our stream first, though. CLG taking a 2-0 early on the day. 16-14 over Winterfox and 16-5. A very dominating victory over Winterfox. Winterfox a lot still to learn. And CLG, great stuff coming out from them after, I guess, a bit of a difficult day against Selfless yesterday. And then SK is taking that 2-0 off Complexity. Complexity showing a great fight on the mainstream. Team Liquid taking it 2-0, 16-11, 16-5. Very similar scores towards, I guess, what CLG did to Winterfox. And while Renegades and Luminosity Gaming, they're going to be matching up soon. It went into overtime and Cobble, but Luminosity Gaming took that. So definitely something to be looking out forward. And here are standings so far. Notwithstanding, obviously, the Renegades up against Luminosity Gaming result, and SK as well as Optic clearly on the top. CLG 3-1, it's a dominating start. It's a good start, but still waiting for, for Cloud9 as well as, I guess, the rest of the teams just to play out the rest of their matches. Renegades 0-3, not looking particularly good.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, because a lot of these teams, half these teams have only played 2 of their games. They've all got 4 to play. Although, one thing that I find interesting, looking at Optic and SK, the teams who are sitting up there on 4-0, there's only a 2-round difference in their wins, which means that, at least on paper, they're performing very similarly. Of course, different opponents, different maps, all of that will change everything, but at least statistically, it's nice to see Optic shining, even with that recent roster change.
Absolutely, and I think it'll just work out for them the more they play. Same with the Phelps. The more he's going to play alongside the team, the more he's going to be able to integrate. So let's just take a quick look at match day number 4. What do we have in terms of the action? So just one stream, so unfortunately you won't be able to see us, or fortunately, depending on your attitude. But Team Liquid up against NRG to really, I guess, wrap up the proceedings of the first week. And Luminosity Gaming up against CLG. That's definitely something sharp.
Yeah, that'll be a good matchup to see. We've seen both CLG and, Luminosity over on the mainstream today. We covered NRG a couple days ago, and Liquid have been playing a lot as well. So it'll be interesting to see how these matchups go. I think they should be pretty even on the whole. Luminosity playing against Immortals yesterday did fairly well. I think they went 1-1, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But
it was 2-0 towards Immortals, but Luminosity Gaming definitely drove Immortals the entire way. And you can see, drove Renegades the entire way, and Luminosity Gaming definitely stepping up and showing that they're a serious threat.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see how all of that goes, but that will be, I believe, next Tuesday American time. You'll have to be over on the main stream for that, as there's no more games for us to cover, but we'll be soon that we'll be back, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But until then, we're just going to, I guess, sign off for now. My name's Karath. I've been joined by Brainstorm, and thank you very much for tuning in towards the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA. I was going to say NA Division. That's the word I was going to say. Take care and have a good night.
PK opens up the player potential. One Kenny dropped down. Hits exist up. 1v1 spotted up. Oh, Kenny!
Once again, very quickly, they tried it before, then they put shutdown time after time again. Automatic!
This AWP got two, goes for a shot. That's smart. Does get Skadoodle. Jumps up. Still a bit of time on this. It's going to be a 10-second defuse. He's got to hit the shot right now. Oh my God, Fallen!
Chad. We survived Vegas.
We made it.
We made it. I didn't gamble once. I was very impressed with myself.
Me either.
Yeah, no. And
we're outstanding citizens of Vegas.
Well, that's something to know, because not only are we outstanding citizens of Vegas, we're outstanding citizens of the world in that we left Vegas alive, or just left at all. A couple of things went down there. What happens in Vegas doesn't stay in Vegas.
They
it
almost
actually
did, though.
ends up on Twitter. Nico obviously had a birthday. Well, there's lots and lots of stories. There's tons of stories. But Nico did have a birthday while he was there. However, he was turning 21. The after party, it's a 21-plus city, says, can I please have some drinks? And then about 15 hours later, Lowell sends out a tweet saying, time to go. We'll be back home in around 15 hours. Thanks, DreamHack. Yada, yada, yada. Everything was a pleasure. Nico says, thanks for waking me up, you... That's a word. You know that word.
The Australian word.
That Australian word. I have to say, and then Lowell laughs out loud about it and says, I tried. I actually can attest to that. I was in the lobby, seems like this morning. We haven't really slept. We had a little nap over there. I was actually in the lobby with them, and I actually know that they held our shuttle because Lowell was on the phone calling Nico's room about 20 or 30 times. Oh. So, Nico, you kind of did that one to yourself, but hilarious sequence of tweets when you see how that played out for him.
Well, it didn't unfold so well for our colleagues either, did it?
Didn't. They were not the only ones to miss flights. There was some technical delays on a few flights. I think a couple teams may have missed, but so too did Chad, sorry,
I'm here.
You're here, Alex and Henry. Hence why I'm here hosting the desk, because those two, they're still as missing as Alan was in The Hangover, honestly, at this point in time. No idea. We've not seen them. They might be dead. If you have seen them, I'm offering a reward to get Alex back, but I hope I get a double reward if you tell me Henry's dead. So let me know if you've seen them. Let me know where they can be found. But unfortunately, yeah, they did not make their flight. They were supposed to be on your flight.
Yeah, well, there's another thing that they probably haven't done, which is update their fantasy league, because they've probably been dead to the world.
It's a fantastic point. I updated mine.
Yeah, if you want to, you can update it now before the first match starts. Otherwise, you're going to be locked out for the week. So get on that.
Yeah, it does lock out. You can do so at fantasy.eslgaming.com/CSGO. It'll lock you in. You just join up. If you haven't already, you should be playing from last week. I think I'm in second to Moses in the standings for us.
That sounds accurate.
Yeah, that sounds right. That said, though, it's definitely worth playing every week. Basically, you lock in, the 3 days of Pro League goes by, and you get to unlock. Now, that said, we're going to take a peek into our matches tonight. We've got a lot of them coming up this week. Tonight, it's a couple teams that weren't obviously at Vegas. It was tough traveling back. In fact, to the point, like we said, not only did people miss flights, but there was a couple flights that didn't even take off. So we've got a team we have not yet seen on Pro League. We start with Envy, and then we go to a team that's been surviving in Pro League for seasons and struggling, but Hellraisers.
Look, I'll correct you, Matthew. We did see Envy. They played G2, and that's where they had the crazy upset where Scream just went nuts.
You're right.
He just went insane. Right. But Hellraisers as well, they have actually been struggling because they lost to LDLC in the openers. So not too good for them. And then LDLC get to play tonight against Heroic, who just added, I don't know how we say his name. I'm going to assume it's Yugi.
Yeah,
it's
this
with
is
a J,
the pickup.
It's the Swedish thing. It's like saying Yoi.
Exactly. Yeah, Pure Yoi. His name's Pure Yoi. This is the pickup that obviously goes in where Freese used to be, and then Cadian stepped in for a while. Actually played, I have to say, I'm kind of hard on Cadian because I know him. Played quite well in the qualifier.
My brain went somewhere else when you said that.
All right. Yep. I'm going to leave that one alone, Chad. Your brain should be fine. Look, but before we get into the specifics and semantics of all this week's games, including tonight's matchups, we have to stand by who goes to the man with, or we go to the man, excuse me, who's got it all to talk about, the rundown, and much, much more. It's over to you, Mitch.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. And of course, as the conversations are taking place on the desk, we invite you to get involved with the conversation yourself with our polls over at facebook.com/ESLCS or at ESLCS on Twitter. And before the break, we did ask you all a question at home. The poll was who would go furthest at DreamHack Las Vegas. You guys basically said Astralis or VP. A lot of people, of course, with faith in the Danes after the victory at the Major, but Virtus Pro, that was a well-placed vote, no doubt about it. And of course, the event was an incredible one at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. Virtus Pro coming out on top there, silencing their critics. And of course, the celebrations were forthcoming. This one here, of course, up on the stage after they did claim the total. And of course, Snacks did claim the MVP for the entire event. Of course, that's the HLTV MVP by Zowie. So congratulations to him. And we'll talk a little bit more about that on the desk shortly. But now, here are our top plays from week 1 of the ESL Pro League.
One of the best maps in CS right now.
Well, JDM chiming in for the first one, but oh my god, JDM with the double no-scope destroys!
But there's still Scream up. And Apex is proving maybe this is the gun to use, but Scream, that's 2. Can he get more? He gets a tag there. Shock's now low, Apex is low. Oh my god! Scream, what is this?
Simple
gets closer. As a result, good opening shot. We're still over toward A. It's right now that the action starts, and Simple's got 3 already in the round. Both of them go down. No flash that time. They already threw it, and he's not going to peek, and Simple's got up to 4. He might get the ace spot.
He's got the platform, and he's rising to the occasion, finding 2 tremendous headshots there.
Second one was snappy. Waits as well. Neo's going to try and push him. Gunbarrel's going to show us his respond. He certainly does. And what is that shot to be Ali?
And if because he's moving right now, doesn't want to miss this headshot. He's hoping he'll stop, but he can actually pick it up. And also, as well, this patience can do huge work. There's one. Oh my God, Nifty! He's even going to go for the 4th right now. He gets it out of ammo, stuck in the corner. Finally goes down to Gusta.
That is a pretty sick highlight. I have to say that last one, very, very effective. We talk about crosshair discipline. It's as cloudy as exactly. This is a representation of my sleep, proportionate to how I feel on display with you guys. Look, speaking of sleep, we did already touch on it. We were at Vegas. We've got a team in this league that struggled last year. Started off, they've been around for, I think, 36 months or more as a roster, and these guys can still win. Virtus Pro.
They're probably the most unique team to Counter-Strike, right? And these guys pulled off another win. It's crazy. It was actually insane, like, just to see how consistent they were and the type of beating they put on old mates Astralis, right? That was huge. It just
up toward Fallen, who now goes back
to the major, you know? They still had a couple of the same issues where they had really good leads and the other team was able to claw back into the game. But they looked solid across. All the players were doing what they needed to do.
And, well, an interesting series in the fact that we thought SK with Phelps wasn't really going to be in it. We actually thought Virtus Pro looking so invigorated. This would have been the 4th straight. If they didn't win this, it would have been 4th straight final they didn't win. And this guy who pulls this play, not Phelps that we're watching, but this is the clutch from Taz, in a 4-spy situation where they lose this, they lose the game. He was motivated the entire week, and this is ridiculous.
He looked so determined throughout that whole event, right? Every time I walked past him, he was stone-faced. Even when he was playing, you know, he wasn't really like smiling like the Taz you see at other events. He was there to win, and he basically, with that clutch, like you said, pulled it across the line for VP.
It was an A-class clutch, but I think for him it was the E-class clutch because he got to pick up the car. That's a pretty interesting story in itself.
Yeah.
Trying to motivate them a little bit more, but all week saw tweets back and forth. We know after the major there was some talk between Astralis. You know, obviously they were super happy to make it through and win the major, but VP thought, you know, maybe that they didn't play their greatest. Here we go after this one. Obviously, straight elation. Neo brought his girlfriend over. Right now, fiance, I have to say, to be technically correct.
To America. I was on the plane with them on the way back.
Interesting place. I don't know if I would want to take my fiance for the first time to Vegas.
There's a lot to see. My girlfriend came over and surprised me.
It's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Emily was there. Who else was there? There was a few people that had spouses, I think. Most of the North American players did. Obviously, it was in North America. But, yeah, no, very, very cool. And on top of that, like we say, there was some other tweets that went back and forth between them. Obviously, like we say, Astralis was very happy, but VP, after the major, thought exactly this. Hard loss. Kiebi wrote Astralis underperform. I promise you here, we will crush them next event. And that was the start of it. He was focused from then on, and he certainly delivered.
Definitely crushed them, yeah. I like this as well. You know, they're being humble about it. Even though they beat Astralis, that wasn't the grand final. They were still hungry for the win. It wasn't just their vendetta against them. It was the whole event that mattered. And
do you think Taz was playing this up a bit?
I'm not sure. Taz is one of my favorite people on camera, right? I liked being a personality when I was a player, and to see him being a personality throughout his entire career. He told me when we were on the plane, when he walked off stage after they beat them 16-3 on the first map, he walked off doing the Conor McGregor walk because he knew that they'd see him. They all had to walk off the same way. So he definitely wanted to show that, you know, Counter-Strike is still the game for these guys.
I did have to laugh that he said, oh, we're going to win because we met Conor McGregor. That's a sign of things to come. Okay, you were on a plane that had about 6 teams on it. One of them was Fnatic, and they went out in groups, which is another talking point as well. New Fnatic back, first event.
Maybe it's a sign, you know, because they're big UFC fans in that team. They love it. I think Neo does.
Oh, I said Pasha versus Conor would be the fight of the century.
Well, Neo does jiu-jitsu, I think.
Don't care. I want to see Pasha fight. Everyone wants to see Pasha fight.
Okay.
Don't fact with Papa.
Sorry.
His words, not mine. Can't fault me on that one, I'm afraid. No, but again, very invigorated performance from them. They would have lost since E-League Finals, which they won the first season, obviously, not the one that that Optic picked up. But they obviously went through 4 finals now and finally picked up the 4th one, so it did take a while. That said, shifting to tonight, we got to get there. You mentioned it. We have seen Envy already before. My mistake, I thought we hadn't seen them on the mainstream. Obviously, they played some games this year. New Envy was supposed to be the secondary French team.
Yeah.
There was one man that stood above the rest to prove that they were not ready to take that title rolling over or lying down.
I can't believe how well Scream played, you know, in this matchup that they had. It was insane. He basically carried it. I think he channeled his inner Goku, which he loves the Dragon Ball Z, that guy. And yeah, he was able to carry.
Has the hair for it.
Yeah, he's able to carry Envy. It gets so confusing now, right? Because players have swapped teams. You see the names. It's so confusing with these team names right now. But something that's interesting for me is I think Happy is going to be more of an integral factor in this team now, because he kind of not dropped off, but he had so many stars around him. He was just doing his lurk role. He has to do a lot more in this team now. So that's something that I'm going to enjoy seeing out of Envy, because I think Happy's a super skilled player, and it'd be nice to see him get back to some form. And then with Hellraisers on the other side of things, I think it was Sticko. I think he stopped studying now and he's going full-time Counter-Strike, if I was reading the tweets properly. So that's exciting, because this guy's a talented player.
He's a very talented player. It was one of the players they picked up late when they decided they were going to go bulk EU and had to play the first minor that ever existed. Obviously some footage versus Astralis as well, which they did very well in this particular game. Obviously beating Astralis right now in any situation is no easy task. The interesting thing for Envy, like we say, is talking about the secondary B team, but with Hellraisers going against them, this is another team for me that I have to say survives a lot. They went through so many roster changes. We thought they were going to be done. It's almost like Mouse Sports is right now. We're looking at them going, are they going to survive a roster change right now? Another roster change. That was them at the start of last season's Pro League.
Well, the thing they had, like, Oscar taken away from them, who was a superstar, and then they were still able to recover from that with other players. Dead Fox came in. He's filling a role. You know, he's not doing the Oscar superstar stuff, but other players like Zero and Sticko have definitely stepped up. So they're a team, like you said, they do survive, and they do have upset potential. They're a weird one, right? You're not going to expect to see them consistently in the top 10, but they can definitely upset any of those top 10 teams any given Sunday.
And I think that's the surprising part, because they always had that, but we never thought it was going to last that long. We thought they'd eventually die off. I mean, this team's had, what, Bondic go through it. Did it have Simple at one point before the Flipside tenure? I think originally for about
ago, right?
yeah, but that's the point. This is how many roster changes have gone through for them. Probably one of the most, like everyone talks about FaZe. These guys must be up there close to FaZe's total in terms of roster changes, I would think.
Probably not as much money as FaZe though.
Would that? you got me on that one. You're right. Rumor has it, per sources, the last one was worth more than all the others. No, that's probably not true. The Nico transaction. That's supposed to be memeing. Chad, don't look the other direction. That one was fine.
I missed it.
Head-to-head, though, these guys, hard to really boil this down when we really look on paper that the French side still does have players like Scream, has the illustrious presence of RPK, who isn't quite the same in CSGO, but as anyone who knows Counter-Strike over history knows, was the best, perhaps, overall source player.
I think the most interesting thing individually for both of these teams is since the major, obviously the roster shuffle came in for Envy, Hellraisers have only really been practicing for this league, right? They haven't had a lot on their plate so far, and the same with Envy after the roster change. So this is their main focus. So they want to show here. It's not like they have a LAN event coming up where they can prove themselves. This is their proving ground right now, and if you want to make sure that you stay in this league and get a chance to actually evolve, you have to start performing against other teams of your level. So for me, it's going to be interesting to see their approaches to these maps and how much they've been able to do, because online Counter-Strike's a lot looser, as we know, and they only need probably one or two different things in their arsenal to be able to compete and be able to throw other teams off guard, because you can rely on clutches or you can rely on more YOLO plays, I guess.
Is it fair to say that they need to? I think it is fair to say they have to capitalize on online CS right now.
Definitely.
On paper, if you're a tournament organizer and you're going to give out invites, you're going to look toward G2 right now because it's the quote-unquote super team.
Yep.
Opping for me is something that stands out for this French side, and I'm not sure how they stack up yet and where they want to go. Is Happy going to be picking it up more regularly? In this particular game, you're going on a train. You're going against Dead Fox. These are battles they have to win.
It's going to be Sixer who's AWPing.
It is going to be Sixer now full-time.
So Sixer used to AWP in 1.6 for, I think it was Millennium he was playing for.
And he was playing with Millennium in CSGO as well.
Yeah, so he was the AWPer back then. He wasn't like a Markelov 1.6 AWPer who was just like going to take over the whole game, but he's pretty flashy, if I remember rightly, having to roll back the years here. He can AWP, and we saw him AWPing in their previous matches, and he was consistent enough, especially versus like Kenny, that he can do the job. And I think that was the interesting thing, you know, when he was in that team with Kenny, he wasn't AWPing at all. Like Happy was the one who was doing the majority of the secondary AWPing. You saw him pick it up very rarely, and now he gets a chance to do something which obviously he's done for a large portion of his career.
It's true, absolutely, and familiarity in the fact that Sixer is there, but RPK, he'll know as well. Obviously, these French guys have played together for years and years going back. I still think that it is a bit of an... I mean, Dead Fox is a guy for me. Let's just shift it there, staying on the op focus rather than team to team. came in to replace Oscar, who went out, departed from Mousesport's first tenure at a team that didn't really work out. Obviously, things went kind of sour quite quickly for them in that case. But Dead Fox stepped in and was a player for me that came out of I think, Pixel Fire, was it, at the first minor, and it wasn't impressive, and I wasn't expecting much. You know, he was a decent player, but he was a decent player in Tier 2 realms, and now he's stepping into the mix with Tier 1-ish at times, with Hellraisers obviously being in Pro League Tier 1, and putting up numbers I didn't know he was capable of.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? If you're a consistent AWPer who can just... Something that a lot of people don't realize, an AWPer like Cajun B or Device are the ones who hold the line, they'll take a shot, they'll fall back, they'll do it for another one. Or if you're a flashy AWPer like Kenny, there's in-between ground, and I think that's where players like Dead Fox kind of find themselves. This is where you're trying to find World Edit. They can do... They try to maybe do it all, and it's too much. So him putting up consistent numbers is a good thing as like a middle ground AWPer. You want someone that can entry frag. You want someone that can passively AWP, and it's hard to find people who can do all that and do it well. So, and what is he? He's from Hungary, right? How many players we got from Hungary? Not many.
I don't know. There might be a few from Thirsty. Speaking of that, just kidding. My puns are terrible. I'm sorry.
That was nice. Dad jokes.
Our dad jokes. I think my dad's the head moderator, so it's fine. Moving swiftly along, shall we?
Let's do that.
In terms of maps, though, for Happy and Co, if he wants to lurk, Train seems to be a fairly decent one that would lend itself to that. Being able to push through. Now, the other French, I think Happy actually, Happy or MBK was the very first one when Train was brought back that said they actually really liked the map when everyone was still cursing it for being the first new style Valve map. There's some tactical plays that definitely can lend themselves to Happy style of in-game leading.
Yeah, I think so. I was preaching on this last season as well. I want to see Happy go and do like the Yanko Nico Weatherman segment he did, where it was, Nico, you can run out here, we'll throw all the smokes and stuff for you, you kill 3 people, and then we'll go and do the other bomb site.
That's all they were doing at Vegas.
I think Happy has the potential to do that in certain scenarios, right? Because once you see him, once he's killed a player, or once it's showed up that it's Happy, you're going to rotate because you expect him to be the lurker. You don't expect him to be with the main front of attack.
There used to be, actually, last season, I think, in Pro League, we had a discussion. Maybe it was actually on Drop the Bomb. We had a discussion where we said, I think you suggested it, why don't you just send Happy in first, let him die, and then go in like 10 seconds later, because everyone's going to rotate as soon as he dies and think that that's the lurk.
For sure.
That was your chance to follow up in your tactical mastermind head chat.
I'm dropping the ball right now, mate. But on Train, that's definitely possible, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I expected you to take that and run with it, Chad. You let me down. I agree. You definitely can do stuff like that on Train. It does fast rotations. It's one of the faster ones, to be fair. If you're playing in the brown halls, you need to have someone near Pop Dog, I think, every single round.
I think this is probably going to be a map going in the favor of Hellraisers, actually. I think they have a lot more depth on their T side. I think we're going to see.
Done?
Yeah, well, I wanted to get it out of the way early, right?
Okay.
But when you look at a map like Train, it's if you take that inside bomb site, for example, it's very easy to take control if you're willing to push up, right? You use your Molotovs, your utility to smoke off the CT spawn entrances to the site. You use the Molotovs in CT connector. And once you're holding off that point of the map, the CTs are basically stuck in the chokes and they can't do anything. The more time you delay, they're just going to have to save their guns and back off, or have to have saved their utility to be able to put it out and have something to fight with. So Train's one of those maps that it's very utility dependent, and you need that utility to open up the round and find yourself space. I want to do some pro tips with Rush soon, showing players how to make space on their own. So maybe that's coming in
on their own without the use of teams.
No. Without teammates. With their own utility.
Exactly. Yeah. Because that's what I was going to say. Is one thing we know on Train is based on timings. A lot can be done with smokes going over top of A and capitalizing on that, but you need wall of smokes, which takes care of a lot of people. So that would be kind of interesting. That said, we think we touched on just about everything we need to. What we haven't touched on is who's going to be casting the first game, because like we said, we're the only two that are here, but thankfully, there's Old Faithful. Lauren and Mitch are standing by to bring you map number 1.
Wow. Old Faithful.
Yeah, well, they do just sort of dust me off and drag me out of the closet when they...
Can we just appreciate the smug look on that guy's face? I don't need to see it. I know it's happening, but it feels nice to be a lifeline for those two.
It's nice. So, like, they had to, like... It's like add water. It's like budget cast to add water, and they just roll me out of the basement and then just
Slowly
put a
inflates.
sprinkle on there, and here I am. Yeah, larger than life, unfortunately. So, yeah, this one's going to be interesting, Lauren. Hellraisers and Team Envious. The last outing we saw from Envious was the one where they, I guess, silenced a lot of their critics and also a lot of the chirping G2 fans at the time.
Yeah, and what a display. You know, I think we can easily go to Scream and say he played well, but actually Happy had a very good game too. He was also actually quite impressive throughout that one, but as a team, it clearly felt like this is a revenge match. We have a lot to prove here. But let's not paint this picture, you know, away from what it really is here. Hellraisers, they are a team who can cause upsets. There's no disputing that. But in 2017, they played 10 games and only won 2. They are actually not having a very good year just yet. Haven't seen particularly much from them. It's been a rocky road, and none of these maps again prove particularly great for them. But again, if you're starts the year, not much is going to sit well for you. So hopefully if Hellraisers, they start building up in this, because we saw a lot of potential in the likes of Dead Fox and such and so on, but we need them to deliver now.
And even the Sticko as well, they recently announced that he went full-time into gaming. He was actually at university before that, and they couldn't cater. So he's put his focus on towards CS. We'll see how it works out for him now. It's going to be Envious on the CT side, Hellraisers on the C.
Yeah, and the hit towards B is certainly coming in pretty long way. Scream as well, the man just touched on very quickly, has officially joined Envious. That just got announced before the show went live, so that is now locked in, but Happy does at least find one in RPK, just holding the back of those trains. 3 players now present towards B for the CT side, so they should be in a good stead here unless they just kind of feed needlessly, and Angel's going to be gifted a massive chance there. Now will allow the bomb to go down, but there is a Tech 9 in Happy's hands, which could cause problems now.
Always the aggressor, Angel. Now, though, getting a little bit caught out. The Tech 9 from Happy going to be ringing true, and now Sticko in a 1v2. The bomb is down, though. That's the upside here for Hellraisers, and Sticko has a nice vantage point here. The smoke will obscure.
He's not letting go of that defuse. That's being held. He's got a kit as well, so the timing, the back of Sticko's mind will be off as well, and there's Happy leaps through. Really nice round from Happy, and they get the defuse, they get everything dealt with. 2 alive. Probably would have wanted more, but it's all you're going to get here. Hellraisers at least get a plant. I guess that's the only way you can look at it at this point. I'm not sure how much they're going to go for in this round. Of course, it is going to be light no matter what, because it probably will be that third. Ooh, no, okay. We've got quite a bit invested here. A couple of them dropping below 1k, so you've got the Deagle with armor, a smoke. They're not going down without a fight, and we've got the full SMG, if you can call it that, buy coming in from Envious. We know they like this. I'm not so sold. We've seen the UMPs being far more favorable, but we do see the MP9s slipping back through.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a big discussion about the UMPs in recent times. Let the best touch on that one later on, but the first few shots have been fired. Sixer, some glancing blows taken as he's forced to back away to push in towards Ivy. It's 3 players from Hellraisers that have made their way through via cover of smoke. Now setting up on either side of this A bomb side. It's going to be 3 players for Envious are corralled essentially on towards that bomb. Can't but Scream gets the 2.
RPK falling though is a massive pickup for them. They can go towards B. There's no one there. They're still taking these fights, and they believe in it. Dead Fox catching out XMS is massive. So now you've actually got a 2v2, and look at the HP on Happy. It's dwindling. It's down to 12. So now they've actually got a bit of a reign here. They can actually do something with this. We've got a UMP with Happy and just the MP9 with Scream. So positions are key, and Angel and Dead Fox have everything to play with in this round.
Envious trying to spread out a little bit more at the moment here. Happy in towards backside here, and Scream pretty much up on the other side. They've got this one pinned quite nicely with some crossfire, and Scream takes his opportunity when it presents itself. Angel will fall. And now Dead Fox has yet to plant the bomb. Now Envious able to peek from closer angles. It's going to be much harder for Dead Fox to break through. He needs to try and isolate the situation, but Scream yet again stands tall. 4 kills for him. And I mean, the earlier performance from Envious against G2 before the break, all that really told us is what we already knew, Lauren. It was that Scream is a monster, still continuing to perform, but all eyes on the rest of Envious to see if they can even stand in his shadow.
Yeah, and there was already highlighted on the desk about Sixer. When I was speaking to MBK about their roster just before it got announced, he was actually rating Sixer as one of the better orbs out there. He says that maybe he's not the most flashy guy in the world yet in CSGO, but he's a guy you want on your team.
About 1.6.
I'm pretty sure he did, yeah. So it was in the discussion on the point of Twanu as well, because he's coming. But look at this buy again from Hellraisers. These guys are relentless going in on this. Galil's coming out, something you just don't see that much again anymore. We're seeing a real want to turn the tide here for Hellraisers. I don't know if it's really worth it at this point.
Yeah, from round 1 up until now, it's been aggression from Hellraisers. Last time, though, they pushed 3 players through Ivy. Now with 2, Dead Fox and Angel will sit back and play it slower.
I guess they know that the money's going to be weak for Envious. They've got these rounds close. It's just, this is risky, but Hellraisers have been keeping them on their toes on the side of Envious. They haven't been having the easiest of matchups, but now Sixer might have a little bit of a peruse over. No, it's actually XMS to have a little bit of a look, see if there's anyone still down by Ivy, but this slow creep back from Hellraisers not become... I guess it's not too subtle now, because Envious did look for information and they found it.
Yeah, XMS pushed far enough to see where the Hellraisers were playing aggressively around Ivy. And maybe they would have pulled back, but this is obviously informed now. The B plays, RPK up front and center. And that Molotov surely being loosed if he does hear any sight or sound. Yep, shot comes in. And that was Angel as he crossed here. Molotov being thrown down and happy with the smoke.
Yeah, but they've got to be ready. They do have 2 of the guns at least on this site right now. Happy being one of them, and of course RPK the other. And he's going to wait. The bomb's going to go down, but it's actually Happy pushing forward, taking the opportunity that was given to him, and it's worked out. RPK and Happy just halting this, but the bomb has gone down, so there's still a chance here for Hellraisers.
Again, Sticker not able to get the angle, though, straight up on the vertical. Close quarters combat, though, with the Desert Eagle for Bonding. It's going to work out, but Sixer eventually ascends to the top of the card and finishes that one off there. Envious give Hellraisers just enough ground on that B side, just enough rope to hang themselves with, and they press forward with a quick counter-attack. It's 3-0. And Hellraisers, despite all their aggression, Lauren, have not been able to slow Envious down so much now, and those guns are starting to filter back. Sixer with an AK recovered, and XMS happy at this stage with an MP9.
Yeah, every single round so far, Envy have had 2 players left standing. There's been a lot of bomb plants though for Hellraisers, and they're going right back in on this. Galil's a plenty limited utility, but it's enough to create something with. Still got the armor. It's not the worst in the world. It's just really weird to see Galil's for me. It feels like a long time since they've been a go-to in comparison to the UMP that's become far more favorable and such more of a, I guess, usable piece in this. But Sixer does have the AWP, so this might create a couple of issues if he actually landed a shot there. Angel does manage to stay alive. Picked from that higher angle, so hoping, if anything, he'd get legged as he would be pre-aiming the body rather than that angle he was going for. So, nothing really gained nor lost so far. No smokes being given out from Hellraisers. If anything, just trying to work down what Envy have.
Yeah, no real big changes in position for Envious on the CT side here either. They're just hovering happy at this stage, just sort of sitting inside Connector in case he needs to be brought over towards A, but it is on Hellraisers right now to make the first move, and they seem to be setting up for it. Again, no flashy set plays in towards A yet, no setup really being telegraphed here. They have a lot to work with. They've got a few smokes. They've got 3 smokes, so it is enough to cobble something together on towards A if they want to go for the set play. But right now, their positioning is giving the game away if they're able to be seen. Smokes over the top. I'm going to be hit on towards A.
Scream timing on that reload, not brilliant, but it is the hit, and he's going to be aware of it once he sees the players. Wants to be cautious, does want to over-commit to the angles he's playing. He's fallen back towards the back of the train. They're on the back of the bomb train, and he does find the shot. Bomb going down is a huge problem now for Hellraisers. They've got to find that one, and in their way is Scream, and he's got friends with him. XMS supports perfectly, and they're in this 4v2. Hellraisers struggling to even get a step towards that site now.
Yeah, and substandard weaponry here for Hellraisers to play a long-range game. The bomb not planted and only 12 seconds left in the round. It's not much time to work with. Dead Fox needs to make a move pretty quickly. He finds Happy. It's a 2v3 now. But RPK making himself scarce over on that bomb card. It's impossible for Dead Fox to get there. Scream picks him off. And Zero just needs to get the heck out of Dodge here. A cold shower and forget the horror that was that round. Because Hellraisers just straight up ran out of time.
Again, they get a couple of opportunities. They get relatively close, but then just starts to slip away a little bit. And the thing is, they've had some decent results on Train back in 2016. I say that very tentatively. It's not brilliant for them, but you know, you're clutching at straws for these guys when you're looking for results.
Sure.
Managed to beat Mouse Sports on here, managed to best Godsent, but 16-14 isn't exactly a one-sided matchup. That was quite a close affair. So, again, this time Hellraisers might have to start respecting the fact they need to save a little bit of cash here to come in with maybe a little bit more. They need those AWPs, possibly need to put Dead Fox on, I guess, an even ground to play with. And Angel might just be run over here, and he's going to get to the other side, but the foot will show, and that will be enough for Sixer.
Yeah, aggressive peek from Angel there, hoping to maybe get the drop on Sixer, but it's not going to be enough. Again, RPK, always the man with the utility. It's going to be a Molotov down. Incendiary, should I say, and it will slow Hellraisers again. This has been their problem in the last few rounds. They've been slow. After the first pick or the first engagement, they really back off. They spend a lot of time trying to formulate a plan to hit a site. But last round, they ran out of time. Again, they've got a minute left in this one. 4 players to work with. 2 smokes remaining amongst them.
Happy has been over on this site so early. It's not just been RPK here. This has been both of them. So it's going to be tough for them to break in. We'll see if they can actually make it stick this time. They've managed to hit before, and they've managed to get the bomb down, but already RPK finds one. But a quick hit there will actually allow them to get the bomb towards the site. Happy doesn't want this to happen, but can he stop it? Out of bullets, down to P250, but he can't stop the plant. The round will be theirs. Envy, no problem on that. But for Hellraisers, another plant means at least they get one step closer to a decent buy.
It seems pace is a bit of a concern for Hellraisers in these last few rounds. And you saw that RPK was able to back away towards one of the carriages, obviously on the beach side, and then pick down 2 players as they dropped. It seems as if Hellraisers aren't giving themselves a lot of time to make informed decisions. It seems like quite aggressive play on towards B, throwing themselves into the midst of it after squandering about a minute prior in the round. I guess a bit like Cobblestone sometimes. It's hard to get that information about what the CT setup is going to be like. But again, something you need to keep in check.
All right, and the big difference in my eyes now is that Dead Fox gets the AWP. Hopefully, he can find a little bit of an opportunity here, so they're not just having to go in on those full-in hits, just hoping they get the better of them. But Scream already going to be going straight ahead, but he's not actually been flashed in here at all. That flash comes up and over, he turns it, and they are completely unaware, and that's one thing you don't want to be around Scream, but a good trade for Bondic. He's going to keep it equal, and in the meantime, they've actually picked up another as well.
Yeah, it was Dead Fox there with the initial kill on towards RPK. That leaves the A side a little bit light here. XMS forced to push a little bit forward to try and address this Ivy threat. But Hellraiser's not looking to capitalize. They're not pushing A yet, so this will be a bit of a 1v1, and XMS is comfortable at his leisure. Headshot on towards Bondic to close that one out. And now Hellraisers again need to start thinking.
That was so dangerous. He was right in that smoke next to them. He's backed away from it. He's managed to keep his life here. And now the flash is coming over. Now the mollies are there. They are not making much of a secret. They look like they want to intend towards this site. Zero's already out. Dead Fox starting to come down the ramp, and Sticko's still up on above. But Six are a little bit slow on the trigger. Dead Fox making a big difference this round. Open the B site, and it looks like he wants to close it as well. Happy and XMS, though. Trick up Happy's sleeve is maybe they don't expect him this close this early, and they certainly don't. Zero will fall to that fact, and now it's the 2v2.
Yeah, XMS way too fast for Dead Fox. Now the 1v1. Happy versus Sticko. Happy has a kit. He's got everything he needs in this one. But he's not making a move. Just trying to make Sticko second-guess himself. Happy will need to go for a little bit of a tickle here at the very least. Draws for attention, tries to challenge around the corner, but Sticko heard him drop. He heard the footsteps, and he's able to be first to the punch. 5-1. Hellraisers find their first round here. See, that round lost bonus had been ticking in for them, so they've still got a bit to work with now into this next one.
Yeah, Happy and RPK's money was both pretty low, considering the previous rounds. There was a good couple of them that were down to 2 players, 2 players, 2 players. And if you were winning them, no problems there, but you can see there has been an impact of how close these rounds are. Finally, Hellraisers have that full arsenal behind them in comparison to Envious, who are running a little lighter. But look at how they want to overcompensate for this or find a way back into it. Aggression towards B. Scream at the forefront. The MP9, you know what? You can run around with that gun and still get decent accuracy, but it doesn't matter. Zero's quick to the trigger, and he's going to find more. That's 2 kills followed by Sticko. This is a very quick lockdown. Well, Envious, you've got to try something, I guess, but they still had decent weaponry, likes of Sixer and XMS here.
They're very lucky to get out of that with XMS being alive. In fact, there was 2 angles that Hellraisers had them covered by a very aggressive push. And now Hellraisers say, well...
Oh, this could be fun.
Sixer on the corner here again. Missed the click shot in that last round. He had a couple seconds to respond. And XMS dropping down behind. This might turn things around. He's seen the bomb go as well. Pop Dog is where it's been dropped, and now the 2v2. Great timing from XMS there to throw a spanner in the works.
And Sixer has got to be predicting someone's pushing him. There's still more players up on the board. They hadn't seen everyone over in those B halls. So really nice mental game from him. And it's put it in the hands of Dead Fox. Now, he's got the bomb, a molly, and an AWP. So there's still option aplenty. They knew roughly where XMS was, you know, a good couple of seconds ago now. And Sixer, still a little bit of an idea where he was. But how do you manage to work this one out? You've got 40 seconds. And really, these players could be anywhere by this point. They could be around the back. They could be down by Ivy. And Sixer might have just seen Dead Fox cross. I'm not sure on the timing of that, but XMS slowly working his way around towards B. Does entail that maybe they didn't see it, and there's Sixer flying in. Good work from him to shut it down in the end, and these two played that perfectly. Really nice work between each other. Those two needed it. And to be fair to Envy, I like the aggression, but the close of this round was the impressive thing to my eyes. XMS lovely on the timing. Sixer holding the cross out by Pop, just putting himself in a really useful position.
And the fact that Envious can risk putting themselves in such an aggressive situation early and lose so many players in brown holes and have the two newer additions to the lineup actually hold them up there, that speaks dividends. Speaks volumes, should I say, of the depth in this team. And now Scream, it's an aggressive Molotov forward. Sixer again, we've seen this a couple times already. He thought he saw something thrown up there, but Angel never had a chance. He's not afraid to be aggressive and make a peek, Angel, but this time it doesn't work out. And again, RPK, almost like clockwork. It's the incendiary thrown in towards brown holes.
Gotta be very careful here, Sixer. You're being toyed with. Dead Fox knows it. He's loving this game, but Scream might not be the one to kind of have that tussle with. So there it is. Sixer will play the timing really, really well with the smoke as well. Just going to find the pick towards Ivy. And now the last three players, where are you going to go? You've got a bomb and 3 Deagles. Now, B, seems like that's where they want to hit. That's where they want to fancy going towards. You know that Happy and RPK have been playing this pretty spot on. And God, those flashes, that timing, the read of the game, the feel of it is pretty decent so far. And eyes trained. Happy is there. Smoke goes down towards lower. Could be a bit of an issue. Does mean they can kind of sneak out, but Happy's expecting this, considering it. But where's RPK? Can he watch this as well? Sticko's made it out. Now, a bomb plant is all he can hope for in this. I doubt there'll be much more, and he's not even going to get that. And Happy will deny it. And a good game from him so far, too.
Yeah, well-timed shots coming through. That smoke, if I'm not mistaken, either the smoke didn't completely obscure the entrance towards the side, or he just timed it very well, with 2 players being gunned down through that smoke. Making things very comfortable for Envious now. Still with the AWP on Sixer, and Hellraisers have been scrabbling for loose change at this stage again. It's a Tech 9 board in, 2 of them, in fact. And a Desert Eagle for Bondic. That is all. And Hellraisers already finding themselves lagging behind in a big way.
Yeah, this is starting to be a bit of a rough game for Hellraisers. You get those close starts, you get that, back and forth, we almost got there, keep firing up, and then it kind of falls to pieces. And XMS is seemingly rather happy about it, and he's a name we don't often see, or say, I guess, should I highlight. The fact that in this roster, in comparison to the other players, he's certainly not going to be the headliner, but he's holding his own so far, and now Sixer's got to be careful as well. You don't get overwhelmed here. There's still Tech 9s up there. There's still a Sixer hits the shot, my friend. Dream wants to help him out. Angel finds Sixer. That's getting a little bit costly, but the orb can be picked up. It's fine. They lose 2 in the end, a little bit sloppy there, but you know, it is what it is. It doesn't really matter if you're 8-1 up at this point, and you're Happy just timing it well. Just good prediction play from that man.
Almost uncanny, actually. It was exactly as the Hellraisers players start pushing down.
Mitch.
Yeah, brilliant.
He's on the gear, mate.
Good on him. Is he now? Is he now 8-1? It's Envious now in the lead. Comfortable lead. And yeah, I mean, the response from the rest of Envy's A players there towards Ivy last round was very good. As soon as they ascertained that there was a majority of Hellraisers players in Ivy, they responded.
This is different, though. XMS hasn't been going this far up. It's generally been Scream pushing up towards Pop. XMS have been playing by the back, down by Sixer, supporting him. So this could change things up a little bit here, a little bit of a different dynamic coming through. Do they want to get aggressive? Do they want to just end them early? And now he's been kind of hit back. He's got to be careful. Worried about T-Con as well, and just in case one came through. No one did.
Smoked up.
Exactly. Nice timing on that for him. He gets to kind of reset his position, but the rest of the Hellraisers right now not really going anywhere at the moment. They're just sat quite far back, waiting, I guess, to see if there is any of that CT-sided aggression that Envy have been dabbling with, and almost caught XMS off with it.
And this is one of those rounds where you start to wonder about Hellraisers' time management here. This is fine right now. They're spread. No intention to really carry the bomb anywhere, but they've got a minute left, so they do really need to start getting back and pick that one up. The problem is they haven't eked out a man advantage. They haven't really gained much information about where Envious are set up, except for the fact that XMS was early and Pop Dog this round. Less than a minute in, need to make a move, and it might be in towards Ivy here. Sixer stands ahead of the smoke, has a moment to see a plume, and he is quickly going to get away from the incendiary at his feet. Shot towards Angel's going to work out well. He gets himself to where he needs to be right now. He sees multiple Hellraisers players pushing A.
Yeah, he's seen the bomb as well, so that's going to be a quick call. You can see Happy instantly getting towards Connector. RPK not too far off either, and Scream wait ever so patiently. Maybe a second too long, as Dead Fox will pluck his head from his shoulders and bring it back to not too bad situation, but now it's gone terribly. Happy finding the bomb plant, denying that completely, leaves Zero in a 1v4 that's near on impossible. He's found 2. Maybe I spoke too soon. And XMS is low, but there you are. Sixer again, holding those lovely lines throughout this map, denying any sort of step further than to be allowed. But I got a little bit dangerous.
Look, even if you want to throw caution to the wind there, Zero had 10 seconds left in the round when he went down.
Don't be sensible, Mitch. Come on. Just got to believe it'll happen.
Oh, well, mate, I tell you what, we've seen enough in this game in our time to be able to believe in things like that. Point is, yeah, again, Hellraiser didn't have a lot of time to work with. They were delayed, pushing in towards Ivy and through T-Con, and it cost them dearly. Obviously, it wasn't the defining factor. The Angel's taking so much damage. Oh, he's going to burn down. Beautiful stack there of incendiaries by Envious, making life very, very hard for him to even get through, and it's going to be replaced yet again.
Christ. Something to be said about an Angel burning, but Scream very much happy to add insult to your injury at this point, as XMS just dancing through an electric. Can't make much more of it, but he's done enough here. Zero, again, left in these predicaments. He does have the gun. And
he's very sharp.
Yeah, his aim, there's nothing to be disputed on that, but it's the fact they're not getting into these sites anymore. Scream got 4 kills that round. So really, overall, Envy just looks so much more robust here. I haven't seen them looking shaky yet, or out of ideas, or out of ways to this. I like the way they're playing some aggressive plays. I like the way they made up for it when they didn't have good weaponry. I like how they approach this so far. Yeah. Dead Fox, why have you not gone up yet?
Maybe
he didn't get armor, he went for utility.
Not yet. There we go. So 2 flashes of smoke and a Molotov for Dead Fox here. And Envious not in a position where they're really being pressured. You're exactly right. I mean, all they need to do is expend a little bit of utility, and they force Hellraisers to start racking their brains, find a way in. So far, the flashes, or at least there's been enough used by Envious over towards Ivy to dissuade Hellraisers from even attempting it. Jumped in upper halls. Bondic very wary of potential aggression from Envious here.
But look, they're quite passive in comparison to the previous rounds. XMS all the way back by the last frames by Ivy. Scream playing connector. They're not really allowing much room here to get picked up from. Scream's playing quite a hard angle to pick up, of course. You've got Sixer still on the AWP, being probably the most far forward player out of all of them, looking for these opportunities, looking for those picks, and Happy and RPK chilling out by B. And there's something going off in the back of Envy's minds, because Scream has started to come over. Maybe they're being sold a bit of a fake here, because look at it. Now he's got to come back over. He's going to be in con, but he's completely smoked out here. And Sticker, you're not going to get away with this. Surely Scream hears him drop in close by, if not sees him above the smoke jumping through, and it's easy work. Bondic now, the timing is so here, there, and everywhere. It feels mismatched almost.
Hellraisers now just getting their players over towards A, and they should have been there earlier on. If they wanted to make a concerted push, then we would have thought they would have gone at the same time. That's kind of how it works. But Flash, that was from RPK there, but Sixer and Scream forced to avert their gators. And that was the boost, I think, in towards Connector that was picked up there. Scream just trying to get up above. When you see smokes hit A, a lot of the time, the CT side is going to try and get heads above the smoke with a couple boosts there. Dead Fox was ready for it. The problem is he lacks players, and guess what? 5 seconds left in the round. Bomb dropped deep in Envious territory. Another round going to go over towards the French and Belgian mix here. And another very sad story for Hellraisers, who really just haven't made any progress. After that first round they picked up earlier on, if we recall, that was purely from pure aggression from Hellraisers. Now they're changing up their game style completely.
Yep, and for Hellraisers, what do you do on this sort of money? Galil's again. CZ full utility or some utility for Angel. It's not pretty watching this, if I'm honest. And Hellraisers look just kind of disjointed in the way they're hitting these sites. It feels like they go here, there, and they're not pulling players to feel uncomfortable on the CT side at all. They're getting away with what they want to do. Now, that's forced RPK into a little bit of a situation. They might have to respond to this now, but there's still players looking for that aggressive stance over by Ivy, for example. You can see XMS having a little bit of a bout with Angel over there, but it's just kind of null and void at this point, as Angel really only has a CZ, and he's wide peeking out to this one. Bit of a flash comes through. Six is going to support XMS at this point as well. And Scream's pushed in towards main. These guys are so aggressive. If they don't know what's going on, they will find out. And now Angel's baffled with what's going on. These flashes are going back and forth. This is messy, but it is costing Hellraisers so much time here.
Yeah, again, it's been the problem now. Just over a minute left in the round. Scream pushing so far forward here. Bondic was ready for him this time, though. He's been sort of lurking around this part of the map, actually, in the last few rounds, expecting that aggression from Envious, and only now has it really shown, but it's paid off. That doesn't answer the Ivy question for Angel, though. He knows XMS is still lurking close by.
Yeah, and Happy's on the way to help him out here. Now, the big thing to come from this is, can Sixter stay alive at all? He's got a player in main, he's got 2 possibly by pop, and he's going to have to be really careful with how he plays his lines, because there are threats left, right, and center, but They've fallen back from Ivy, so Angel's out of there. Dead Fox comes back around, smoke goes over, and it looks like this is go time now, finally, for Hellraisers.
So again, a little bit of a repeat of that earlier round where we saw them just move not quite in coherence, but the smokes are down. Sixer, though, has the shot. He has the angle there. Looks away at just the wrong time, and Dead Fox comes chiming straight on him with the AWP shot. Now RPK, nowhere to run up on that side. Happy now to try and spring forward and gets himself a quick double here. It's a 2v3. The bomb is down, and Happy's very low on health. You saw that, surely.
I think spec smoke can be a little bit different to what they see sometimes, but still, maybe not focused in on it either. But in the end, it works. Finding that kind of all-together hit, they get the good trades off the back, they punish that aggression. I think if Scream managed to get maybe a 1-for-1, that could have been different. Not to be the case at all. So, 11-2, though, is still the scoreline. As much as it's great seeing Hellraisers finally getting back on the board, it feels like this almost is a little bit late in the day here. But then again, CTT side, still debatable where the kind of favor sits, but so far Envy looks strong in how they're approaching it. If Hellraisers, though, start picking up a little bit more here, close out the game with the last couple of rounds in their pocket, maybe there's room for a competitive matchup.
2 players to Ivy this time. That's the flash, that's the jump across, and Sixer not able to get anything for, and just off to smoke it and back away there. Knowing that Scream and XMS are otherwise engaged with their oversight over on A. Slower start here again for Hellraisers. An aggressive push for XMS. Bondic is again watching this close angle. He is expecting aggression to come through, and XMS should know from the last round. It should have been communicated there from Scream that there is a player that likes to watch this one. Scream standing watch just in case XMS gets pressured or overwhelmed. Again, slow play. Bondic's going to check Pop Dog there. No one there this time. Been a few rounds since XMS got caught with his pants down. Now 4 players up in brown holes here, and Angel being sort of just the loose end now. Should be Hellraisers to make a push. They've actually got a couple of smokes between them. Flashes are there. They're going to come in.
Here we go. This time, Happy not going to get the timing on that shooting through the smoke, but RPK still live on the site, but didn't expect the players to walk through the mollies, but the mollies weren't perfect either. But Happy, being where this pretty much stops, it feels like, he is not letting these players through or getting any freebies, and a quick flank as well. We saw that early aggression, and now that can come into effect. Zero could be in trouble here, and he certainly is there. It is a couple of shots to remind him that, hey, I'm still here. Angel gets one from his own teammate, I think, and now the 2 players remaining, Angel and Zero, have to somehow hold on to this. So much pressure towards Angel, but he goes down to Scream, and in the meantime, it was Happy to find Zero, and Happy is being a beast on this B site. Normally, I guess you can look at RPK to be doing most of the work on it, but that's not been the case at all this time. Happy, 4 kills this round. The 2 earlier on were really, really integral, gave him the chance on that retake, and throughout this matchup, he's been such an integral piece on that B side.
Even in this season of the Pro League, actually, Happy seems very comfortable, I guess, on CT sides in general. If we look back to the cash game against G2, and Happy was there was a lot of difficulty with G2 actually getting Happy off that A site, and it's the same as the case here. Little bit of a miscommunication with the crossfire that was set up on B. I think that's what caused RPK to go down in the first place. Could have been a smoke as well, or the molly has walked over, as you pointed out. Hellraisers, do they mix it up here? Do they go for something faster? I mean, this is last round of the half. They may as well throw caution to the wind and try and get 3 rounds at least on the board. Or not?
I don't know. It doesn't feel as though they have an answer. This looks like a B hit. Probably going to get slowly worked in here. They do have a couple of flashes, 1 smoke, but this timing, the feel of the game coming out from Envy, the timing on the smokes, the counter flashes, even just everything they're putting at them, it's really hard for Hellraisers to break through. Now, Angel's probably going to set something off towards A, just to maybe turn some attention towards it. Doesn't matter if it's happened or not. Here we go. The hit's coming towards B. 4 players coming through. The quick rotate from Envy might not be quick enough. Happy's finally gone down. It's RPK to wait, and a great position too. Dead Fox Bondic down to his hand, and the last 2 players now from Hellraisers desperately have to fight against it.
And even with Happy going down early on there, it's not enough for Hellraisers to get a foothold on the site. They just didn't know where RPK was going to be. Angel with no choice but to try and stand and deliver, but the half has been a disappointing one here for Hellraisers, Lauren. 13-2. We know what Envious are like on train. We know it's a map for them, but still, we're hoping for more from Hellraisers after the changes they made. But let's go to a break, half-time, and we'll be back with the second half of this one. We'll see if Hellraisers can get a few more rounds under their sleeve. And we're back, Lace. Train, our first map of the night. It seems like Hellraisers are going to have to work on their spirits before they think about living up to their name in this one. It has been a rough first half for them, Lauren. Only 2 rounds to their name.
Yeah, rough's the word for it. It's not been a nice time. So, let's see what Envy can do. For them, I think they want to quick close to this. Don't let it get close. You want a nice, clean game. You can stay confident on. Boost up that confidence just as individuals, but Zero might have other ideas. Nice connection on the burst there towards XMS, but the follow-up not going to come as quickly nor as easily. So Hellraisers retain 5. They keep the numbers, and Angel with a nice position. Also will find 1 as RPK tried to push up to get some ground game, but Happy on the active lurk this time. Gets met with a bullet to the side of the brain, and it's not going to go too well.
Oh, Scream, though, backing up there.
God.
Glock going to be delivering, but now in a 1v4. We've seen it. We'd seen it, but again, shouldn't be taking it for granted now. It's going to be Bondic to finish him off, and the defuse coming in here for Hellraisers, playing very passively back on these sites. And good little positioning, I guess you could say, for Sticko there to catch Happy as he tried to make his way in through from A.
I don't see how Envy approach it now, considering we saw that buy that came out from Hellraisers. Of course, they got a couple more kills in between. But I'm hoping they respect getting that bomb down and just playing to that. Happy's going to get himself a P250, but beyond this, I can imagine there may be a couple of others invested, a couple of Deagles maybe buy down to about 2k, but that's about it. So a little bit of a different picture here. Not having those close rounds means that they're not even tempted by the idea of buying up towards it. So maybe Envy, for them, they got a plant at least, so they get ideally that buy in the third now. And probably going to go exactly the same thing again. Now, only 1 man on B. Only Zero here early, so this could be a bit of a problem. If Zero can't stop this, he could get overwhelmed just purely by the fact that there's only bodies about to fall to him. 5 bullets remain for him, and he's got to be careful, use them wisely, and he runs out. But he's still standing, and he's still fighting. And Envy are not getting that bomb down, at least not yet.
Scream, they're getting absolutely nothing done over from the top side. Bondic with 2. I mean, there was 1 man on the site, but Angel was fairly quick in getting there. And if you noticed that, it wasn't Angel getting kills. However, Envious were trying to actually shoot at Angel just as he entered the site, instead of the player down below, of course, who was Zero. Manages to hold on for quite some time there, having an excellent game, and often is one of the front runners here for Hellraisers, even in games where they are struggling in. Again, it's not aim, it's not skill, that's the issue here. It's sepia screens and no HUD.
That's interesting, because I can see the round. It's the cinematic view, ladies and gents. That's what we're here for. We are obviously just going to find the right screen, so no worries, guys. Do not fear, all is well. But what you missed was a quick little bit of a run boost over by Ivy, so Scream is now on the right side, so it just keeps Dead Fox on his toes. He does not have an AWP yet, so we'll just see how it works out. Angel, have a little bit of a peek around to see if anyone's coming through. Envious pretty much just taking the time to get to where they want to be. See if there's anything they can find early on to work with. If that's the case, good stuff. If not, okay, time to fall back to that hit that we're going to design, that we've come up with. And at the moment, RPK to try to tease, see if anyone's there, so just to draw out the fire. No one is. There is 4 men towards A, so this could be quite difficult for Envious.
No smokes left for Hellraisers, so there won't be any further stalling for them, especially over towards areas like Ivy and the exit from Pop Dog. That will dissipate momentarily. 52 seconds in the round now, and all the fight's already starting here. Push comes out from Ivy, and XMS able to get himself too. RPK going to fall short, though. Happy still in a position to dominate here. He finds Bonic was switching on through. Bonic only on 1 point of health. And this smoke's going to be frustrating for Zero. He can't get any information about where Happy went after he got that kill on the A site.
Look at Happy.
Playing mind games.
I like this. You know that Zero plays B. So let's see how Happy approaches this mentally. How does he want to try and work this one out? He's going to try and actually... I'd love if he goes connector. That would be a bit of a BDP, but that's not going to be the case. He's going to take his time, go all the way around.
What does Zero do? What does he think now, knowing that 10 seconds are left? Oh, he's heard him.
There you go. Happy's planted safe, so Zero can't see him instantly. So Happy can readjust now, have a little bit of a look around. And now he's got to work out, all right, Zero, where are you? Now they know. The information gathered on both sides is down to just who is quicker on that trigger, and it's Happy. A little better, a little bit more well-rounded, and defined that situation from start to finish to be his favour.
Just a really strong performance from Happy in general in this particular match. It was envious. We're down to 2 players, I think, by the time the Happy started chiming in. They sacrificed a lot trying to push through Ivy, Lauren, but they managed to get that round, and that's important. Already on 14 rounds, it's going to be a pause to come in here. A technical one at that.
That old chestnut.
Yeah. Too many CPU screens and lack of HUD, as nice as it is. Again, I don't know, we've had some lag on our ops side. I'm not sure if it's there for them. I don't think so. Otherwise I would have paused it far earlier. 2 rounds away, though, Envy is very close now. Winning that round is definitely going to give them the impetus to try and push it home. And Hellraisers know they've got a force.
All right. Oh, back on the way. So it might have been, actually, a technical pause. Who'd have thought it? But the problem being, overall, no matter what the issue was, no matter what the discussion might have happened with Hellraisers, they have so many rounds to just even get even. At this point, 4-14, Envy just broke back in off the back of one individual. We've got the Galils coming out, so RPK and Sixer sitting on that. And on the other side, a real bit of a mixed bag, I guess, as Bondic has at least the rifle, as does Sticko, but we've got a Scout for Dead Fox, a Deagle, should I say, and the CZ with Zero. So a tough one for them to work with, but again, this is like how Envy want to start these rounds. 3 players towards Ivy is what they had last time as well. Now, Angel's got a bit of a glimpse, and that's enough for him to say, nah, I'm all right without that. Thank you, I'm going to back away.
Yeah, I mean, look, 45 seconds into the round, he's now just having his utility drawn out. It's probably okay if you're Hellraisers, if you do like to play that slow round to put some pressure on Envious. And yeah, Envious can't afford to hang around in Ivy. They've pulled 2 of those players back. Happy will be the one to go forward here. Hoping to get under the skin of Hellraisers at this stage. Sticko is looking towards his exit here. You can see him just through on the X-ray. But no one is watching the backside. Actually, Angel is watching Happy. So Happy's pretty much covered on both counts here. Zero and Dead Fox. Angel have to respond to this really quickly. Zero hoping for an early peek. It's the head of RPK to go down. He'll get himself a gun at that. Isn't even punished for it. Envious are too busy trying to get towards his side. Now they've got a plant. 32 seconds left in the round as Zero gets his second.
That is so nice from Zero. And now the reinforcements finally arrive. It's Bondi getting there, Sticko getting there, and now it's Happy in the 1v2. And if you know you're against Happy, you know he's not going to be with the rest. And Bondic knows exactly that. 18 seconds, eyes trained on this. Nope. I think Happy's like, yeah, I'm not feeling that, boys. I'm off ski.
That positioning from Zero, real interesting with that CZ, given especially that Hellraisers, mind you, bought into this round with considerably less value. I mean, they had the CZ, they had a Scout to work with there, a couple of rifles, but definitely wasn't the optimal buy. Zero is dragging Hellraisers, kicking and screaming through this game. He's keeping them alive, no doubt about it.
He played that so well. He just clotheslined the first player of the CZ, got the gun, bought time, kept them just really guessing, whereas if he was going to peek, if he wasn't, swung back around. Really, really well played.
And the fact that he felt or knew that he could go and actually recover that gun, you know, without sort of being caught or being watched, knowing that Envious were already in full stride towards B, there's a lot of really good intuition there.
Really lovely work. So, Envy, you've got a rifle in the hands of Happy. He had that obviously in the last round, dragged it on over. He's actively trying to bait them in, maybe make them turn, allow the likes of XMS and Scream to try and pick up a gun for themselves, something better than what they have, which is upgraded pistols. They do have armor, so they do have real intent to this round, not going by the wayside. They don't want to waste this one. Happy they're just pre-firing that spot.
Dead Fox knows he can shoulder pick this one relatively comfortably, knows he's not probably dealing with an AWP from Envious. They sort of had that sort of empowered force buy in that previous round. He got his information. Now the utility comes out, but XMS steps forward. But his Sticko wasn't ready for it at all. Molotov goes down. Dead Fox now smoke in his way. He's just going to back away. And now XMS is behind enemy lines. trying to run a riot, but is finally brought to a stop by Dead Fox, and now Angel can respond from Connector.
Now look at this. Happy and Screamer in such unique positions. They can still make this so uncomfortable. Down by the old bomb train is Zero, though. That's the big threat that's still up on the board. And he gets destroyed by Scream as well. The Deagle comes through. I thought he was going to be happy with the rifle actually doing the work there, but it wasn't even needed. And now Angel has to stop this before it really starts. He's just gets wrecked. Oh, that is depressing if you are Hellraisers. That is not the round you want to be seeing going to 15 towards Envy.
Only one kill for XMS there, but you can see that I think it was Bondic who ran into, was not ready for that. And then XMS getting, you know, past that line of defense in terms of the utility being used, completely threw Hellraisers into disarray. While XMS only got himself one kill, there was Scream able to come forward, get 2 kills there with a Deagle, if I'm not even mistaken. Hellraisers were in tatters there purely because they hadn't counted on XMS being so close up in their face.
Yeah, XMS is playing a nice game. I'm pretty impressed with this guy. I want to see how well he does throughout the rest of this season, if he can keep a nice consistency, keep, you know, being really relevant to it all. But a B hit. Just want to get this one done. It looks like use those SMGs. They've got the Mac 10s there beside them. So Zero's like, how do I make myself useful here? I only have a CZ and my positioning. Sticker's found RPK. That's good. But Scream's on the hunt. But actually, he finds the bad end of the gun there. Look at this. Bondic and Deadbox still doing work. It's just down to Happy. 1v3. They don't have a kit though. This could be a problem. And he does have a molly, but there's still smokes up for Hellraisers.
Smoke on the bomb, going to make it impossible for Happy to actually get Molotov. Value is not there, the spray down comes through. Bomb still ticks away, he knows he has to go for it again. There's smoke placed up on the site. Happy not noticing Bondic initially. I think now it's panic, now it's spray, and it's not going to be enough.
What? How are you not sure?
Does he even... No, I'm not quite sure. I think it was too concerned about the bomb there as well. Should be the defuse coming in at the last moment there for Dead Fox, and it is, but be interesting to see the replay of that one. I know Happy was concerned about the proximity of a potential defuser to the bomb, but still not maybe giving the respect required to Bondic, I believe it was, up on top of the opposing carriage.
Yeah, I guess you've got to pick your poisons at that point, don't you? But still, what is this by? Okay.
I think if you stand back up on that upper ledge, though, you can get the 1v1.
Yeah.
I think you can obscure the lower angle, but he's concerned about keeping eyes on the site, perhaps. Interesting. I mean, they're tough decisions. Sometimes it's a lose-lose.
15-6 now. Little bit of room for play for Hellraisers, I guess, but...
Money-wise, at least.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that's really beside them in this, and the bait over again. Dead Fox isn't falling for it, which is good. He's been able to contest over by Ivy. It's not been particularly great in the long run. There you go. Nice work picking up Scream.
Look, like I said, he knows up against the economy that Envious have that he can go for peaks like that. He can actually physically get information and not worry about getting one hit.
Yeah, and it's just Sixer and Happy left. Sixer found a really nice bit of run, but again, you shouldn't be able to get away with too much against rifles when they know this position, when they're aware of Happy. How are you alive? How? He's just doing the chain of smoke. Just run straight forward through it. Just smoke all the way. It doesn't go too well for them that time, only managing to pick up Angel, and that was RPK. But they are getting towards a decent bank behind them, so they can get a buy going. XMS still a little bit light for cash, though.
And you can see the Hellraisers being forced to second-guess themselves. Are they in that smoke? Have they pushed forward past, I mean, the Molotov I just threw? Did I miss something? Did I miscalculate? 7 rounds for Hellraisers. They're bringing it back. But Envious had a few rounds, of course, where they managed to wreak havoc with very, very little economically. Hellraisers are in the game because they did just that prior over on that B side with nothing but CZs and Tech 9s. But now, Angel full flash. He might not be able to stop this one. And XMS face-to-face with the Angel. I'm going to send him downward now. It's going to be Bondic to try and stand up. A lot of flashes here as well. Hellraisers really struggling to hold themselves through, but Dead Fox is a spray down. It's desperate. He's hanging on. And for now, it's enough. But Sixer is close to the Dead Fox, realizes, puts a lot of damage down, but just goes awry with the spray. Now Happy in a 1v3. They don't know he's there. This could be massive. Didn't quite see Dead Fox. I'm not sure. He didn't go for the peak anyway. Now Zero will be there, of course. Solid aim. Doesn't miss a lot. And Happy will eventually fall. 15-8. Now Envious. Okay. Back down to lower levels of economy.
Yeah. And it was Angel was pushing pop, right? I'm pretty sure it was Angel. And I'm pretty sure it was Bondic's flash that got him completely blinded then. Not ideal. But Envy, okay, you got to keep respecting this. If they keep it up, they keep doing the job. Envy probably just go for that B hit again, I can imagine. One flash, bit of armor for IPK. Might just send him in first, pretty much. Just soak up those bullets. Try and maybe do a little bit of something. But at this point, let's see what they can do. So, gonna avoid where the molly is for now. Zero's going to back away from that. Needs to be careful. He's not going to hear as many of these steps as maybe he'd hoped for. And it doesn't mean they can get out on the site. And yes, Six has managed to make it across. Now, there are nades and there are mollies. They won't win this round, I can imagine, but they have got the bomb plant. That's all you can hope for.
Yeah, the barrage coming through here, and the Fusillade catching Sixer, taking him low. That's an 8 from Zero to pick him up. Angel on towards RPK, though a response was there. Oh, hello, Happy. Again, said that a few times and had to cut myself off mid-sentence. Still 2 kills coming in there for Envious. Bomb planted. Going to pave the way then for them just to get that last round here in this first map.
How many times are we going to say? And Happy left in...
It's a one on X situation, yeah. He gets that first shot. He always gets 1 kill out of it. And you think, this could be a thing. You think back to Inferno with the Deagle. It's been quite a while since then.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Inferno's now in the map pool as well.
It is.
So it's now playable. It's going to be seen throughout this one. Looking forward to that coming back through.
A lot of discussion about how Banana's working in Inferno now. If you did watch DreamHack Masters and the teams discuss, I think it was MSL, as always, was quite vocal about that part of the map, but you can check that one out yourself on HLTV. Anyway.
Double up.
Yeah, and 1 for Sixer here as well.
And none of them are B, so we've got the double up on A. Bondic gets absolutely destroyed. Scream just goes out. Now, Angel's found him pretty quickly off the back of that, but instantly there's a push from Envy towards B as well. I don't know if Scream was just a tasty bit of bait, but Angel is left scratching his head, wondering what was going on, and Sixer takes his head clean off.
Zero's the danger band here. No doubt about it. Smoke thrown by Sticko just to get himself in towards the side. Envious got 2 directly on the side and 2 playing back. Sixer there caught in between. It was Dead Fox to take him down. Now Zero, can he find RPK? Spray connects. 2v2.
And there's mollies left and there's no smokes left towards Hellraisers. This could be a small problem. They might not expect Xmas. Look at this positioning. That is great work from him. Doesn't get the follow-up, and now the molly goes in, but it will spread just far enough, and Sticko has to find Happy, has to remove him away. He cannot deal with it, and there you go, the defuse. It's surely going to come through. He's got a kid as well.
Very close. It was. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, maybe the Molotov even thrown a little bit preemptively over towards the site. I think as the last Envious player there sort of ran back up on towards Spools, but could have held a little bit longer and maybe changed the situation, but he was hurt. I'm pretty sure Sticko did hear his footsteps as he came down ramp, was able to chase that one down. But that's one of those clench scenarios, Lauren. That's the map hanging in the balance there, and Sticko able to deliver, keep Hellraisers alive. 10 to 15, it's only 5 rounds in it. An economy burgeoning here.
Yeah, this is getting interesting. It could all fall apart in a second, of course. It takes 1 round from Scream to go crazy, or Happy to finally get that really good lurk that gives him more than just that 1 kill and a bit.
Jeez, he got some
boost,
distance.
It just Scream's a very light man. He just, you know, just send him flying. So, point is now, I want to see how these double ops come through, because Dead Fox, you know, we know he's good at that. We know he can play this AWP pretty well. I want to see how Angel does. He got really outdone there by Sixer in just the last round, so I want to see what he can achieve. He's actually supporting O by B early on this time, so that's a bit of a difference. Last time there was 4 players towards A, both of the double AWPs there as well. But Envy going to be putting their players down by Ivy for now. This is something we've seen most rounds. You've got to be a little bit careful of this one. Scream's willing to risk his head going rolling at this point, but Sticko is on the other side, so does give Scream the angle to work with just for a little while. Gives him some bit of play here, and he's going to go and find this one. He's going to try to at least, but on the edge of that smoke, Sticko was desperate for that peek. He doesn't get it though.
He's forced to just back away now and gives some ground. Flash comes in. Molly Scream takes a smattering of damage there from the spray through the smoke, but Dead Fox is ready for XMS. Unfortunately not ready for the second. Scream stepping up to the plate straight after. It's a 3v3. And Sticko playing well back on the site there. Does get the frag, but the bomb is planted, and Hellraisers have to filter in through these 2 tunnels to access the site.
There is no utility this time for Envious. This could be a bit of a problem. Let's see if they can manage to keep this one up, though. Scream normally had been, you know, taken down by this point, so having him up a nice benefit, but Sixer just walks in towards Sticko. Scream responds beautifully. Zero and Angel get destroyed, and Scream is the one to nail it. 4 kills, and that is map 1 done.
No better way to finish things off here, Lauren, than a 4-piece from Scream. However, this time, a couple other players on Envious definitely stepping up in a big way. Happy, very important on that CT side. But there's another map to see, of course, between Hellraisers and Envious. But before we do that, we're going to pass over to the desk with some thoughts on how that map went, gents.
Super Saiyan Scream is how it went. Finally shutting it down. It looked for a while they were running into trouble. In doing so, a massive lead to start off. And by the way, Scream is officially announced now. He is an official member of Envy.
I think they're all in the UK for some reason. signing contracts or something.
That
like
would explain why they almost didn't win the game.
Wow. Okay. They had a very convincing first half, Matthew. Wasn't it 13-2, if I remember rightly? I was very interested in the pacing that they were using on their CT side Envy. They were very aggressive early on, and then as Mitch touched on, they actually went back to a very passive hold, something that you see a lot with Scream getting boosted in Connector. He plays that spot very well. They just were able to use their pacing and aggressiveness at different times to their
That was
benefit.
something I think it was Exist touched on for NIP back when the old Inferno, by the way, if you haven't seen behind me, we've got a nice new Inferno banner to highlight the fact that it is in the map pool officially this week. So look back at the XMS plays. But one of the things Exist touched on is if you set a very high-paced tempo early, you bait out more utility from the CT side. And therefore, they get so used to using it early. Once you slow down, you actually open the map up to yourself again.
And I harp on about pacing and dictating the pace a lot when I do my analysis stuff. And I think it's very important because as long as you're controlling the tempo, you're not being dictated to. And you're making them uncomfortable. You know what you're doing. You're making the decisions, and then they're the ones who have to kind of adjust. And then when you're ahead of the curve, it's so easy because they're playing catch-up the whole time, right? So if you want to throw in a more aggressive thing later down the road, or if you want to go super-duper passive and not use any utility at all, they don't know what's coming, and you're in full control, and that's great to do on both sides. It's very hard to assert dominance like that, though.
Angel becomes the veteran in this team, per se. Very, very, very lackluster performance from him. It was more along the lines of Dead Fox and Zero, the newer blood to the team that were doing most of the work.
Yeah, well, train T-half, it's very difficult, you know, and it's hard to get stuck into, especially if you execute and start working. And like we said, that pacing makes it hard to decide what strategies you're going to use. I was impressed with XMS. I was a little bit hard on him when they played last time, but he was more solid this time round. I did watch them play at DreamHack Leipzig when he was still part of LDLC. Yep. Nobody in that team was a standout star when I watched them play, so it was hard for me to go, oh, this guy's good or this. But he's doing his role. I think it's interesting that Scream was able to have another sick performance, right? Yeah. It's crazy to me that he's able to continue to do that. I know this isn't the same tier opponent as a G2, but the fact that he did that, and Happy chimed in as well, which I said needed to be important, and he was doing more versatile roles, and he was actually with the team a lot more, I thought. That's good to see. I could be starting to believe, Matthew.
Believe that they're going to show up?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't believing in the Envy, like the Envy train.
No, I
right?
agree. Well, the problem was people put so much emphasis on the super team that no one really paid attention to what was remaining out of it. It's still pretty good on paper. Happy, Scream, RPK, Sixer. I mean, XMS is the one guy that's new to all of it, but they're all showing up. And I think Scream's invigorated in many ways. But that said, we, of course, have to take a short break. When we come back, we go back into another map. It's best of ones, but they played two. It's a doubleheader, as always. We'll be right back to see if Hellraisers have anything on the second map of our two.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1 Code! 2 headshots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico. Oh no! Phoenix has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW getting done. He's looking for a third. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god!
We're back, boys. We are ready to roll, and we are getting ready for the next game. The next game between the two we just saw, and there has to be an improvement from Hellraisers, you'd have to say. Cobblestone lends itself to CIS teams in many respects, and I include Virtus Pro in the CIS teams. I know Poland's not, but they are by virtue of ownership. But one team that's no longer a dominant CIS team because they have a core of Europeans, but still at the beginning of the map, is Hellraisers.
I think they were warming into it.
You were wondering where I was going with that.
What's going on with my hair this evening?
It looks fantastic, Chad. I wasn't going to mention it.
This is actual bad hair. Anyway, it looks like they were warming into it.
We were sleeping.
In the second half. When they were on the CT side, they started to warm into it. People started hitting their shots. They had a bit more cohesion going on. Maybe just a slow start for them. You know, there's been a bit of a break. There was a week break because of the DreamHack Masters. They might have been playing a few less pracs. All the top teams would have been in Vegas. So I don't know. Maybe there's something there. But what's the excuse for Envy? They weren't there. So I'm gonna have to think here. That let me remember. Envy beat G2 on this when they played last week.
Yes.
So
this was one of the maps that Scream was a contributing factor as a stand-in, as a mercenary at the time, who's now been brought in. Enlisted.
It's a very weird thing for somebody to continue to have good performances like that at that level, right? To be dropping 30 frags at a map. And that's why I wasn't so confident in Envy going into that first game. But I think, you know, if he's going to keep doing it, how can you not back them in?
So on G2, the way that the depth played out, obviously Shox was the main standout. There's no question about that. We used to say Scream was kind of second in command in terms of that rank, in terms of having to step up. Body, not so much, but RPK was kind of the factor. In this, I actually think where you have Happy with Scream, it kind of means RPK has to do... He still has to be a consistent player. He has to be the rock of the team. But with XMS, if he can overcome him even, I think there's actually maybe even more depth just in the way the complexion of this team ran out than what the former G2 was. So does that put as much pressure on Scream? And who do you look to actually, aside from RPK, because obviously he's consistent, who do you look to be the one that has to step up on this team to give them that extra push?
I think if they want to go up against top tier teams, they're going to need the Orpo and Sixer to step up and not hit like crazy shots and not be like a carry force, but just do his job. Maybe Scream has a lot more freedom in this team, right? Because Shox...
Well, that's kind of where... And the reason I'm going... Because you just touched on the fact that you don't think a player like that can hit that level every single game or that frequently, and... Therefore, you know, there has to be depth on this team, which is what everyone thought they lacked.
Yeah, well, if the freedom goes Scream's way and he can do whatever he wants, it's easier to get more kills, right? Because you're getting to do what you want all the time. It's only when you have a very off night and you know, sometimes you're playing and you just feel your timings are really off and everything you do, it's just wrong. That's, you know, once in a blue moon, and especially at this level when they're practicing and playing at this level all the time. They're going to be more consistent. You know, it's not just like we're playing matchmaking or something like that. So for Cobblestone, it's going to be an interesting map to see how they approach it because they are mainly a rifle team, right? Happy will probably pick up the secondary AWP, but he's not going to use it as the aggressive player. So they're not going to be on their CT side going for many aggro picks with the AWP. It's going to be up to the rifles to play quite a passive style. What you see from Gambit, I think, where you have like a Dren and Hobbit who sit back with the M4s and let them run out into the crossfire on the CT side. And I think that's a good way to play that B defense. But I don't know what Hellraisers can do to get back into this one. You said Angel, he was having a rough time. He's one of those in-game leaders that's like an entry fragger in-game leader, and that's very hard to get going if the other team is just able to out-aim you.
Yeah, well, and usually we talked about this. This is a subtlety. In-game leaders tend to know every single smoke that needs to be thrown. So him going down early now, if he's entering, that should imply that they've already executed. But if he does go down early frequently, he's usually the one that fills in for a void of someone else who's gone down that has to throw a smoke, and knows all the set smokes that people throw in certain situations. So when your in-game leader goes down, if you lose multiple instances, you know, let's say you throw one very set smoke every single time. Well, you're not going to know the same one that I throw for jungle on Mirage Pro. I mean, that's a bad example. Everyone knows that one, but you know what I'm saying? It's kind of interesting to think about.
Yeah, I liked being more of an entry fragging game leader because I felt like getting in there and finding out all the information. I got to see everything firsthand. Yeah, and sometimes I could make reads that I couldn't relay to my teammates that I wanted them to do, and I had to do it myself. But I agree with you in that sense. For an in-game leader to stay alive in the middle of the round, it makes it easier to be the general and direct his troops. At the same time, if your teammates are competent enough and they know all their smokes, potentially being dead and being able to flick through everyone's screens and see everything at once can come in handy, especially if as that entry in-game leader you've made an opening because you have the advantage on the T side already, right, in a 4v4, in theory.
No, I get both arguments. I'm just curious about that because execution-heavy teams who rely on defaults before and getting information before, when you lose your in-game leader in that instance and then someone has to throw smoke or compensate.
Things get messy.
Yeah, it can. And I know that Blade often talks about that, missed smokes from certain players or the lack of utility based on unfavorable duels to start things off. So it's an interesting thought. Cobblestone, op heavy. I know Thorn would say the best fox is a dead fox. He's got to step up in this.
Yeah, if they want to, I think, you know, with an AWPer on this map, you can actually have it very versatile on the CT side in the sense of you can have a M4 rifling, an M4 anchoring A, and then when the AWPer wants to come and pick it, he's allowed to. When he has a good spawn, he can go pick platform. When they think it's going to be a B execute, you know, he can play at the statue or behind in the chicken coop. And I think it's probably better that way to use the AWPer in a more versatile role than being in a set position.
You're wrong on your prediction on the first map. Try it again.
G2.
They're not playing this game.
Oh, God damn it. I was thinking of Scream in G2.
Should have just left it at that.
Should have just left it. Envy's who I meant because of Scream, who was in G2. Give me time.
I'm gonna bail you out there. Now, listen, I have to apologize. I called them Old Faithful. What I really meant is the only true professionals. It's back over to Lauren and Mitch.
Thank you very much, gents. Yeah, I mean, we've all had a day. We've all had a bit of a day. Some of us haven't slept yet. How about that for a screen, ladies and gentlemen? We've all had a day. Okay, this is going to be interesting, Lauren. Cobblestone coming up between these two teams, especially the T side from Hellraisers, if we get to see that one in its entirety, because how slowly they like to play and how hard it can be to get good information, and even as CT-sided teams on this particular map, knowing what the setups are going to be from the T side, had to invest a lot in getting that information sometimes.
Yeah, and I guess if you go back in time, this is a far better map for Hellraisers overall. Managed to beat Virtus Pro at Epicenter, excuse me, back in 2016. You know, these are a while ago sort of results, but you know, we'll see if that's maybe transferred. Clearly, they don't look as warmed up as we'd have hoped, but hopefully the last game's got them going back. We saw a couple of players, Zero specifically being a bit of a impact player, and look at this stack. And I still 4-1 to start us off with. I like this. Nothing wrong with it, and well, he's found something wrong with it. I guess the fact that Happy can just jump down, drop, and absolutely deck you.
Sticker, they got the one kill, is hiding around the corner, but Happy was very quick to follow on that one. And of course, Angel was off seeing the sights over at the A side. And now needs to do this the old-fashioned way. Decent start on towards Happy. 72 HP to work with here, that's all. Not ideal. There's a Tech 9 on screen there as well. And yeah, it was a foregone conclusion, essentially. But Envious start off well on his T side.
And I like the theory from Hellraisers, but you still got to hit your shots. You still have to somehow shut down Happy running at you with the Tech 9.
When you get blasted immediately from the first player that comes into drop room, you know it's going to be a tough round. Even if you can trade that with someone, you know, hiding in the corner. Yeah, it's still a long walk home.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but let's see if they can recover. Can they do some damage here? They've certainly got a little bit of weaponry beside them. They've got some armor there as well. 4-1 again. Not completely against this. I don't mind it at all, actually. Generally, it does end up on B if you're on those lighter buys. It's just easier to hit. At this point, you can still just charge through into drops, split through, but Envy spreading the wealth as such. You've got players just about everywhere. No one really giving up ground, not going to let Hellraisers get any information, showing presence over by A, so keeping Angel dedicated to this. Might even pull a player off of B, but they might just be stubborn as well. Hellraisers, they can go, nah, screw it, we'll risk it. We'll see how it goes. If they watch the game against G2, not too long ago, of course, that grudge match that went down, they'll see how Envy like to approach this as this new collective. It seems relatively similar to this so far. And here we go. Let's see if that stack works out better this time. Sticko's going to get off to a good start. Supported by Zero, who actually got the kill out of that one. But so far, the SMGs are tearing through them. Onyx found one back, so it's nice and close. They're keeping it together. But the point being now, Angel's locked out. He was over by A earlier on, and I don't see him finding much of a way back into this.
So again, a 4-1 stack for Hellraisers. Completely falls apart there to Envious there. I mean, the initial kill coming out, I think, from Bondic there, giving them a little bit of time, but again, once Envious seem to get going, doesn't matter how many players Hellraisers have over on the side.
No, it doesn't seem to matter all that much. They have no stopping power. There's no way to hinder them. You can't really throw that much utility at them when you're on those sort of buys. There's no way to slow them down, and it's not like Envy don't hit their shot, so it's kind of hard to just stop it before it starts. So XMS can be up on the rifle now. You've got the Galil still with Scream, and the MAC-10's back out. They know that this is farming time. This is when you'll build up as much money as you can. Just keep on rolling over them at this point, and we're not going to see the same 4-1. It looks like Sticko's kind of joined Angel, so back to this kind of more default start, but Angel going for the UMP.
He was out towards A long initially, Happy there on his own. Just delves in towards Connector and finds that kill. Now just tiptoeing around it.
Look at Happy surrounded as well.
I just don't think he cares. I think this is fine for him. This is totally fine, because in the meantime, Envious have got 4 players pushing on all day, and there's nothing Hellraisers can do about it. Sticko's too busy trying to do it Happy, and Happy takes 2 himself. Now the A side is open. It's screened off by smoke in towards Connector. What a struggle, and what a nightmare for Hellraisers to try and get back onto this one.
I think that's already done pretty much by this point. I'm wondering if they boosted up Angel and Zero. I can imagine, yeah, they did. So those two are going to run off with the UMPs. There's a little bit of armor on Angel, so he probably doesn't want to lose that either. And Sticko's pretty much surplus. So he can be left as a warning signal as, oh, they might boost. Oh, they're starting to chase now. Just be careful. Beyond that, though, for Hellraisers, this is clutching at straws early on, not doing too much damage just yet here. That's a bit of a problem. It means they might be light on a bit of utility down the line. But for now, Xmas does find Sticko, but that's not too surprising. He only had the USPS, so it really was just feeding himself through. So at this point, one benefit being Happy was the one who got the kills going, and Xmas had the rifles. It's not like Envious made huge deals of money, but certainly around on the board is what they'd be looking for anyway.
And the pure value you achieve from Happy there as well, going aggressive in towards Connector. Straight away, if you see someone actually peek window against you and take the 1v1, you're packing your DAX if you're Hellraisers. You're thinking, okay, there's going to be one now is pushing out on towards the side. They're going to be a big platform. Wasn't the case at all. And getting 2 kills for that and be able to run interference to the degree Happy did, that was big. You know, people have talked about his style, his lurking style, sort of likes to play a little bit more around the play, but there he was a spearhead. Well, no, not the real spearhead that Hellraisers had to worry about.
I actually quite like the buy that Hellraisers have gone for. They've actually foregone going for, I guess, some of the stronger weapons, just so they have a little bit more stopping power in the form of utility, because they've been struggling to slow down when Envy actually go for those full hits, or just make Envy not play the game they want to play completely and utterly. So we'll see how this works out now. Deadfox still has an M4, so that's fine. Zero completely flashed, forced to back away towards the rock, and Deadfox is allowed to play this now. Zero's got his push to find Scream, and now the 3 remaining players from Envious aren't exactly in great spots. They're kind of stuck on the plateau. They've run out of utility, barring 1 smoke that Sixer has, but you can't easily place that to cover all these spots left remaining.
Oh. Sixer gets a bit of a gimme frag there, with Zero just peeking around the corner. Still some utility left for Hellraisers. They bought up big in this round, like you mentioned earlier, Lauren. And it worked out beautifully. The first 2 players for Envious on the site were flashed and killed immediately. Good investment from Hellraisers. Sixer's going to back it up here. 47 seconds on the clock here, so some time to be worked with for Envious. It's not all done. And that's the benefit of sometimes going for an aggressive early play. You'll have a surplus of time late in the round.
Yeah, lots and lots of time left here. Let's see how they approach it now. What do they have left? No utility to forge anything with. They're just hoping maybe Hellraisers get a little bit anxious to make something happen, or maybe just not be as disciplined. And the timing is obscene. That's so upsetting, because he could have spotted this coming out. He might have died for it, but at least he'd have an idea. And Envy now going to try and just hedge their bets by going through drop, find an angle of approach, but it's going to be tricky. But Happy found one, expects the push from Sticko, but he can't find the follow-up. If he found Bondic, that had been down to the 1v1, and that would have been incredibly dangerous. But no matter what happened, it's still around the board now for Hellraisers. They've actually bought their way back in, or fought their way back in, should I say. But the problem now is their money isn't that great. Are they going to, again, forego some of the fullest of purchases for a slightly lighter weapon? How are they going to try and spread the wealth? Yes, they are. And it worked last time. I don't really blame them on this either. But we do see Sixer on the AWP now. That's a big difference.
Just reactive flashes from Hellraisers really helped them that last round with that early push from Envious. So they're going to buy up a few of those again. Like Zero would only have a FAMAS this round, but he does actually get an M4. So still, to be fair, a full arsenal for Hellraisers. Even an AWP picked up for Deadfox. They got a bit to work with. They got Molotovs and all and sundry. Smokes aplenty. And Envious don't go for an early push these times. So they do need to be mindful of time ticking away.
Oh, and look at this read from Deadfox. I don't know if he just knows how Sixer likes to play this, or how Envy like to play this, or if it's just something he likes to do, but he was reading it so well, but his flash actually forced Sixer to crouch in, to hide away and then reface out later, but it doesn't work out, sadly, for Deadfox, even though he did play that quite nicely. The timing, the angle, just the patience alone coming out from the opposing side worked out for them just a little bit better. And Zero wants to make up for it. Try and maybe get that. Can, he has found it. That's great, but this could respond, well, cause a response now from Envious. How do they then approach the rest of this round? Are they going to make the assumption that maybe Hellraisers are going to pull another player away from A if they're playing 2 there earlier? Do they now want to exploit that? They don't want to seem predictable just hitting that B site. So look, here we go. Already going to look over towards A, quick flash in towards middle. Angel is just hoping that Sticko's going to probably just watch long eventually, because he's got a really nice angle here. That tree is so hard to shoot through, but he's going to have to take the fight, and Scream will take him down, and now Envy are powering through towards his site.
Sticker has an opportunity here. Players on the left and none on the right. They're able to get him a 1v1, and Scream wasn't even ready for it. Now the Molotov to follow up. That's in towards Wood, but 22 seconds on the clock. This is what we were talking about early on in the round. No early push for Envious. That was stalled out by Utility, and now Bondic on towards RPK, but it's replied very, very quickly. Sticko out in no man's land. Gets himself a kill before going down, and that's 0. Reliable as always, but Envious were already under the clock.
They were. You know, the time was really starting to hammer them down there. That was quite scary. But again, Hellraiser's money hasn't stabilized. These rounds are still close, but they know that Envy can't afford too much this round. So maybe upgraded pistols, maybe a bit of armor, and that's what we've seen. Actually, a little bit of good investment coming through from XMS and from Happy there. And actually a fair bit of armor all throughout. They're not going into this lightly. They do want to cause some issues. Maybe expecting those UMPs to come out, maybe expecting a little bit of a farming approach from Hellraiser. So they've got to be on their toes here and be careful, because Envy, whether you like it or not, is still deadly on these rounds.
Flashes for 2 players, smokes for 2. 3 players pushing on towards this A-long, and RPK is just bringing up the rear a little bit more slowly here. Heads down in towards middle. Angel's not hurt enough here. Oh, hello, the shot comes in from Scream across his face. So he should be ready for this push. Trying to maneuver himself up into a better spot and gets taken down as a response. Now the 3v3. Smoke's going to come out, and this will give a little bit of leeway for Envious to push on towards his site.
Oh, the timing on Bondic going up on that ledge is just disastrous. Now it's going to be quite hard to play retake on this. Scream's got himself a gun, as is XMS, and now RPK can just maybe find an angle to work with. He's certainly deadly with that P250. We saw it just in the last map train, so he can do some damage with that. Zero's got a good spot, though, coming around the longer flank. We do have a kit on Dead Fox, too. A little bit hard to play the retake with the AWP, but let's see how well he does this.
Second round in a row that we've seen Zero play the long flanking game. This time, though, he's met with some bullets from Scream. Now he's able to back away and just sort of stack himself up on XMS. An almost impossible fight for Dead Fox to take here. 2 guns pointing in the same direction. Might make things hard. Let's see how he plays this one. Goes for a tickle on the bomber. Scream heard him. He was ready for him. He peeks out. And Envious get that round back there. After Hellraisers valiantly brought those 2 rounds under their own control, they're now lacking funds yet again.
Yeah, look at the money for Hellraisers. It's gone from just about keeping them afloat in those rounds to completely disappeared. It's CZs. It's 5.7s. It's P250s. What it is not pretty at this point, Mitch. It's going to be tough to handle. We'll see if they go for that 4-1 that they like to do on these sort of rounds. It does seem as though they are. Angel left to his own devices, but Scream will always be over here somehow. He's either by the kind of halls around the back by the stairs, just kind of showing presence, keeping that in mind. In case someone tries to go on that quick flank, just tries to get around the back of them. But Envy, it looks like they're set and ready, just waiting to see if there's going to be that aggression coming through. If someone will try and make a play towards drop, maybe a boost. Not to be the case, Happy can now approach.
Angel did spot Scream there as well on long A. Attempted to have a crack with the deagle, but didn't find anything now. So both teams have 4 players committed to the B site right now. They're leaving 2 loose ends. And the flashes now just to facilitate a pushing towards drop room. Happy not convinced, wants 1 more. Make sure he checks every corner this time and definitely looking towards his left, but he's not quick enough. Bondic takes him down with a CZ. Supreme at close range, and there's Sticko up in your face with a P250 double headshot. Devastating from Sticko up at close range, but Scream's able to keep his team in it just for now. 6 going down is not a good omen at all. And now a 1v4.
How is this the round they're starting to pull back? Scream left with it all to do. 48 seconds. Bomb. Doesn't even matter. Angel shuts it down, and the big difference maker, well, I was going to say Sticko, or, you could say Bondic there, but it's just the P250 up close range. Why not have a gun that costs absolutely sod all that can do that sort of thing?
Seriously, yeah, look, this has been discussed a lot, actually. You ask Vendetta what he thinks about pistols and how strong they are, but P250 headshots wreck you. Absolutely. And when you can get 2 together like that, well, the round's pretty much won on itself there. Envious didn't really know what they were walking into, and Hellraisers sacrificed early information, except for Angel going long on A to see Scream in favor of holding tight corners and using those pistols effectively. That's how you want to play if you're forced onto those pistols.
So Scream's gone for the bit of a hero rifle. He's still got more money than the rest of them, so it doesn't really affect him that much. And RPK yet to get a kill as well, so just keep in mind how this one's playing out. We'll see what Scream can do. He doesn't want to give away the game early that he's that man, but maybe he is. He seems like he wants to be the spearhead of this, and it might catch a couple of players off guard. They will not expect a rifle. Now they certainly will, and oh my word. That was Angel coming out on top of that one quite drastically. The Scream now is a little bit locked in here. Got to be careful now. You might want to get rid of that AK and give it over to someone else, possibly.
But it's Scream, though. It's Scream.
It is.
He, believing his own hype, perhaps. Going to keep himself the AK for now. After RPK fell, though, this is Envious now. Just pause for thought, perhaps. Going to press out a middle, and Angel's well equipped to meet Scream here with a hail of bullets, and that will take him down. That AK getting very minimal impact done. XMS able to pick it up, though, now in the 3v5.
Angel doesn't need to do much anymore. Hopefully for him, Bondic and Sticko should be able to help him out. But look at Six's position. This is kind of unique. If that already been broken, if the grate had been broken earlier, he could have done some work towards the 3 players who are now really locked in on the site. But they're aware this is a possibility. They know this could have happened. So it's kind of become a little bit redundant, sadly. Prior to that, if it had been knocked out, he could have gone around the back over towards that balcony ledge and had a little bit of a look through. But you can see Bondic aware, Sticko pretty much aware at this point. They know he's locked into that little side room.
Has to stand and deliver. Pushes out and is received by Bondic pretty comfortably there. Quite a clean round from Hellraisers. That first pick up on RPK, it was Envious were constantly waylaid by smokes and flashes. This is that double headshot we saw earlier on over on that B site. Quite astounding, really. 1, 2. Thank you, Sue. Easy for Sticko there to pick them up. Now. Sticko there. It's going to be Angel there to meet Happy fairly early on in the round there. Again, nice little early push to catch him out. Envious still going to move as a unit, though. They've got 4 players going forward. Angel on a 6er. Another response comes in, still 4 for Hellraisers at the moment. They're receiving this quite comfortably.
Yeah, XMS, what are you going to do? Nothing. Shut down by the CZ in the end. Actually, Hellraisers, they are starting to find, I guess, a little bit more stability in this. And it seems we do have the tactical pause coming out, and hoping that's from Envious maybe to reconsider a couple of things here. Maybe find an approach that's starting to work, because you don't expect to be halted this drastically by Hellraisers. It's something that really, you saw on the last map, how powerful Envious were in comparison. Envious were really, really pushing out the boat. They looked very much stronger than Hellraisers. The comeback felt, I know it sounds harsh when you look at it. The scoreline wasn't that bad, actually, on Train, but it felt shallow to me, the Hellraisers comeback. It didn't feel like they could win it every single time. It didn't feel like that's something if you repeated it every single time, Hellraisers would always bring it that close. It felt very situational to that. So I'm hoping this actually can really stick through, and we see now maybe what Envy can do. What depth do they have to bring to this? Because so far, okay, some of the way the Hellraisers have been winning these rounds has been a little bit cheesy. Look at that P250 sort of deal coming out. Like, it's not been ideal, but we'll have to wait and see if they do have that depth yet. They're still a relatively new team, Envious, as this collective. They're still having to work through a couple of pieces here. It does seem as though we are back underway, so we can just find out an answer to that pretty quickly, I can imagine. And it seems like we do have the same start coming out from Envious, that kind of 4-1 that they like to approach with Scream left to deal with whatever's over by A. Maybe slowly work his way up. Normally he falls back, just waits to see if there's any aggression, and Hellraisers just have to sit and wait, see what's coming.
And Envious, for a few moments, will have to just sit tight. There's a smoke up on that B platform, and Scream again, usually playing that loose player over towards long A. Didn't actually make any contact with Angel this time around, although he is playing quite cannily. This has been a bit of a common spot for Bondic so far. RPK wants to be checking this corner. Note that Envious don't have, you know, an extensive amount of flashes to be throwing down into his drop, so a risk was even taken with RPK going down the way he did. Still will have one for this corner. Bondic is backed away. Sees the shoulder. Bondic again moving back now. Smoke. This is going to waylay Envious even further. They're going to have to push. They're going to have to go for it. But Zero catches RPK as soon as he pushes out there. XMS able to get Dead Fox, but not before Scream was taken down just towards his right. Happy's going to be called on to do alone this round, but unfortunately cannot make it happen. It's now a 2v1 Sixer. The bomb is on the platform. We'll need it in hand to get the plant down. Now the flash comes through. Doesn't quite connect onto Sixer, but he wasn't even sure where Hellraisers were going to be pushing from in the first place. And they caught him with a double push straight through the double doors. It's going to be 6-4 now, and Hellraisers are in the lead. A lot of money on the side of Hellraisers. 10k for Sticko, 9k for Dead Fox, and Envious, a far different story.
Yeah, Envious, I'm curious now. This is what I see is because it's all good where you get these big superstars having these big games. What happens when it doesn't all operate? You know, this was the question on the desk that they were discussing is, you know, Scream can't always have that big game. These players can't always have that consistency to perform. How much do they have then to go back to? Where's that depth then come from if it's not from that aspect? Already though, Angel gonna find XMS this round. Seems like a little bit of a throwaway hit. RPK wants to get himself a little bit more with the P250, but I don't think that's gonna happen at this point. He's just outgunned, outnumbered on every single aspect.
And again, it's the one toe dipped in the pool for Envious, losing a player over towards A long or similar, and then backing away, hoping to try their luck at B. But Dead Fox has a lot of stopping power with the AWP, and there's a one flash for Envious to try and get the better of him. It's not going to work. Sixer falls, bomb goes loose. Now Dead Fox backs away. Molotov just as a contingency. And now to take his position for the next salvo. Misses that shot, but it's going to be Scream found by Zero. Precise as a surgeon's knife. RPK gets one, actually. Trying to deliver on towards the side, but Happy again. Yeah, in a 1v4. Never great. With only a P250, Dead Fox is eventually going to silence him as well. And Hellraiser's now starting to stack these rounds up pretty comfortably. Envious, again, not being able to work in with a lot of utility.
Yeah.
Not much to go with. They had that one flash to try and deal with Dead Fox, and they were pretty much shut down anyway. On towards B platform.
And the strange thing, well, I guess strange thing, on the desk, the thing that was said was that RPK is normally the man to have consistency. If anything, we've started to see him actually provide a little bit more. You know, start to come up with a little bit more than we had before. You know, a little bit more firepower, a little bit more of that, I guess, what people like to look at for RPK. But that seems to have subsided this match. He's really not come up with too much just yet, individually at least. So hopefully Envious brings something to the forefront here. At least Six is back on the ult, but it feels kind of rinse and repeat to me, and not much has really changed. And Hellraisers, as you highlighted, are getting back on the board now. They are leading by some substantial margin. So for me, I'm waiting to see, surely this lineup, this very talented lineup, this French side, can bring something through.
Slower play for Envious to start this one off. Smoke thrown just to make sure there's no interlopers from Connector. And the Bondic spot is checked. Hellraiser sitting well back on the side. Dead Fox able to receive two. That's Bondic, the aforementioned, playing a lot more passively than normally has to, as Dead Fox with three now. Only one remains. It's Sixer with the AWP. And the bomb is tantalizingly close, but would cause him to sort of risk his life if he wanted to pick it up. I think he's going to think better of it. But Angel has been playing this spot the whole half. In a great position to wrest this AWP from Sixer's grasp if he gets too far away from the mid-halls area.
And credit to Dead Fox. He wasn't particularly challenged. It all felt like a little bit one by one by one by one. It felt he was almost allowed that, but one of those shots was a little bit beastly. But yeah, Sixer's going to have to be trying to keep all of this. And would you really expect Angel in this tower? If he goes up here, I'm going to feel so bad for him. Just suddenly...
I hope Sixer nails him. I hope he's ready for it.
There we go. No, that is not what you expect. Somehow I'm going down the other side of the tower. And do you want the double AWP? No, don't fancy it, don't need it. Look at the money they have.
That's crushing for Envious, who are struggling to even develop some sort of economy. This is Dead Fox as well.
See XMS then. Oh, that's just beautiful. And this shot was lovely. Do you know what? I said they go one by one, allowing him that. They do in a way, but he comes into his own to land those shots. They were just really well done.
His windows of vulnerability when he's playing flicks like that are incredibly small, and especially with Bondic sitting back as well, watching anyone from B. There's a certain peace of mind you can have, and Hellraisers actually seem to be communicating a little bit better. We throw back to these weird sort of segmented executes on towards the A side of Train, but now they're keeping it together. The communication is definitely working as they hold B many rounds consecutively.
They've locked this down. It's impressive. It's a bit of a stark change from what we saw at the start of this game. Seeing a little bit, how do we handle it? How do we deal with this? We've got 4 players here, and now finally Envious has changed something up. They're going to go for that A hit, and so far it's not gone particularly well. Stick already finds 1, and he actually finds a second, goes back in so well. He even gets a little bit more damage done, but Angel has to make up his mind as to where he wants to go. But somehow, best Sixer, and if you're Sixer, you are livid about that sort of thing. But now down to the 2v3, but there's a man snuck through. Already Bondic in this predicament is great for him. He can just buy time aplenty. Bomb loose in a really bad spot. They have to go back for that still. They're desperate for a catch-up kill.
Molotov preventing anyone from jumping down from Juliet. Bondic has to just sort of sit and hold the angle. At least that was Happy was intending to do. It may have been quenched by the smoke, though, not thrown far enough. The bomb is loose. 41 seconds in the round. And Scream's on towards the side, but Bondic is playing a very cheeky little spot. He's been doing this all half so far. Like I mentioned earlier, it's very hard to get rid of on the B side now. And Happy, okay, not the place you want to be in a 1v3. It's very exposed. You're feeling very naked up there. Even if you're standing on top of an armored van, you're not inside of it. It's 9-4. An ugly end of the round there for Envious.
And now we've got a double AWP coming out. You've got to feel this is going to be looking like a 10-5 by the end of it. Even more probably towards Hellraisers. I don't know if Envy can even get one on the board here. Look at this, they seem so flat on this. They seem to have gone, all right, well, B's not working, let's just hit up A. And, well, Sticko destroyed them. I thought it was going to be a one and done. It was way more than that. And now, don't line up Angel. How does he only get 1? There were so many players there, but Sticko supporting perfectly. RPK falls. They're just trying to quicken the pace, get right in their faces. But Angel spots the cross. They're not going to be caught unawares by this, or at least they shouldn't be, and they're not. Bondic, Angel, Sticko say a big, fat no to exactly what Envious are trying to do, and this might be an 11-4 half rather than 10-5.
Just clean as a whistle. Look at the money as well. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's 1 round and a half, but that should tell you just how much Hellraiser's been able to build on the money they have in these rounds. They've been clean, incredibly sharp. And that from Angel. Picks up the AWP, go for an early double AWP strat. Instead of peeking long A, he goes down in towards middle, lines him up just as the smoke comes through. Can't ask for much more than that. Gritting ear to ear, no doubt about it. This is much better from Hellraisers. Huge improvements, but now Envious have some guns to work with. Scream, often one to handicap himself, often the delegate for that one. Just the Desert Eagle for him at this stage. It's a 3-2 split for Envious across the map. Scream will be playing with XMS on A long, and again, it will be Happy and RPK to look to try and make some access here into towards drop, and they're in.
This could be a nice A split if they want to go for this. The problem is, I don't like Sixer having the bomb here. It makes it going into drop a little dangerous. If you get that bomb left there, it's so hard to play back into it, but we'll see what Scream and XMS can achieve. And actually, he's going to go all the way around. So they believe this A split could work out, or you just leave RPK and Happy to be the kind of defenders, but Sticko this position. Please check it, please check it. They do. Sticko, how are you still alive? XMS, oh my word. Sticko has just denied the push. That was a big hit on A. That was those 2 players initially who'd gone that way just to find those players. And well, it failed parlously. Now Happy's actually started to seed over by B. This is a problem. Where does that bomb go? Sixer, A or B, my friend? It's down to you to decide. It looks as though he's chosen the B side, but Happy is under threat.
Well, he's also on ice now. That's going to be it. It's Sixer in a 1v2. Has the bomb at the very least. He kept that earlier on the round. Now, did he see Bondic here? Bondic sure as heck has heard him. Sixer with a second guess now. He won't be ready for this one at all. Hellraisers, a dominant first half here on Cobblestone. 11-4. Very much turning their fortunes around from earlier on, Lauren. And they've been in such cheeky spots, very sneaky locations, really using close angles, feeling confident, allowing Envious just to run straight into them.
That was really well played from Hellraisers. I want to see more. I want to see if it lasts, and I guess we'll find out in that second half.
That's it. We'll see you after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Cobblestone, still 1 half to go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League, and an explosive first half sees Hellraisers out to a significant lead. It's 11-4, and now, well, it's going to be envious to respond on their CT side, which was stellar on Train, but this is a very different map, a very different situation, and apparently, Lauren, a very different Hellraisers.
Yeah, suddenly they've turned up to play. I didn't think we were going to be seeing this, but there it is. They really shocked us so far, putting in a great performance on their CT side, but now we need them to replicate that coming into their T half. A big start here, a big lead, but Envious, they're a team that I just don't feel you can doubt at these sort of points. But we'll see what they can do, see if they can pull something back here. But already, 6 are being overrun. Control towards drop is certainly going to be in the hands of Hellraisers here. Pinning 3 players to the walls is one way to do it. And now this 3v2 is not looking likely, as XMS might have the good accuracy on 1. But following up on 4 was just a little too much to ask.
And RPK now is just going to find the bomb site completely desolate of teammates, and Fox isn't even going to give him a glimpse. Nice little shout out there from Hellraisers on the pistol round, and now we see a flip from what we saw in the first map. It was Envious with a huge first round lead, and coming into the second half, they look very, very strong as well. But Hellraisers are poised to make this very nerve-wracking for Envious and really reduce the margin of error for the Frenchman.
And it's not just been Zero having the big performance as well. Other players from Hellraisers have been doing just perfectly fine. They've all been pulling their own weight here. They look like a nicely collected team as so far, and I can't fault them. They've got on the UMP by up 4 UMPs, 1 big rifle. That AK's in the hands of Zero. So, Envious, what response do you have?
RPK is 1 frag for the game so far. Been a bit of a struggle. Again, difficult round to bring one back in as well, especially with all these UMPs being thrown around, but he's playing similar spots to what Bondic was last half, playing up close, and Sixer might be in trouble. Nowhere to run. Let me get a little bit overextended, and Angel's able to catch him out. Now Scream has to hold it down on his own. The rest of Envious are rotating, but the smoke's going to cover off for the most part here. Zero pushes through it, though. Good advanced position, but he's caught out there a little bit too far. Didn't check the corner, and Envious turning it around. What? Pistols is all they got to work with. But Hellraisers walked straight into this one.
Yeah, that is not when you lose rounds, but Scream getting Dead Fox down and XMS finding Angel. Hellraisers, come on now. You don't lose those rounds.
Just won the
shouldn't
pistol.
Lose those rounds. Not in that manner anyway. Obviously, there's always a chance. We know that pistols are strong. There's no disputing it, but my word, boys, come on. More than that is what I want to see from these guys. If you're going to turn up with that sort of first half, you're going to start getting expectations on you, and I expect a little more.
They're playing to screen off the A side. They smoke connector, that's fine, but then they push into connector against players with pistols and angles that they're not necessarily expecting there as well, so maybe a bit of miscommunication. Either way, Hellraisers would definitely have 2 minds there. Now we're going to have to try and make up for it here. She's on the other foot this time around. Even an AK over towards Sixer after the previous round. And XMS just going to play a shooting gallery for the time being. Very low risk, potential high reward, that kind of spam, as we've seen earlier on in this match already. RPK spots Bondic, doesn't get much damage done. He's forced to relocate. Maybe feeling the nerves. Maybe God knows what he's feeling right now, but he has struggled. He needs to be relied on to hold drop.
Yeah, not a fun position to play if you're having a bad game. It's punishing enough as it is. If anyone's ever played drop, just sitting there, just waiting for a barrage of flashes, nades, everything to be thrown at you. Like for him, they have none of that this round. It's just pistols with no armor. So in theory, he should be doing just fine. Six has shown how it's done with the AK on towards Angel. So hopefully, if needs must, he can follow up. Already going to be just toying with him. He's got 2 low there, actually, and there you go. He's found 2 for himself. Good job done. And now Dead Fox, last man standing. They have managed to pick up 1 kill this round, which is Dead Fox. So again, he could be maybe wanting to do a little bit more, but it's not to be. It's fine though. They didn't invest too heavily into that. They've got rounds to play with. It's not time to be worried just yet.
And RPK is able to just to pad the bank. phasing towards drop. He was able to snap them up pretty comfortably with the MP9. And our Scream, 6.8k, what are we going for? Just an M4. No concern, I guess, about going for AWPs. Yet for Envious, they're more than happy to play it close. They know Hellraisers are not going to have a lot to work with here, I guess, again, going over towards the pistols. No armor, just one grenade, that's all.
This could be just purely try and nuke one down. 5 of us face or 4 of us face and see how it goes. But at the end of the day, this is a good talking time for Hellraisers to discuss their approach to this as well. If they can get guns away, even better. There's a good couple of rifles starting to appear now on towards the Envious side. 3 to be precise, I guess, and the UMPs there as well. Anything to benefit here for Hellraisers. If they get a couple of kills, brilliant. If they get away in, and it looks like they're going to go for a drop. It's not a bad plan either. You've got Dead Fox finding RPK with a block. Angels found Sixer, and that could have been a problem. Now, they're going to go for the A-split of some variety, but it didn't really work out that perfectly. Now, Angel's got a step, and he's also got an AK, but no armor. So this wasn't the round they almost intended to get this far into, so we'll see if they can do any more here.
That being said, it's just UMPs for Happy and XMS, and Happy's incredibly low. Scream's definitely a threat. But if Angel can keep his distance here as well, he can punish his UMPs somewhat. That's it. Sticko comes in with the deagle shot. Incredible onto what's Happy. Don't really know how that's supposed to work. Straight through the double doors and now making it a 2v2. And XMS is not close enough to even have any impact over this site right now, which means that in turn, Scream can't really commit.
Scream should wait for his teammate. And I think that he's going to do that. They do have a kit on XMS. But this is still dangerous. If they just get the right angle, Hellraisers, it's a game of guessing at this point. You just have to hedge your bets, right? You just got to hope for the best angle you can to really help your teammate out. Now, Scream can start to act. He's going to catch one along. Easy pickup. That's the rifle down. Now it's just towards Sticko. 1v2, Deagle in hand. He's going to have to somehow line these up. He's got one!
Unbelievable.
He gets 2. Sticko, that is massive from him. How are they allowed to do this? They're turning rounds back to 4th every single time. Now we're on to 13-6. Hellraiser's back with a hell of a lot of money, a free weapon pickup from Sticko, and a massive bit of impact in that round from him.
We'll have to see that on replay as well from his perspective later on there. But it wasn't just those 2 kills as well as that freakish deagle shot through the double doors from Connector that actually put Hellraisers in a position to be winning this round. Unbelievable. Oh, all right, spicy stuff. 13-6 now, and Hellraisers again starting to get back out in front. Now it's Envious who going down to the pistols. Now they have to play close. Grenade gives XMS a bit of a tickle, but Hellraisers aren't looking to capitalize or follow up on that one too much at this stage. Another grenade in, again, a smattering of damage. No armor on XMS whatsoever. Same could be said of RPK and Sixer.
It looks like Dead Fox is the man to brave going forward first. You always know there's going to be someone either close or he's down by the stairs, he's playing by the gap in the wall. Where are they going to be? No one's facing. They know they'll be holding these cheesy corners with pistols. You've got to expect it, but they've seen almost no one. RPK's fallen, but there you go. That's the big kill to come through. Sticker finding XMS will at least remove that threat from just down below, and the split can now come into formation. Bondit catches out Happy, and the last 2 players not really in position to do anything. If there was anyone going to be turreting around like that aimbody can be, it would have been Scream, but he gets nothing. And now Sixer with no armor and just a P250.
And he'll while away the seconds here. That's all he'll be taking to the next round if he opted to save. So maybe even sneaking a gun away would be great, but it was not going to be the case. Bondic straight in towards Connector. Knows that Sixer would have to be lurking. This is this double deagle shot here. This is astounding.
That's beautiful.
I'm telling you, mate, I tell everyone stay in school. To be fair, Sticko was in university. Okay, he deferred it. He didn't quit. So stay in school, but, if it's going to help you deagle, maybe, a bit more of a balance between work and play might be just the ticket Jack needs to start getting those kills. Stunning stuff. All right, 14-6 now, Hellraisers. Laying it on thick here, and Envious are going to respond back in with an AWP buy to Famis. It's even a scout here for Scream. They're digging deep.
They're going to have to. They want to stop this, but I don't know if they can. I'm kind of impressed with what we've seen brought by Hellraisers. The turn of events. You're going to be frustrated if you're Envy, but it doesn't really matter, frustration or not. The fact is it's 14-6. And Hellraisers have more than that foot in the door here of picking up this game. So, somewhat similar approach so far. That 4-1 approach from we saw
Both
Envy on the T side, yeah. And again,
yeah.
no one really playing towards A that much at this point. A couple of rounds gone astray when they have gone for it, so you can't really blame them too much. But XMS this time going to put himself towards the plateaus. Got to be careful. He knows that the T side will have utility, so that's more of the threat here. They can molly him out. They can push him away from this corner quite comfortably, but they're not committing here. They're actually going to fall back from this.
One of the most maddening parts about Cobblestone at this level, at least, is that as a CT-sided team, if you can't afford to take the risk, you just need to accept that you're going to be blindfolded in terms of information until a push comes through. So you have a much slimmer window to make decisions about, you know, where the T side's pushing. Is this a fake? Is this just one man? We're sort of happy in that first half. Bodic now just trying to rile up the natives here, but RPK now holding down drop room. Wasn't sure if there was going to be someone accompanying him, but now RPK only seeing one player in drop. It's a clear signal. Straight over towards A. Sixer chimes in, finds Sticker there. Molotov thrown towards him. He wants to stand in the flame for a little bit longer.
God,
There's nowhere to go. Oh, it's the second 1G we've had this game. Nasty. And the Kobe comes in. Angel connects on RPK quite comfortably now. 1v2. Angel can still do this. But again, didn't quite know where Happy was going to be. Was the corrugated iron still intact? Was that the issue there?
It doesn't matter. It's the fact that you have to slow down to crouch underneath it and he would have died either way.
Right. Yeah, he's been so long. Yeah.
You'd have to just jump out the front and hope that they just miss or he just gets a lucky follow-up. But
so nasty.
Still, MV Money. That's the big name of the game now. They've gone for that utility purchase as much as they can get beside them. And Scream, Mag 7, Famous with RPK. You got the AWP on Sixer, which is good, I guess. You're hoping that you can get an early pick, give you some sort of playing field to really leverage yourself on and just build off the back of it. But we'll see if you can find something. At this point already, 2 players going through middle is a massive problem. They can kind of pinch towards them. Sixer now, Molly goes in, but he's hoping that no one's going to pressure the issue. But they are. They've already pushed up. He's completely blind. But will they expect Scream? No was the first answer. And he gets the tag as well. Zero's down to 21. Does get himself the rifle, but it doesn't matter. Now look at the numbers. It's the 4v3, but look where the players are. Envious reading quite heavily into this A, putting Happy and RPK both over here.
And for Hellraisers to change the pace here is going to be of extreme benefit now, given that Envious is strung along across the map. Spread quite thinly now, down to only 3 players, and this is a great scenario for that T side. You're getting, positive trades. You've gone, 2 for 1. You've got the man advantage, and now you can apply some of that pressure towards this B site. They are taking a little while, and that's given some time for Happy to make rotations over slowly via connector. Sticko sitting well back with the bomb. Just in case things go south over at B, he can head over towards A and try and make it a 1v1 and try and get a bomb plant.
What is Sticko up to?
Yeah, he's just sitting back.
Smoke? Yeah, it was a smoke. Oh, that's
was that
quite
towards
nice.
connector?
Yeah. So that's quite pleasant, at least.
We started seeing their CIS smokes last season, actually, a lot, but
that's what I was waiting on. The fact that XMS likes to play that platform, but the Mollies were always sat there with Hellraisers. They haven't been low on money, so a dangerous piece to play. But look at Happy. Look at that position. And he's not going to give away the game until the last second, and it works out so darn well. Sticko, though, is still alive, and that is certainly something to be scared of, and RPK can't withstand. And finally, Hellraisers get towards 15. It felt like it was starting to get a little bit closer there for Envious, but now the money's now broken again. They're down to 2K. And the money's good for Hellraisers.
It's not good. Envious just have to turtle this one up as much as they possibly can. Even Envious, I can't even imagine Envious trying to go for something cheesy, something aggressive in this situation. Stack 2 players drop, sit one right at the broken wall at B platform, 2 players A long, and then hope for the best. It's going to have to be the case here at this stage. Some utility, to be fair. 3 smokes, 5 flashes. Some of those now being loosed. And even a decoy by Angel, I think. Interesting to see that at this stage. Over towards the A side here, maybe just trying to keep Sixer and Scream there. Any advantage Hellraisers can get here to close the map out would be big. Happy takes some spray damage there as well. He's getting aggressive. Trust Happy to go for it, but it's not going to work. Zero receives, and there was 2 players there anyway for Hellraisers. And XMS will be forced back.
All right, Molly's galore. XMS, you might have to start respecting this. And RPK, good damage towards Bondig. Look at Zero and Bondig.
Both the drop players, super low.
That's actually a really nice bit of impact. One nade, you're praying if only I had that little bit more cash to play around with, but not going to be there. It is pistols and pistols alone. But the Deagles are coming through, and XMS trying to find someone off, trying to catch someone looking the wrong way. You're not going to do it, though. So far, all Hellraisers have had to do is sit and wait.
Yeah, Envious trying to be the masters of their own destiny, not wanting just to roll over and go out with a whimper, trying to find something. Unfortunately, it's just not worked. Oh, that's the head of Angel going down. Scream looking for a little bit more now, trying to bail his team out of trouble, but there's 3 players up on that platform now, and Bondig's going to clean him up just as he peeks.
RPK, look at the HP. 4, 6, 4. This is possible. This is doable.
14 HP.
They could actually make something happen from this, but it's only Sixer. He's got a Deagle. I guess it's not the gun you really want in this, but...
One of the last guns you want, I think, really. Something with fire rate, something with spam potential, but no. 14 seconds in the round.
Sixer, you can do this. It seems impossible right now, and there it is. It is impossible. Zero will make sure of it. And not something I expected to say, but end of it, Hellraisers look good on that map.
Yeah, look, we talked about this coming into this map as well. Heard from the desk, they definitely felt that Hellraisers will be looking a little bit stronger. This map's definitely a staple for more of the Eastern European sides, and Hellraisers showed us exactly why. Now, prior to this match, Envious were pretty comfortably sitting up at the top of the early ESL Pro League table. They were looking good. They were 4-1. Now things changing up a little bit more for them. Hellraisers get one game back, and to break it down, we're going to go back to the desk with Sato and Sponge.
Viva Las Vegas. We're back in Germany, baby. I think my favorite thing
Carnival?
yeah, oh yeah. Now I'm awake. Let's do it. I heard Henry G's going to dress up as a lifeguard.
Nice. Hustle
Carnival. Yeah.
You know who needed a lifeguard that game?
Yeah, your prediction.
Yeah, that's back-to-back.
Yeah, you did good.
I was doing pretty good with my predictions in Vegas.
You are 0% on the night.
That's pretty good so far.
That is
I've
fantastic.
got 2 more chances. But that split the series, 50-50. One apiece. More cliches. I think, you know, it was a pretty close brawl there in the beginning. It was back and forth. There was a lot of exchanges early on in the game, and then the way that Hellraisers ran away with it was just stand-up individual performances, people just getting multi-kills in areas, because the way that it looked like Envy wanted to run it was the pack roll system, the 4-1 kind of stuff, and whenever they were coming into an area, they were just either getting completely bombarded by utility and then sprayed down. They couldn't do a lot, really, to get into the game. And then when we switched over, they managed to eco them back after losing Pistol. But it's hard to stay competitive when that's happening. Good performance by Sticker. We're talking about pre-game about he's now full-time Counter-Striking.
Yeah, well, which is interesting in itself, but also I do think that education is still a very important thing.
Oh, of course.
So,
I think he finished
yeah,
right?
exactly. So I think that's fantastic.
That's what you want to do.
He's
Kids out there, finish your education, at least get the high school education.
Astralis went through that period when they when they were still as TSM. Kerrigan and I think Dupree both had exams one season, 1 year. But you're right, Sticko finishes with 24. Pistol, obviously a big part of that. Very important round for reasons that anyone who watches Counter-Strike knows. But Angel stepping back up as well. 19 frags for 3, I think, of the Hellraisers player. Pretty good frag totals, I think, overall.
Yeah, he's one of those players, right, that you were talking about before. He didn't have a great showing in the first game. But he seems to consistently, he's like one of the better in-game leaders in terms of fragging ability, but it's just, it's either what map he's going to show up on. He's not super consistent in that regard. But the whole team did what they needed to do, and they got the job done. I think, you know, you'd be pretty happy with that, because I think that's their first win in Pro League this season.
That's significant in itself, because we know how competitive this league is, and we also know that relegation is a massive factor as the season progresses. It always has been. So picking up first win, good. That's a start. Get a lot more. We're going to take a break because they are done. That best of 2 times 2. Best of 1 times 2.
1 times 2.
Is done. We move on to our next one. So don't go anywhere. Chad.
LDLC versus Heroic coming up.
If you wanted to get
with
that
Yu-Gi-Oh.
far.
Believe in the heart of the cards.
Yeah, wasn't it Yu-Gi-Oh cards? It was like Pokemon cards and then Yu-Gi-Oh. Wasn't that the other one?
Mm-hmm.
You probably played all those, didn't you, Chad? I knew you did. I knew you did. I played Pokemon until I got the Charizard card. And then I went to school one day and someone stole all mine. I was about 7 years old and I was very upset about it. So with that said, and that memory fresh on my mind, I'm going to go cry in a corner and we'll be back. So we're back. Back, we had a bit of an abrupt throw. I thought the way it was said to me that someone might have been dying. It seemed urgent.
Yeah.
But let's talk about it because we're going to get into the game relatively quick. We're just queuing up the topic of LDLC.
Yeah, let me quickly run through the team. They have Alex.
Please do, yeah, because I think a lot of people aren't even aware of who they have anymore.
Yeah, I watched them play at Leipzig. DreamHack Leipzig. So they have Existence as the in-game leader. They just got back Maniac. He's replaced XMS, who's gone out to the Envy roster. Mistu,
Toinu?
Yeah, I don't have a French accent. He's the AWPer of the team. And then Alex, who is a fake Brit.
Fake Brit?
Yeah, he's also in the squad.
That's Machine, right?
Yeah. Speaking of Machine.
Still missing in action. No, I think that's the interesting topic for me more than anything. Is Maniac and Existence back together on one team? Because originally, LDLC was going to give Maniac a team to work with, and then Existence showed up on the scene, freshly released from Titan.
Yep.
Took it away from Maniac and left him on the side.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see how that all boils down. Is this a team out of necessity? Is there something in it? You did say, speaking of Machine, listen, we have a live update. We found these two stranglers. I don't know how they got here. I didn't think it was physically possible with the time in the whole globe and based on the travel. Lads, Henry, Alex, do you have anything to say for yourselves?
It's a good question.
How you feeling?
Fresh as a daisy.
It's all right. I think we did pretty well.
No,
All things considered.
We have, yeah.
It all went
things
wrong.
considered, lads.
And we bounced back, you know?
Yeah.
And we're here, ready to go.
You left poor Chad alone on a flight. Do you know he doesn't like to fly alone?
Chad left us.
Oh,
a quick phone
here
call.
we go,
A quick phone call could have got us out of the door, ready to go.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Nico said that, and Lowell gave him 30. So.
Sorry, I'm an adult, and I can set an alarm.
Oh, I set an alarm. It just went off before I sleep.
I heard something about swimming pools, Alex.
I got to see Vegas for everything it's worth, man.
Well, I hope we get to see this game for everything you're worth. Please let me believe, Alex, it's all you guys.
Okay, let's see what we've got. It is Heroic LDLC, as the two beautiful chaps have outlined over on the desk.
Are you ready for a cast,
Henry,
Alex?
it's been so long since I commentated Counter-Strike. I was going to say we.
Was it with me? You did it?
I think it was. It was a Pro League game, and prior to that, it was like Katowice, like halfway through 2016. I've been working my way through.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we bar into this one. Alex, I'll kick things off. LDLC versus Heroic. It's going to be Overpass, and it's going to be a T-sided start for the Danish side. They're going to have 4 sets of armor, and Valda's got a smoke and a flashbang here. Alex.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to talk at the moment. I have a conversation in my ear that I'm not supposed to be hearing.
It's fine.
And either way, we are...
It's a rough start.
Jumping straight into game. Heroic are going for that all-in towards A. All-in. Appropriate. Since we know this is Vegas and already. Nico has managed to catch one. Mistu down, and look at Maniac coming through. Toilets right behind them. Could very well be 2. It's not a third, as he's opts for a fresh magazine, and it will be down to a 3v3. But Toinu, he's barely in this one with just 3 points of health, and that is taken away from him by Snappy.
Pretty much existence to do here. Down to now 0 HP. What a fast approach there from Heroic all day. Bomb site. Maniac in a perfect position to get more than 2 frags there. Couldn't quite nail the shots. I'm interested to see how Maniac can actually adjust now, coming back into the forefront of a successful team, I guess. LDLC certainly on an upwards trajectory right now. I don't ever consider him to be a world-class player. When he was in Titan, it was obviously a really strange situation.
Well, he was kind of at his lowest point there, really.
Yeah, and then like obviously joined Envious as the coach and everything like that didn't really work out. And now he's back to playing. He kind of joined us with the analysis stuff as well. And I thought that would be a really good option for him going forward. But he's back and he's hungry to play.
And talking of options, you've been kind of addressing this more recently in your cast regarding that second round buy on as a CT side. They've opted to do so. Now, where does your criticism lie towards this at the moment?
For me right now, it's just I don't see how you're winning the round with 5 smokes and 5 sevens. Like,
I've seen it happen.
Of course, but like if Heroic play this correctly and they go towards long, they're playing a default, they're making sure they're refragging, it should be almost impossible unless they go for some sort of gamble player, like you go for maybe a B stack and hope it's a rush coming in. I just don't really rate these sort of buys. I just don't see them having a high win percentage. That's what I normally talk about. Obviously, it's always possible. Like in Counter-Strike, you can't really predict everything. I'm just talking about if you're like maybe the underdog team and you want to make sure you win the rounds through actually having full weaponry, AWPs and stuff. That's what I prefer to watch. But now we're going into that first round. If they do lose this, of course, that's a bit of a rough time getting into the game.
I do admire the restraint from Heroic as well, not rushing anywhere, letting those smokes expire. They've got plenty of time to play with once they are used. In fact, just 2 left to be implemented. And Heroic are doing just as Henry did suggest. 2 towards long, 2 toilets, and slowly creeping upon Existence location. He will be the first port of call for the T side. He's going to be the first point of contact for LDLC. And he only has a P250 to his name.
Well, 30 seconds remaining now. We have got Yugi, the new player for Heroic. He's towards long. The smokes have been used by the LDLC side. And Existence, he's in a decent position there, all things considered. Got a player in front of him as well. Timing comes down to it.
It's going to be all about first hit. It's going to be Nico with the UMP, and Snappy just rips the head off Toinu, and that should be the round. Nico's just going to go ahead and trade for his teammate, and the bomb will be going down. Maniac forced again to be coming from behind, this time a little too late to the party. And it's just going to be a question of maybe doing some economical damage. That is an AK out of the hands of Snappy. And if he can get that in his grasp, well, things are looking a little brighter for the Frenchman, and he does just about manage to retrieve it.
He is Swiss, actually, Alex.
Oh, excuse me.
So
you're right. That was a mistake.
He's
out of there.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? So you can see they get a couple of kills, but ultimately you didn't really see any part of the round. It looked like they actually would have caused any serious damage. If Heroic played like that, like with the default, using teamwork and map control slowly, using those rifles together, that should be eradicating all risk at that point. The force buys, in my opinion, really work for you for a stack B, like a rush comes in, and you're hoping Heroic make a bad call. That's the only way it works out for you. But we'll have a look at the buys this time.
I love that flashbang. That's just like Existence is going to do magic with that flash.
Let's see what he can do. He's towards B now. This is a B stack. This is what I'd have liked to have seen in the previous round. But you have a chance to doing it, right? So maybe he'll flash off towards short. They'll push off maybe at the 1 minute mark and try and get a first kill there. But as you can see on the minimap right now, as we just brought up, it's going to be them holding right back the terrorists, not really giving anything away for now. And it'll be more of the same. They will treat every single round like a gun round. It's an official game, obviously. So you just want to make sure you're keeping everyone together. Get some information here. Snappy goes down and finds a stack in this position. He's only losing the Mac 10. So oh, I like that flash.
So he's going to be the little scout. Oh, it is a nice flash. Yeah. Does even actually catch Existence, and now he's going to be enabled to pushing him off that boost and just going to get them ready to some form of execute. Though the mollies are being invested towards B, it does seem like Heroic have other intentions. Again, just keeping things nice and slow, not necessarily wanting to commit to anything until they get a suss for where LDLC have positioned their pistols.
Not really much you can do. This is the little fake from Valde here. And he'll be, of course, the in-game leader for Heroic. And this is, I used to like doing this myself when playing in CS. When you're the in-game leader, you actually go into positions by yourself, and you can actually ascertain the information from your team and base the calls around this. He's now called those 2 or 3 towards his site, and it's actually, as you can see, the bomb's going down towards A.
Beautiful.
So that's actually working very nicely for them. A pretty much clean sweep. This is the interesting procedure now, Matt. I told you
knew it was going to happen. What was that, round 2? I forgive you.
So now, if you can see, right, 4 players for LDLC do not have head armor. If they didn't force buy into that second round, they would have that. Now they're up against SMGs, right? So that's a bit of a problem. Maybe Snappy's going to upgrade. No, so you're 2 UMPs. That actually makes them a lot more viable now going forward. You can see there's only a couple of incendiaries that had no diffuse kits. That's exactly what I'm talking about with those second round force buys. You could set yourself up for a 5-0.
And we saw how little damage they did with their Kevlar P250s. Very little. Imagine.
So that's why I just see again, this is where it's developing towards it. Most teams are realizing now that this is actually a really dangerous game to play, especially in best of ones.
Oh, and Yugi's already caught 1. Maniac gone. Snappy using that smoke to aggressively position himself for when it does dissipate, but he's there. He will be caught in a crossfire as soon as that does occur. It's Alex in Existence just waiting on either side of that. Misty's going to be under some pressure as well. Here comes Alex, a nice flash to enable CTs to get some aggression and some frags too for LDLC, but a quick response from Heroic gets 3. Valde beheads Existence towards Underpass, and now it's just Toinu. I mean, the health is a bit
You've got to do a better French accent. You've got to
Toinu.
Yeah.
Il est là. And that's going to be the 4th for Heroic.
So the opening pick comes in. They've got the AWP and they've got those SMGs as well. So they farmed a ton of money there.
So well for them.
Yeah, and you can see how weak LDLC were. They had to be really aggressive there. They knew they're up against it. They didn't really have enough to actually hold off a full execution at that point. Flashing in towards Connector. They found a kill, but well, we saw Valde clearing them up with the AK-47. It has to be another full ego here, and almost guaranteed to be 5-0. We'll see a little B-stack coming in. This is what you want to see. If Heroic changing things up, it could work in their favor. A couple of Deagles, 3 P250s, some body armor for Maniac and Alex, and holding up towards that B-side once again. That's a very quick first gun round, and Snappy's more than happy to continue with the UMP here.
It does just feel like a quick start to the game, doesn't it? I mean, you blink and you miss it. They're 5-0 up, and on T-side Overpass, no less. We'll see how much further Heroic can push this. Of course, retaining those rifles in this round does make that bank incredibly strong coming into the following here on the T side. And again, the patience. I like this from Heroic. Nothing kind of brainless, not knowing, okay, they're unarmored, let's try and get the round over with. They really are treating this one with the utmost respect. And every win really does matter here in the Pro League. We're saying on the desk in this, week 1. that the spots are limited over in Dallas, and every single win counts. LDLC should be one of their easier foes, and Valdi does make short work of Mistu. That's a start. Now here they come flooding in towards the B site. 2 to receive. Maniac's only got a sidearm to his name. Does have armor, but his head's still vulnerable, and that's a good bit of damage to Modi. Teammates should be able to finish him off, but no, look at this. They are standing resilient, if not just for a moment, because there's the ult from Yuggy, and here they come. That'll be just Pranu left, and he's gone as well.
Yeah, well, almost clean sweep. Did a lot of damage there. Maniac was doing sort of
even saved the AK as well
with the PT50s and all that sort of thing, but can't really find the round. But now it's the first real gun round here. They get the AWPs out. They should have a full array of rifles as well, and you see a lot more utility to work with, and those diffuse kits. So this is where things can actually start to work out for LDLC, and we'll see whether Heroic want to mix things up. They've been doing very slow, methodical rounds so far. Maybe they want to chuck a little rush in there. We'll see what they decide to do. But they still have the AWP in that of Yugi, of course, the new member he's picked up from Tricked. I can't say I've ever watched one of his games. I'm always going to be very interested to see what he does.
A deal of praise actually when they saw he was locked into contracts. Some players did step forward saying I expected big things from him.
I've heard a lot about him, but obviously we're so busy casting all these different events, and I haven't had the chance to watch a game of his yet, so I'm also going to be very interested to see what he presents here. Heard he's a great AWPer, so
the same kind of applies to Toinu, actually.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of his games, to be fair. Like when LDLC Blue and White was kicking around, we did a lot of those. So I've seen more of him. But yeah, always interested to see the up-and-coming talent. Denmark seems to be able to produce a plethora of it. Every single week a new player is turning up.
There's something in the water over in Denmark, absolutely. And so Heroic, they've managed to gather a great deal of map control already. Almost Snappy's going to be walking through toilets once that smoke's there. They're in Underpass. Mistu, however, is on the hunt for information. Maniac's there as well. This is quite aggressive from LDLC, just making sure that they can shut down any setups towards B.
Yeah, it's actually very beneficial for the CT at this point. Mistu can hold this position on the screen right now, and then he can actually cover his teammates to focus on the A bomb site. They have one player watching towards short as well, but it's the first exchange, and what a lovely shot. Valda's been so on point with that AK-47 so far, and he opens things up. It's going to be 35 seconds remaining. Reaction coming from the CTs now, dropping quite a lot of utility. Words are going to be hard to play, Alex.
They are.
And the AWP hunting for a frag hit. Should be able to nail that shot, narrowly missing out.
And that's going to be a problem. He missed one, and Snappy's going to make you pay. And actually, Alex paid a heavy price for that frag onto Nico. Went down to 12 points of health, and his teammate did finish the job for him. Now Maniac steps onto the site and gets 2. Could it really be 3? No. Snappy answers that question with a resounding no, and it's Modi Swift to take Mistu out of the round. That will be the 6th, and that's going to be LDLC in dire straits once again. That was their first real attempt at winning a round, apart from the pistol, and now we're looking at potentially 7-0.
Yeah, more of the same from Heroic there. That slow default, finding the first pick, and it's going to be Valda with the AK-47 from Bathrooms. And there's no refrag potential there for LDLC. They're so separated from each other. As soon as one player goes down, that signals all of Heroic to actually come around to that side. And like you said, LDLC, that was looking really promising at the start. They pushed towards B, lots of information gathered, but can't find the shots required to actually pick up the rounds.
It does feel like at this moment in time, it is just a question of not winning the duels, at least in that round. Existence just got completely destroyed by Valdi, and that was the beginning of the end. But they're back with the Kevlar and pistols. This didn't quite work for them in the second round. Let's see if it works in the 7th.
Yeah, 5.7s, P250s, those same smokes once again. No diffuse kits here, but there's always a chance to win these rounds. We know CSGO can be a cruel mistress at times when it comes to the pistols up against those. Things have spiraled out of control very quickly.
It does feel like rinse and repeat, at least to me, Henry. The Heroic just given Underpass, they take it, and eventually emerge towards toilets.
Well, the thing is, they don't have to do anything too fancy, right? We haven't seen really a full execution as of yet. They've just been working that first pick, getting it, waiting for the reactions to come in, and the CTs are feeling a lot of pressure at that point to find frags, and Heroic are just lapping it up. They're loving it. They say, okay, keep walking to our crosshairs. It's absolutely fine.
This does look like a bit more of a coordinated effort from Heroic, though, because they go, oh, we haven't checked it. Existence, he has an advantage here. He's going to get one behind him as well. It was Snappy who just jumped into his point of view, unable to get to. And now Toinu. Just going to be left on that site. Heroic have hit the brakes, though, after that exchange. Existence just got them a little bit apprehensive, and now Mistu's going to extend that, even retrieving a rifle. That's going to make defending this a whole lot easier. They come in a wave, though. He's going to have to get this spray absolutely perfect, and it's not on. Nico, good crosshair placement from him, does take his head, and now it is going to be a 3v3. Arsenal strongly in favor of Heroic. You can see the Molly has already forced Maniac out of position. He's forced to take this fight quite wide, and there's another one towards ramp, but they are doing damage. It's a 2v2, and the health advantage does go towards the French side. Running out of time, as well as health, actually. Yuggy, last man standing, he has to go for the plant. 5 seconds. He is in the smoke, but getting pressured, and LDLC couldn't make it work in the second, but they do in the 7th.
Well, there it is. 5-7s, P250s. At this point, Heroic trying to do the exact same round, but losing a couple of frags in the process there. Problem is, they only had 10 seconds when they committed to the bomb at that point. A lot of pressure, got quite frantic, and a couple of situations fell away from them. So it's going to be LDLC picking up their first round there. Pretty decent one to do it with, just 2 pistols then, and managing to recover an AWP and an AK as well. So that helps balance the books and actually give them a really decent buy going forward. But Heroic, they'll be looking to give the full reset here. You can see 3 players beneath $1,000 here, so not out of the woods just yet. Yes, that's a successful round, but a lot more work to do here as it goes round number 8.
Have to follow it up with something, and you know what? It looks like Tony's going for exactly that. I thought he was going for an aggressive peek, but it looked like a change of plan. Instead, hits the brakes and goes for a defensive flash just to slow down the T-Assault towards Fountain. But look at this again. Mistu and Maniac, the double M's getting info early. It's going to kind of instigate some form of early rotate. It has, in fact, from Alex. You can see he's already back over on towards the A site. A 3-2 split now for the CTs.
This should be some sort of fully execution here. You can see 5 players actually heading towards the A side of the map. Smoke could be going down to take the vision away from the CTs here. Means they can get a bit closer to the bomb site, use the smoke towards bank, CT spawn area as well, but through the smoke, his existence, and he takes down Nico, and finally, the man advantage going towards LDLC at the beginning of the round here.
Was that entirely blind, or was there a gap? It looks very much like he just got a lucky spray, and that's going to be a huge step in the right direction.
You're using the wall as like a reference point, right?
Right.
So you can see that's the straight line to fire down, so it works out for him.
Alex, this is aggressive, but he's unable to back up Tony. He has to get 2 here. It's not enough. Snappy does manage to keep the balance in favor of the T side here. In a 3 versus 3. Flashes are enabling them just to keep them at bay. But let's not forget the time was a bit of a factor last time. Snappy's not going to check his corners, and it costs him his life. Surely not a second. Yogi's low. He's dead. Bullet to his head. Maniac trying to find the third one. There's 3 players hunting him down. There's no chance for Moldy, and that will be a second. And LDLC needed that. A lot of problems would have arisen should they have conceded that and gone straight back to the Stone Age. But they're back and they're in this game.
Yeah, they kept 3 players alive there as well, so they're actually quite promising for them. Existence, like we said, maybe a little bit lucky in the shot through the smoke, but that seemed quite calculated from him. Once that smoke goes down, it's the cue for the Terror to try and get a bit closer to the bomb site, set up their set pieces, and he was having none of that. Got that first kill, and then Maniac done a good job with the M4A4 there to almost close the round out. And we go to round number 9, and still going to be money available for Heroic after that fantastic start they had. So Yogi still on the AWP, and they'll be heading towards B this time. So they seem to be falling back to more of a tactical-based game instead of in the defaults for now.
Well, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it was working so well for Heroic at the start of this one. Now, as soon as they do meet some resistance, it's back to the drawing board. And this does look like to be some form of execute. They've got 3 Molotovs to invest towards the site. And clear out those predictable positions.
Don't be anything away just yet. They have got control of the B side of the map. 2 players towards short and monster tunnel as well. I can see another player in the form of Snappy actually hunting towards middle, just seeing if they've got anything flanking them there. We come in to join his teammates though, so presumably this will be the execution towards B momentarily. There's going to be a Molotov in that position just there where Maniac standing. Smokes towards the bomb site, 1 towards heaven as well, and is trying to duel the players at close range.
By waiting so long though, it does look like LDLC may have cottoned on somewhat.
Well, the thing is that LDLC have got no information towards the other side of the map, so they can't really invest too much towards this side. But here we go, the execution comes in.
Nice for Maniac, does put the smoke down so he doesn't have to reposition so badly. Of course, still obscuring his vision. Modi is going to walk on in though. Alex is going to be the first to find it, and that's going to be an easy headshot for him. Words are hard today, Henry. Not a second though. Instead, Nico gets it for him, and it does look good for Heroic. Now 4 versus 2. They're going to have to do something magical now from Toynu. And in fact, he's on the other side of the map. It's just going to be a question of keeping hold of that AWP. We know he can have a lot of impact with it, but the chances of him keeping it in this round are questionable. Snappy's already on the hunt. And it's just a question of just loop the loop. Nico's going to be making some noise as well. And now he knows exactly where he is. Yes, that's 1, but does he know Snappy's from behind? He's really in limbo now as 3 players are all looking to take that weapon away from him.
What a nice shot there from
Toynu. Not bad.
Yeah, let's see whether he can stay alive. Spots another one, but now he is in a world of trouble. They know exactly where he is, and there's quite a lot of time to try and stay alive here as well. And you can see it's going to be Yugi as well coming from the back to give him fully pincered here, and there was another shot, but it doesn't find the frag. And 1 player does go down with a bomb blast there, but unfortunately for LDLC, they will be buying up into this round. It won't be the best of buys. Maniac's down to $1,500, but there it is. Heroic back to winning form here. The buy comes in. I'm going to have a look at how intense it will be. So a UMP is purchased for Alex. Existence, he's on the Famous here. I think Maniac must have been dropped a weapon by a teammate as well. So 2 UMPs in total. So a bit of a rough round here. It's certainly going to be Eco going forward if they're losing this one.
Well, they're prioritising utility, which I'm sure will make you happy there, Henry. And he comes in big, quick play. Oh, but the flash is so good. 2 for Maniac very swiftly, and Mistu's there as well. They've been so repeatedly applying pressure to Monster, and this time the pressure came to them, and they relieve it. 3 quick frags, and another's going to burn. Yuggy's down as well. What a swift round, stark contrast to the prior. And now Modi, 61 points of health and 3 to find. This is not what we'd have anticipated. Heroic, they tried to mix things up, but man, Maniac and Mistu were ready. They have been the B defense squad, and finally they got some action.
3 versus 1 now. Modi up against it. Doesn't really have much to work with here, but he's going to have the bomb towards short. Minute to play with as well. He's just hoping that the CTs lose track of him at this point, maybe separate themselves. You see Alex trying to get position towards middle as well, but Modi waiting for a mistake to be made here and see if he can get that bomb down.
This would be a start. No, nice evasive maneuvers. They back up and throw a molly as well. And now the question is this door going to be the end of him? I think he may have spotted him. Yes, Alex did get spotted. That gives Modi just a little bit more information for the round. But I mean, what do you do here? 35 seconds. They know exactly where you are. You just have to not overextend, and Toyney's doing just that. Modi, did you not see him?
Yeah, I think he almost certainly could. I think his teammates are saying something to him now. It's like...
That was a start. We'll get to one, but he's so low now. This is just going to be the end as Alex comes to back him up with a long-range SMG play. And I mean, you can thank Maniac and Mistu for that round. 3 players down early, even a Molotov to round it all out. And that was, I mean, 4 players down in the first 25 seconds.
Yeah, those kind of rounds. UMP's a family, so only a couple of M4 players. Those M4 players need to be hunting for frags, right? So that's why he's flashing over the monster tunnel, trying to get that 1 kill, but managed to get the double as well. His teammate Mistu joins in the fun. So we have got a force play here from Heroic now. Giving them a similar treatment in return, perhaps. 1 AK, UMP, and 3 Tech 9s. This normally suggests it will be a full set piece. You want to be using the smokes to actually give you more access to get towards the bomb site and have some close-range duels. But the CT's pushing off towards short themselves. Mistu, with his UMP, could find his first frag, but actually gets taken down by the Tech 9 there.
This is Maniac now trying to trade for his brother on B, and he does again. Double for Maniac, back-to-back rounds. Surely not a third long-range tag, and don't know why we pulled away from that. That's because, of course, the T's did progress over in towards the site. Alex and Maniac now kind of locked out, but they have the bomb. Advantage CTs, 100%.
Yeah, Maniac doing some big work here. Twanu to almost finish the round off. There's going to be a 4 versus 1, but Yugi is not going down without a fight, it seems. The bomb's still down on the site, but let's see whether he can find a few more kills there.
Start 1. Yugi, the newest addition to Heroic. Lots of eyes have been on him, and he certainly will be if he can do any more damage. That's 3. Surely not. He's got a full set of utility, Maniac. He can just delay and stop the Dane from getting towards that bomb.
Very strange decision there from LDLC in total. They've got the bomb down towards short. Maniac's there, and they're rushing in, like, knives out, trying to get out of that heaven position, giving an opportunity to Yugi. At least, like, in this scenario, you can even allow him to have the bombs, cover the bomb sites there, make him make a commitment before he actually has to do anything.
Both players in this round have got 3 kills. Only one will end with 4. He knows exactly where he is. This could very well be the clutch. Yugi knows exactly where Maniac is. The spray, the headshot, and the round. 4 kills for the newest addition to Heroic. What a debut.
Yeah. Seems like that signing was worth it after all. And yeah, like I said, Maniac gets 2 or 3 kills there towards short. The bomb's planted, bomb's down, I should say.
Yeah.
And then at that point, why are the CTs rushing in and giving an opportunity for the terrorist team to get back into the round?
It's an easy mistake to make,
but
right?
You can allow him to have the bomb, right? It should be. That's quite a basic Counter-Strike, like fundamental, like idea really. The bomb's down. It's like 3 versus 1. Make him go towards the bomb side. Like, he has to plant the bomb. He's in 4 seconds to get that bomb down. Just have crossfires enabled on each side of the map, and you'll be absolutely fine. But they actually open up the window of opportunity, and it's going to be Yagi, like you said, the new signing. Yeah, trying to do what he can once again. He's been really good so far, to be fair. Finds another headshot to open things up here. Modi going down to 16 HP, and Mistu. Seems like Heroic are more than happy to
Did
allow
that
the
smoke
CTs
help
to
him out? I think it's a bit off. I can see the idea behind it, though, would enable him to get some aggressive positioning. But I like what they do on B. I like that Mistu Maniac play. Almost every round without fail, they're either getting information or positioning aggressively towards B/water. And Existence is back in his favorite little corner. We've seen him, well, succeed once out of the 2 times he's tried it. This will be his 3rd. Flashes do delay them, and here comes the first, but he's going to be full white. Surely
Not again.
Not again. Check it this time. Oh, finally, Valdi may have heard us, turns around and does manage to get one. The Maniac is not going to be getting his signature double kill, as he has in the 2 rounds prior. This time, it looks like Nico's going to be doing that for him. And Heroic have the advantage, a rather strong one at that. Just a 5-7 and a P250 for Alex to make an impact, and oh, it's not looking good. Bomb will be going down, and Mistu's left with an impossible round ahead of him.
Yeah, the lucky Existence got so blinded that
Right?
encountered that, and they didn't check that corner. They get away with it just about. So now just Mistu, 4 versus 1. He's got the 5-7, some body armor here, but no kit. Obviously, no real chance of actually winning this round, but if you can upgrade to an AK-47, that'd be great. I just don't see it happening. Heroic don't need to do anything here. There's not really any reason to hunt him. You know he hasn't got a weapon, so just let him kind of save up and don't risk losing any utility or weapon or yourself.
Yeah, he's just going to be getting out of that one. I mean, the Kevlar and the 5-7 certainly will be valuable coming into the next one. And oh, hang on a second. There's a Modi just around the corner. Mistu's definitely not going to be anticipating this one. But then again, neither is Modi. Could get a free UMP had he checked it. But oh well, that's kind of funny. Back to back, hanging out on the B-bomb site. And it will be 9-3.
Yeah, and nothing really to work with for LDLC.
Brutal.
This one, it's going to be full eco, I would say, across the board. A couple of 5-7s here where that previous weapon was saved, and we might take a tactical pause here. Good time to take it, I would say. All things considered, you know you're going to have money going to that next round if you full eco this one. They're a second stage loss bonus right now, so they're going to get $2,400 on top of the $2,000 they already have. Won't be enough for an AWP unless someone goes absolutely wild this round with the pistol, manages to get 2 frags, then it's a possibility. But this has been the war of attrition really for LDLC throughout this first half. They haven't really got rolling with the economy whatsoever. We discussed at the start of the game, that second round force buy, it does set you up for a really difficult position going forward. As you get a string of rounds together, your money never really stabilizes. And even if you win rounds, there's so much pressure on you to win the subsequent one with a good amount of players alive as well. Otherwise, you're so limited in those resets.
And the thing that's so crazy is it took so long for the meta to shift away from that. I remember it was almost a guarantee not too long ago that that second round would involve some form of Kevlar and pistol.
Yeah, on the T side, it's a lot more viable.
Of course, yeah,
because the weaponry is like a lot easier to buy in that. It's only $2,700 for the AK, of course, and then you get the head armor. And then in terms of like the incendiaries, they're a lot more expensive on the CT side than the Molotov on the T side, and you don't need defuse kits. So overall, you don't need as much money for the T side buys. That's why it's fine for T sides, and like if you force one the second round as well on the T side, you're very likely to get the bomb down. Like we talked about it before. These Tech 9s are crazy. Like you're normally going to get a couple of exchanges and trades, or
just a cheeky smoke plant.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a lot more viable on the T side. We normally focus on the CT side when we discuss this idea right now. So CT's going to be paused at this point. It's certainly a CT-sided map, Alex. So you got your name right this time. I really thought about it. So the unpause comes in. It's a weird time to take a pause, right? Because you can't buy into this round. Maybe they're just kind of working out the future plan going forward. I would prefer to see how this round goes, and then see whether you've got any kills, maybe get the AWP out, and then you can kind of really base your pause around something that you know exactly what you have to work with here.
Well, let's see what Existence has been saying, see if he's got to come up with any magic to work with their what is essentially a P250, excuse me, and a 5.7. And last time Heroic knew they were going up against an eco, they played it very slow. And this looks like it's going to be quite contrast to that. They instead are going to stack up on long, take long-range fights. It's advisable, especially when you know there's going to be a lack of armor and they're going to be playing some sneaky corners. You go to the one place in the map where there's very few of them.
Well, here we go, towards long.
Creepy
Makes a lot of sense with the AK-47s. Give those picks. They know it's going to be the EQ here. They can track the economy as well as we can. You don't need to have it on your screen. You just have a rough idea of where they're going to be sat at the moment. So you can see this kind of play suggests that you have 100% knowledge that it's going to be a Nico. Walk into the bomb site, get as close as you can. It's like a contact play, you call this. So as soon as you get in there, as soon as you get detected, that's when you strike. So now they've been spotted. They'll just get into that site. Molotov deployed as well. Bomb planted. Not really much to do about this.
Yeah, I mean, this is brutal. The bomb's going to be down, and they're going to have to try and retake with no armor or weaponry. This is just going to be a shooting gallery, just a USP for Toinu, and he's just going to be realizing that, well, he's got quite the opposite of where he stands, of course, bank. That's going to be well, it's one. Maniac still managed to do some form of economical damage. I don't know whether that was a rifle. I'm afraid we'll keep track of that. He could maybe retrieve it. That's a UMP.
So still a viable
it's
weapon.
Something.
Yeah. 15 kills for Maniac, just to point out. I've never kind of had a really big fragging player for these teams. He's been it before, so this is a very good performance from him. Multiple frags and lots of rounds. The problem is, when you have 15 kills and your team only has 3 rounds, they're almost redundant at that point. You might be playing lights out. If the team's not performing with you, it doesn't really count for much, right? So someone else needs to be stepping up for them. You can see Twanu, 4 kills. He's supposed to be the superstar all for them. Not really working out. Existence as well, a legendary Counter-Strike player, having a really rough ride, 2 for 12. And now then, no kits, and one Thamus as well, no orbs. Another difficult one for LDLC. I
mean, you say that those 15 frags do kind of feel redundant. Let's not forget that the 2 times Heroic tried to make a hit onto B, Maniacs, the site Maniac's playing, they did win it. And therefore, Maniac just maybe needs to start trying to get those rotates early to back up his teammates who've been having a whole lot of trouble over on A. Either way, the round does look like it's going to be going Maniac's way again. 3-2 split for the CTs, and we are in eyes with Yuggy, the new addition who's already managed to get a cheeky clutch, and Mistu's down to half health already.
Yeah, he might have been more banged from T-spawns with that short, what do you want to call that?
Sandbags.
Yeah, towards that area, you can get wallbang for that at the start, and there are a lot of bullets on my right there. So yeah, that's exactly what happens. And looking like a B-sided execute coming in here, and why not? You know, the city's still limited, smoke's coming in, and we'll see if we drop the Molotov source barrels as well. Up to Alex now to defend, and the boost comes in towards the CT entrance.
I like that. They back away, they retract when the smokes do come in to boost up and just leave Alex to be the first. So I was going to say stop the defuse, but no, look, the bomb's going to go in. Yes, he does his job. Mission complete for Alex, and he's going to get a bonus as well. That's Valdi down, and another 2 versus 4, this time in favor of none other than LDLC. Just Modi then, and that's a start, but he's not sure he's not going to get much more. He's tagged him up. Maniac, what is that? 2 now for Modi before Toinu gets into damage control. Ooh, I was getting a little nervous there. Still, that's going to be a necessary 4 for LDLC, and just 1 away from getting that 10-5 half. 16 now for Maniac. Spectacular work from him. Top of the scoreboard in the server.
Yeah. Good job. Well, it's Alex really who saves that round at the start. Yes. His teammates pull back. He decides to sit in the smoke there, finds 2, gets all the intel required, drops that bomb, and denies the plant as well. So very good stuff. And we'll see, you can still see LDLC struggling here. Just a UMP and a Famas. They do get the AWP out, but it hasn't exactly been too prevalent so far on their CT side. I would say at this point, the way they're playing, they can get 10-5 here. It's still winnable. If it goes down to 11-4, I wouldn't really be believing right now.
Toinu's been really, really apprehensive. He hasn't tried any aggressive peaks. Nothing party, nothing underpass, nothing monster. He's just been kind of taking long angles, maybe toilets, and then backing up. Not interested in getting any early aggression, and that's quite the opposite for his teammate Mistu. He pushes up, and that could very well be a second. No, Valdi's tagged, and yet to be fragged. It's Nico, do excuse me, but still. 4-4, and that's a nice angle for Mistu to get a second. Again, pressured by Modi now, and manages to get away. Double, no, not falling for that trap of double smoking. Instead, they're just going to hang out on either side of those sandbags. Now, with the numbers favoring the CTs, this is where they can just hit the brakes a little bit. No need for any more of that aggression. You've done your job. See how this round does transpire.
Advantage for LDLC for now, but the bomb's heading in towards long. That's where Twanu will be waiting for them. That's a shot he has to hit. Luckily, he doesn't get punished for it, and he'll be able to recover, drop the air flashbang, and manage to get a decent position towards the APC now. Oh, scary moment for him, though.
Absolutely, but Modi is doing some reconnaissance on B. Mistu, however, this guy has been unrelenting in his defensive aggression. It does sound like an oxymoron, but I promise it makes sense.
Modi's actually going to be pivotal in this. He's towards the B side, called that's clear. But the problem is Mistu, he's already pushing the backtracks there. Yuggy goes down. That should be the round tied up at this point, considering his position and Modi being so far removed from this. But he could fall back and do something about it.
Mistu can hear him. There's no doubt about it. He gathers back to him as well. Mistu, this round is yours, my friend. 4 kills for him, and that will bring the 5th for LDLC. You said they needed it, and they have done so. We'll have a competitive second half potentially on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a rough start for Heroic. The force by situation not working out in their favor, but good recovery towards the end. I was liking those aggressive pushes from Mistu and going towards B. Sorry, what?
From LDLC.
LDLC, yes. You know what I mean. We're still warming up here.
We are.
But we're going to take a quick break while we can recalibrate ourselves as well. Do not go anywhere. This game looks like it's actually going to get really good.